rate down to 4.21%. Eight weeks of devastation and defiance. Ukraine's Zaporizhzhia faces Russian onslaught. Putin's troops blow up houses and schools. India Today reports from Ground Zero.
Are the Russian troops? Can you ask how far are the Russian troops? Ooh. So here you can see that the attack is happening. We will have to move.
Repeated attempts were made by the Russians to come in from this area and move in closer to Kyiv.
And David Miller's 51-ball 94-power Gujarat Titans to an incredible last over win over Chennai Super Kings to stay right at the top of the table. And let's begin this Monday morning by getting you all the updates coming in from the national capital, from Jahangirpuri, where on Saturday evening during Hanuman Jayanti celebrations, an ugly communal clash broke out. That's right. This kind of a situation is unfolding in the national capital and it's led to a full-blown political war of words between parties. The BJP is now demanding for an NIA probe into the clashes. BJP MP Hansraj Hans claimed that the Jahangirpuri incident was an international conspiracy to defame India. MNS chief Raj Thackeray has called for tit-for-tat response to such violent incidents. Meanwhile, a letter petition has been shot off to the Chief Justice of India, N.V. Ramana, to take suo motu cognizance of the riots. The Delhi-based lawyer who's written to the CJI has alleged that the Delhi police investigation so far has been partial, has been communal and directly shielding perpetrators of the riots. This as all of the arrested so far have been from one community, all Muslims. The AIMIM chief, Asaduddin Owaisi, has also highlighted exactly that. He's also targeted Union Home Minister Amit Shah for the violence, saying that clashes have become more common in Delhi after Shah took charge of the Home Ministry. In the violence that broke out on Saturday, 20 people, including the prime accused, have been arrested. 10 teams right now are carrying out the investigation. The Delhi Police Crime Branch has taken over the probe. 200 violence videos have been taken in by the cops. They're currently being examined to identify all of the accused.
मैंने यही पाया कि पीछे कोई साजिश है, जैसे सीक्वेंस बना के पहले किसी और स्टेट में फिर कोई ना कोई हो सकता है विदेश से कोई ऐसा कोई नेगेटिव बैड एलिमेंट्स हैं जिनका काम है, उनका कोई धर्म नहीं होता, उनका कोई मजहब नहीं होता, जालिम का धर्म जुल्म होता है।
राजी, yesterday in Delhi procession हो रहा था हनुमान जयंती पे और स्टोन पेल्टिंग हुआ वो procession पे, उसको रास्ता
मुझे लगता है उनका ऐसी चीजों का जवाब वैसे ही देना चाहिए उन लोगों को, अदरवाइज उनको समझ में नहीं आएगा।
Stone-pelting, swords brandished, violence and arson. Around 5:40 p.m. on Saturday, a Hanuman Jayanti Shobha Yatra in northwest Delhi's Jahangirpuri flared up into this. The timing just before locals in the area were going to offer namaz at the mosque. Stones and glass bottles were allegedly pelted at the procession. Several vehicles were torched.
इस चौराहे पे हंगामा शुरू हो गया, एक शोर उठा, लोग इधर उधर भागने लगे और पथराव शुरू हो गया। सिर्फ पथराव ही नहीं, आप देख सकते हैं जगह जगह ज़मीन पर कांच के टुकड़े पड़े हुए हैं, पत्थर पड़े हुए हैं। कांच के टुकड़े गवाही दे रहे हैं कि इस उपद्रव में शराब की, बियर की बोतलों का इस्तेमाल किया गया। एक दूसरे को ऊपर इस तरह से हमले किए गए और जगह जगह ये बिखरे हुए हैं। गाड़ियों में आगजनी कर दी गई। एक दो दुकानें ऐसी हैं जिनका दुकानदारों का ये कहना है कि उनकी दुकान में लूटपाट भी की गई, वो डर के मारे दुकान के अंदर जाकर छुप गए थे। कहा यह जा रहा है कि इस इलाके में एक मस्जिद मौजूद है। जब जुलूस वहां पे पहुंचा उसके बाद जो नारेबाजी हो रही थी उसको लेकर कोई विवाद शुरू हुआ और विवाद इतना बढ़ गया कि वो पथराव में तब्दील हो गया।
Violent clashes between two communities led to at least 6 cops being injured.
आपके हाथ में गोली लगी है? तो क्या उस वक्त क्या हुआ था? आप हिंसा के दौरान वहां मौजूद थे, हुआ क्या था एग्जैक्टली? हैं? भीड़ में से गोली मारी आपको?
Some locals say that there was ruckus just before the Shobha Yatra reached the mosque because of the loud music, and that some people allegedly tried to put a saffron flag out there.
दिल से मानते हैं हम, कोई नारे लगा के ड्रामाबाजी करके शो नहीं दिखाते। और आने के बाद इन्होंने क्या किया, मस्जिद के अंदर चढ़ने के बाद झंडा लगाया, और जब झंडा लगाया तो हमने उन्हें रोका। जब हमने रोका तो उन्होंने हम पे पत्थर, लाठी जो भी थे उन्होंने चार्ज किया। जब चार्ज किया तो हम सारे आ गए, क्योंकि देखो जब जान जा रही है तो हमारा काम है बचाना, मरने का तो काम नहीं है। मालिक ने हमें भी हाथ पैर दिया है तो हमने बस वो काम किया।
को पहले यहाँ से भगाया, खदेड़ा यहाँ से, फिर वहाँ से वो 4 पुलिस वाले लेकर आए, फिर जय श्री राम, फिर हंगामा कराया उन्होंने, फिर उन पे पथराव हुआ है, फिर उन्होंने पथराव किया, फिर पथराव करके वो कभी वो उधर भाग रहे, इधर भाग रहे। अगर पुलिस होती तो वहाँ पे झगड़ा ही नहीं होता।
Police say that there was heavy stone pelting from both sides. The situation was brought under control after almost 2 hours at about 8 p.m. Teams of Rapid Action Force and the CRPF were deployed. Home Minister Amit Shah took stock of the situation on ground.
पुलिस जो मौजूद थी उसने इमीडिएटली इस सिचुएशन को कंटेन किया और शांति व्यवस्था को बहाल किया। इस प्रक्रिया में कुछ पुलिस वाले घायल हुए हैं और बाकी हम लोगों ने केस दर्ज कर दिया है और इसकी विवेचना, इसका इन्वेस्टिगेशन शुरू हो गया। इन्वेस्टिगेशन से बातें आगे पता लगेगी।
जाहिर है कि इस पूरे मामले में दिल्ली पुलिस का रुख साफ है कि कार्रवाई सख्त से सख्त की जाएगी और आज तमाम इस पूरे इलाके में रैपिड एक्शन फोर्स, दिल्ली पुलिस के जवान, दिल्ली पुलिस के कमांडो सब तैनात हैं और इस बात की कोशिश की जा रही है कि यहाँ पर किसी भी तरह की बदअमनी ना फैल सके।
Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal appealed for peace.
सब लोगों को शांति बनाए रखनी है, सब लोगों को व्यवस्था बनाए रखनी है और अगर ज़रूरत पड़े तो जो एजेंसीज़ हैं, जो पुलिस है, जो सरकारें हैं जिनकी जिम्मेदारी है, दिल्ली में केंद्र सरकार की जिम्मेदारी है, तो केंद्र सरकार दिल्ली में शांति व्यवस्था बनाए रखें।
But not surprisingly, politics erupted soon after the clashes.
ये छोटे छोटे आतंकी हमले देश भर में करने की कोशिश, देश का माहौल बिगाड़ने की कोशिश, राम भक्तों को, हनुमान भक्तों को, हिंदुओं को दहशत में लाने की, डराने की कोशिश। छतों में पहले से पत्थर इकट्ठे हैं, बम इकट्ठे हैं, बारूद इकट्ठा है। इसके खिलाफ बहुत निर्णायक कार्रवाई होनी चाहिए। जैसे दिल्ली में दंगे हुए थे उसी प्रकार के दंगों की साजिश है।
और मैं मुख्यमंत्री अरविंद केजरीवाल जी से भी निवेदन करूंगा कि ये समय घटना से पल्ला झाड़ने का नहीं है, जिम्मेदारी से भागने का नहीं है। मिल करके ऐसी घटनाओं में दोषी को सजा दिलाने के लिए आगे आना चाहिए।
Delhi police sources say it is suspected that some shots were fired during the riots too. Drones have been deployed to investigate if the violence was pre-planned and if stones were being hoarded on rooftops to provoke. There are many questions that arise, but only a thorough probe will be able to answer them. With Arvind Oja and Tasneem Haider, Bureau Report, India Today.
Let's take this across now for all the updates from the ground. Ashutosh Mishra is joining us live from Jahangirpuri. This is the part of Delhi where these riots broke out on Saturday. Ashutosh, before we discuss the latest on the investigation front, just give us a sense of what's the situation on the ground, because I understand there's unprecedented security and Delhi cops are leaving nothing to chance, really.
Well, absolutely. I mean, the police and the security agencies are not ready to take any chance. But for now, situation has come to absolutely normal. This is just another day for Jahangirpuri. Totally traffic jam-packed. All lanes, all shops are now can see open. Vegetable sellers, milk shops, everything is open. But yes, there is heavy deployment of the CRP, rapid, the anti-riot force. In the meanwhile, the forensic teams have, they have also here. They are visiting the scientific evidences. Of course, those are going to be really critical in terms of investigation. But for now, situation is totally on peace, calm here. All the roads that I see are completely surrounded by traffic. Though there were multiple restrictions yesterday, barricades, everything have been removed. So for the people, it is just another day. But of course, there were apprehension, there were concern what had happened day before yesterday, whether it's gonna fan out further. But you know, it was the effort by the security, by the police. They have doused totally the stress. As far as investigation is concerned, we have seen several arrests have been made to the prime accused. They, of course, they will be produced again before the court, and the crime branch, since investigating this entire case, they will seek custody of the accused. In the meanwhile, you know, the major question that is now being raised, in fact, one lawyer has approached to the Supreme Court seeking why only the members from one community, have been arrested by the police. Was it smoke without fire? There were no provocation, because yesterday it was accusation from both the sides. The Muslims, they accused the Hindu community, those who were carrying out the procession by the right-wing groups. They provoked, that led to the clashes. The Hindu community said it was the Muslims who started stone-pelting on the procession. That triggered the clash. So clearly, now several questions are also being asked to the Delhi police, but for now, it is totally calm and peace out here. We'll have to see when, if court is going to hear the application filed against the Delhi police investigation, and how it finds out further.
Ashutosh, you know, to the point that you mentioned, the criticism that the Delhi police is facing right now with the allegations that they're targeting one particular community, have the cops really responded to this? Because there are multiple videos that have emerged, and while, you know, the allegations by the Delhi police seem to be on one side, it's clear both sides instigated, it's clear both sides resorted to violence, and there are videos that show people who were part of the procession holding weapons. They had swords in their hand, they had sticks, they had, there are some who allege that, you know, there were guns also being brandished.
And there is no official word from the Delhi police on it, whether they are going to, you know, extend their probe in those terms as well, where there were provocative slogans, how the arsenals were allowed to carry out in the procession. And since there was already certain instances, you know, in certain state during the Ram Navami procession, when it led to the clash, whether the permission for the procession was given out, and if that was the due diligence was followed, that is to provide adequate security, and particularly 1 round, 2 round procession pass, what exactly happened in the 3rd round. And as the FIR says, it triggered at 6 o'clock when the Muslim community were gathered at the Jama Masjid Mosque for Roza Iftar. That was the time when the procession passed, and that were led to the scuffle. So clearly the question is also being raised on the Delhi police, that whether their investigation is only focusing on one group of the protesters who were part of the clash, or they are going to widen the probe and also, you know, investigate those videos we are mentioning about, that how arsenal were being carried out by the procession, those who were in the part of the procession. That question that remains, because there is no clear answer from the Delhi police at the moment.
We'll be asking those questions of the police as well. But Ashutosh, thank you for the moment, for joining us with all those details. Breaking news that's coming in this morning. So we've got one letter that's been sent across by a Delhi-based lawyer to the CJI saying that one community is being targeted, that all the people who've been arrested by the Delhi police are from the Muslim community. Now another lawyer has moved a PIL in the Supreme Court seeking handing over of the investigation of the Jahangirpuri riots case to the NIA to hunt down links of the involvement of ISIS and other terror outfits. This petition says clashes have broken out in 7 states during Hindu festivals, highlighting what happened during Ram Navami and now during Hanuman Jayanti. So petition versus petition essentially in the Supreme Court. Anisha Mathur, who tracks the courts for us, is joining us on this broadcast. Anisha, you gave us details about the letter that has been sent across to the CJI asking the Supreme Court to take suo motu cognizance of this matter. Now a PIL that's been registered saying that this is a clear thread here that connects with regards to more and more such violent incidents being reported during Hindu festivals.
Well, yes, we are seeing, as you just said, petition versus petition in the Supreme Court. The one petition filed by a Delhi-based lawyer from a minority community saying that this seems that the police is not investigating these incidents properly, that the Supreme Court and the Delhi High Court had in 2020 also questioned the investigation by the Delhi police into the 2020 riots, and now again it seems that the police is investigating in a biased manner. The second petition by a Delhi-based lawyer who is known to have connections with certain BJP-related groups That petition now says that there should be an NIA investigation into this series of attacks on processions and Hindu festivals, attempts to sort of destabilize the communal harmony in the country. So both of these petitions before the Supreme Court. Now the question is, will the Supreme Court actually take up these matters? Because so far the court has been very reluctant to get into all of these issues. So far the Supreme Court, when the 2020 riots issue had also come, they had said that you need to go to the Delhi High Court on this issue. But we'll have to wait and see what the CJI and other judges say about this. These petitions, of course, the petition seeking a court-monitored probe into the entire issue was filed late last night. This petition regarding NIA probe has been filed early this morning. So there has been obviously no response from the court yet. We'll have to wait and see how it works out. Very clearly, it is very clear from both of these petitions that allegations are coming in from both sides against the Delhi police's ability to investigate this matter properly.
Anisha, just one quick clarification. You know, earlier this was a letter petition that requested the CJI to take suo motu cognizance. Now, with the PIL being filed, is it a given that the Supreme Court will intervene here?
No, well, as I just said, it remains to be seen whether the court will take up this matter or not. Remember, so a letter petition may or may not get converted into a suo motu case. And even if a PIL is filed, there is no guarantee that the court will hear it immediately or the court will pass any orders. The court is free to take whatever decision it wants to take. So we have to wait till these matters get listed for hearing.
Okay, Anisha, thank you for that update and for that clarification. So you've got now two petitions before the Supreme Court seeking its intervention in this matter. We'll be tracking what happens in the courts today very, very closely. Now, in the last 2 days since these riots broke out on Hanuman Jayanti in Delhi, over 20 people have been arrested by the Delhi police. All 20 belong to one community. They're all Muslims, and the families of the accused have spoken out saying that the accused here are completely innocent, that they're being targeted, and have referred to the Delhi police's action as a witch hunt. The BJP meanwhile is upping the ante. Leader Kapil Mishra, who's been lashing out at what played out in Jahangirpuri and lashing out at one particular community, has referred to this as a terror attack.
A day after Delhi Riots 2.0, the alleged key conspirators Ansar and Aslam Ali are nabbed by the police. Ansar is accused of triggering the scuffle while Aslam Ali allegedly opened fire at the yatra. The pistol allegedly used by Ali has been recovered. A cop too was injured in the alleged firing by Ali.
इधर से सामने पथराव हो रहा था, उधर के तरफ मुंह करके खड़े थे उनको रोकने के लिए। वो दूसरे वाले दूसरे साइड में खड़े थे, वो उनके बीच में खड़े थे जी। तो उस वक्त आपको गोली लग चुकी थी? हाँ, गोली सामने से आई, जो लगने के बाद फिर मैं हॉस्पिटल चले गया। पहले मस्जिद पे वहाँ शुरू हुआ था, वहाँ बहस हुई थी, बहस फिर बाद में झगड़े में बदल गई, पथराव शुरू हुआ।
Families of the accused though have rubbished the allegations and claim that Ali has been falsely implicated.
जब पत्थरबाजी हुआ था तब आपका पति था?
सो था इधर घर में।
सोया था? वो पत्थर वहाँ पे नहीं गया था?
नहीं गया था।
तो पुलिस को आपने बोला था?
नहीं बोला था, मैं सो गई, वो उठा के ले चले। बाद में सुबह से बोला था रात में ये तुम्हारा पति के उठा के ले गई, तो मैं उसी से बारे थाने में आई थी।
पहले आपके पति को कभी अरेस्ट किया था पुलिस ने?
नहीं है,
पहली बार अरेस्ट किया।
Meanwhile, CCTV footage reveals another instance of shooting. Police are now trying to identify the shooter. Images show pistols, stones, bottles and swords were used in the clashes. BJP leader Kapil Mishra has called the violence a terror attack. He claims that people involved in Northeast Delhi riots in 2020 are the same who are involved in this latest violence.
ताहिर हुसैन से, खालिद सैफी से, उमर खालिद से, सबसे इनके कनेक्शन है। जब जहांगीरपुरी के आतंकी हमले की जांच हो रही है, तब अंसार के और बाकी अपराधियों के दिल्ली दंगों के क्या कनेक्शन थे, उसकी जांच भी जरूर की जानी चाहिए।
The police say the situation is under control now, but the clashes have raised some serious questions. Why were people in the Shobha Yatra allowed to carry swords? Why was the Yatra, which passed through a communally sensitive area, not given enough police deployment? Bureau Report, India Today.
Unfortunately, this kind of communal clashes and violence hasn't been restricted to the national capital, a state that's going to polls in less than a year from now and has seen maximum polarization in the last few weeks. Also saw violence break out. This happened in the district of Hubli in Karnataka, where clashes broke out, which led to even 12 policemen getting injured. So far, 20 people have been taken into custody. We get you all the details of exactly what played out in Hubli in our next report.
Hubli remains tense after vandalism on the eve of Hanuman Jayanti. It all started with a provocative social media post showing a saffron flag hoisted over the Mecca Mosque. A group of Muslims gathered at the police station to file a police complaint, and all of a sudden, a mob descended outside, pelting stones at the police station, eventually leading to violent clashes, which left 12 police personnel injured.
पुलिस डिपार्टमेंट वाले इमीडिएटली कंप्लेंट लेकर एफआईआर रेडी करे, उसको हम आने से पहले अरेस्ट भी किए थे। यहाँ मॉब ऐसा जमा, वो मॉब कहाँ से आया, कैसा आया, हमने क्या उसका मालूम ही नहीं हुआ। फिर बाद में थोड़ी देर के बाद जो है पथरावा चालू हुआ, कहाँ से पथरावा है मालूम नहीं।
Police fired tear gas and lathi charge to disperse the mob. Prohibitory orders against assembly of people was issued in the city as communal storm intensified. Over 40 people have been arrested, including the man behind the social media post that triggered the violence.
Complaint was filed against one person who has uploaded some video on social media. As per the complaint, case was registered. Immediately accused was also arrested. Again, a few people from there started pelting stones at the police officers, those who are on duty, those who are involved in this violent activities will not be spared. We will take strict action against all of them.
Politics over the communal clashes continues to peak. Karnataka government has called this violence a conspiracy.
ಯಾರೇ ಕೂಡ ಕಾನೂನನ್ನ ಕೈಗೆತ್ತಿಕೊಂಡ್ರೆ ಖಂಡಿತವಾಗೂ ಅವರನ್ನ ಬಿಡೋದಿಲ್ಲ. ಈ ಹಿನ್ನೆಲೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಅನೇಕ ಬಂಧನಗಳು ಕೂಡ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾವೆ, ಇನ್ನೂ ಆಗ್ತದೆ.
ನಮ್ಮ ರಾಜ್ಯ ಮತ್ತೊಂದು ಕೇರಳ, ನಮ್ಮ ರಾಜ್ಯ ಮತ್ತೊಂದು ಕಾಶ್ಮೀರ ಆಗಬಾರದು, ಮತ್ತೊಂದು ವೆಸ್ಟ್ ಬೆಂಗಾಲ್ ಆಗಬಾರದು. ಇದು ನಮ್ಮ ಅಪೇಕ್ಷೆ ಇರುವಂತದ್ದು. ಕರ್ನಾಟಕದ ಜನ ಶಾಂತಿಯನ್ನು ಬಯಸುವಂತ ಜನ, ಕನ್ನಡಿಗರು ಶಾಂತಿಯನ್ನು ಬಯಸುವಂತ ಜನ.
The BJP has alleged that there was a toolkit aimed at causing unrest in Hubli, similar to 2020 Bangalore riots.
पीजेहಳ್ಳಿ केजीहಳ್ಳಿ में कौन दंगा किया, वही लोग वही मेंटालिटी से हुबली में दंगा किया है कल रात.
What the government is saying that they feel that it's a conspiracy and an organized protest and not out of the blue. The government is now looking at an angle if WhatsApp messages were circulated or it was a pre-planned protest. That will be the doubt that the question will be looking at right now, and more arrest is expected in Hubli.
The Hubli violence is set to add more fuel to the polarization Nataka in Karnataka just months ahead of elections in the state. With Nagarjun Dwarkanath, Bureau Report, India Today.
And let's move on to the big political story of the day. Prime Minister Narendra Modi has set his eyes on his next poll goal, and it's his home turf, the state of Gujarat. Prime Minister Narendra Modi is going to be focusing on winning the mega match in Gujarat, where elections will be held later this year after the thumping win in Uttar Pradesh and 3 other states. So Prime Minister Modi is kicking off a 3-day tour from Gandhinagar today. He will reach the capital city at around 5 p.m, following which he is scheduled to visit Banaskantha, Jamnagar and Dahod. Prime Minister Modi will also inaugurate several developmental projects worth 22,000 crore rupees. He's going to be visiting the Command and Control Centre for Schools at around 6 this evening. Prime Minister also informed that the foundation stone for the WHO Global Centre for Traditional Medicine will be laid during his visit. Tomorrow, day after, in fact, on Wednesday, Prime Minister Modi will take part in the Global Ayush Investment and Innovation Summit that will be happening at Mahatma Mandir in Gandhinagar. Director General of the WHO, Dr. Tedros, will also be present during the 3-day visit. He's going to be participating in a few events along with Prime Minister Modi. And we'll get you all the updates on Prime Minister Modi's visit to Gujarat. It's time for me to slip into a short break here on India Today. Coming up on the other side is all the action from the Indian Premier League. Gujarat Titans are winning in an incredible last-over thriller against Chennai Super Kings.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com or call 9999892171.
When it's the world's biggest news story, there's only one gold standard of journalism. When it's the world's biggest news story, there's only one gold standard of journalism.
You are watching.
Let's get you details of the last-over thriller that we witnessed last night in the Indian Premier League between Gujarat Titans and Chennai Super Kings. Gujarat Titans pulled off another win, meaning they stay at the top of the table.
Maybe. Moin Ali's woeful run continued as Alzari Joseph had his number for just one. But Ruturaj Gaikwad, the orange cap winner from last season, finally found form for the men in yellow. With Ambati Raidu providing support, Gaikwad played some breathtaking strokes to complete a deserving 50. While Raidu and Gaikwad both fell less than 2 overs apart, their 92-run stand had provided CSK with the necessary impetus. While Dubey struggled to get going, Jadeja's final over flourish took CSK to 169. In reply, Gujarat lost Shubman Gill for a golden duck. Mahesh Theekshana then had Gujarat on the mat with 2 wickets in his first 2 overs. RCB. But Killer Miller was in the mood again. Even as wickets were tumbling at one end, Miller was looking in supreme touch at the other.
Shot down the ground and gets plenty of it.
The South African star completed his 50 of just 28 deliveries.
Century for David Miller. Massive gap.
Miller's sensational knock threatened to take the game away from the men in yellow.
Creamed the colour out of it. It's gone a long way. It's a long back.
There. And then Rashid Khan's otherworldly hitting against Chris Jordan made Gujarat Titans the favourites. And Rashid Khan's side, which needed just 23 runs of the final 2 overs, got over the line to stay at the top of the points table.
Lockie Ferguson was racing back. The throw needed to go to the keeper's end, I think.
And you can catch all the action from the IPL on our website, indiatoday.in. You can also download the India Today app. On the other side of a short break, we're focusing on the investigation into the Delhi riots. So do stay with us.
The war between Russia and Ukraine has brought back focus on the world's arms trade. Data from Stockholm International Peace Research Institute reveals who dominates the world's arms trade and which countries are their biggest clients. United States, Russia, France, Germany and China are the major arms exporters, accounting for nearly 78% of arms deals around the world. The United States is the world's #1 exporter with a share of 39%. From 2012 to 2016 to 2017 to 2021, the United States' share in the arms trade grew by 7%. And who is on the receiving end? Saudi Arabia. Second biggest arms exporter in the world is Russia. In conflict with Ukraine right now, it accounts for 19% of the world's arms exports. India is its top client, making up 28% of its arms sales. After India, China buys most of Russian arms that is for sale. India imports heavily from Russia. The MiG-29K fighters are deck-based fighters of Russian origin. The Talwar-class frigates are also supplied and built by Russia. The old T-55 tanks, which are used on the line of control, are also of Russian origin. And T-90 tanks of Russian origin are built just outside Chennai. The OSA surface-to-air missile systems is in service with the Indian Army. The BrahMos cruise missile is an Indo-Russian joint venture where the technology is from Russia.
When it's the world's biggest news story, there's only one gold standard of journalism.
Welcome back. Let's get you all the latest updates this morning on the investigation into the riots that broke out in the national capital on Saturday, on Hanuman Jayanti. There's been an endless political war of words, a whodunit over these clashes. The BJP now demanding that there be an NIA probe into the clashes. BJP MP Hansraj Hans has claimed that the Jahangirpuri incident was an international conspiracy to defame India. MNS Chief Raj Thackeray has called for a tit-for-tat response to such violent incidents. Meanwhile, AIMIM Chief Asaduddin Owaisi targeted Home Minister Amit Shah for this violence, saying clashes have become more common in Delhi after Shah took charge of the Home Ministry. He's also questioned why all of the accused, all the arrested are so far only Muslims. In the violence that broke out on Saturday, 20 people, including the prime accused identified as Ansar, have been arrested. 10 teams are carrying out the investigation as the crime branch has taken over the probe. So far, over 200 violence videos are with the cops and they're scrutinizing all of it to identify all of the accused.
मैंने यही पाया कि पीछे कोई साजिश है, जैसे सीक्वेंस बना के पहले किसी और स्टेट में फिर कोई ना कोई हो सकता विदेश से कोई ऐसा कोई नेगेटिव बैड एलिमेंट्स हैं जिनका काम है, उनका कोई धर्म नहीं होता, उनका कोई मजहब नहीं होता, जालिम का धर्म जुल्म होता है।
राजी, yesterday in Delhi procession हो रहा था हनुमान जयंती पे और स्टोन पेल्टिंग हुआ वो प्रोसेशन पे, उसको रास्ता
मुझे लगता है उनका ऐसी चीजों का जवाब वैसे ही देना चाहिए उन लोगों को, अदरवाइज उनको समझ में नहीं आएगा।
A day after Delhi Riots 2.0, the alleged key conspirators Ansar and Aslam Ali are nabbed by the police. Ansar is accused of triggering the scuffle while Aslam Ali allegedly opened fire at the yatra. The pistol allegedly used by Ali has been recovered. A cop too was injured in the alleged firing by Ali.
इधर से सामने पथराव हो रहा था, उधर के तरफ मुंह करके खड़े थे उनको रोकने के लिए। वो दूसरे वाले दूसरे साइड में खड़े थे, वो उनके बीच में खड़े थे
जी। तो उस वक्त आपको गोली लग चुकी थी?
हाँ, गोली सामने से आई, जो लगने के बाद फिर मैं हॉस्पिटल चले गया। पहले मस्जिद पे वहाँ शुरू हुआ था, वहाँ बहस हुई थी, बहस फिर बाद में झगड़े में बदल गई, पथराव शुरू हुआ।
Families of the accused though have rubbished the allegations and claim that Ali has been falsely implicated.
जब पत्थरबाजी हुआ था तब आपका पति था?
सोया था इधर घर में।
सोया था? वो पत्थर वहाँ पे नहीं गया था?
नहीं गया था।
तो पुलिस को आपने बोला था?
नहीं बोला था, मैं सो गई, वो उठा के ले चले, बाद में सुबह से बोला था, रात में जो तुम्हारा पति के उठा के ले गई, तो मैं उसी से बारे थाने में आई थी।
पहले आपके पति को कभी अरेस्ट किया था पुलिस ने?
नहीं है,
पहली बार अरेस्ट किया।
Meanwhile, CCTV footage reveals another instance of shooting. Police are now trying to identify the shooter. Images show pistols, stones, bottles and swords were used in the clashes. BJP leader Kapil Mishra has called the violence a terror attack. He claims that people involved in Northeast Delhi riots in 2020 are the same who are involved in this latest violence.
ताहिर हुसैन से, खालिद सैफी से, उमर खालिद से, सबसे इनके कनेक्शन है। जब जहांगीरपुरी के आतंकी हमले की जांच हो रही है, तब अंसार के और बाकी अपराधियों के दिल्ली दंगों के क्या कनेक्शन थे, उसकी जांच भी जरूर की जानी चाहिए।
The police say the situation is under control now, but the clashes have raised some serious questions. Why were people in the Shobha Yatra allowed to carry swords? Why was the Yatra, which passed through a communally sensitive area, not given enough police deployment? Bureau Report, India Today.
Let's get you all the updates from the ground. Ashutosh Mishra joining us live from Jahangirpuri. Ashutosh, we understand that a forensic team has also reached the spot where exactly the riot and the clashes broke out to collect all possible forensic evidence in this case.
Well, absolutely. This is going to be a critical part of the investigation, because without the forensic things and all the accusations that have been made, and particularly the FIR that has police filed, the forensic evidence are really going to be significant. So that's the Jama Masjid that you see, an epicenter where the clashes broke out. Of course, that area has been totally barricaded. There is no entry exit for anyone except the police and the law enforcement agencies, the forensic team. Subsequently, these shops, because this residential colony is surrounded by almost multiple shops, there are multiple CCTV cameras have been placed. So the police is also investigating shop by shop. They are collecting the CCTV footages. Moreover, the video footages, those were viral. Besides, now the CCTV footages are also going to be significant, because the procession that passed from this stretch, from the epicenter, and this is where the further clashes broke out. So that is the first place where it all started. And then when procession broke out from this side, this was the place where the clashes further triggered, erupted. And clearly the vehicle that was seen burned down, that's another place. There you see everything cordoned off totally by the security forces, the Delhi police, the paramilitary forces, anti-riot forces. So all these investigation has already been begun since the probe has been handed over to the crime branch. So those who are the witnesses, the victims, their statements are going to be crucial. These evidences, forensic evidence is going to be crucial.
And it could also come up in the Supreme Court today. Ashutosh, thank you for those details. Let's cut across to the breaking news also coming in of a PIL that's been filed in the Supreme Court in this matter, seeking handing over of the investigation into the Jahangirpuri riots to the NIA. Vineet Jindal, lawyer, is joining us on this broadcast. He's filed that PIL before the Supreme Court. Mr. Jindal, thank you for speaking to us here on India Today. Can you give us details of your PIL and what your request is before the court?
Yes, I have filed in PIL before the Supreme Court of India. A specific reason behind this is several incidents has been taken place in different cities of our country. Since past 10 days, we have seen different stone-pelting incidents. 3 persons have been died, several thousands of persons have been injured severely. So the state police has been investigating this matter, but for this kind of matter, a specific purpose NIA has been formed. That's why I have filed a PIL to hand it over that investigation. So the investigation should be taken place in a complete manner, and the investigation should be completed as soon as possible, because this is an act of sovereignty of against sovereignty of our country, and we have not been denied, because this is not a coincidence. As Ram Navami procession and recently the Jahangirpuri incident on Hanuman Jayanti Yatra, which has happened, we have seen, and there is kind of question mark upon the timing of this incident. So in last 10 days, 7 cities has been affected, and several people has been targeted. Ram Navami procession has been targeted. Hanuman Jayanti Yatra has been targeted. Yeah. So we are surely say that they are a hand of this kind of organization like PFI and ISIS connection should be there. So this kind of matter should be investigated by the NIA as there are different cities, different police officials are there. Involvement has been, they have their own jurisdiction. They have, they cannot go beyond that jurisdiction. But NIA has an vast jurisdiction. They can investigate anything. They can interrogate anything in all over India. So to conclude this matter as soon as possible, I have filed PL before the Supreme Court.
Mr. Jindal, can we then say that you don't have trust in the Delhi police investigation, because there's also another letter petition that's been submitted to the CJI questioning why so far all those who've been arrested belong only to one community, and thereby the Delhi police can't be trusted. Do you echo that sentiment?
No. It is not like that. All the state police and Delhi police has done a tremendous job. If you see in last almost 1.5 days, they have arrested 21 people, and it is not about a particular community. They have been arrested 5 Hindu persons and the other Muslim persons. So those that were involved, they are arrested. But the issue is whether this incident has been connection with some international organization. Those who are targeted the sovereignty of India, they have trying to create any kind of this harmony in our country. So this is a question. The police has done their job. In that, there is no doubt. I have full confidence in Delhi police. They have done tremendous job. But the now they have their part is something different. My question is that how can a Delhi police can investigate the matter or the persons, those who are involved and belong to some other cities? So this is the question. That's why I am requesting the Honorable Supreme Court and file a PIL for this purpose.
Okay, thank you, Vineet Jindal, for joining us here on India Today. So the lawyer there has filed a PIL before the court seeking an NIA investigation, saying all of these incidents, these riots that have happened on Hanuman Jayanti in Delhi, as well as all of the incidents of violence that were reported on Ram Navami, all of it is connected and linked. Even as we report what's playing out in Delhi, there are clashes that have been reported now in Maharashtra's Amravati as well. And the situation now in the district rather tense after these clashes. The violence broke out after a saffron flag was put up on a gate. Heavy security has been deployed after incidents of stone pelting were reported. The administration has also put in place prohibitory orders to ensure that things don't escalate further. The situation right now, we're being told, is tense after incidents of stone pelting were reported in Amravati. These clashes broke out after a saffron flag was put up on a gate. We will be getting you more details of exactly who began these clashes, who put up that saffron flag. For now, the administration has confirmed that prohibitory orders, Section 144, is in place right now, and there's additional security that's now been deployed. Let's move on to some other stories that we're tracking this morning. Worrying spike in COVID cases in the national capital. Now in Delhi, over 500 COVID cases have been reported in the last 24 hours. 517 new cases have been reported. The positivity rate stood at 4.21%. You see in that graph how the number is steadily going up. And Delhi has been witnessing that kind of an upward tick in the last few days. Now, what we can also tell you is that the city had recorded 461 COVID cases. This was on Saturday, along with 2 deaths, while the positivity rate was 5.33%. Compare that to Sunday, you see that the cases have gone up. There were no deaths, fortunately, on Sunday. The positivity rate has gone down because of additional testing as well. So the numbers are steadily going up in the national capital. In view of this, the Delhi government's Directorate of Education has issued an advisory to all private schools in the city. This advisory was issued on April 13th. 65 people, including 19 school students, tested COVID positive in neighbouring Noida as well. And internationally, China is seeing an outbreak of COVID cases again, particularly the financial hub of Shanghai, which has also confirmed that in the current outbreak, they've reported the first COVID-related death. But they're hoping that in the next 2 days, they've set a deadline of Wednesday to ensure that the spread of COVID stops and it's contained to quarantine centres. Thereby, they will slowly open up after an unprecedented lockdown that's been in place for the last few weeks.
Shanghai has set a target to stop the spread of COVID-19 outside of quarantined areas by Wednesday. Two sources close with the matter says this would allow the city to further ease its lockdown and start returning to normal life as public frustrations grow. The city's new target of zero COVID at the community level by April 20th was communicated in a speech officially dated Saturday to the city's Communist Party and organisations such as schools, according to the sources who declined to be named as the information was not public. China's definition of zero COVID status at the community level means that no new cases emerge outside quarantined areas. The target will require officials to accelerate COVID testing and the transfer of positive cases to quarantine centres. Ending community-level transmission has been a turning point for other Chinese localities that locked down, such as Shenzhen City, which last month reopened public transport and let businesses go back to work shortly after achieving that target. A speech by the party secretary of the city's Baoshan district described it as an order that had come as the city's situation reached a critical moment, with growing public anxiety and food supply pressures. The Shanghai government and China's State Council did not immediately respond to requests for comment.
And with that report, I'm slipping into a short break here on India Today. Coming up on the other side, we're getting you the latest ground reports from Ukraine. 54 days of the war, Russia's resumed its assaults on Kiev as Ukraine fights back and ensures that Russia doesn't enter the citadel.
We are in the front line, not because it's just our job. It is our duty to tell you the story as it unfolds, brave, fearlessly, relentlessly, and we'll do it at any cost. This is Mosmi Singh with video journalist Parminder Sharma reporting from war zone Mykolaiv, Ukraine for India Today.
Grounded in journalism, on the ground reporting, only on India Today TV.
When it's the world's biggest news story, there's only one gold standard of journalism. When it's the world's biggest news story, there's only one gold standard of journalism. When it's the world's biggest news story, there's only one gold standard of journalism.
You are watching India Today. 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 You are watching India Today.
Here on India Today, we're not taking our focus away from what's playing out in Ukraine. 54 days and counting, the war rages on, and we've been constantly getting you ground reports from Ukraine to tell you what the situation is. Mosmi Singh has now visited the town of Orehov, where the Russian assault continues.
We are joined by Mykolaiv, who is an officer at the press office here with the military, and we will take his reaction even as you hear constant bombardments that are happening on the other side. Sir, what is happening?
На данный момент мы наблюдали, как начали в очередне бомбить місто Оріхів, яке немає тут військових всередині, але прильоти, як ви бачили, зруйнована хата, зруйновані заклади освіти, в тому числі і дитячі, і юнацькі. І це, на жаль, проходить зараз на постійній основі. Щойно ми спілкувалися з одним з цивільним чоловіком, який залишився тут, на жаль, він каже, мені вже більше 80 років, і я не полишу цю домівку свою. Він каже, то дуже багато щодня. І він каже, що я збиваюся з рахунку, постійно рахую, але це вже немає сенсу, тому що дуже багато прильотів. Постійно працює міномети, артилерія, РСЗВ, і люди показують, що знаходять снаряди. І знаходять снаряди, на жаль, у себе на подвір'ї.
In this town is no basic Ukrainian soldier. It's not soldier in this town, but Russian soldier attack this town, attack building people. Destruct school, destruct many house, no window, no water, no gas, no electric car. It's very hard to live there, but old people, they have no another house. They must live there. Oh my God, we must go.
We have to go very fast. There is a lot of bombardment that is happening. Shelling happening continuously in the morning.
Что-то прилетает, что это?
Работають РСЗВ та реактивні снаряди. Зараз бомблять місто.
Plumes of smoke, bombardments, missile attacks is what we see in this in the backdrop. Continuously, you can see that there are missiles, bombardments in that Oro village, which is full of civilians, as Officer Mykolaiv just told us. But still, the war continues unabated, actually disrupting human lives and affecting the ordinary people, the ordinary citizens of this country that have been torn by a war.
Let's tell you what's happening in the port city of Mariupol. That's seen intense fighting. Ukrainian soldiers turned down another offer from Russians to surrender after laying down their arms. But Russia maintains that they've more or less seized complete control of Mariupol, perhaps one of their biggest victories yet in this war.
A deadline for Ukrainian troops holed up in Mariupol to lay down their arms came and went on Sunday. Russia issued the ultimatum for the outnumbered soldiers who have been defending the smouldering Azovstal steelworks. But several hours after the deadline, in the early hours of the morning, and there was no sign of surrender. Azovstal, one of Europe's largest metallurgical plants, has become a last stand for the defending forces. Moscow says its soldiers have cleared the urban areas of Mariupol and are almost completely in control. Having failed to overcome Ukrainian resistance in the north, the Russian military is now focused on Donbass. Capturing the eastern region's main port city would be a major strategic prize for Russia. Connecting territory it holds in Donbass with the Crimea region it annexed in 2014. Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky said his government was in contact with the troops at Azovstal. Speaking on Saturday, he accused Russia of trying to destroy everyone in Mariupol and said killing the soldiers would put paid to peace efforts. It's unclear how many soldiers are inside the steelworks. Satellite images have shown smoke and fire coming from the area, which is riddled with tunnels underneath. Meanwhile, Russia continued with long-range attacks on other locations in Ukraine, all part of what it calls a special military operation. Local media reported an explosion in Kyiv, though the capital's deputy mayor said air defense systems had thwarted Russian attacks. The mayor of the nearby city Brovary said a missile attack had damaged infrastructure. According to the RIA news agency, Russia said it had destroyed an ammunition factory near the capital.
Let's get to a report now from the Ukrainian town of Trostianets. Now, the cemeteries are filled with mines, and yet residents are braving that to pay their respects to their loved ones.
Signs on the gates of this cemetery in Ukraine's Trostianets carry a warning. Inside, there are landmines. But that doesn't stop Natalia Evdokimova from visiting her son. 23-year-old Dmytro was killed while serving for the Ukrainian military near Kharkiv on March 29th.
We were afraid, thinking maybe some of the Russian fascists are still here and will blow up the grave. We put a photo of him there, how he always was, always smiling, always cheerful, always positive. He had many friends who came, who responded to us, who phoned him from all over Ukraine.
Trostianets is only around 20 miles drive from the Russian border and was occupied by Russian forces for around a month. The area was retaken by Ukrainian soldiers in late March, but still suffers shelling. Cemetery manager Elena Matvienko says the Russians laid mines sporadically across graves. It has been partially demined, she says, but there are areas that are too dangerous to access, and they are unsure as to how many mines remain.
And that's all we have time for on this broadcast. Stay tuned to us here on India Today as we continue getting you up to speed with all the big news and updates coming in this Monday morning.
En fait, j'ai pas vraiment décidé de venir à Kiev, c'est plutôt mes peintures qui ont décidé à ma place de me faire venir, parce que si on veut faire des œuvres qui parlent de la guerre, quand on fait du street art, il faut que les œuvres soient à l'endroit de la guerre et qu'elles montrent le contexte et les destructions et la situation qui est vécue dans le pays. We are in a very difficult context because there was a subway station that has been bombed, and also a market, a food market that has been bombed, and which shows that, contrary to what they say, the Russians are bombing also civilian areas. It's innocence. A child doesn't have to cope with war. And in this war, there are millions of mothers and children that are spread all over Europe. And so it's a symbol as a support for them. Je vais revenir déjà à Lviv pour faire un grand mur. Et ensuite, ici, je reviendrai faire une exposition ou un grand mur quand tout ira mieux pour célébrer la victoire, parce que je ne doute pas du tout que les Ukrainiens vont gagner.
You are watching India Today.
Only OLX Autos gives the best price for your car in association with LIC हर पल आपके साथ. The new WagonR, दिल से strong. Trends get them talking.
Hello and welcome. You're watching India's Agenda here on India Today. I'm Akshita Nandagopal, getting you all the top stories that we're tracking this Monday morning. We're focusing on the fallout of the riots that played out over the weekend in the national capital and the investigation by the Delhi police so far. Let's get you a quick look at all the headlines first. Competing pleas in Supreme Court seeking NIA probe and CGI's intervention in Delhi riots case. Parallel pleas claim role of ISIS and shielding of the real perpetrators in the riots. Prime Minister Modi on a 3-day Gujarat tour ahead of state elections. This is his second visit in less than 2 months. He will inaugurate projects worth 22,000 crores. KCR government in Telangana faces heat after suicide of a woman and her realtor's son. Victims upload video on Facebook claiming harassment by TRS leader. Delhi COVID cases shoot past 500 mark in 24 hours. Government says shutting particular wing of school will suffice in case any student tests positive. Adjoining Noida records 19 positive cases among school kids. 8 weeks of devastation and defiance. Ukraine's Zaporizhzhia faces Russian onslaught. Putin's troops blow up houses and schools. India Today reports from Ground Zero.
How far are the Russian troops? Can you ask how far are the Russian troops? Ooh. So here you can see that the attack is happening. We will have to move.
Repeated attempts were made by the Russians to come in from this area and move in closer to Kyiv.
Let's begin with the latest updates of the Delhi police's probe in the Jahangirpuri Riots case. Remember, a Shobha Yatra was targeted on the occasion of Hanuman Jayanti. All of this played out on Saturday, and since then over 20 people have been arrested. A forensic team has reached the spot where the violence broke out and is gathering crucial evidence for the case. A team of the Delhi Police Crime Branch is also accompanying and actively assisting this forensic team. The Delhi Police is probing a conspiracy angle with regards to these riots. 21 people have been arrested so far. Many others have also been detained. The FIR that's been lodged in this case confirms that stones were pelted on the Shobha Yatra and that some youth also opened fire at the religious procession. The Delhi police are scanning over 100 videos of the violence that have surfaced now to identify all the other accused. Cops are using these videos to identify rioters. A manhunt has also been launched to nab them. So expect more arrests today.
Stone-pelting, swords brandished, violence and arson. Around 5:40 p.m. on Saturday, a Hanuman Jayanti Shobha Yatra in northwest Delhi's Jahangirpuri flared up into this. The timing just before locals in the area were going to offer namaz at the mosque. Stones and glass bottles were allegedly pelted at the procession. Several vehicles were torched.
इस चौराहे पे हंगामा शुरू हो गया, एक शोर उठा, लोग इधर उधर भागने लगे और पथराव शुरू हो गया। सिर्फ पथराव ही नहीं, आप देख सकते हैं जगह जगह जमीन पर कांच के टुकड़े पड़े हुए हैं, पत्थर पड़े हुए हैं। कांच के टुकड़े गवाही दे रहे हैं कि इस उपद्रव में शराब की, बियर की बोतलों का इस्तेमाल किया गया। एक दूसरे को ऊपर इस तरह से हमले किए गए और जगह जगह बिखरे हुए हैं। गाड़ियों में आगजनी कर दी गई। एक दो दुकानें ऐसी हैं जिनका दुकानदारों का ये कहना है कि उनकी दुकान में लूटपाट भी की गई। वो डर के मारे दुकान के अंदर जाकर छुप गए थे। कहा यह जा रहा है कि इस इलाके में एक मस्जिद मौजूद है। जब जुलूस वहां पे पहुंचा, उसके बाद जो नारेबाजी हो रही थी उसको लेकर कोई विवाद शुरू हुआ और विवाद इतना बढ़ गया कि वो पथराव में तब्दील हो गया।
Violent clashes between two communities led to at least 6 cops being injured.
आपके हाथ में गोली लगी है? तो क्या उस वक्त क्या हुआ था? आप हिंसा के दौरान वहां मौजूद थे, हुआ क्या था एग्जैक्टली? हैं? भीड़ में से गोली मारी आपको?
Some locals say that there was ruckus just before the Shobha Yatra reached the mosque because of the loud music, and that some people allegedly tried to put a saffron flag out there.
दिल से मानते हैं हम, कोई नारे लगा के ड्रामाबाजी करके शो नहीं दिखाते। और आने के बाद इन्होंने क्या किया, मस्जिद के अंदर चढ़ने के बाद झंडा लगाया, और जब झंडा लगाया तो हमने उन्हें रोका। जब हमने रोका तो उन्होंने हम पे पत्थर, लाठी जो भी थे उन्होंने चार्ज किया। जब चार्ज किया तो हम सारे आ गए, क्योंकि देखो जब जान जा रही है तो हमारा काम है बचाना, मरने का तो काम नहीं है। मालिक ने हमें भी हाथ पैर दिया तो हमने बस वो काम किया।
को पहले यहाँ से भगाया, खदेड़ा यहाँ से, फिर वहाँ से वो 4 पुलिस वाले लेकर आए, फिर जय श्री राम, फिर हंगामा कराया उन्होंने, फिर उन पे पथराव हुआ है, फिर उन्होंने पथराव किया, फिर पथराव करके वो कभी वो उधर भाग रहे, इधर भाग रहे। अगर पुलिस होती तो वहाँ पे झगड़ा ही नहीं होता।
Police say that there was heavy stone pelting from both sides. The situation was brought under control after almost 2 hours at about 8 p.m. Teams of Rapid Action Force and the CRPF were deployed. Home Minister Amit Shah took stock of the situation on ground.
पुलिस जो मौजूद थी उसने इमीडिएटली इस सिचुएशन को कंटेन किया और शांति व्यवस्था को बहाल किया। इस प्रक्रिया में कुछ पुलिस वाले घायल हुए हैं और बाकी हम लोगों ने केस दर्ज कर दिया है और इसकी विवेचना, इसका इन्वेस्टिगेशन शुरू हो गया। इन्वेस्टिगेशन से बातें आगे पता लगेंगी।
जाहिर है कि इस पूरे मामले में दिल्ली पुलिस का रुख साफ है कि कार्रवाई सख्त से सख्त की जाएगी और आज तमाम इस पूरे इलाके में रैपिड एक्शन फोर्स, दिल्ली पुलिस के जवान, दिल्ली पुलिस के कमांडो सब तैनात हैं और इस बात की कोशिश की जा रही है कि यहाँ पर किसी भी तरह की बदअमनी ना फैल सके।
Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal appealed for peace.
सब लोगों को शांति बनाए रखनी है, सब लोगों को व्यवस्था बनाए रखनी है और अगर ज़रूरत पड़े तो जो एजेंसीज़ हैं, जो पुलिस है, जो सरकारें हैं जिनकी जिम्मेदारी है, दिल्ली में केंद्र सरकार की जिम्मेदारी है, तो केंद्र सरकार दिल्ली में शांति व्यवस्था बनाए रखे।
But not surprisingly, politics erupted soon after the clashes.
ये छोटे छोटे आतंकी हमले देश भर में करने की कोशिश, देश का माहौल बिगाड़ने की कोशिश, राम भक्तों को, हनुमान भक्तों को, हिंदुओं को दहशत में लाने की, डराने की कोशिश। छतों में पहले से पत्थर इकट्ठे हैं, बम इकट्ठे हैं, बारूद इकट्ठा है। इसके खिलाफ बहुत निर्णायक कार्रवाई होनी चाहिए। जैसे दिल्ली में दंगे हुए थे उसी प्रकार के दंगों की साजिश है। और मैं मुख्यमंत्री अरविंद केजरीवाल जी से भी निवेदन करूंगा कि ये समय घटना से पल्ला झाड़ने का नहीं है, जिम्मेदारी से भागने का नहीं है। मिल करके ऐसी घटनाओं में दोषी को सजा दिलाने के लिए आगे आना चाहिए।
Delhi police sources say it is suspected that some shots were fired during the riots too. Drones have been deployed to investigate if the violence was pre-planned and if stones were being hoarded on rooftops to provoke. There are many questions that arise, but only a thorough probe will be able to answer them. With Arvind Oja and Tasneem Haider, Bureau Report, India Today.
Ashutosh Mishra is joining us live from Jahangirpuri in Delhi. Ashutosh has been telling us that things have pretty much returned to normal, which is why the focus right now, Ashutosh, is on the investigation and this entire allegation that this was a pre-planned conspiracy. Has the Delhi police really clarified on that front? Is there a possibility of this case actually being handed over to the NIA as some BJP leaders have been demanding?
Well, that decision, of course, clearly Delhi police will take and the MHA will take whether they want to hand over this case to the NIA. As far as transparency in the investigation is concerned, that is perhaps the need of the hour, because there are two sides and there are two theories, and of course the accusation is from both the sides. Both the sides have been, releasing videos in their favor. But clearly what the Delhi police at the moment, yesterday in the FIR, giving a totally clean sheet, calling it a peaceful procession, and that itself comes under question when there are several other videos that are also surfacing. At the same time, there was also certain instances that happened, and this was when the peace was prevailing, when the situation was coming to the normal day, like, yesterday evening, certain elements from the different groups, they again started chatting slogans right in front of the mosque, and this is despite the fact there is heavy deployment of police, paramilitary personnel, anti-riot personnel. So how these elements are even allowed to come to this area, which are, further, adding salt to the wound. And clearly, one side, when the Delhi police under question for its investigation and subsequently allowing such elements to come, to adding salt to the wounds, this is also, perhaps raising the question on the policing agency. But for now, the investigation is underway. They are collecting the scientific evidences, forensic evidences, gathering CCTV footage, and certain videos, those who are viral on the social medias, are being also investigated. Moreover, yesterday Delhi police held a peace committee meeting with the locals, including the local influentials and from both the community. And all it was said that if you have any evidences, share with the police. If you have any information, share with the police. And moreover, it is the responsibility of the people from the both community to stay together, maintain calm. And of course, this is how the communal harmony should be maintained in the society. This is just another normal day here, Jahangirpuri. But perhaps there could be some apprehension and concern that what had happened day before yesterday should not be repeated again. And particularly in a light that this is the second such major rioting happening in the national capital in 2 years. Akshata.
That's right, Ashutosh. At this point, the prime accused has been identified as Ansar. He's been taken into custody. There's a video of him doing the rounds, which we'll just play out for you, in which he's being taken into custody by the Delhi police when he, in fact, flashes, seeing the media there, the very popular move from the Pushpa movie, which is along with a dialogue. You see that how boldly he is smiling to the cameras and then follows that up by doing that very popular move from the Pushpa movie. And this at a time when he's going to be produced in court today. The police have claimed that someone like Ansar is involved in and has been involved in many such incidents of violence in the national capital. And that's the footage there that I was talking about, where you see Ansar moving in, and he is the prime accused in this particular case. Now, will the Supreme Court intervene in this matter? A letter petition has been filed before the Chief Justice of India, N.V. Ramana, to take suo motu cognizance of this case, of the riots. The lawyer has alleged that the Delhi police investigation so far has been partial, has been communal and directly shielding perpetrators of the riots. The petition stated that this is the second time that riots have erupted in the capital, and on both occasions, referring to what happened in 2020, only minority community members are being blamed and arrested. That's one appeal to the CJI. On the other hand, you have a PIL that's been filed in the Supreme Court by a lawyer, Vineet Jindal, who's sought the handing over of this investigation to the National Investigation Agency to hunt down links of the involvement of the ISIS, of the PFI or other terror outfits. This plea states that clashes broke out in 7 states during Hindu festivals, during Ram Navami, and now during Hanuman Jayanti.
Since past 10 days, we have seen different stone-pelting incidents. 3 persons have been died, several thousands of persons have been injured severely. So the state police has been investigating this matter, but for this kind of matter, a specific purpose NIA has been formed. That's why I have filed a PIL to hand it over the investigation. So the investigation should be taken place in a complete manner, and the investigation should be completed as soon as possible, because this is an act of sovereignty of our country, and we have not been denied, because this is not a coincidence. As Ram Navami procession and recently the Jahangirpuri incident on Hanuman Jayanti Yatra, which has happened, we have seen, and there is kind of question mark upon the timing of this incident. So in last 10 days, 7 cities have been affected and several people have been targeted. Ram Navami procession has been targeted. Hanuman Jayanti Yatra has been targeted. Yeah. So we are surely say that they are a hand of this kind of organization like PFI and IS connection should be there. So this kind of matter should be investigated by the NIA.
Anisha Mathur is joining us live with more details on what's expected in the Supreme Court. Anisha, we'll have to wait and watch to see if the top court intervenes in this matter. But essentially, there are 2 petitions making completely contradictory contentions with regards to this case.
Well, yes, we've seen the 2 petitions that have come up. One is by Amritsar Singh Khalsa, who's a lawyer who's based in Delhi and Mumbai. He said that the Delhi police has been investigating in a biased manner, that there should be a court-monitored probe, preferably headed by a sitting judge, into what exactly happened in Delhi on Saturday. The other petition, which is a PIL by Advocate Vineet Jindal, who's also a Delhi-based lawyer, that one says that there have been multiple incidents of violence during Hindu festivals, and there should be an NIA investigation with regard to the involvement of terror groups, including ISIS and other ISIS, PSI, and other groups. Now, whether the Supreme Court takes up this matter or not remains to be seen. The letter petition was filed late last night, while this PIL has been filed early this morning. The Supreme Court is yet to take any decision on whether they will hear these matters at all or not. But both these petitions have raised contentions against the investigation.
Okay.
State police. Remember, both of these petitions have said that the Delhi police does not seem to be doing a good job of investigations, while one is alleging that the police is doing a biased investigation against the minority community. The other one, there needs to be an NIA investigation into the entire, what is happening in the entire country. So we'll have to wait and watch whether the court decides to intervene or not.
Okay, we'll track that very, very closely. Anisha, for the moment, thank you for joining us. And big breaking news that's coming in this morning. BJP President JP Nadda has written an open letter to the citizens of India. BJP has in fact fired a big counter to the charges leveled by the opposition with regards to the violence and riots and clashes that have broken out in the last few days in the country. Nadda has hit back, calling out vote bank and divisive politics. He's rebutted the charge that's been leveled by 13 opposition parties over communal violence that's broken out in different parts of the country. Nadda, in response, has raised what's happened in Karoli in Rajasthan, in Bengal, as well as the political killings that have been reported in Kerala. So detailed counter there by the BJP chief, who's hit back at the opposition, who raised questions over the incidents of riots and clashes that have been reported in parts of the country. The BJP chief has put the onus on the opposition, saying they are continuing to go ahead and propagate divisive politics. He's also lashed out at them by reminding them of what's happened in Karoli in Rajasthan, in Bengal and in Kerala. We'll be connecting with our reporters in just a bit to get you details of exactly what the BJP chief has said. In a detailed 2-page letter there, he's responded to opposition parties who had in fact blamed the BJP for all the incidents of communal violence that have been reported in the last many weeks across the country. 13 opposition parties had come together to shoot off a letter in which they pinned the blame on the BJP. JP Nadda now has responded to that in an open letter to the citizens of India. He's listed incidents of communal violence, pinning the blame on the opposition. He's appealed to the opposition to embrace politics of development. And there are 3 particular instances that JP Nadda has mentioned in his letter there. Karoli in Rajasthan, where we saw clashes breaking out a few weeks ago, in Bengal, as well as the Kerala political violence. In fact, just yesterday, the BJP chief, who is in Karnataka, spoke out on these incidents and again blamed the opposition. Listen to what he said.
मुझे दुख के साथ कहना पड़ता है कि आज कांग्रेस पार्टी इज बिहेविंग इन द मोस्ट इररिस्पांसिबल मैनर, और मैं ये पूछना चाहूंगा कि क्या पीएफआई के लोगों को जो ऑन बुक्स लाए गए थे उनको छुड़ाने का काम सिद्धारमैया ने किया था कि नहीं किया था? इसकी जनता, कर्नाटक की जनता जवाब चाहती है। आतंकवाद के खिलाफ बोलते हो और आतंकवादियों को छोड़ते हो, अंदर से दोस्ती रखते हो और बाहर मुखौटा लेकर के चलते हो।
So that was a message from JP Nadda, particularly referring and lashing out to the Congress over the Popular Front of India. Paulami Saha is joining us on this broadcast with more details of exactly what the BJP chief has said in his letter. Paulami, JP Nadda's 2-page letter there, making a mention of several instances of violence, of clashes that have been reported in opposition-ruled states, to essentially respond to those 13 parties who blamed the BJP for the communal violence that's been reported in the country.
That's right. It is an open letter which Mr. JP Nadda, the BJP president, has written to fellow Indians, just like the opposition parties who wrote an open letter on Saturday to fellow Indians saying that the BJP was stoking communal passions across the country, that an environment of hate was in fact being instigated in the country, and for that the BJP, the centre, is responsible, and the Prime Minister's silence is for all to see. That is what the opposition parties, leaders of 13 opposition parties, in fact, had written in an open letter to fellow Indians. Now, Mr. JP Nadda has responded to those charges again in an open letter, saying that these are the political parties that have been playing vote bank politics, divisive politics, and petty politics, as he calls it, for a very, very long time. He's, of course, referring to past incidents of communal tensions and riots, be it in Bhiwandi, be it in Hooghly, be it in Muzaffarnagar in 2013 or in Assam in 2012. He's referred to various incidents and said who was responsible for these incidents and who was at the center when these incidents occurred. So clearly, this, he says, it has been rejected by the country which has been voting for the Bharatiya Janata Party at the center since 2014, has rejected this politics, and it would be in the best interest of these opposition parties who says are dusted and rusted right now to in fact focus on development and politics as opposed to this kind of divisive politics, as he alleges. And he also, of course, says they've come together to write a letter. We do not know if it's in spirit as well, of course, taking a jibe at them, saying we'll see if they can in fact forge an alliance, because that doesn't look likely.
Okay, Paulami, we'll track the reactions that come in from the opposition to the BJP chief's open letter there. Thank you for joining us with all the highlights of what JP Nadda has had to say. Now, even as the politics continues over all of these clashes that have been reported, not just in the national capital, but other parts of the country, let's tell you what's happened in the district of Hooghly in Karnataka, where clashes broke out again over the weekend and 12 policemen were injured. Over 20 people have been arrested so far. We get you all the details of exactly what played out in this district in our next report.
Hooghly remains tense after vandalism on the eve of Hanuman Jayanti. It all started with a provocative social media post showing a saffron flag hoisted over the Mecca Mosque. A group of Muslims gathered at the police station to file a police complaint, and all of a sudden, a mob descended outside, pelting stones at the police station, eventually leading to violent clashes, which left 12 police personnel injured.
पुलिस डिपार्टमेंट वाले इमीडिएटली कंप्लेंट लेकर एफआईआर रेडी करे, उसको हम आने से पहले अरेस्ट भी किए थे। यहाँ मॉब ऐसा जमा, वो मॉब कहाँ से आया, कैसा आया, हमने क्या उसका मालूम ही नहीं हुआ। फिर बाद में थोड़ी देर के बाद जो है पथरावा चालू हुआ, कहाँ से पथरावा है मालूम नहीं।
Police fired tear gas and lathi charge to disperse the mob. Prohibitory orders against assembly of people was issued in the city as communal storm intensified. Over 40 people have been arrested, including the man behind the social media post that triggered the violence.
Complaint was filed against one person who has uploaded some video on social media. As per the complaint, case was registered. Immediately accused was also arrested. Again, a few people from there started pelting stones at the police officers, those who are on duty. Those who are involved in this violent activities will not be spared. We will take strict action against all of them.
Politics over the communal clashes continues to peak. Karnataka government has called this violence a conspiracy.
ಯಾರೇ ಕೂಡ ಕಾನೂನನ್ನ ಕೈಗೆತ್ತಿಕೊಂಡ್ರೆ ಖಂಡಿತವಾಗೂ ಅವರನ್ನ ಬಿಡೋದಿಲ್ಲ. ಈ ಹಿನ್ನೆಲೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಅನೇಕ ಬಂಧನಗಳು ಕೂಡ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾವೆ, ಇನ್ನೂ ಆಗ್ತವೆ.
ನಮ್ಮ ರಾಜ್ಯ ಮತ್ತೊಂದು ಕೇರಳ, ನಮ್ಮ ರಾಜ್ಯ ಮತ್ತೊಂದು ಕಾಶ್ಮೀರ ಆಗಬಾರದು, ಮತ್ತೊಂದು ವೆಸ್ಟ್ ಬೆಂಗಾಲ್ ಆಗಬಾರದು. ಇದು ನಮ್ಮ ಅಪೇಕ್ಷೆ ಇರುವಂತದ್ದು. ಕರ್ನಾಟಕದ ಜನ ಶಾಂತಿಯನ್ನು ಬಯಸುವಂತ ಜನ, ಕನ್ನಡಿಗರು ಶಾಂತಿಯನ್ನು ಬಯಸುವಂತ ಜನ.
The BJP has alleged that there was a toolkit aimed at causing unrest in Hooghly, similar to 2020 Bangalore riots.
पीजेहಳ್ಳಿ केजीहಳ್ಳಿ में कौन दंगा किया, वही लोग वही मेंटालिटी से हुबली में दंगा किया है कल रात.
What the government is saying that they feel that it's a conspiracy and an organized protest and not out of the blue. The government is now looking at an angle if WhatsApp messages were circulated or it was a pre-planned protest. That will be the doubt that the question will be looking at right now, and more arrest is expected in Hooghly.
The Hooghly violence is set to add more fuel to the polarization Nataka in Karnataka just months ahead of elections in the state. With Nagarjun Dwarkanath, Bureau Report, India Today.
And on the other side of a short break here on India's agenda, we're getting you details of Prime Minister Narendra Modi's 3-day Gujarat tour that kicks off today.
this tank here.
Courage.
This was under Ukrainian control. Now,
Fearlessness.
This is India Today, TV live.
Putting our lives at risk.
the explosions are very, very close.
We are on the ground, bringing you the facts.
Bringing all the ground reports at Ground Zero in Colombo.
I'm live right
so that India is better informed.
We're all saying no war, we want peace.
Tune into India Today TV, reporting from the front line.
When it's the world's biggest news story, there's only one gold standard of journalism. When it's the world's biggest news story, there's only one gold standard of journalism. When it's the world's biggest news story, there's only one gold standard of journalism. When it's the world's biggest news story, there's only one gold standard of journalism.
You are watching
Welcome back. Prime Minister Narendra Modi has his eyes set on the next big election goal. After the thumping win in Uttar Pradesh and 3 other states, Prime Minister is now focused on winning the mega match at his home turf of Gujarat, where elections will be held later this year. Prime Minister Modi will kick off a 3-day tour from Gandhinagar today. He's expected to reach the capital city at around 5 this evening, following which he is also scheduled to visit Banaskantha, Jamnagar and Dahod. Prime Minister Modi will inaugurate several developmental projects worth 22,000 crore rupees. He's going to be visiting the Command and Control Center for Schools that's expected at around 6 this evening. The Prime Minister is informed that tomorrow the foundation stone for the WHO Global Center for Traditional Medicine will be laid. After that, on Wednesday, Prime Minister Modi will take part in the Global Ayush Investment and Innovation Summit that's expected to happen at the Mahatma Mandir in Gandhinagar. Interestingly, the Director General of the WHO, Dr. Tedros Adhanom, will also be present during this 3-day visit. He's going to be participating in a few events along with Prime Minister Narendra Modi. And with that, I'm slipping into a short break here on India's Agenda. We'll be right back with lots more news and updates.
You are watching India Today.
We are in the front line, not because it's just our job. It is our duty to tell you the story as it unfolds, brave, fearlessly, relentlessly, and we'll do it at any cost. This is Mosmi Singh with video journalist Parminder Sharma reporting from war zone Mykolaiv, Ukraine for India Today.
Grounded in journalism, on the ground reporting. Only on India Today TV.
There's nobody closer to the battle.
Massive shelling. This entire camp was attacked. And now we'll see how fierce the fighting is at the border.
Nobody closer to the line of fire. One team has the world riveted.
Vijay Chand Satya Rautre in Volvanaka, Geeta Mohan for India Today.
Cutting across to news coming in from Telangana of a double suicide, and it sparked a massive controversy in Telangana. A woman and her realtor son ended their lives by immolating themselves in Medak. The victims, 58-year-old Padma and her son, 30-year-old Santosh, recorded and shared a selfie video on Facebook before taking their lives. They blamed a TRS leader among 7 people who they said harassed them for 18 months and forced them to take this extreme step. The victims named the municipal chairman of Ramayampet town, Palle Jitendra Gaud, a TRS leader, and Tangurti Circle Inspector in their suicide video. They, along with others, allegedly asked for a 50% share in the son, the 30-year-old's real estate business, and constantly harassed him. This suicide has sparked protests by residents of Ramayanpet. And in Khammam, you had another incident that's been reported where a member of the Bharatiya Mazdoor Sangh also died by suicide, alleging harassment. Both of these incidents triggering widespread protests. In fact, in Telangana and in Medak, reports of a double suicide has led to widespread protests, where in fact the victims alleged that they were harassed by a TRS leader. Similarly, in Khammam district also, a member of the Bharatiya Mazdoor Sangh died by suicide, alleging harassment. Both incidents have sparked widespread protests.
The people committed suicide by the harassment of the 7 people of Ramayampet on municipal commission, chairman and other people. As per the facts, case will be finalized. If the involvement of the 7 people is there, we will go through the evidence and arrest the people who are involved in that case.
2 horrifying incidents that have been reported that's put the TRS government there in the dock. In the first case that's been reported in Medak district of Telangana, a mother and son dying by suicide. And last video that they've shared on Facebook, it's a selfie video in which they talk about the constant harassment that they faced for the last 1.5 years at the hands of a TRS leader as well as several other local leaders who were seeking, in fact, money from the 30-year-old son for his real estate business. In the second incident that's been reported, this was in Khammam district of Telangana. Again, you had a person dying by suicide, alleging harassment. This has led to widespread protests, with many opposition parties now upping the ante, demanding answers from the KCR government. Ashish is joining us live with more details on this. Ashish, 2 incidents that have been reported in Telangana, both cases of suicide, both cases of alleged harassment.
Yes, you are absolutely right, Akshita. One case was reported in Nizamabad district, Medak district, in fact, in Kamareddy, one mother and her son both committed suicide. And another incident in Khammam district, and in both the incidences, the allegation of harassment is on TRS leader. In Kamareddy's incident, the local municipal chairman is alleged, and his role is suspected and alleged behind the death of mother and son who committed suicide. In Khammam, the allegation is on State Transport Minister Puwada Kumar. In both the incidents, in Kamareddy's incident, mother and son, both a common citizen, they died by suicide. And in Khammam incident, it was a BJP leader who committed suicide. In Khammam incident, it is alleged that 16 cases were booked on BJP leader, and he was being pressurized by the police. And the family alleges that minister was behind these 16 fake cases. That's what family is alleging. In Kamareddy's incident,
the mother and son who committed suicide, they released the selfie video before taking the extreme step, blaming the local municipal leader as well as local policeman behind their suicide.
Let's see what the TRS does about these two incidents. Ashish, thanks for the moment for joining us. More breaking news coming in. This with regards to the loudspeaker row in Maharashtra. The Maharashtra Home Department has said it's now mandatory to get permission from local authorities to have loudspeakers at religious places. The Home Minister, Dilip Valse Patil, is going to be holding a meeting with the DGP today to direct all police commissioners regarding this move. Loudspeakers have to get permission from the local administration to be put up at religious sites. And there will be further discussion on this at 12 p.m. The Maharashtra Home Minister is going to be also meeting with Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray, and the loudspeaker issue is likely to be discussed. This comes as MNS Chief Raj Thackeray has been upping the ante, saying that there must be a ban on these loudspeakers. There's been that entire controversy of Hanuman Chalisa also being played by MNS as a rebuttal to Azan being played in these speakers. So not an outright ban that's been reported there in Maharashtra as the MNS had demanded. But what you have is the Maharashtra Home Minister confirming that there will be regulation done by local authorities. And in every place where a loudspeaker is going to be put up by a religious place or by anyone else, necessary permission first has to be taken. Mustafa Sheikh is joining us live from Mumbai with more details on this. Mustafa, this entire controversy has been snowballing for the last many weeks thanks to MNS Chief Raj Thackeray. The Maharashtra administration for now has decided there's going to be no outright ban, but permission will have to be sought in every single instance of a loudspeaker being put up.
Well, of course, with the violence of cases being reported from Delhi, Jahangirpuri, the Maharashtra Home Department is also taking steps to prevent these kind of violence happening in Mumbai and Maharashtra. Hence, they have decided, because by Supreme Court guidelines from 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. there is no restriction on use of loudspeakers at religious places. There is no other way to legally ban it. Hence, the police department has placed this condition that at all religious places, loudspeakers will have to have permissions from the local police stations. Also, they'll have to maintain the decibel volume which is there for commercial and residential zones during the daytime, and only then they'll be allowed to function. If not, then action will be taken. Nashik police, for example, has issued specific orders giving a May 3 deadline, which is also a deadline which was given by MNS Chief Raj Thackeray. So the Home Department is having a meeting today, and they'll be issuing orders that loudspeakers from now on outside religious places will have to be with due permission by the police only. Back to you.
Okay, Mustafa, thank you for getting us all of those details. Let's in fact run you through the entire controversy that we've been seeing over loudspeakers. Why has this action been taken by the Maharashtra government? MNS Chief Raj Thackeray had kicked off this entire issue, making a public declaration on the 3rd of April that he will recite the Hanuman Chalisa, that loudspeakers will play the Hanuman Chalisa in response to Azan being played in these speakers.
तुम्हाला जो काही नमाज पडायचा आहे, तुम्हाला जी काय अजान द्यायची आहे, घरामध्ये द्या. आणि जर सांगून जर समजा तुम्हाला समजत नसेल की हे भोंगे खाली उतरवा, तुम्ही आम्हाला विनाकारण त्रास देऊ नका, हे जर नीट सांगून समजत नसेल तर तुमच्या मशिदीच्या बाहेर आम्ही हनुमान चालीसा लावणार म्हणजे लावणार.
All right, let's move on the broadcast and get you details of the COVID concerns that have returned in the national capital. Cases, unfortunately, are going up with every passing day. Delhi has reported 517 new COVID cases in the last 24 hours. The positivity rate is at 4.21%. Delhi's been witnessing an upward trend in daily COVID cases and in the positivity rate in the last few days. On Saturday, the city recorded 461 COVID cases, 2 deaths as well, while the positivity rate stood at 5.33%. Before that, Delhi logged 366 COVID cases and 0 deaths. So you can see that there is a climb up in cases. The positivity rate has slightly dipped in the last 24 hours. In view of the rising cases, the Delhi government's Directorate of Education issued an advisory to all private schools in the city on April 13th. 65 people, including 19 school students, meanwhile, have tested COVID positive in neighbouring Noida. Meanwhile, Shanghai has set a target to stop the spread of COVID-19 outside of quarantined areas, and 2 days from now, by Wednesday. The target will require officials to accelerate COVID testing and the transfer of positive cases to quarantine centres. This will allow the city to further ease their lockdown and start returning to normal life.
Shanghai has set a target to stop the spread of COVID-19 outside of quarantined areas by Wednesday. Two sources close with the matter said. This would allow the city to further ease its lockdown and start returning to normal life as public frustrations grow. The city's new target of zero COVID at the community level by April 20th was communicated in a speech officially dated Saturday to the city's Communist Party and organisations such as schools, according to the sources who declined to be named as the information was not public. China's definition of zero COVID status at the community level means that no new cases emerge outside quarantined areas. The target will require officials to accelerate COVID testing and the transfer of positive cases to quarantine centres. Ending community-level transmission has been a turning point for other Chinese localities that locked down, such as Shenzhen City, which last month reopened public transport and let businesses go back to work shortly after achieving that target. A speech by the party secretary of the city's Baoshan district described it as an order that had come as the city's situation reached a critical moment, with growing public anxiety and food supply pressures. The Shanghai government and China's State Council did not immediately respond to requests for comment.
Big breaking news coming in this morning. The Supreme Court has set aside the Allahabad High Court order granting bail to Ashish Mishra Teni in the Lakhimpur Kheri case. The Supreme Court has directed Ashish Mishra to surrender within 1 week. Just a few months ago, the Allahabad High Court had granted relief to Ashish Mishra, the son of Union Minister Ajay Mishra Teni, and now the Supreme Court has set aside the High Court relief, which means that now Ashish Mishra has to surrender within 1 week. Remember, he's the main accused in the Lakhimpur violence case, accused of mowing down farmers. The Supreme Court has been very, very harsh in its criticism of the Uttar Pradesh government during the course of this hearing, and now the top court has set aside the bail order of Ashish Mishra. He has to surrender in a matter of 1 week before the police, and he's going back behind bars. This is the big breaking news that's coming in this morning. After Ashish Mishra was granted bail by, in fact, the Allahabad High Court, a plea was filed in the Supreme Court challenging the Allahabad High Court order, and the Supreme Court has been rather critical of the Uttar Pradesh government, has been critical of the Uttar Pradesh police as well in this matter. Anisha Mathur is joining us with more details on this big update that's come in with the Supreme Court now cancelling Ashish Mishra's bail. Anisha.
Well, yes, Akshita, the Supreme Court has cancelled the bail granted to Ashish Mishra. In fact, it has said that the Allahabad High Court, in its verdict granting bail, has exceeded its jurisdiction. It has looked into irrelevant considerations and issues when it came to hearing the bail matter. And most importantly, it did not give the families of the victim the time to present their case, which is a violation of their right. The Supreme Court has very clearly said that the right of the victim to be heard in a case like this has been violated, and therefore it has cancelled the bail granted to Ashish Mishra. He has to surrender within 1 week. The court has also said that since the irrelevant considerations were there, that the order that was passed by the High Court was incorrect, the High Court should hear the matter again. If Ashish Mishra chooses to file another bail application, the High Court should hear this matter again, and it should give the victim families appropriate time to put their case forward. So now Ashish Mishra will have to surrender before the police within 1 week, and then again he will have to move the High Court with the bail application, and the victims will have to be heard in detail, because remember, the victim families, when they had approached the Supreme Court, had said that the High Court has not heard them, that the High Court has granted bail to Ashish Mishra, and in fact they believe the victims and the witnesses are under serious threat because he was granted bail in this particular manner, and the Supreme Court has accepted their arguments and has cancelled bail granted to Ashish Mishra now.
So there's no doubt that Ashish Mishra is going to be filing a plea in the Allahabad High Court against seeking bail, which is why the Supreme Court has said that the Allahabad High Court has been directed right now to rehear the bail plea if it's filed by Ashish Mishra, to ensure that the victim's side is also heard this time around. But in the meanwhile, Anisha, he has to surrender within a week. That's the deadline given by the Supreme Court.
Well, yes, as I said, the Supreme Court has clearly a path direction that Ashish Mishra has to surrender within 1 week. His bail bonds have been cancelled. The bail granted to him has been cancelled. In fact, the Supreme Court has been quite critical of what the Allahabad High Court has said. They have said the bench headed by the Chief Justice in its verdict just read out 2 minutes ago has said that the Allahabad High Court looked into irrelevant considerations. It went into the details and the merits of the FIR, and even though it is a very clearly accepted law that the FIR is not a composite or a complete document, the FIR is merely a false information report, but just because something was mentioned in the FIR or was not mentioned in the FIR does not mean that the court should rely only on the FIR when hearing a bail plea, and that is something that the court has said. It has criticized the Allahabad High Court for, and Ashish Mishra has to surrender within 1 week. His bail bonds have been cancelled. He is of course free to take this remedy again if he wants to file another bail application. Can do so, but the victim families must be heard this time in detail.
Okay, Anisha, thank you for getting us those updates of what played out at the Supreme Court. The top court, in a scathing order, questioning the Allahabad High Court during the course of this hearing, has also questioned the UP police in their investigation. The big takeaway from that hearing in the Lakhimpur Kheri case is that Ashish Mishra, the main accused, will have to surrender within a week. The Allahabad High Court order has been set aside, which means that he is no longer out on bail. And with that news break, I'm slipping into a short break here on India Today. Coming up on the other side, we're not taking our focus away from what's playing out in Ukraine. 54 days and counting. But the capital city of Kyiv stands. A ground report coming up in just a bit.
When it's the world's biggest news story, there's only one gold standard of journalism.
Rahul Kanwal, 23 years of experience, 5 conflicts covered, unmatched time in war zone.
The first embedded operation in the history of Indian television journalism.
Gaurav Sawant, 28 years of reporting, 8 conflicts covered, unmatched hours in conflict areas.
Actual firing is taking place, the grads are firing.
Shivarur, 19 years of reporting, 5 conflicts covered, unmatched view of international crossfires.
And the attack guns are firing away.
Geeta Mohan, 18 years of reporting, 3 conflicts covered. When the world is at war, there is no compromise on India Today.
When it's the world's biggest news story, there's only one gold standard of journalism. When it's the world's biggest news story, there's only one gold standard of journalism. When it's the world's biggest news story, there's only one gold standard of journalism. When it's the world's biggest news story, there's only one gold standard of journalism.
You are watching India Today. You are watching India Today. You are watching India Today.
Welcome back. On the 54th day of the Russia-Ukraine war, continuous shelling and bombing occurred in Ukraine's Orekhov town. Russian troops were seen closing in on this town, and we're getting you a ground report.
We are joined by Mykolaiv, who is an officer at the press office here with the military, and we will take his reaction even as you hear constant bombardments that are happening on the other side. Sir, what is happening?
На данный момент мы наблюдали, как начали в очередне бомбить місто Оріхів, яке не має тут військових всередині, але прильоти, як ви бачили, зруйнована хата, зруйновані заклади освіти, в тому числі і дитячі, і юнацькі. І це, на жаль, проходить зараз на постійній основі. Щойно ми спілкувалися з одним з цивільним чоловіком, який залишився тут, на жаль, він каже, мені вже більше 80 років, і я не полишу цю домівку свою. Він каже, то дуже багато щодня. І він каже, що я збиваюся з рахунку, постійно рахую, але це вже не має сенсу, тому що дуже багато прильотів. Постійно працює міномети, артилерія, РСЗВ, і люди показують, що знаходять снаряди. І знаходять снаряди, на жаль, у себе на подвір'ї.
In this town is no basic Ukrainian soldier. It's not soldier in this town, but Russian soldier attack this town, attack building people. Destruct school, destruct many house, no window, no water, no gas, no electric car. It's very hard to live there, but old people, they have no another house. They must live there. Oh my God, oh my God, we must go.
We have to go very fast. There is a lot of bombardment that is happening. Shelling happening continuously in the morning.
Что-то прилетает, что это?
Работають РСЗВ та реактивні снаряди. Зараз бомблять місто.
Plumes of smoke, bombardments, missile attacks is what we see in this in the backdrop. Continuously, you can see that there are missiles, bombardments in that Oro village, which is full of civilians, as Officer Mykolaiv just told us. But still, the war continues unabated, actually disrupting human lives and affecting the ordinary people, the ordinary citizens of this country that have been torn by a war.
Ukrainian soldiers, meanwhile, resisted a Russian ultimatum to lay down their arms to the pulverized port city of Mariupol, which Moscow said its forces had almost completely seized, in which case it's their biggest prize of the war yet.
A deadline for Ukrainian troops holed up in Mariupol to lay down their arms came and went on Sunday. Russia issued the ultimatum for the outnumbered soldiers who have been defending the smouldering Azovstal steel works. But several hours after the deadline, in the early hours of the morning, and there was no sign of surrender. Azovstal, one of Europe's largest metallurgical plants, has become a last stand for the defending forces. Moscow says its soldiers have cleared the urban areas of Mariupol and are almost completely in control. Having failed to overcome Ukrainian resistance in the north, the Russian military is now focused on Donbass. Capturing the eastern region's main port city would be a major strategic prize for Russia, connecting territory it holds in Donbass with the Crimea region it annexed in 2014. Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky said his government was in contact with the troops at Azovstal. Speaking on Saturday, he accused Russia of trying to destroy everyone in Mariupol and said killing the soldiers would put paid to peace efforts. It's unclear how many soldiers are inside the steelworks. Satellite images have shown smoke and fire coming from the area, which is riddled with tunnels underneath. Meanwhile, Russia continued with long-range attacks on other locations in Ukraine, all part of what it calls a special military operation. Local media reported an explosion in Kyiv, though the capital's deputy mayor said air defense systems had thwarted Russian attacks. The mayor of the nearby city Brovary said a missile attack had damaged infrastructure. According to the RIA news agency, Russia said it had destroyed an ammunition factory near the capital.
And you can catch all the live updates on the Ukraine war and much, much more on our website, indiatoday.in. Do also download the India Today app. That's it from me. Thank you for tuning in. Chaiti Narula will be joining you with the headlines in just a minute.
When it's the world's biggest news story, there's only one gold standard of journalism. When it's the world's biggest news story, there's only one gold standard of journalism. When it's the world's biggest news story, there's only one gold standard of journalism.
We are in the front line, not because it's just our job. It is our duty to tell you the story as it unfolds, brave, fearlessly, relentlessly, and we'll do it at any cost. This is Mosmi Singh with video journalist Parminder Sharma reporting from war zone Mykolaiv, Ukraine for India Today.
Grounded in journalism, on the ground reporting. Only on India Today TV.
Line, not because it's just our job. It is our duty to tell you the story as it unfolds, brave, fearlessly, relentlessly, and we'll do it at any cost. This is Mosmi Singh with video journalist Parminder Sharma reporting from war zone Mykolaiv, Ukraine for India Today.
Grounded in journalism, on the ground reporting. Only on India Today TV.
You are watching India Today.
Very good morning. Thanks so much for being with us here on India Today. I'm Chaiti Narula getting you all the top stories. Let's begin with the top headlines this morning. Forensic teams hunt for lead at Delhi riots. Hot zone. Main accused Aslam and Ansar's custody ends today. Manhunt for several other key perpetrators. Maharashtra government says no loudspeakers can be used at religious places without permission. Move after Raj Thakre's plan to recite Hanuman Chalisa to counter azan for mosques. Supreme Court cancels bail granted to Union Minister's son, Ashish Mishra, in Lakhimpur violence case. Apex Court directs him to surrender within a week. KCR government in Telangana faces heat after 3 suicides in Medak and Khaman. Victims blame extortion and harassment by ruling TRS netas. Protests erupt. Delhi COVID cases shoot past 500 mark in 24 hours. Government says shutting particular wing of school will suffice in case any student tests positive. Adjoining Noida records 19 positive cases in school kids. 8 weeks of devastation and defiance. Ukraine's Zaporozhye faces Russian onslaught. Putin's troops blow up houses and schools. India Today reports from ground zero.
How far are the Russian troops? Can you ask how far are the Russian troops? So here you can see that the attack is happening. We will have to move.
Repeated attempts were made by the Russians to come in from this area and move in closer to Kyiv.
After 13 opposition parties in an open letter accused Centre and BJP of stoking communal tensions and questioned Prime Minister Narendra Modi over being silent about the issue, BJP President JP Nadda has written a letter to the citizens of the country, hitting out the opposition, calling them out for their politics, vote bank and divisive politics. Nadda in the letter said that instances of violence also take place in Rajasthan and Bengal, Karnataka and Kerala. Nadda also alleged that many riots took place when Congress was in centre and the Grand Old Party criticizes terrorists when in opposition and backs terror when they are in power. Nadda further added that Congress is rattled by BJP's recent win in state polls.
मुझे दुख के साथ कहना पड़ता है कि आज कांग्रेस पार्टी is behaving in the most irresponsible manner. और मैं ये पूछना चाहूंगा कि क्या पीएफआई के लोगों को जो ऑन बुक्स लाए गए थे उनको छुड़ाने का काम सिद्धारमैया ने किया था कि नहीं किया था, इसकी जनता, कर्नाटक की जनता जवाब चाहती है। आतंकवाद के खिलाफ बोलते हो और आतंकवादियों को छोड़ते हो, अंदर से दोस्ती रखते हो और बाहर मुखौटा लेकर के चलते हो। कुछ लोग राजनीति में बौखला गए हैं और उनकी बौखलाहट कहीं न कहीं समाज को विघटित करने के षड्यंत्रों के साथ जुड़ जाती है। इसीलिए आपने देखा होगा कहीं रामनवमी के शोभा यात्रा पर अटैक, कहीं कुछ। यही बोमई साहब का विषय है। ही इज द चीफ मिनिस्टर, ही इज द होम मिनिस्टर. He will certainly investigate into the details of it. But on the face of it, I can say कि ये डिजाइंड तरीके से समाज को खंडित करने की कोशिश हो रही है.
Paulami Saha reporting from Delhi joins us for the very latest. Paulami, it is the opposition's job to question, and no matter what happened in the past, and no one denies the fact that there were communal tensions even before the BJP came into power. Here the question being asked to the BJP is on the communal tensions that took place across the length and breadth of this country. How can the response be whataboutery?
Well, that is, of course, the question that the critics and the opponents of the BJP will continue to ask. It, of course, remains to be seen if at all the opposition parties, which in fact penned this open letter to fellow Indians critiquing the Bharatiya Janata Party and saying that there was indeed a climate of hate which was being propagated by the BJP across the country, alleging them of playing communal politics, whether indeed they are going to take this forward and launch further campaigns against the Bharatiya Janata Party in the centre. That remains to be seen. For now, the BJP has hit back and said, of course, that what happened in the past, who was in fact ruling in the past. That is the question that the BJP president has asked in his open letter to fellow Indians, which of course is taking a pot shot at these opposition parties, calling them rusted and dusted and saying that it remains to be seen those who have come together to pen a letter whether they'll stay together in spirit as well, accusing them of playing divisive politics, saying that it is them who are stoking communal passions and fires when they're in fact making those allegations against the Bharatiya Janata Party, and they should instead be focusing on developmental politics and urging them to focus on that, is what the BJP president has said, Jyoti.
That's right. Paul, let me leave it at that. We'll keep coming back to you for more on this story as more reactions come in after what JP Nadda ended up saying in response to the letters written by the opposition party. As Delhi probe intensifies, probe in Delhi's Jahangirpuri Riots case, where a Shobha Yatra was targeted on the occasion of Hanuman Jayanti on Saturday, a forensic team has now reached the spot where the violence took place and will be gathering crucial evidence for the case. A team of Delhi Crime Branch is also now accompanying and assisting the forensic team. Delhi police is also probing the conspiracy angle in the riots. Up until now, 21 people have been arrested in the case and many have been detained. FIR in the case confirms that stones were pelted on the Shobha Yatra and some youth members also opened fire at the religious procession. Delhi police is now scanning over 100 videos of violence that have surfaced. Cops are now using these videos to identify the rioters, and a manhunt has been launched to nab them.
The crime branch has begun the investigation in Jahangirpuri Riots, and the first is to collecting the forensic evidence. So here at the epicenter, that is the place at Jama Masjid outside where the first round of clashes took place between the two communities during the procession day before yesterday. The Delhi police forensic team has reached here, and now you can see all this entire stretch has been barricaded totally, of course, because these forensic evidences are being gathered. The special team with these special equipments have gone inside all these gullies, and moreover, besides these evidences, the CCTV footage and also the viral videos, multiple viral videos, of course, from each other side accusing that first who provoked, all being examined. And now the forensics team is visiting this place, collecting the evidences, recording of this statement. Everything makes it really crucial when it comes to the investigation. So far, the arrests have been made, and of course, further interrogation will take place, and likely to be made more arrests by the crime branch as when the investigation proceeds further. For now, it is the gathering of the evidences which is taking place here at Ground Zero in Jahangirpuri. In National Capital, this is Ashutosh Mishra for India Today.
Stone-pelting. Swords brandished. Violence and arson. Around 5:40 p.m. on Saturday, a Hanuman Jayanti Shobha Yatra in northwest Delhi's Jahangirpuri flared up into this. The timing just before locals in the area were going to offer namaz at the mosque. Stones and glass bottles were allegedly pelted at the procession. Several vehicles were torched.
इस चौराहे पे हंगामा शुरू हो गया, एक शोर उठा, लोग इधर उधर भागने लगे और पथराव शुरू हो गया। सिर्फ पथराव ही नहीं, आप देख सकते हैं जगह जगह जमीन पर कांच के टुकड़े पड़े हुए हैं, पत्थर पड़े हुए हैं। कांच के टुकड़े गवाही दे रहे हैं कि इस उपद्रव में शराब की, बियर की बोतलों का इस्तेमाल किया गया। एक दूसरे को ऊपर इस तरह से हमले किए गए और जगह जगह बिखरे हुए हैं। गाड़ियों में आगजनी कर दी गई। एक दो दुकानें ऐसी हैं जिनका दुकानदारों का ये कहना है कि उनकी दुकान में लूटपाट भी की गई। वो डर के मारे दुकान के अंदर जाकर छुप गए थे। कहा यह जा रहा है कि इस इलाके में एक मस्जिद मौजूद है। जब जुलूस वहां पे पहुंचा, उसके बाद जो नारेबाजी हो रही थी उसको लेकर कोई विवाद शुरू हुआ और विवाद इतना बढ़ गया कि वो पथराव में तब्दील हो गया।
Violent clashes between two communities led to at least 6 cops being injured.
आपके हाथ में गोली लगी है? तो क्या उस वक्त क्या हुआ था? आप हिंसा के दौरान वहां मौजूद थे, हुआ क्या था एग्जैक्टली? हैं? भीड़ में से गोली मारी आपको?
Some locals say that there was ruckus just before the Shobha Yatra reached the mosque because of the loud music, and that some people allegedly tried to put a saffron flag out there.
दिल से मानते हैं हम, कोई नारे लगा के ड्रामाबाजी करके शो नहीं दिखाते। और आने के बाद इन्होंने क्या किया, मस्जिद के अंदर चढ़ने के बाद झंडा लगाया, और जब झंडा लगाया तो हमने उन्हें रोका। जब हमने रोका तो उन्होंने हम पे पत्थर, लाठी जो भी थे उन्होंने चार्ज किया। जब चार्ज किया तो हम सारे आ गए, क्योंकि देखो जब जान जा रही है तो हमारा काम है बचाना, मरने का तो काम नहीं है। मालिक ने हमें भी हाथ पैर दिया है तो हमने बस वो काम किया।
को पहले यहाँ से भगाया, खदेड़ा यहाँ से, फिर वहाँ से वो 4 पुलिस वाले लेकर आए, फिर जय श्री राम, फिर हंगामा कराया उन्होंने, फिर उन पे पथराव हुआ है, फिर उन्होंने पथराव किया, फिर पथराव करके वो कभी वो उधर भाग रहे, इधर भाग रहे। अगर पुलिस होती तो वहाँ पे झगड़ा ही नहीं होता।
Police say that there was heavy stone pelting from both sides. The situation was brought under control after almost 2 hours at about 8 p.m. Teams of Rapid Action Force and the CRPF were deployed. Home Minister Amit Shah took stock of the situation on ground.
पुलिस जो मौजूद थी उसने इमीडिएटली इस सिचुएशन को कंटेन किया और शांति व्यवस्था को बहाल किया। इस प्रक्रिया में कुछ पुलिस वाले घायल हुए हैं और बाकी हम लोगों ने केस दर्ज कर दिया है और इसकी विवेचना, इसका इन्वेस्टिगेशन शुरू हो गया। इन्वेस्टिगेशन से बातें आगे पता लगेंगी।
जाहिर है कि इस पूरे मामले में दिल्ली पुलिस का रुख साफ है कि कार्रवाई सख्त से सख्त की जाएगी और आज तमाम इस पूरे इलाके में रैपिड एक्शन फोर्स, दिल्ली पुलिस के जवान, दिल्ली पुलिस के कमांडो सब तैनात हैं और इस बात की कोशिश की जा रही है कि यहाँ पर किसी भी तरह की बदअमनी ना फैल सके।
Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal appealed for peace.
सब लोगों को शांति बनाए रखनी है, सब लोगों को व्यवस्था बनाए रखनी है और अगर ज़रूरत पड़े तो जो एजेंसीज़ हैं, जो पुलिस है, जो सरकारें हैं जिनकी जिम्मेदारी है, दिल्ली में केंद्र सरकार की जिम्मेदारी है, तो केंद्र सरकार दिल्ली में शांति व्यवस्था बनाए रखे।
But not surprisingly, politics erupted soon after the clashes.
ये छोटे छोटे आतंकी हमले देश भर में करने की कोशिश, देश का माहौल बिगाड़ने की कोशिश, राम भक्तों को, हनुमान भक्तों को, हिंदुओं को दहशत में लाने की, डराने की कोशिश। छतों में पहले से पत्थर इकट्ठे हैं, बम इकट्ठे हैं, बारूद इकट्ठा है। इसके खिलाफ बहुत निर्णायक कार्रवाई होनी चाहिए। जैसे दिल्ली में दंगे हुए थे उसी प्रकार के दंगों की साजिश है। और मैं मुख्यमंत्री अरविंद केजरीवाल जी से भी निवेदन करूंगा कि ये समय घटना से पल्ला झाड़ने का नहीं है, जिम्मेदारी से भागने का नहीं है। मिल करके ऐसी घटनाओं में दोषी को सजा दिलाने के लिए आगे आना चाहिए।
Delhi police sources say it is suspected that some shots were fired during the riots too. Drones have been deployed to investigate if the violence was pre-planned and if stones were being hoarded on rooftops to provoke. There are many questions that arise, but only a thorough probe will be able to answer them. With Arvind Oja and Tasneem Haider, Bureau Report, India Today. Ashutosh Mishra is joining us live from Jahangirpuri. Ashutosh, 21 have been arrested. Many detailed FIR is also confirming that stones were pelted on the Shobha Yatra. But what about the people in the Shobha Yatra who were seen brandishing weapons? What is the action that the Delhi police has taken against them?
Well, perhaps we do not have any official word from the Delhi police as far as action against those who were part of the procession, and perhaps since the FIR itself said it was peaceful procession at least more than 3 times, so clearly we do not see any action at the moment. But what is happening here in Jahangirpuri, just 5 to 10 minutes ago, we saw the team of the special, the crime branch that is probing this case now since it has been handed over. Still, I can see a few men right there. So one person, almost the arrest has been gone more than 23 now because one person been arrested just 10 minutes ago. That includes 2 minors as well. In the meanwhile, the forensic team is gathering the evidences, scientific evidences, collecting CCTV footages, and also the probe on the multiple videos are also underway. Now there you see. That's the team of the forensic lab. They are collecting the evidences because all these evidences are really going to be significant in terms of investigation. They have been here since 9 o'clock this morning, and the crime branch team.
But are we asking that question to them, Ashutosh? Are we asking that question that, you know, the video clearly shows them brandishing swords in the air, and that's good that they've taken action against the ones who started provoking at the Shobha Yatra. But why was there a need to carry weapons in a religious procession in the first place? And why is it that the Delhi police has not taken any action? Are we asking this question to them?
Well, technically this question goes to the IO, but practically the question goes on the police leadership. End of the day, the decision has to be taken by the Delhi Police Commissioner. He has to guide a transparent probe and a fair probe that will ensure justice and that will ensure trust on the police and as an investigative agency. Clearly, those questions are being asked, and be the from studio and of course political leadership, the opposition, we the media and the people, of course, they are asking this question: that where is the fair probe that Delhi police should be committed to the people. But for now, all these actions are taking place here. You know, the police are making arrests. But the right and the fair question is that what about the other side? Because the accusations have been leveled from both the sides. The smoke wasn't without fire. There was fire and that led to the smoke. So clearly, since there is no such action taking at the moment, and that's exactly where the question is being asked to the Delhi police at the moment. But yes, there is no one from the police leadership who's coming out to answer these questions. Perhaps that's exactly why the question is being asked again and again. Chaiti.
Thank you, Ashutosh, for that all-encompassing report. Ashutosh has been tracking the story from the start, and we'll keep coming back to you for more on this. In the meanwhile, we're getting some breaking news coming in. The breaking news, viewers, is about India Today speaking to the kin of the accused who was seen firing country-made gun. The mother has admitted firing by the accused son. That's the big breaking story that we're getting you at the moment. Breaking news just coming in. We're just getting you that reaction as well. Listen in to the mother admitting firing by the accused son.
हमारे साथ एक आरोपी सलीम चिकना की मां मौजूद है, हम उनसे बात करते हैं। सलीम चिकना को पुलिस ने अरेस्ट क्यों किया?
बिना कसूर में अरेस्ट कर दिया, कुछ नहीं करा। हमारा बच्चा पूरा गोली वाला बोलेगा ऐसा अरेस्ट कर दिया उसको।
तो क्या ये जो आप तस्वीर में दिखाइए जरा दीपक, ये जो तस्वीर है ये कौन है?
ये हमारा लड़का है।
क्या नाम है इसका?
उसका सोनू है।
पूरा नाम क्या है?
पूरा नाम सोनू है।
सोनू, बाकी उपनाम
और कुछ नहीं नाम ना।
तो आप लोग कहाँ के रहने वाले हैं?
हम लोग कोलकाता का रहने वाला, मोइसादाल हल्दिया हमारा घर है।
तो ये पुलिस ने कुछ बताया कि सलीम को क्यों अरेस्ट किया?
कुछ वाला नहीं, घुस नहीं दे रहा।
अच्छा,
घुस नहीं दे रहा। भगा रही तो सुबह गया, वहाँ से भी हम लोग को भगाया। हमारा बहू हम गया।
ये आपका बेटा क्या करता है?
कौन सा?
ये बेटा क्या करता है?
ये बेटा तो चिकन दुकान है।
अच्छा,
हाँ।
तो ये कैसे वहाँ भीड़ में पहुँच गए?
ये भीड़ में पहुँच गया, बोले हिंदू मुस्लिम में लड़ाई हो रहा, तो वो रोजा खुलने का टाइम वो गया, कोई बच्चा से वो ये छीन के वो गुस्सा में वो चलाने लग गया। तो किसी को चोट नहीं लगा, कुछ नहीं लगा। ऐसे धमकी दे रहा। जब बजरंग बली सब आया मानने को, तो हमारा लड़का उसको होते डर देने के लिए ऐसा ही बंदूक चलाया। तो वो उसमें नहीं था। काल के ऐसा ही वीडियो बना के कोई दुश्मनी करके वीडियो बना के छोड़ दिया।
अभी ये कहाँ पे है सोनू?
अभी कहाँ के डर में कहाँ भाग गया पता नहीं। पुलिस वाला आके तो हमारा ऊपर से नहीं दे, छानबीन कर रहा खाली।
आपका घर कौन सा? ये वाला घर है? ये दिखाने की कोशिश करेंगे कि सलीम, जो इनकी मां है, इनका कहना है कि सलीम बिल्कुल भी किसी तरह से किसी दंगे में शामिल
नहीं था। उसका वैसा शौक में उठाया। हाँ,
क्या भाई की वजह से तो नहीं उठाया?
नहीं,
गोली चला रहा था?
नहीं, भाई के वजह से नहीं। पहले उसका नाम दिया, पहले उसका नाम दिया, बोला सलीम था, सोनू था। चलो जो गलती करा उसके नहीं तो उठाएगा वो। तो
गोली चलाया तो क्या सोनू से आपकी बातचीत हुई?
नहीं, हमारा बातचीत नहीं हुआ।
घर नहीं आया
ना, घर भी नहीं आया।
The investigation behind the Jahangirpuri communal clash continues in full swing. To catch the perpetrators, the letter petition has been moved before the Chief Justice of India, N.V. Ramanna, to take suo motu cognizance of the riots. The lawyer has alleged that the Delhi police investigation so far has been partial, communal and directly shielding the perpetrators of the riots. The petition has stated that this is the second time that riots have erupted in the capital city, and on both the occasions, only minority community members are being blamed. Meanwhile, lawyer Vineet Jindal has filed a plea in the Supreme Court seeking handing over the investigation to the National Investigation Agency to hunt down the links of the involvement of ISIS and other terrorist outfits. The plea states that the clashes broke out in 7 states during Hindu festivals of Ram Navami and Hanuman Jayanti.
Since past 10 days, we have seen different stone-pelting incidents. 3 persons have been died, several thousands of persons have been injured severely. So the state police has been investigating this matter, but for this kind of matter, a specific purpose NIA has been formed. That's why I have filed a PIL to hand it over that investigation. So the investigation should be taken place in a complete manner, and the investigation should be completed as soon as possible, because this is an act of sovereignty of our against sovereignty of our country, and we have not been denied, because this is not a coincidence. As Ram Navami procession and recently the Jahangirpuri incident on Hanuman Jayanti Yatra, which has happened, we have seen, and there is kind of question mark upon the timing of this incident. So in last 10 days, 7 cities have been affected and several people have been targeted. Ram Navami procession has been targeted. Hanuman Jayanti Yatra has been targeted.
Yeah.
So we are surely say that they are a hand of this kind of organization like PFI and IS connection should be there. So this kind of matter should be investigated by the NIA.
It's over. Delhi violence explodes as a full-blown war of words between the parties has erupted, calling for an NIA probe into these clashes. BJP MP Hansraj Hans has claimed that Jahangirpuri incident was an international conspiracy to defame India. This as MNS Chief Raj Thackeray calls for tit-for-tat response to such violent incidents. Meanwhile, AIMIM Chief Asaduddin Owaisi has targeted the Union Minister Amit Shah for the violence that erupted in the national capital. Asaduddin Owaisi has said that the clashes have become more common in Delhi after Shah took charge of the Home Ministry. In the violence that broke out on Saturday, 20 people, including the prime accused, have been arrested. 10 teams are now carrying out the investigation as the crime branch takes over the probe. Over 200 violence videos are currently being examined by the cops.
मैंने यही पाया कि पीछे कोई साजिश है, जैसे सीक्वेंस बना के पहले किसी और स्टेट में फिर कोई ना कोई हो सकता विदेश से कोई ऐसा कोई नेगेटिव बैड एलिमेंट्स हैं जिनका काम है, उनका कोई धर्म नहीं होता, उनका कोई मजहब नहीं होता, जालिम का धर्म जुल्म होता है।
राजी, yesterday in Delhi procession हो रहा था हनुमान जयंती पे और स्टोन पेल्टिंग हुआ वो procession पे, उसको रास्ता
मुझे लगता है उनका ऐसी चीजों का जवाब वैसे ही देना चाहिए उन लोगों को, अदरवाइज उनको समझ में नहीं आएगा।
A day after Delhi Riots 2.0, the alleged key conspirators Ansar and Aslam Ali are nabbed by the police. Ansar is accused of triggering the scuffle while Aslam Ali allegedly opened fire at the Yatra. The pistol allegedly used by Ali has been recovered. A cop too was injured in the alleged firing by Ali.
इधर से सामने पथराव हो रहा था, उधर के तरफ मुंह करके खड़े थे उनको रोकने के लिए। वो दूसरे वाले दूसरे साइड में खड़े थे, वो उनके बीच में खड़े थे जी। तो उस वक्त आपको गोली लग चुकी थी? हाँ, गोली सामने से आई, जो लगने के बाद फिर मैं हॉस्पिटल चले गया। पहले मस्जिद पे वहाँ शुरू हुआ था, वहाँ बहस हुई थी, बहस फिर बाद में झगड़े में बदल गई, पथराव शुरू हो गया।
Families of the accused though have rubbished the allegations and claim that Ali has been falsely implicated.
जब पत्थरबाजी हुआ था तब आपका पति था?
सो था इधर घर में।
सोया था वो? पत्थर वहाँ पे नहीं गया था?
नहीं गया था।
तो पुलिस को आपने बोला था?
नहीं बोला था, मैं सो गई, वो उठा के ले चले। बाद में सुबह से बोला था रात में, ये तुम्हारा पति के उठा के ले गई, तो मैं उसी से बारे थाने में आई
इसके
थी।
पहले आपके पति को कभी अरेस्ट किया था पुलिस ने?
नहीं है,
पहली बार अरेस्ट किया।
Meanwhile, CCTV footage reveals another instance of shooting. Police are now trying to identify the shooter. Images show pistols, stones, bottles and swords were used in the clashes. BJP leader Kapil Mishra has called the violence a terror attack. He claims that people involved in Northeast Delhi riots in 2020 are the same who are involved in this latest violence.
ताहिर हुसैन से, खालिद सैफी से, उमर खालिद से, सबसे इनके कनेक्शन है। जब जहांगीरपुरी के आतंकी हमले की जांच हो रही है तब अंसार के और बाकी अपराधियों के दिल्ली दंगों के क्या कनेक्शन थे उसकी जांच भी जरूर की जानी चाहिए।
The police say the situation is under control now, but the clashes have raised some serious questions. Why were people in the Shobha Yatra allowed to carry swords? Why was the Yatra, which passed through a communally sensitive area, not given enough police deployment? Bureau Report, India Today.
Breaking news just coming in. The Madhya Pradesh police has reported the first death related to Khargon violence. A person who went missing on 10th of April was found dead on Sunday evening. The deceased was identified as Ibris Khan, also known as Saddam. So first death has been reported officially in the Khargon violence. We're getting a reaction also coming in. Listen in.
10 तारीख को ये डेड बॉडी मिली थी। 11 तारीख को इसका पीएम हो गया था। पीएम रिपोर्ट के आधार पर 302 का प्रकरण दर्ज हो गया था। चूंकि शनाख्त नहीं हो पा रही थी और कोई उस समय गुमशुदगी की रिपोर्ट भी नहीं थी। फिर जब एक रिपोर्ट गुमशुदगी की इवरेज उर्फ सद्दाम के नाम से परिवार वालों ने डाली तो फिर परिवार वालों से उसकी शनाख्त कराई गई। परिवार वालों ने शनाख्त जब कर दी तो बॉडी उनको सौंप दी है।
Slipping into a break. When we return, Prime Minister Modi on a 3-day Gujarat tour ahead of the state elections. Details in just a bit.
You are watching India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com or call 9999892171.
When it's the world's biggest news story, there's only one gold standard of journalism. When it's the world's biggest news story, there's only one gold standard of journalism. When it's the world's biggest news story, there's only one gold standard of journalism.
You are watching India Today. You are watching India Today. You are watching India Today. You are watching India. You are watching India Today.
Welcome back. Prime Minister Modi has his eyes set on the next goal. After the thumping victory in Uttar Pradesh and 3 other states, now the Prime Minister is focused on winning the mega match at his home turf in Gujarat, where the elections are going to be held later this year. Prime Minister Modi will begin his 3-day tour from Gandhinagar. He will reach the capital city at about 5 p.m. this evening. following which he is scheduled to visit Banaskantha, Jamnagar, Dahod. Prime Minister Modi will inaugurate several development projects worth 22,000 crore rupees. He's also going to be visiting Command and Control Center for Schools today at about 6 p.m. The Prime Minister informed that on Tuesday, the foundation stone of the WHO Global Center for Traditional Medicine is going to be laid. On Wednesday, the Prime Minister is going to take part in the Global Ayush Investment and Innovation Summit at the Mahatma Mandir in Gandhinagar. Director General of the World Health Organization will also be present during the 3-day visit. He will participate in a few events alongside Prime Minister Modi. We're slipping to a very short commercial break, but when we return, Maharashtra government says no loudspeakers can be used at religious places without permission. Move after Raj Thakrae's plan to recite Hanuman Chalisa to counter azan from the mosque.
You are watching India Today.
COVID-19, an infection that shook the world and transformed our lives. 2 years on, we have learned to live with the virus. 5 variants of concern have been in circulation, and the last reported variant of concern, Omicron, is mutating. The World Health Organization has warned about mutating variants, saying that viruses will continue to change form and also variants that will come together to form recombinants. What is a recombinant virus then? A virus that is a hybrid version of 2 strains of a previous virus is a recombinant. Recently, the United Kingdom Health Security Agency said that there are 3 recombinant strains. XD, which is a hybrid of Delta and BA1 Omicron variant. XC, which is a recombination of BA1 and BA2 variants of Omicron. And XF, another hybrid of Delta and Omicron. Let's tell you about XC first. Where in the world have recombinants been found? Well, the WHO has warned about the evolved Omicron variant or recombinant virus XC. The body says it will classify XC under the Omicron umbrella until...
You are watching India Today.
Welcome back. No end to loudspeaker controversy in Maharashtra. The Maharashtra government has passed an order that it is mandatory to seek permission from local authorities to have loudspeakers at religious places. In fact, Home Minister Dilip Valse Patil is going to be holding a meeting with the DGP today to direct all the police commissioners regarding this issue. Loudspeakers have to be allowed at religious places only after due permission. The Home Minister is also set to meet Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray at 12 noon, and the loudspeaker issue is likely to be raised in the meeting. Remember, the controversy began when Maharashtra Navnirman Sena chief or the MNS chief Raj Thakrae gave an ultimatum to the Maharashtra government to remove loudspeakers from mosque by 3rd May and threatened to chant the Hanuman Chalisa if the order was not followed.
तुम्हाला जो काही नमाज पढायचा आहे, तुम्हाला जी काय अजान द्यायची आहे, घरामध्ये द्या. आणि जर सांगून जर समजा तुम्हाला समजत नसेल की हे भोंगे खाली उतरवा, तुम्ही आम्हाला विनाकारण त्रास देऊ नका, हे जर नीट सांगून समजत नसेल तर तुमच्या मशिदीच्या बाहेर आम्ही हनुमान चालीसा लावणार म्हणजे लावणार.
Dev Kotak is now joining us from Mumbai. Dev, one simple question. This decision coming in from the Maharashtra government, number one, is this to reduce the noise pollution across the board or is it being done because of political/communal reasons? What is the reason behind this particular move?
Well, Chaiti, the idea is to not look at it from any communal point of view or give it a political twist, but also the fact is that all the politicians also want to come to a middle ground with the insistence of saying that if you guys are allowing permission to a certain religion, then allow us to install speakers as well. So that is why the common ground that they seem to have come on is the fact that they are keen on reducing noise pollution, and that is the best way to look at it from an environmentally sound point of view as well. That is why the topmost people, which is the DGP of Maharashtra, the commissioners and senior politicians are all meeting today and getting involved in order to not just discuss the law and order situation in the state, but also regarding the usage of these loudspeakers at religious sites, Jayati.
Dave, thanks so much for joining us with those details right there. There were earlier showdown erupted over Azan in 3 states. In Maharashtra, MNS Chief Raj Thackeray attended the Mahapuja on occasion of Hanuman Jayanti. In Uttar Pradesh's Aligarh and Varanasi, right-wing organizations demanded a ban on Azan on loudspeakers. In Madhya Pradesh's Bhopal, there was a chorus for Hanuman Jayanti rally. Here's a complete report coming in. Take a look.
The loudspeaker face-off only getting louder. As a counter to Azan, Hanuman Chalisa being recited on loudspeakers from Maharashtra to Uttar Pradesh to Madhya Pradesh. Flexing its Hindutva muscle in Pune, MNS held a Maha-Aarti reciting the Hanuman Chalisa. The mega event was organized after the party chief Raj Thackeray issued an ultimatum to Uddhav Thackeray-led Maha-Aghadi government on removing loudspeakers from mosques.
आम्ही हनुमान चालीसा लावणार म्हणजे लावणार.
The threat did not go down too well with the Shiv Sena.
हिंदू समाज में भी कुछ ओबीसी निर्माण हुए हैं, एमआईएम निर्माण हुए हैं, और वो महाराष्ट्र में इस प्रकार का धार्मिक विद्वेष फैलाकर बीजेपी को मदद करना चाहते हैं. उत्तर प्रदेश के चुनाव में जो काम भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने ओबीसी से करके लिया है, वही काम यहाँ नव हिंदुत्ववादी ओबीसी जो बने हैं यहाँ, उनसे बीजेपी करवाना चाहती है.
आदरणीय राज साहब ने मनसे सैनिकों के लिए एक आदेश दिया है, और वो आदेश के अनुसार अगर 3 तारीख तक ये लाउडस्पीकर उतारे नहीं गए तो हम रास्ते पे उतरने वाले हैं. लाली और अब्बास की सरकार है, और ये सरकार ही ये इशू खड़ा कर रही है. अगर ये इशू ही नहीं होगा तो बाकी चीज़ें नहीं होगी. अगर इशू सरकार ही खड़ा करेगी तो बाकी चीज़ तो होने ही वाली है. हिंदू रास्ते पे उतरेगा.
बात तो पूरे देश में है. अभी धर्म के नाम पर चाहे राम हो या हनुमान हो या हनुमान चालीसा हो या महा आरती हो, ये विवाद तो तैयार जानबूझ के किए जा रहे हैं.
In Uttar Pradesh, the high decibel Azan loudspeaker debate resonated from Aligarh to Varanasi. In Aligarh, right-wing groups demanded permission to play Hanuman Chalisa on loudspeakers at 21 spots.
The Azan controversy has now reached Uttar Pradesh's Aligarh. Right-wing fringe group named Samta Manch has demanded that loudspeakers from the top of mosques should be removed and Azan should not be played out on loudspeakers. Otherwise, they will put up loudspeakers in 21 public places, including temples like Gilraj Temple, and they will play Hanuman Chalisa whenever Azan is played out on the mosques.
के बाद हम लोगों ने 13 तारीख को एडीएम सिटी को एक ज्ञापन के माध्यम से हमने 21 लाउड स्पीकरों की अनुमति प्रशासन से मांगी थी. अभी तक प्रशासन ने वो अनुमति हम लोगों को नहीं दी है.
ये विवाद पैदा करने की कोशिश की जा रही है, जबकि धर्म में कोई विवाद होता नहीं है.
In Varanasi too, Hanuman Jayanti became an occasion for a face-off. There was chorus for a Hanuman Jayanti rally in Madhya Pradesh's capital, Bhopal too.
लोकल स्तर पर प्रशासन को तय करना है, ये कोई सरकार के स्तर के निर्णय नहीं है. और मैं समझता हूँ कि सभी जगह बात होगी, सब ध्यान दे रहे हैं, चिंता कर रहे हैं.
Politics of polarization or a genuine concern about noise pollution? One thing is certain, the loudspeaker debate is only expected to get louder. Bureau Report, India Today.
Tension prevails in Telangana after 3 people allegedly died by suicide after accusing TRS leaders for harassing them. A woman and her realtor son, Padma and Santosh, ended their life by immolating themselves in Medak district. A suicide note and a mobile phone video were found in the room in which Santosh accused a former police inspector, a municipal chairman, and local TRS leaders of trying to extort money from him. In another incident, a BJP activist, B. Ganesh, allegedly killed himself by consuming pesticide at police station on Friday. He had posted videos on social media accusing the Transport Minister Ajay Kumar Puvara and local TRS leaders of corruption. The BJP alleged that the local police was threatening and harassing Ganesh on the behest of local MLA and State Transport Minister P. Ajay Kumar and claimed his role behind the false cases. The BJP activists launched a massive protest in Khammam district and demanded justice for the victims. And COVID concerns back in the national capital with cases rising. Delhi has reported 517 new COVID cases in last 24 hours while the positivity rate stood at 4.21%. Delhi has been witnessing an upward trend in daily COVID cases positivity rate in the last few days. On Saturday, the city recorded 461 COVID cases and 2 deaths while the positivity rate was 5.33%. A day before, Delhi logged 366 COVID cases and 0 deaths while the positivity rate was 3.95%. In view of the rising COVID cases, the Delhi government's Directorate of Education issued an advisory to all the private schools in the city on 13th of April. Meanwhile, 65 people, including 19 students, have tested positive in Noida. Shanghai has set a target to stop the spread of COVID-19 outside of quarantine areas by Wednesday. The target will require officials to accelerate COVID testing and transfer of positive cases to quarantine centers. This would allow the city to further ease its lockdown and start returning to normal life. Here is a news report.
Shanghai has set a target to stop the spread of COVID-19 outside of quarantined areas by Wednesday. 2 sources close with the matter says. This would allow the city to further ease its lockdown and start returning to normal life as public frustrations grow. The city's new target of zero COVID at the community level by April 20th was communicated in a speech officially dated Saturday to the city's Communist Party and organisations such as schools, according to the sources who declined to be named as the information was not public. China's definition of zero COVID status at the community level means that no new cases emerge outside quarantined areas. The target will require officials to accelerate COVID testing and the transfer of positive cases to quarantine centres. Ending community-level transmission has been a turning point for other Chinese localities that locked down, such as Shenzhen City, which last month reopened public transport and let businesses go back to work shortly after achieving that target. A speech by the party secretary of the city's Baoshan district described it as an order that had come as the city's situation reached a critical moment, with growing public anxiety and food supply pressures. The Shanghai government and China's State Council did not immediately respond to requests for comment.
We're slipping into a very short commercial break here on India Today. When we return, it's 54 days and counting, but Kiev stands. All attempts by Russia to take control of the capital have failed. Special report in just about a bit. Stay with us on India Today.
You are watching India Today.
We are in the front line, not because it's just our job. It is our duty to tell you the story as it unfolds. Brave, fearlessly, relentlessly, and we'll do it at any cost. This is Mosmi Singh with video journalist Parminder Sharma reporting from war zone Mykolaiv, Ukraine for India Today.
Grounded in journalism, on the ground reporting. Only on India Today TV.
watching India Today.
The Russia-Ukraine war has reached day 54. Continuous shelling and bombing occurred in Ukraine's Orihov town. Russian troops were seen closing in on the town. Here is the news report.
The devastation continues in Ukraine. Putin's military is targeting multiple cities in the country. Orikhiv, which is one of the cities that's faced massive destruction. Victor, a local resident India Today spoke to, shared the horrors he faced. He's lost his beautiful house to the war.
I will show you the entire house. From the road, you can see that the entire drawing room is actually been thrown open. The walls are falling. This is his living room, his bedroom, everything. He's been picking up pieces. It's a holiday today, but Victor has no option. There's no water, there's no electricity, and this is in fact where he sleeps. He sleeps and he cooks. You can see that this is his bed. He shifted his bed. An old man already ailing. This is the face of Ukraine.
They were shelling in the night. I spent the night in the kitchen of my house. It is higher than the other spaces. This is our life. You do not know whether to go to the basement or continue to lie in the kitchen. I am old. I am 73 years old. It is like this for everyone.
Tamara says she survived World War II. She claims the Germans then spared their homes, but not the Russians.
How are you feeling?
My daughter lives in Russia. She calls me and asks me to come visit her. But I have dogs and cats in my house. How can I leave my country and my home? In the Second World War, the Germans never bombed houses. But the Russians are doing just that.
The city is facing continuous shelling, but Ukrainian soldiers are putting up a fight.
Even as you hear constant bombardments that are happening on the other side, sir, what is happening?
На данный момент мы наблюдали, как начали в очередне бомбить місто Оріхів, яке не має тут.
In this town is no basic Ukrainian soldier. It's not soldier in this town, but Russian soldier attack this town, attack building people. They must live there. Oh my God! Oh my God! We must go.
We have to go very fast. There is a lot of bombardment that is happening. Plumes of smoke, bombardments, missile attacks is what we see in this in the backdrop.
India Today saw Russian shelling from close quarters.
How far are the Russian troops? Can you ask how far are the Russian troops? So here you can see that the attack is happening. We will have to move and the Russian troops are very close. यहाँ से बहुत करीब है और हम लोग को यहाँ से निकलना पड़ेगा. हमारे कैमरा पर्सन परमिंदर शर्मा लगातार ये रिपोर्टिंग आपको दिखा रहे हैं और हम लोग के लिए यहाँ पे रहना खतरे से अब खाली नहीं है.
Even schools haven't been spared.
These are just the latest pictures and the first ever that you see of a school that has turned into a nightmare for the authorities, for the people who live here. Glasses all strewn around, and that's the kind of damage that these small towns are facing.
According to local residents, they used to keep a count of the strikes, but after 1,000, they stopped keeping a tally.
It is 54 days and counting, but Kiev stands. All attempts by Russia to take control of the capital have failed. as Russia intensifies its assault with missile strikes. Here is how the Ukrainian forces have kept them away. Here is a ground report by India Today's Abhishek Bhalla on how the gateway to Kiev is being defended strongly by Ukraine. Take a look.
Villages pounded. Homes destroyed. Lives shattered. Several attempts by Russian forces to capture Kyiv, but all foiled. Andreevka village resembles a ghost town. Every time the Russians tried to enter the strategic area of Makariv, just 70 kilometers northwest of the capital Kyiv, the Ukrainian forces halted the advances. India Today reached the region now being called a liberated zone.
These are the fields that are being demined. So there could be mines here?
This is the field itself, and also we have the adjacent territory to the main road, the road of approaches, and also the places where the columns of military vehicles were destroyed. So a lot of work, a lot of projectiles, UXOs, and so on.
And these are the projectiles. This is what was used by the Russians?
This is the projectiles. Probably they were in the trucks that exploded in this area, and they were spread around this area because of explosion. Some of them were damaged, exploded, and some of them just around here. And our engineers and sappers collect them in order to utilize.
In their control, the Ukrainians are ensuring complete dominance here. More assaults from Russian side still not ruled out, as this is the gateway to Kyiv. The Ukrainian forces looking for mines laid by the Russians. Demining operations are in full swing to secure the place for locals and farmers.
We have spent 35 days in underground storage facilities. Heavy shelling has destroyed homes. Russian forces have started looting people. Young boys and girls have been killed.
If all started on February 24th, when the Russian invasion started, the Makariv region was one of the first to face the assault. Then there was the bloody battle on the streets of Bucha, adjoining Makariv. As Russian tanks rolled in to make the final assault, they faced a deadly response. Russia's mighty armored power neutralized. Tanks, armored vehicles turned into ashes. But once again, the Russians have started the missile attacks. This is the retaliation to Ukraine sinking its warship, Moskva.
Message is loud and clear. After the downing of Moskva, Russia is all set to escalate its offensive. And following Putin's nuke alert, once again, dark clouds loom large, and concerns of a global doomsday have been reignited. With camera person Lalit Joshi and Gaurav Sawant, in Bucha, Abhishek Bhalla for India Today.
Ukrainian soldiers resisted a Russian ultimatum to lay down their arms in the pulverized port of Mariupol, which Moscow said its forces had almost completely seized in what would be the biggest prize of the war. Here's the news report coming in.
A deadline for Ukrainian troops holed up in Mariupol to lay down their arms came and went on Sunday. Russia issued the ultimatum for the outnumbered soldiers who have been defending the smouldering Azovstal steel works. But several hours after the deadline, in the early hours of the morning, and there was no sign of surrender. Azovstal, one of Europe's largest metallurgical plants, has become a last stand for the defending forces. Moscow says its soldiers have cleared the urban areas of Mariupol and are almost completely in control. Having failed to overcome Ukrainian resistance in the north, the Russian military is now focused on Donbass. Capturing the eastern region's main port city would be a major strategic prize for Russia, connecting territory it holds in Donbass with the Crimea region it annexed in 2014. Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky said his government was in contact with the troops at Azovstal. Speaking on Saturday, he accused Russia of trying to destroy everyone in Mariupol and said killing the soldiers would put paid to peace efforts. It's unclear how many soldiers are inside the steelworks. Satellite images have shown smoke and fire coming from the area, which is riddled with tunnels underneath. Meanwhile, Russia continued with long-range attacks on other locations in Ukraine, all part of what it calls a special military operation. Local media reported an explosion in Kyiv, though the capital's deputy mayor said air defense systems had thwarted Russian attacks. The mayor of the nearby city Brovary said a missile attack had damaged infrastructure. According to the RIA news agency, Russia said it had destroyed an ammunition factory near the capital.
With that, it's a wrap from me, Chaiti Narula, on this bulletin. For further news and updates, do not forget to log on to indiatoday.in or go ahead and download the app. My colleague Nabila Jamal will join you on the other side with the top headlines.
You are watching India Today.
This is Carrie Lam. She is the head of the government in Hong Kong, but not for long. She announced that she will not run for a second 5-year term in office, putting an end to her 42-year-long career in government service.
換句話說咧，我將喺今年6月30日就完成咗行政長官5年嘅任期，並且咧將會正式結束我長達42年嘅政府服務生涯。
Hong Kong isn't a usual democracy. China is not just its neighbor, but also has decisive control over the regime. Mainland China and Hong Kong complement each other economically, but have political differences. Hong Kong was once a British colony. In 1898, Britain negotiated a major land expansion of Hong Kong colony and signed a 99-year-long lease with China. The lease ended in 1997, at which time Britain returned Hong Kong to China as a special administrative region.
We are in the front line, not because it's just our job. It is our duty to tell you the story as it unfolds, brave, fearlessly, relentlessly, and we'll do it at any cost. This is Mosmi Singh with video journalist Parminder Sharma reporting from war zone Mykolaiv, Ukraine for India Today.
Grounded in journalism, on the ground reporting. Only on India Today TV.
sorry.
अर्ज किया है। अर्ज करने वाले दिन गए, अब दुआ करो बस। चुपके चुपके रात दिन आंसू बहाना याद है। नाइट वीपिंग। चुपके चुपके रात दिन आंसू बहाना याद है। हमको अब तक राजनीति का वो जमाना याद है।
वाह वाह, क्या याददाश्त है।
चुपके चुपके रात दिन कुर्सी बचाना याद है। इनको अब तक आर्मी का हुक्म बजाना याद है। खींच लेना वो मेरी कुर्सी का पाया कमर। खींच लेना वो मेरी पीएम की कुर्सी ओ कमर। मुंह फेर के तेरा वो न्यूट्रल बन जाना याद है। कितना याद है, कानून सब भुला देगा। ऊपर वाले बचा ले, मैनू घबराहट हो रही है।
In association with Vistara, fly the new feeling.
Very good afternoon. You're watching India Today. I'm Nabila Jamal, taking you through the top news. First, the headlines. India Today tracks down family of absconding shooter who opened fire during Delhi riots. Forensic teams hunt for lead at the Delhi riots hot zone.
ये जो तस्वीर है, ये कौन है? ये हमारा लड़का है। ऐसा धमकी दे रहा जब बजरंग बली सब आया मानने को, तो हमारा लड़का उसको होते डर देने के लिए ऐसा ही बंदूक चलाया।
BJP chief JP Nadda accuses opposition of divisive vote bank politics, says Congress is using terror groups like the PFI to cause rift. Blasts DMK for targeting attack on composer Ilayaraja, who backed Narendra Modi.
PFI के लोगों को जो ऑन बुक्स लाए गए थे, उनको छुड़ाने का काम सिद्धारमैया ने किया था कि नहीं किया था, इसकी जनता, कर्नाटक की जनता जवाबदार।
Maharashtra government says no loudspeakers can be used at religious places without permission. Move after Raj Thakkre's plan to recite Hanuman Chalisa to counter azam from mosque. KCR government in Telangana faces heat after 3 suicides in Medak and Khammam. Victims blame extortion and harassment by ruling TRS Netas. Protests erupt. And 8 weeks of devastation and defiance. Ukraine's Zaporizhzhia faces Russian onslaught. Putin's troops blow up houses and schools. India Today reports from ground zero.
How far are the Russian troops? Can you ask how far are the Russian troops? Ooh. So here you can see that the attack is happening. We will have to move.
Repeated attempts were made by the Russians to come in from this area and move in closer to Kyiv.
Now, as probe in Jahangirpuri violence case deepens, Delhi police has now detained the brother of Sonu, one of the accused in the case where a Shobha Yatra was targeted on the occasion of Hanuman Jayanti on Saturday. Sonu was also caught on camera, seen firing from a pistol at a crowd. India Today exclusively spoke to the mother of the accused, who claimed that both the accused have been framed and have claimed innocence. A forensic team now is at the spot where violence took place, is gathering crucial evidence in the case. A team of Delhi Crime Branch is also accompanying and assisting the forensic team. Both the teams also went to nearby mosques amid the probe. Delhi police is also probing the conspiracy angle here in this riots. So far, 21 people have been arrested in the case. Many have been detained. FIR in the case confirms that stones were pelted on the Shobha Yatra. Some youth also opened fire at the religious procession. Delhi police are now scanning over 100 videos of violence that have surfaced. Cops are now using these videos to identify rioters, and manhunt has been launched to nab them.
हमारे साथ एक आरोपी सलीम चिकना की मां मौजूद है, हम उनसे बात करते हैं। सलीम चिकना को पुलिस ने अरेस्ट क्यों किया?
बिना कसूर में अरेस्ट कर दिया, कुछ नहीं करा। हमारा बच्चा पूरा गोली वाला बोलेगा ऐसा अरेस्ट कर दिया उसको।
तो क्या ये जो आप तस्वीर में दिखाइए जरा दीपक, ये जो तस्वीर है ये कौन है? ये
हमारा लड़का है।
क्या नाम है इसका?
उसका सोनू है।
पूरा नाम क्या है?
पूरा नाम सोनू है।
सोनू, बाकी उपनाम
और कुछ नहीं नाम ना।
तो आप लोग कहाँ के रहने वाले हैं?
हम लोग कोलकाता का रहने वाला, मोइसादाल हल्दिया हमारा घर है।
तो ये पुलिस ने कुछ बताया कि सलीम को क्यों अरेस्ट किया?
कुछ वाला नहीं, घुसने ही नहीं दे रहा।
अच्छा,
घुसने ही नहीं दे रहा। भगा रही तो सुबह गया, वहाँ से भी हम लोग को भगाया। हमारा बहू हम गया।
ये आपका बेटा क्या करता है?
कौन सा?
ये बेटा क्या करता है?
ये बेटा तो चिकन दुकान है।
अच्छा,
हाँ।
तो ये कैसे वहाँ भीड़ में पहुँच गए?
ये भीड़ में पहुँच गया, बोले हिंदू मुस्लिम में लड़ाई हो रहा, तो वो रोजा खुलने का टाइम वो गया, कोई बच्चा से वो ये छीन के वो गुस्सा में वो चलाने लग गया। तो किसी को चोट नहीं लगा, कुछ नहीं लगा। ऐसा धमकी दे रहा। जब बजरंग बली सब आया मानने को, तो हमारा लड़का उसको होते डर देने के लिए ऐसा ही बंदूक चलाया। तो वो उसमें नहीं था। काल के ऐसा ही वीडियो बना के कोई दुश्मनी करके वीडियो बना के छोड़ दिया।
अभी ये कहाँ पे है सोनू?
अभी कहाँ के डर में कहाँ भाग गया पता नहीं। पुलिस वाला आके तो हमारा ऊपर से नहीं दे, छानबीन कर रहा खाली।
आपका घर कौन सा? ये वाला घर है?
ये वाला।
ये दिखाने की कोशिश करेंगे कि सलीम, जो इनकी मां है, इनका कहना है कि सलीम बिल्कुल भी किसी तरह से किसी दंगे में शामिल
नहीं था। उसका वैसा शौक में उठाया। हाँ।
क्या भाई की वजह से तो नहीं उठाया?
नहीं,
गोली चला रहा?
नहीं, भाई के वजह से नहीं। पहले उसका नाम दिया, पहले उसका नाम दिया, बोला सलीम था, सोनू था। चलो जो गलती करा उसके नहीं तो उठाएगा वो। तो कौन
गोली चलाया? तो क्या सोनू से आपकी बातचीत हुई?
नहीं, हमारा बातचीत नहीं हुआ।
घर नहीं आया
ना, घर भी नहीं आया।
All right, let me quickly cut across to Ashutosh Mishra, who's joining us live from Jahangirpuri in Delhi. Ashutosh, we heard the accused family members who claim that he's being framed, but the video here very clearly shows how brazenly this man takes a gun, stands amid the crowd and even opens fire. He is currently absconding. Give us a sense of what really prompted these clashes and how far has the probe come along?
So, well, as far as probe is concerned, there are multiple arrests are being done. At the moment, the arrests have reached more than 25. In fact, just 5 minutes ago, 2 more, the accused have been arrested by the crime branch, the special team which is, touring this entire area, which was the epicenter of the violence that day. In the meanwhile, the forensic team that we have seen collecting the evidences, and the cops are hunting door to door, shop to shop, because there are multiple CCTV cameras. So, gathering the videos, video footage are going to be really significant. So, in terms of arresting, that's are being made, evidences are being gathered. As far as the sequence of incident that unfolded, that's clearly in the public domain, but that is there in the police FIR, that how it was all sudden done at 6 o'clock. The police blame that it was from the Muslim side because it was a peaceful procession. The Muslim community said it was neither peaceful procession nor they were without arsenal, because they were carrying arsenal. It was provocative, and that led to the retaliation. So amidst of all this accusation, largely the police which is carrying out the investigation, and that is in the line that procession was peaceful, and it was escalated by the Muslim, where they have Niyam, Ansar, Aslam and others. So on this line, the investigation is being done at the moment, and we have seen the crime branch, special teams, the forensic team, they all are here at the epicenter in Jahangirpuri.
All right, thank you very much, Ashutosh, for joining us with those details. Now, the investigation behind Jahangirpuri communal clashes still continue in full swing to catch the perpetrators. A letter petition has now been moved before the Chief Justice of India, N.V. Ramana, to take suo motu cognizance of the riots. The lawyer has alleged that the Delhi police investigation so far has been partial, communal, and directly shielding perpetrators of the riots. The petition was started this time, is the second time that the riots have erupted in the capital city. In fact, that's what the petition mentions further, saying that this is a riot-like situation that's happened for the second time, and on both the occasions, only minority community members are being entirely blamed for the riots. Meanwhile, lawyer Vinit Jindal has filed a plea in the Supreme Court seeking handing over the investigation now to the National Investigation Agency to hunt down links of any involvement of ISIS and other terror outfits. Now, the police states that clashes broke out in 7 states during Hindu festivals of Ram Navami and Hanuman Jayanti.
Since past 10 days, we have seen different stone-pelting incidents. 3 persons have been died, several thousands of persons have been injured severely. So the state police has been investigating this matter, but for this kind of matter, a specific purpose NIA has been formed. That's why I have filed a PIL to hand it over the investigation. So the investigation should be taken place in a complete manner, and the investigation should be completed as soon as possible, because this is an act of sovereignty of our against sovereignty of our country, and we have not been denied, because this is not a coincidence. As Ram Navami procession and recently the Jahangirpuri incident on Hanuman Jayanti Yatra, which has happened, we have seen, and there is kind of question mark upon the timing of this incident. So in last 10 days, 7 cities have been affected and several people have been targeted. Ram Navami procession has been targeted. Hanuman Jayanti Yatra has been targeted. Yeah. So we can we are surely say that they are a hand of this kind of organization like PFI and IS connection should be there. So this kind of matter should be investigated by the NIA.
Now, certainly politics over this violence has now exploded as a full-blown war of words between political parties as it erupts, calling for an NIA probe into these clashes. BJP MP Hansraj Hans claims that Jahangirpuri incident was an international conspiracy to defame India. This comes as MNS chief Raj Thackeray calls for a tit-for-tat response to such violent incidents. Meanwhile, AIMIM chief Asaduddin Owaisi has targeted the Union Minister Amit Shah for the violence that erupted in the national capital. He said that clashes have become a lot more common in Delhi after Amit Shah took over as the Home Minister. In the violence that broke out on Saturday, 20 people, including the prime accused, have all been arrested. 10 teams are currently carrying out investigations as the crime branch takes over the probe. Over 200 violence videos are currently being examined by the police.
भाजपा ने अपने देश भर के कार्यकर्ताओं को एक संकेत दे दिया कि गुंडागर्दी अच्छी चीज है, तुम हिंसा करो, तुम जितनी ज्यादा गुंडागर्दी करोगे, तुम जितनी ज्यादा लफंगाई करोगे, हम तुम्हें उतना ज्यादा सम्मान देंगे, तुम्हें इतना ज्यादा आगे बढ़ाएंगे। तो ये बिल्कुल स्पष्ट हो गया है कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी गुंडों की पार्टी है, भारतीय जनता पार्टी दंगे कराती है, भारतीय जनता पार्टी हिंसा कराती है। वरना ऐसा कैसे हो गया कि आम आदमी पार्टी शोभा यात्रा कराती है तो वहां पे कोई दंगा नहीं होता, लेकिन जहां पे भाजपा खुद किसी कार्यक्रम का आयोजन कराती है वहां पे गुंडागर्दी भी हो जाती है, वहां पे हिंसा भी हो जाती है, वहां पे दंगे भी हो जाते हैं। तो साफ नजर आता है कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी खुद दंगे करवाती है, खुद हिंसा कराती है और उस गुंडागर्दी को बढ़ावा देती है।
मैंने यही पाया कि पीछे कोई साजिश है, जैसे सीक्वेंस बना के पहले किसी और स्टेट में फिर कोई ना कोई हो सकता है विदेश से कोई ऐसा कोई नेगेटिव बैड एलिमेंट्स हैं जिनका काम है, उनका कोई धर्म नहीं होता, उनका कोई मजहब नहीं होता, जालिम का धर्म जुल्म होता है।
राजी, yesterday in Delhi प्रोसेशन हो रहा था हनुमान जयंती पे और स्टोन पेल्टिंग हुआ वो प्रोसेशन पे, उसको रास्ता
मुझे लगता है उनका ऐसी चीजों का जवाब वैसे ही देना चाहिए उन लोगों को, अदरवाइज उनको समझ में नहीं आएगा।
A day after Delhi Riots 2.0, the alleged key conspirators Ansar and Aslam Ali are nabbed by the police. Ansar is accused of triggering the scuffle while Aslam Ali allegedly opened fire at the Yatra. The pistol allegedly used by Ali has been recovered. A cop too was injured in the alleged firing by Ali.
इधर से सामने पथराव हो रहा था, उधर के तरफ मुंह करके खड़े थे उनको रोकने के लिए। वो दूसरे वाले दूसरे साइड में खड़े थे, वो उनके बीच में खड़े थे
जी। तो उस वक्त आपको गोली लग चुकी थी?
हाँ, गोली सामने से आई, जो लगने के बाद फिर मैं हॉस्पिटल चले गया। पहले मस्जिद पे वहाँ शुरू हुआ था, वहाँ बहस हुई थी, बहस फिर बाद में झगड़े में बदल गई, पथराव शुरू हुआ।
Families of the accused though have rubbished the allegations and claim that Ali has been falsely implicated.
जब पत्थरबाजी हुआ था तब आपका पति था?
सोया था इधर घर में।
सोया था वो? पत्थर वहाँ पे नहीं गया था?
नहीं गया था।
तो पुलिस को आपने बोला था? नहीं बोला था, मैं सो गई, वो उठा के ले चले। बाद में सुबह से बोला था रात में ये तुम्हारा पति के उठा के ले गई है, तो मैं उसी से बारे थाने में आई थी। पहले आपके पति को कभी अरेस्ट किया था पुलिस ने? नहीं है, पहली बार अरेस्ट किया।
Meanwhile, CCTV footage reveals another instance of shooting. Police are now trying to identify the shooter. Images show pistols, stones, bottles and swords were used in the clashes. BJP leader Kapil Mishra has called the violence a terror attack. He claims that people involved in Northeast Delhi riots in 2020 are the same who are involved in this latest violence.
ताहिर हुसैन से, खालिद सैफी से, उमर खालिद से, सबसे इनके कनेक्शन है। जब जहांगीरपुरी के आतंकी हमले की जांच हो रही है, तब अंसार के और बाकी अपराधियों के दिल्ली दंगों के क्या कनेक्शन थे, उसकी जांच भी जरूर की जानी चाहिए।
The police say the situation is under control now, but the clashes have raised some serious questions. Why were people in the Shobha Yatra allowed to carry swords? Why was the Yatra, which passed through a communally sensitive area, not given enough police deployment? Bureau Report, India Today.
Now, after 13 opposition parties in an open letter have accused the centre and the BJP of stoking communal tensions and questioned the Prime Minister over his silence, BJP President JP Nadda has now written an open letter to the citizens of India, hitting out at the opposition, calling them out for their petty politics. Vote bank and divisive politics is what Nadda accuses the opposition of. Nadda in that letter has said that instances of violence also took place in Rajasthan, Bengal, Karnataka and Kerala. Nadda has further added that Congress is rattled by BJP's recent wins in state polls. He's alleged that many riots have taken place when Congress was in the centre. Nadda took a dig at Congress, saying that Siddaramaiah government released PFI members when the party was in power in Karnataka. And on the other hand, BJP takes strict action against those culprits. Nadda has condemned social media attack on Ilayaraja over praising Prime Minister Modi and blamed the DMK for this verbal assault.
कुछ लोग राजनीति में बौखला गए हैं और उनकी बौखलाहट कहीं न कहीं समाज को विघटित करने के षड्यंत्रों के साथ जुड़ जाती है। इसीलिए आपने देखा होगा कहीं रामनवमी के शोभा यात्रा पर अटैक, कहीं कुछ। यही बोमई साहब का विषय है। ही इज द चीफ मिनिस्टर, ही इज द होम मिनिस्टर. He will certainly investigate into the details of it. But on the face of it, I can say कि ये डिजाइन्ड तरीके से समाज को खंडित करने की कोशिश हो रही है. मुझे दुख के साथ कहना पड़ता है कि आज कांग्रेस पार्टी इज बिहेविंग इन द मोस्ट इररिस्पॉन्सिबल मैनर. और मैं ये पूछना चाहूंगा कि क्या पीएफआई के लोगों को जो ऑन बुक्स लाए गए थे उनको छुड़ाने का काम सिद्धारमैया ने किया था कि नहीं किया था, इसकी जनता, कर्नाटक की जनता जवाब चाहती. आतंकवाद के खिलाफ बोलते हो और आतंकवादियों को छोड़ते हो, अंदर से दोस्ती रखते हो और बाहर मुखौटा लेकर के चलते हो.
All right, coming up on the other side, Prime Minister Narendra Modi on a 3-day Gujarat tour right ahead of state elections. Let's take you through those details right after a short break. Stay with us.
This tank here,
courage,
this was under Ukrainian control. Now,
fearlessness,
This is India Today, TV live.
putting our lives at risk.
the explosions are very, very close.
We are on the ground, bringing you the facts,
Bringing you all the ground reports at Ground Zero in Colombo.
I'm live right
so that India is better informed.
We're all saying no war, we want peace.
Tune into India Today TV, reporting from the front line.
When it's the world's biggest news story, there's only one gold standard of journalism. When it's the world's biggest news story, there's only one gold standard of journalism.
You are watching India Today.
All right, Prime Minister Narendra Modi has his eyes set on the next goal. After the thumping victory in Uttar Pradesh and the 3 other states, Prime Minister Modi now focusing on winning mega match at his own home turf, Gujarat, where elections are all set to be held later this year. Prime Minister will begin his 3-day tour from Gandhinagar. He will be reaching the capital city at around 5 p.m. today, following which he is scheduled to visit Banaskantha, Jamnagar and Dahod. Prime Minister Modi will inaugurate several developmental projects worth 22,000 crore rupees. He'll be visiting the Command and Control Center for Schools today at around 6. The Prime Minister has informed that on Tuesday, the foundation stone of the WHO Global Center for Traditional Medicine will also be laid out. On Wednesday, the Prime Minister will be taking part in Global Ayush Investment and Innovation Summit at the Mahatma Mandir in Gandhinagar. The Director General of the WHO, Dr. Tedros, will also be present during that 3-day visit. He will be participating in a few events alongside Prime Minister Modi. Here's some big breaking news coming in from Karnataka. After Ishwarappa Commission Rao, a Lingayat Mutt seer has now accused the BJP government in Karnataka of seeking commission. Dingaleshwara Swamiji, a seer in Gadag Mutt, has claimed that any grant is given to the Mutt only comes after at least 30% commission cut by the Karnataka government. Some big claims coming in from the Lingayat seer. In fact, just earlier, we remember a contractor accusing Karnataka Minister Ishwarappa of commission, demanding 40% commission for road contracts. And here you have a Lingayat Mutt seer who's now accusing the government in Karnataka of taking 30% commission before giving out any grants towards the temple. This is the Gadag seer. His name is Dingaleshwara Swamiji. Dingaleshwara Swamiji has now come out to make some serious allegations against the Karnataka government, saying that any grants that's given to the Mutt only comes after 30% commission cut by the Karnataka government. Remember, we're looking at Lingayat seer making a big charge at the Bombay government. In fact, Lingayat community at large has largely supported the BJP in the recent past. We're looking at the community seer now, a prominent community seer who is from the Gadag Mutt, Dingaleshwara Swamiji, a seer from the Gadag temple, has now claimed that Karnataka government, if at all they give out any grants to the temple, it comes only after 30% commission cut. Let's take a listen.
ನಮಗೂ ಕೂಡ ಬಹಳ ಗೊತ್ತೈತಿ ಒಬ್ಬ ಸ್ವಾಮಿಗಳಿಗೆ ಅನುದಾನ ಬಿಡುಗಡೆ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ 30% ಕಟ್ ಆದ ಮೇಲೆನೇ ಅದು ಕಟ್ಟಡ ಚಲುವಾಕೈತೆ ಹೊರತಾಗಿ ಮಠದಾಗ ಇಲ್ಲ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ ಆಗೋದೇ ಇಲ್ಲ ಇದ್ದಿದ್ದು ಸ್ಪಷ್ಟವಾಗಿ.
All right, coming up right after a short break, an India Today special on why World War III looks more likely possible than ever before. Stay with us.
Ale snažím se jim zpříjemnit jaksi ten pobyt. Jsou to děti, které pravděpodobně, nebo většina z nich mi napsala.
Відвідували державну оперу, театр і балет «Спляча красуня». І, власне, там якось в ході розмов лежали флаєри, рекламки, і ми побачили, що є така пропозиція.
When it's the world's biggest news story, there's only one gold standard of journalism. When it's the world's biggest news story, there's only one gold standard of journalism. When it's the world's biggest news story, there's only one gold standard of journalism.
You are watching
Hello and welcome to a special broadcast from the war zone in Ukraine. Cities after city completely devastated and shattered. And the threat of a nuclear war is looming large. I'm Abhishek Bhalla, and over the next half hour, I will tell you why the world is at the brink of a third world war.
Second month of war. Wider conflict fears. Russian warship bogged down as Ukraine gives the spirited fight back. Open nuclear blackmail by Putin. NATO and EU fear getting sucked in. World War III never looked more real. Global doomsday war looms.
After the sinking of Russian warship Moskva, Russian state media has already declared that this is the Third World War. Although Putin says that the ship sank due to a fire, Ukraine has taken credit for it. Will this be the big turning point in the already raging battle between the two nations? Take a look at this report.
Russia fires a new threat. The biggest, most potent one yet. A threat of World War III. After 53 days of war, Russia has triggered the ghost of a global war. After suffering its biggest military setback on April 13th, Russia has alarmingly declared that World War III has begun already. In a video now going viral on social media, Russian state TV announced that World War III has begun after the sinking of Russian cruiser Moskva.
Это вылилось уже смело можно называть, не лукавя, Третьей мировой войной. Совершенно точно. Мы прямо сейчас сражаемся, если не с НАТО, то уж точно с инфраструктурой НАТО. И это тоже надо.
Russia's most formidable warship in the Black Sea was destroyed, and Ukraine claimed they sank the ship with anti-ship missile. The Pentagon, however, did not confirm Ukraine's claim, but did not refute it either. The Russian Defense Ministry, meanwhile, has claimed the warship sank due to a fire caused by a storm. The World War III declaration comes after repeated nuke threats from Russia.
The outcome of the operation, of course, is not a reason for usage of a nuclear weapon. We have a security concept that very clearly states that only when there is a threat for existence of the state in our country, we can use, and we will actually use, nuclear weapons to eliminate the threat for the existence of our country.
Let me assure you, a responsible member of the international community committed to its obligations to non-proliferation of weapons of mass destruction. Russia is taking every possible measure to prevent Ukraine from getting nuclear weapons and respective technologies.
Bureau Report, India Today.
As the Russian invasion of Ukraine inches towards the third month and no signs of a de-escalation visible, there is a real threat of a global conflict. NATO remains a silent spectator, US and Europe continue to impose sanctions, and Ukraine's long-standing demand of a no-fly zone still not being implemented. Here's a report that decodes the ghosts of what a global conflict can look like.
The war in Ukraine is now a month old and counting. But not for a moment has this been just Ukraine's fight. From the very beginning of the invasion, it has had all the tremors of the global conflict. Those leading the crisis themselves warn that World War III could be ahead. Russia first triggered the ghost of a global war by placing its nuclear weapons on high alert in February, following the move with a warning that World War III would have to be nuclear and destructive.
Всем понятно, что Третья мировая может быть только ядерной. Но, обращаю ваше внимание,
everybody understands that World War III can only be nuclear. It is in the heads of the Western politicians that nuclear war is always revolving and not in the heads of the Russians.
уверяю, что мы не позволим.
That is why I assure you that we will not allow any provocations to force us out of the balance. But if a real war against us starts developing, those who carry out such plans must have a think.
Реальную войну, ну, это, наверное, должны думать об этом те, кто такие планы вынашивает, а они...
Amidst Ukraine's sustained pleas for NATO to impose a no-fly zone over the invaded nation, Russia raised the spectre again, warning that any such move could trigger a third world war. And that's probably the reason why, despite vehemently condemning Russia, the US or the European Union have rejected Zelensky's demand to declare Ukraine's airspace a no-fly zone.
Хочемо запровадити закриття неба, тому що конкретно
We want to close the airspace because our children are being deliberately killed.
Білорусі
Missiles, bombs, jets are flying from the territory of Belarus and Russia.
і бомбардировщики.
Any move in this direction will be viewed by us as a participation in the armed conflict of whichever side whose territory will pose a threat to our service members. That very second, we will view them as participants of the military conflict, and it would not matter what members they are.
Уже все равно, какими там членами они являются.
Wars were fought in Iraq, Syria, and also between two of the biggest nations, China and India. But never before did the risk of World War III look as serious as it does now amid Russia's invasion of Ukraine. On a military scale, Russia's Ukraine war is limited. Yet the risk of World War III is bigger than ever and could just be a trigger away. Till now, Europe or America have refrained from sending troops to fight against Russia, limiting their response to sanctions and military aid. So why is the ghost of another world war so strong? World War is the name given to two multilateral wars that were essentially European. The First World War, fought during 1914 to 19, mainly involved Germany, Austria-Hungary and Turkey against the Allies, France, the UK, Soviet Russia, Italy, Japan, and from 1917, the United States. The Second World War, fought between 1939 to 1945, mainly involved Germany, Italy and Japan against France, UK, US and Soviet Russia. As the stakes pile up, as the pressure builds, and as the implications mount for Europe, the Russia-Ukraine war has the potential for a bigger war, both in weaponry and geography. Will NATO be pushed to impose a no-fly zone? And is that the one move separating the world from World War III? Bureau Report, India Today.
Make no mistake, this is no Cold War 2.0. Russia and US are once again going head-to-head. Nuclear powers are trying to match up with each other showing their arsenal. We decode how geopolitics will change if this war is to continue for long.
Full rudder, reverse starboard engine, right full rudder, hold back starboard shaft, hold back starboard shaft.
An iconic scene from perhaps the world's most famous Cold War film, harking back to a time of terrifying distrust. Nuclear hair triggers and a world even just a breath away from intercontinental mass destruction. Cut forward a few decades, and a very hot war in Ukraine has a cloud of the old Cold War all around it. Sit back while we prove to you that we are in Cold War 2.0. Proof 1. Direct US-Russia tension. The first piece of proof, the war in Ukraine has sparked the most high-level tensions between the US and Russia in decades, with both superpowers reviving historic angst to paint each other as global imperialistic aggressors running roughshod over world peace.
Did you ask me whether I was called? Oh, I think he is a war criminal.
Proof 2. Big global realignment. The second piece of proof is the global realignment of the international order. Hugely reminiscent of Cold War pressures, complex linkages aside, the world stands massed against Russia, its ally China, a neutral India, with the United States making it clear to nations that they are against Russia or with Russia. The crisis in Ukraine is visible, crafting a new world order. Proof 3. Nuke forces on high alert. The most tangible revival of Cold War tensions is clear in Russia's move to place its nuclear forces on high alert in the wake of NATO movements to help Ukraine. The move by Putin, explained away as a defensive posture by Moscow, has ratcheted up nuclear tensions to dangerous Cold War levels, forcing other nuclear nations, by most accounts, to keep their nukes dusted and ready too. Proof 4. Biowarfare allegations. The allegations of biological weapons laboratories and experimentation with germ warfare are also typical of the Cold War era crossfire. Russia threw the first punch in the current crisis by accusing the US of maintaining biowarfare facilities on Ukrainian soil. The US hit back, saying Putin intends to use bioweapons of his own, and the allegation is just cover fire for his own insidious intentions. Proof 5. Isolation through airspace. With several nations closing their airspace to Russia, the sense of geographic isolation has heightened dramatically in the first few weeks of the Ukraine invasion. With few flights in and out of Russia, the alienation of a superpower is palpable, and in many ways is even more than how it was during the Cold War. Proof 6. Moscow unplugged from global economy. The crippling sanctions against Russia haven't slowed Putin's military rumble in Ukraine, but Russian citizens are most definitely feeling the heat. A Soviet-era arrogance that Russia can survive without the global economy is also representative of Cold War-era confidence. The suggestion that the world needs Russia more than Russia needs the world. Proof 7. Mass mobilization across Europe. Perhaps the most visible manifestation of a new Cold War, the readiness of militaries in Europe across NATO nations and the move of several other countries like Finland to consider joining NATO, creating a spectre of the Russian menace. The suggestion that it's Ukraine today and the other countries next, painting a scary Cold War scenario that goes just beyond the cold. There's real combat taking place in Ukraine for a whole month and counting. One thing is certain, whenever that battle ends, Cold War 2.0 won't end anytime soon. With Shivarur, Bureau Report, India Today.
Despite being a signatory to the Chemical Weapons Convention, Russia has often been accused of violating this. And once again, there have been allegations that Russia has been freely using chemical weapons in its invasion in Ukraine. Is Mariupol the latest victim in Russia's chemical warfare? Take a look at this report.
Amid the raging war in Ukraine, Russia has been pulling out some deadly weapons to target civilians in key cities. In the latest, Ukraine is claiming that Russia used chemical bombs, specifically phosphorus munition, to target its port city of Mariupol. President Zelensky has even warned his citizens of more chemical attacks.
Today, we heard a statement from occupiers confirming they are preparing for a new stage in their terror against us and our defenders. One of the spokesperson of the invaders said they are considering using chemical weapons against the defenders of Mariupol. We take it very seriously. I want to remind world leaders that a possible use of chemical weapons had been already discussed by Russian military. At the time, it meant the reaction to the Russian aggression should have been harsher and faster.
Earlier too, Russia was accused of launching illegal white phosphorus bombs, which have been banned under international law for use in civilian areas. These white phosphorus bombs, also dubbed as flaming onion bombs, are horrific weapons which can fiercely burn anything that comes its way. This weapon can cause grave injuries as it quickly fires up in the air, spreads over enormous areas, up to several hundred kilometers, emanating tremendous heat and poisonous smoke. These white phosphorus bombs also have potential to instantly kill. This translucent wax-like substance smells like garlic and ignites around oxygen, causing serious injuries and even death when it comes into contact with skin, is inhaled or swallowed. Studies say the effects of white phosphorus is severe, especially on infants. It causes mortality, cancer and leukemia. It's not just white phosphorus. Russia has an array of chemical weapons in its stock, from nerve agents to choking agents. Each is deadlier than the next. Nerve agents disable the ability to send messages to the muscles and cause paralysis and loss of body functions. Sarin, Novichok, Soman and Tabun are some nerve agents Russia has used in the past. Blistering agents come in gas, aerosol or liquid form and cause the skin to blister on contact. Blistering agents include sulfur mustard that go back to the First World War and nitrogen mustard. Choking agents cause respiratory failure if inhaled or ingested. Chlorine is the most common variety used. Blood agents affect the body's ability to send oxygen through the bloodstream. Hydrogen chloride and cyanogen chloride are blood agents allegedly used by the Kremlin. Russia is one of 193 signatory countries to the treaty banning production, stockpiling and use of chemical weapons. Moscow denies having or ever using such weapons, but past incidents have proved otherwise. Chemical weapons have been the bone of contention in the Ukraine war. Russia has accused Ukraine of having chemical and biological weapons. But given its history, the danger of Russia deploying them is real and present. In fact, Ukraine claims clear evidence of the use of chemical weapons by Russia in Mariupol, where Kyiv says thousands have died. Bureau Report, India Today.
Seen as a weak opposition to Russia, Ukraine's fight back has been legendary. It has faced the Russian onslaught and in fact turned it into a graveyard for Russian tanks, aircraft and also soldiers. Not just Ukraine's military, but also its civilians came together in giving a befitting reply and taking on the Russian invasion.
Civilians training to pick up guns to fight for their country. Fathers and mothers with their teenage children take turns to learn how to operate machine guns.
We would like to watch and learn how to use arms to protect our children.
Ukraine has been training its citizens since the first week of March. They are all preparing for a lengthy war.
I believe that it is just in case, and I won't need this knowledge, but in case like the Russian invasion move further to Lviv, or maybe in case they will launch some missiles to Lviv, and maybe I would join some medical, medicine stuff, into medicine.
While ordinary Ukrainians train and prepare to defend their country, the world has gradually but steadily been helping the defender. Faced with a mighty aggressor, Ukraine looks severely out of favor from a military point of view. Yet a country with just 2 lakh active military personnel has been able to stand up to a behemoth Russian army that has sophisticated weaponry at its command. A large part of that fierce resistance comes from the swift transfer of military equipment by NATO and other allied countries. In a first, the 27-country bloc of the European Union signed off a $551 million package to help arm Ukraine. Germany has rewritten its long-standing policy that barred exporting weapons into war zones. Germany sent 1,000 anti-tank weapons, 500 Stinger anti-craft defense systems to Ukraine. Within days of the invasion, France reportedly promised to send military aid to Ukraine, but there's no publicly disclosed specifics of it. The United Kingdom has so far sent 2,000 short-range and anti-tank missiles, Saxon armored vehicles and Sky Sabre air defense system with 100 military operators. The US so far has been the largest contributor with 1,400 Stinger anti-aircraft missile systems, 4,600 Javelin anti-tank missiles, 5 Mi-17 helicopters, 3 patrol boats, 4 counter-artillery and counter-drone tracking radars, 2,000 light anti-armor weapons, 300 grenade launchers and ammunition. They've also sent 600 shotguns and 600 machine guns, 5,000 rifles, 1,000 pistols, 25,000 sets of body armor, 25,000 helmets. The US has so far sent nearly 40 million rounds of small arms ammunition, over 1 million grenades, mortar and artillery rounds, along with 70 Humvees and other vehicles, 6,000 at 4 anti-armor systems and 1,000 switchable drones.
I'm grateful to US President Biden for new effective aid for our country. You should understand that I can't reveal all the details of this package of aid and others. This is our defense tactic when the enemy doesn't know what to expect from us.
Justin Trudeau has been the next big military aid contributor in arming Ukraine after Joe Biden. Canada has sent nearly 4,500 M72 rocket launchers, 1,600 fragmentation vests, nearly 7,500 hand grenades. Other than that, it has also contributed $1 million to buy commercial satellite high resolution and modern imagery, machine guns, pistols and carbines. Canada has sent 1.5 million rounds of ammunition, sniper rifles and various related equipment worth $7.9 million to Ukraine so far. It has also contributed $19.9 million in military aid that could include helmets, body armor, gas masks and night vision gears. From Asia, Japan has sent bulletproof vests and helmets to Ukraine, and South Korea too has contributed to the war effort. The next door neighbor for both Russia and Ukraine, Poland has reportedly contributed tens of thousands of shells and artillery ammunition, anti-aircraft missiles, light mortars and reconnaissance drones. All three Baltic and Scandinavian countries too have contributed with military aid to arm Ukraine, as has other European countries. Australia and New Zealand have come with major military donations for Ukraine. But for now, all this help from around the world has not been able to convince Putin's army to back down. The war continues and destruction abounds.
Russia's economy could be severely crippled and impacted due to the multiple sanctions imposed by US, EU, Japan and Canada. But Russian President Putin remains unfazed and believes that this is all part of the game and is ready to take on any implications that these sanctions have.
The blitz that ill-willers hoped for didn't work. It's obvious. Our financial system, our industry works smoothly.
Thundered Russian President Vladimir Putin. Sanctions imposed on Russia by the US, UK, EU and other countries include banning secondary trade in Russian government bonds, banning interaction with key Russian banks, banning exports of critical technology to Russia and freezing the assets and banning travel for elite Russians. In addition, Germany halted certification of the Nord Stream 2 gas pipeline. Once the Russian invasion of Ukraine crossed 1 month, came a fresh batch of sanctions. This time, the United States tightened penalties on 2 of Russia's leading banks, including the country's largest financial institutions per bank, leaving in place an energy carve-out that allows them to process payments for oil and gas. The US also sanctioned Russian President Vladimir Putin's 2 adult daughters and the wife and daughter of Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov. World Bank estimates that these sanctions will shrink Russian economy by more than 11% this year. But revenues from energy exports are actually increasing. Moscow expects to earn $9.6 billion in additional revenue from energy sales in April alone, thanks to high oil prices, which remain around $100 a barrel. Defiant against the Western sanctions and ever provocatively confident, the Russian president gloated about the progress of his army in Ukraine.
As for the progress of the operation, I can often hear questions if we can do it faster. We can. It depends on the intensity of military actions. The intensity of military actions is somehow related to losses, unfortunately. Our goal is to achieve all objectives, minimizing losses.
Nothing's changed in Vladimir Putin's world. The country has been hit by the maximum sanctions so far since the world wars.
If our partners aggravate the situation in the financial, insurance sphere, in the area of transport, including maritime transport, then the situation will worsen for them, among other things. Food shortages or incredibly high prices on world markets will lead to hunger in regions throughout the world. It's inevitable. The next step would be new wave of migration, including to the Western countries.
In Russia, indigenous businesses are eager to fill the gap created in domestic markets after the sanctions pushed Western companies out.
Of course, it's good for us all if they leave, because in that case, people will start to be interested in other brands of clothes. They will be interested in Russian brands. Before, when they needed jeans, they would buy it at Zara. Now, they start to look at who is on the market.
то сейчас они просто начинают вообще смотреть, кто вообще еще есть на рынке.
on a daily basis. Some areas in Russia complained of shortage of sugar and salt. Putin's government arranged for special markets to allow people to restock.
I don't need much sugar, but it's just that it's not available at all.
The sanctions were supposed to hit the Russian economy hard. Ruble fell sharply. Pundits predict doom for Russian GDP, which is modest compared to the USA or the UK. But for the Russian president, who carries a fearsome black briefcase, prepared for any nuke trigger along with him all the time, the end is still not here. Bureau Report, India Today.
This is all we have from this special broadcast from War Zone in Ukraine. We'll keep getting you all the updates on the war. Keep watching India Today for more news and updates.
फिट किया है, आपको ही फिट कर देंगे। फिट करने में एक्सपर्ट हूँ जी मैं।
तो यार 3 लोगों के लिए फ्रिज कौन सा फिट होगा?
400 लीटर या 500 लीटर?
इस एक्सपर्ट से नहीं, क्रोमा एक्सपर्ट से पूछो।
हाय।
Alisher Usmanov is one of the wealthiest men in the world, but sanctions by the West have left this Russian financially handicapped. His bank account is frozen, the visa restricted, and he can no longer use his dream yacht that goes by the name Dilbar after his mother. He's just one of the many powerful, wealthy men around Putin. And Putin's powerful men have been under the scanner for long now. Biden has also set up a task force to seize their assets.
Today I'm announcing that we're adding dozens of names to the list, including one of Russia's wealthiest billionaires, and I'm banning travel to America by more than 50 Russian oligarchs, their families, and their close associates.
And to add to it, a new elite group has also come under the scanner, the Silovaks. The oligarchs are super wealthy of the Russian regime. After the collapse of the Soviet Union, state assets were disbursed to businessmen and private bidders by wrongful means of corruption. The oligarchs have a deal with Putin. They can earn as much wealth as they want, given they stay out of politics. So they don't have much influence on Putin.
In association with Vistara, fly the new feeling.
Very good afternoon. You're watching India Today. I'm Nabila Jamal taking you through the top news. First, the headlines. BJP Chief JP Nadda accuses the opposition of divisive vote bank politics, says Congress is using terror groups like the PFI to cause a rift, blasts the DMK for targeted attacks on composer Ilayaraja for backing Modi. India Today tracks down family of the absconding shooter who opened fire during Delhi riots. Forensic teams now hunt for lead at Delhi riots hot zone.
ये जो तस्वीर है ये कौन है? ये
ये हमारा लड़का है। ऐसे धमकी दे रहा जब बजरंग बली सब आया मानने को, तो हमारा लड़का उसको होते डर देने के लिए ऐसा बंदूक चलाया।
Maharashtra government says no loudspeakers can be used at religious spaces without permission. Move comes after Raj Thakre's plan to recite Hanuman Chalisa to counter azan from mosques. KCR government in Telangana faces heat after 3 suicides in Medak and Khammam. Victims blame extortion and harassment by ruling TRS Neta as protests erupt. 8 weeks of devastation and defiance. Ukraine's Zaporizhzhia faces Russian onslaught. Putin's troops blow up houses and schools. India Today reports from ground zero.
Far are the Russian troops? Can you ask how far are the Russian troops? So here you can see that the attack is happening. We will have to move.
Repeated attempts were made by the Russians to come in from this area and move in closer to Kyiv.
Now, as probe in the Jahangirpuri violence case deepens, Delhi police has now detained Salim Chikna, the brother of Sonu, one of the accused in the case where a Shobha Yatra was targeted on the occasion of Hanuman Jayanti on Saturday. Sonu was also caught on camera, seen firing from a pistol at a crowd. India Today has exclusively spoken to the mother of the accused, who claimed that both the accused have been framed. She claims innocence. A forensic team is now at the spot where the violence has taken place, is gathering crucial evidence in this case. A team of Delhi crime branch is also accompanying and assisting the forensic team. Both the teams also went to nearby mosques amid the probe. Delhi police is also trying to probe a conspiracy angle here. Until now, 21 people have been arrested in this case and many have been detained. FIR in this case claims and confirms that stones were pelted on the Shobha Yatra. Some youth has also, in fact, the police claim that youth opened fire at the religious procession while it was peacefully passing. Delhi police are now scanning over 100 videos of the violence that have been surfaced. Cops are now using these videos to identify rioters, and a manhunt has now been launched to nab them.
दिल्ली पुलिस क्राइम ब्रांच ने अपनी तफ्तीश शुरू कर दी है और इन्हीं घर की छतों से पत्थरबाजी हो रही थी। आप देख पा रहे हैं क्राइम ब्रांच का एक अफसर छत के ऊपर चढ़ा हुआ है। फॉरेंसिक एक्सपर्ट की टीम भी इस छत के ऊपर मौजूद है, आपको दिखाई भी दे रहे होंगे, और यहाँ पर तफ्तीश की जा रही है। यहीं से कुछ पत्थर इकट्ठा किए गए, साथ ही साथ ये भी जांच की जा रही है कि कहीं घर की छतों पर अभी भी पत्थर तो मौजूद नहीं है जिसे एविडेंस के तौर पर कलेक्ट किया जा सके। तो क्राइम ब्रांच के जो अफसर हैं वो आपको छत पर दिखाई दे रहे होंगे, जबकि मैं आपको नीचे की तरफ भी दिखाना चाहूँगा। छत की तरफ फॉरेंसिक एक्सपर्ट और क्राइम ब्रांच के ऑफिशियल मौजूद है, जबकि नीचे की तरफ जो ये घर आपको दिखाई दे रहा है यहाँ पर क्राइम ब्रांच के अफसर वो आपको बकायदा यहाँ पर दिखाई देंगे। इस घर को कॉर्डन ऑफ कर दिया गया है और कई ऐसे वीडियो और तस्वीरें आई थी जिसमें बकायदा घरों की छतों से पत्थरबाजी हो रही थी। तो लिहाजा फॉरेंसिक एक्सपर्ट की टीम घर के नीचे मौजूद है, क्राइम ब्रांच के ऑफिशियल वो नीचे मौजूद है। हमारे साथ एक आरोपी सलीम चिकना की माँ मौजूद है, हम उनसे बात करते हैं। सलीम चिकना को पुलिस ने अरेस्ट क्यों किया?
बिना कसूर में अरेस्ट कर दिया, कुछ नहीं करा। हमारा बच्चा पूरा गोली वाला बोलेगा ऐसा अरेस्ट कर दिया उसको।
तो क्या ये जो आप तस्वीर में दिखाइए जरा दीपक, ये जो तस्वीर है ये कौन है? ये
हमारा लड़का है।
क्या नाम है इसका?
उसका सोनू है।
पूरा नाम क्या है?
पूरा नाम सोनू है।
सोनू, बाकी उपनाम
और कुछ नहीं नाम ना।
तो आप लोग कहाँ के रहने वाले हैं?
हम लोग कोलकाता का रहने वाला, मोइसादाल हल्दिया हमारा घर है।
तो ये पुलिस ने कुछ बताया कि सलीम को क्यों अरेस्ट किया?
कुछ वाला नहीं, घुस नहीं दे रहा।
अच्छा,
घुस नहीं दे रहा। भगा रही तो सुबह गया, वहाँ से भी हम लोग को भगाया। हमारा बहू हम गया।
ये आपका बेटा क्या करता है?
कौन सा?
ये बेटा क्या करता है?
ये बेटा तो चिकन दुकान है।
अच्छा,
हाँ।
तो ये कैसे वहाँ भीड़ में पहुँच गए?
ये भीड़ में पहुंच गया, बोले हिंदू मुस्लिम में लड़ाई हो रहा, तो वो रोजा खुलने का टाइम वो गया, कोई बच्चा से वो ये छीन के वो गुस्सा में वो चलाने लग गया, तो किसी को चोट नहीं लगा, कुछ नहीं लगा। ऐसा धमकी दे रहा। जब बजरंग बली सब आया मानने को, तो हमारा लड़का उसको होते डर देने के लिए ऐसा ही बंदूक चलाया, तो वो उसमें नहीं था। काल के ऐसा ही वीडियो बना के कोई दुश्मनी करके बुढ़िया बना के छोड़ दिया।
अभी ये कहाँ पे है सोनू?
अभी कहाँ के डर में कहाँ भाग गया पता नहीं। पुलिस वाला आके तो हमारा ऊपर से नहीं दे, छानबीन कर रहा खाली।
आपका घर कौन सा? ये वाला घर है?
ये वाला।
ये दिखाने की कोशिश करेंगे कि सलीम, जो इनकी माँ है, इनका कहना है कि सलीम बिल्कुल भी किसी तरह से किसी दंगे में शामिल
नहीं था। उसका वैसा शौक में उठाया। हाँ,
क्या भाई की वजह से तो नहीं उठाया?
नहीं,
गोली चला रहा?
नहीं, भाई के वजह से नहीं। पहले उसका नाम दिया, पहले उसका नाम दिया, बोला सलीम था, सोनू था। चलो जो गलती करा उसके नहीं तो उठाएगा वो। तो कौन
गोली चलाया? तो क्या सोनू से आपकी बातचीत हुई?
नहीं, हमारा बातचीत नहीं हुआ।
घर नहीं आया
ना, घर भी नहीं आया।
All right, we're quickly cutting across to Rakesh Asthana, Delhi Police Commissioner, speaking on the same. Let's have a listen.
पुलिस थी और इन लोगों को कंट्रोल करने की कोशिश की, और उसी सिलसिले में इंजरीज भी हुई। पूरे इंसिडेंट में 9 लोगों को इंजरीज हुई हैं, जिसमें 8 पुलिसकर्मी है, पुलिस अधिकारी है, 1 सिविलियन है। ये दर्शाता है कि पुलिस ने उस समय बीच में रह के दोनों जो पक्ष थे उनको अलग अलग किया और दूर किया, जिसकी वजह से पब्लिक को इंजरी होने में पब्लिक को इंजरी नहीं हुई। इस सिलसिले में अभी तक हम लोगों ने ऑफेंस रजिस्टर करके 23 एक्यूज को अरेस्ट किया है। इन 23 में से 8 एक्यूज ऐसे हैं जिनके प्रीवियस इन्वॉल्वमेंट है। सीसीटीवी फुटेज और दूसरा जो डिजिटल एविडेंस अवेलेबल है उसके एनालिसिस चल रही है। उसके आधार पे अभी कुछ और लोगों को आइडेंटिफाई किया गया है, जिनकी धरपकड़ की जाएगी और कस्टोडियल इंटरोगेशन किया जाएगा। 3 फायर आर्म्स सीज किए हैं और 5 सोर्ड्स सीज की गई हैं। ये केस क्राइम ब्रांच को इन्वेस्टिगेशन के लिए सौंप दिया गया है। उसी सिलसिले में आज 4 फॉरेंसिक टीम्स FSL से सीन ऑफ क्राइम का विजिट किया है और सैंपल्स वगैरह कलेक्ट किए गए हैं। सोशल मीडिया, वीडियो फुटेजेस, डिजिटल एविडेंसेस, इन सब को कलेक्ट करके एनालिसिस करके इस केस की हर एंगल से तफ्तीश की जाएगी और कोशिश की जाएगी कि इसमें कोई भी आरोपी, चाहे वो प्रत्यक्ष रूप से उसने पार्टिसिपेट किया हो या परोक्ष रूप से पार्टिसिपेट किया हो, छूटे नहीं। इसके अलावा हमारी जो इंटेलिजेंस फ्यूजन और स्ट्रैटेजिक ऑपरेशंस यूनिट है स्पेशल सेल में, उसको ये जवाबदारी दी गई है जितने भी डिजिटल एविडेंसेस हैं उनका डिटेल्ड एनालिसिस करके एविडेंसेस कलेक्ट करें और इस केस में जो भी लोग शामिल हैं उनको आइडेंटिफाई करके उनके खिलाफ लीगल एक्शन लिया जाए। इसमें मैं इस फोरम से आपको बताना चाहूँगा कि इन्वेस्टिगेशन काफ़ी डिटेल्ड होगा, थरो होगा, और चूँकि क्राइम ब्रांच को इन्वेस्टिगेशन की जवाबदारी दी गई है, उन्होंने करीब 14 टीम्स बनाई हैं जो हर एंगल से इस केस का इन्वेस्टिगेशन करेंगे। टीम्स कल से ही कार्यरत हैं और जैसे जैसे रिजल्ट्स आएंगे हम प्रेस को ब्रीफ करेंगे। मैं एक चीज़ और कहना चाहूँगा, सोशल मीडिया के माध्यम से कुछ लोग प्रयास कर रहे हैं कि वातावरण सुधरे नहीं। सोशल मीडिया एनालिसिस हमारे यहाँ हो रहा है और अगर ज़रूरत पड़ेगी तो जो लोग गलत इन्फॉर्मेशन, मिस इन्फॉर्मेशन या रॉन्ग इन्फॉर्मेशन फीड कर रहे हैं, जिसकी वजह से वातावरण सुधरता नहीं है या बिगड़ता है, तो उनके खिलाफ भी उचित कानूनी कार्रवाई की जाएगी। मेरी जनता से अपील है कि अफवाहों के ऊपर ध्यान नहीं दें। अगर कोई फैक्ट्स या वेरीफाई करना है, कंट्रोल रूम को आप संपर्क कर सकते हैं या हमारे सीनियर अधिकारी को संपर्क कर सकते हैं, जिनको ये सूचना है कि आपको सही जानकारी उपलब्ध कराएं। दूसरी बात मैं ये कहना चाहूँगा कि इस इन्वेस्टिगेशन के साथ साथ पुलिस ने पीस कमेटीज़ या अमन कमेटियाँ कहते हैं, उनकी भी मीटिंग्स की हैं और कोशिश हम लोग ये भी कर रहे हैं कि जो चंद खुराफाती लोग हैं उनकी वजह से आम नागरिक को मुश्किल नहीं हो, तो पीस कमेटी के माध्यम से भी शहर में खास करके सेंसिटिव एरियाज में शांति स्थापित करने का पूरा प्रयास पुलिस की तरफ से किया जा रहा है। पहले भी पीस कमेटी की मीटिंग्स हुई है, आज ये इंसिडेंट हुआ उसके पहले भी और अभी भी होती रहेंगी, क्योंकि हमें ये मालूम है कि इस तरह के इंसिडेंट्स में जो शरारती तत्व हैं वही भाग ज़्यादा लेते हैं। आम पब्लिक जो है उसका कोई इंटरेस्ट ऐसे इंसिडेंट्स में नहीं होता है। तो हर एक कम्युनिटी के लीडर्स को संगठित करके डिफरेंट एरियाज़ में ये पीस कमेटी की मीटिंग्स भी हम लोग कर रहे हैं, ताकि जल्दी से जल्दी नॉर्मलाइज हो सिचुएशन। CAPF के एडिशनल फोर्सेस मांग के हमने डिप्लॉय किए हैं। जहांगीरपुरी के अलावा भी शहर के जो दूसरे संवेदनशील विस्तार हैं वहाँ पे CAPF का डिप्लॉयमेंट किया गया है। दिल्ली पुलिस का भी एडिशनल डिप्लॉयमेंट किया गया है और जो अधिकारी हैं, सीनियर अधिकारी, उनको ये निर्देश है कि जब तक स्थिति सामान्य नहीं हो जाती है वो फील्ड में रहें और कोई भी इंसिडेंट होता है तो उसको इमीडिएटली और अप्रोप्रिएटली उसको हैंडल करें। थैंक यू। एक मिनट, अगर आपको सवाल पूछना है तो एक एक करके पूछे। मैं हर एक साथ बोलेंगे तो मेरी समझ में नहीं आएगी। आप आपस में ही तय कर लें कौन सवाल पूछेगा।
सोशल मीडिया पे काफी सवाल उठ रहे हैं कि दिल्ली पुलिस एक तरफा कार्रवाई कर रही है, सिर्फ जो मुस्लिम समुदाय के लोग हैं उन्हीं को अरेस्ट कर रही है, जबकि हिंसा में दोनों पक्ष की इन्वॉल्वमेंट सामने आ रही है।
आपने देखा होगा कि FIR पुलिस की तरफ से रजिस्टर की गई और इसमें इन्वेस्टिगेशन में जो भी पक्ष के विरुद्ध में हमें साक्ष्य मिलेंगे उनको अरेस्ट किया जाएगा। इसमें कोई भेदभाव हम नहीं कर रहे हैं। अभी भी जो 23 व्यक्ति अरेस्ट किए गए हैं उसमें दोनों पक्ष के लोग शामिल हैं।
सर, कुछ ये भी आरोप लग रहे हैं कि या कहा जा रहा है कि इसकी प्लानिंग काफी पहले से की गई थी। क्या जांच में ऐसी बातें सामने आ रही हैं कि पहले से इसकी प्लानिंग की गई थी?
मैंने आपको बताया कि केस का इन्वेस्टिगेशन काफ़ी थरोली किया जाएगा। जो भी प्रत्यक्ष या परोक्ष रूप से इसमें शामिल हैं उनके विरुद्ध कार्रवाई की जाएगी।
इसमें जो आयोजक हैं उनके खिलाफ कोई कार्रवाई की बात हो रही है क्या? क्योंकि ऐसी बातें आ रही है कि कुछ लोग मस्जिद में जिन्होंने घुसने की कोशिश की उसके बाद भी पूरा मामला बिगड़ा।
अभी ये इन्वेस्टिगेशन का विषय है। मैं बहुत क्लियरली आपको बोल रहा हूँ, इन्वेस्टिगेशन में जिसके खिलाफ एविडेंस मिलेगा उसके खिलाफ कार्रवाई की जाएगी, irrespective of class, creed, community, religion.
Sir, one point. Was this a designated route for the yatra to go? Because what people were saying that the yatra took 2-3 rounds and that certainly provoked. The second point, there have been pictures on social media which is showing the relation of the prime accused with one of the political party. What has been the
Prime accused?
Ansar का भी कोई political background. Ansar, who is said to be the prime accused who instigated the crowd, his pictures are viral which shows his affiliation with one political party. So, has an investigation said this is so far, and was it a designated route, and why these people were allowed to go on the route twice?
The designated route, which is a traditional route to say, was EE block, Jahangirpuri, A1 Motors Mangal Bazar Road, Mahinder Park via BJRM Hospital Road, K block, BC Market, Kaushal Chowk, G block, Mangal Bazar Road, Mahindra Park. Prior to this procession, 2 processions who had been given the permission had completed the procession peacefully. Just a second, let me complete it. Your second question was about the allegations of a particular accused with a particular political party. We go by the evidence. We will take appropriate and effective legal action against anyone who is found involved in the incident. And our investigation is subject to the scrutiny of the court. So there is no discrimination.
Sir, do you see any pattern among the forensic?
Was there any anticipation of this kind of action? Because intelligence branch, that your intelligence branch, had also given some verbal communication about this kind of.
But this, listen, this Ramnavami, the processions took place. Hanuman Jayanti processions are being taken out. In different parts of the country, everybody knows. Some part it is peaceful, some part there were some problems. So definitely we were also careful and we were prepared to handle the situation. And as you have seen, the situation was brought under control within an hour's time, and we have taken effective action against the culprits.
सर फॉरेंसिक की टीम इतनी देर से क्यों पहुंची, ये सवाल उठा है 2 दिन बाद
पहुंची तो है ना, उसकी बात करो।
सर एक सवाल ये है कि फॉरेंसिक एग्जामिनेशन करने के लिए टीम एक जामा मस्जिद में पहुंची, और ऐसा भी कहा जा रहा था फर्स्ट डे से कि जामा मस्जिद के में झंडा लगाने को लेकर ये विवाद शुरू हुआ था। तो क्या ऐसा? ये
बात में तथ्य नहीं है, झंडे की बात नहीं है। झगड़ा छोटी सी बात पे अल्टरकेशन शुरू हुआ था, वो फिर इसने ये स्वरूप ले लिया। जो लोग ये कह रहे हैं कि झंडा लगाने की कोशिश की थी, तो ऐसी बात में तथ्य नहीं है। एक मिनट, लेट मी कंप्लीटली आंसर है। सेकेंड पॉइंट आपका जो एफएसएल की टीम को लेके था, एफएसएल की टीम वहाँ पे सीन ऑफ क्राइम जितना भी है, सारे सीन ऑफ क्राइम को एग्जामिन करेगी, बिकॉज फायरिंग हैज टेकन प्लेस, प्राइवेट फायरिंग हैज टेकन प्लेस।
सर जो पुलिसकर्मी थे, हमने उनके इंटरव्यू करे, जो घायल पुलिसकर्मी थे, उन्होंने कहा कि लोगों से बहुत ज्यादा पत्थर चल रहे थे और शराब की बोतलें। सर आपको लग रहा है मतलब कि जो इंटेलिजेंस यूनिट है आपकी, कि सर ये पहले से था, क्योंकि 2 शोर यात्रा निकली थी, उनको कोई टच नहीं किया गया, इसी में सर ये पूरा?
देखिए, ये चीजें इन्वेस्टिगेशन का विषय है। आपने हमारे सब इंस्पेक्टर से बात की थी, मैंने भी बात की है। जो इन्वेस्टिगेशन में तथ्य आएंगे उसके बाद ही हम आपको बता पाएंगे।
सर आदेश सर कल पुलिस स्टेशन पे आके बोला कि सर जो अंसार है वो आम आदमी पार्टी का पदाधिकारी है, तो इस पे सर कुछ? इस पे
मैं कोई कमेंट नहीं करूंगा। हमारे लिए जो ऑफेंडर होता है वो ऑफेंडर होता है। हम एविडेंस पे जाते हैं, एसोसिएशन पे नहीं जाते।
सर जो वीडियो सामने आए हैं दोनों पक्षों की तरफ से पथराव, तो इसमें बहुत सारे जुवेनाइल्स जो है वो पत्थरबाजी करते हुए नजर आए हैं। इसको लेके एनसीपीसीआर ने भी संज्ञान लिया है। आपने भी 1 या 2 जुवेनाइल्स को पकड़े हैं, तो इस एंगल को लेके आप किस तरह से एक्सप्लोर करेंगे सर की जो जुवेनाइल्स की भूमिका है?
अभी तो देखिए, जो वीडियो में जो लोग दिखाई दे रहे हैं उनसे पूछताछ होगी, और बच्चे कैसे आए नहीं आए ये इन्वेस्टिगेशन में पता करेंगे। बट जो फैक्ट है वीडियो में, उस चीज़ को इग्नोर नहीं किया जा सकता।
जो क्या कोई पैटर्न देख रहे हैं, जो रामनवमी के मौके पे देश के दूसरे हिस्सों में हिंसा हुई, वैसा कोई पैटर्न जहांगीरपुरी में? पहला सवाल। और दूसरा, PFI के एंगल पर भी क्या दिल्ली पुलिस जांच करेगी?
मैंने आपको पहले ही बताया कि इन्वेस्टिगेशन पूरी तरह से होगा, होलसम इन्वेस्टिगेशन होगा। प्रीवियस जिस दिन हुआ है उस दिन, अब उसके बाद सब्सीक्वेंट जो कंडक्ट होता है वो सारी चीज़ों को ध्यान में रख के इन्वेस्टिगेशन होगा। और अल्टीमेटली जो चीज़ें कोर्ट में जाती हैं उसके लिए हमें एविडेंस कलेक्ट करना होता है। एविडेंस बेस्ड इन्वेस्टिगेशन होगा, बट इन्वेस्टिगेशन विल बी थॉरो एंड फुल।
सर, ये जो इलाका है जहाँ पर
इनको पूछने दीजिए, ये बहुत देर से पूछना चाह रहे हैं।
सर, पहली चीज ये कि जो ट्रिगर हुआ, ये झड़प जो दोनों पक्षों के बीच में हुई, एग्जैक्टली ट्रिगर करने वाला पहला सेक्ट कौन सा था? क्या ये आइडेंटिफाई?
ये इन्वेस्टिगेशन में निकलेगा मैडम।
दूसरी चीज ये कि जो वेपन्स आपके पास बरामद हुए, खास करके पिस्तौल, मुस्लिम समुदाय की तरफ से तो बरामद हुई, इस तरह के तथ्य सामने आए, क्या किसी हिंदू के पास से भी वेपन पिस्तौल जो है वो बरामद हुई?
अभी नहीं हुई है, लेकिन जो वीडियो दिखाई दिए गए हैं उसमें लोगों को आइडेंटिफाई किया गया है और उसमें हम लोग आगे कार्रवाई जो कानूनी है करेंगे।
सर, कुशल चौक का नाम 2020 के दंगों में भी आया था, वहाँ पर प्रोटेस्ट सीए और NRC के विरोध में लोगों ने वहाँ पर किया था। और ये स्पेशल सेल की चार्जशीट के अंदर भी है कि वहाँ से 6 से 7 बसें डेली जाती थी, जो कि शाहीन बाग और सीरमपुर की तरफ जाती थी, और वहाँ पर प्रोटेस्ट में लोग हिस्सा लेते थे। तो क्या आप इस तरीके से जोड़ के देख रहे हैं, इस तरह से भी इन्वेस्टिगेशन चल रही है कि 2020 के दंगों में भी यहाँ पर काफी बांग्लादेशी लोग भी जाते थे, उनको बकायदा कई एक्यूज ने उनसे बात भी की थी?
इन्वेस्टिगेशन अभी शुरू हुआ है और मैंने ये कहा इन्वेस्टिगेशन में हर एस्पेक्ट को देखा जाएगा। आई थिंक दैट कवर्स योर क्वेश्चन।
सर, रोहिंग्यास को लेकर जो बात हो रही है कि उन इलाकों में कुछ रोहिंग्यास भी रहते हैं, देयर आर सर्टेन पॉकेट्स इन दिल्ली जहाँ पे रोहिंग्यास ऑलरेडी रहते हैं और ये मैटर सुप्रीम कोर्ट में भी चल रहा है, तो उस लिहाज से भी कुछ आप लोग देख?
मेरे ख्याल से मैंने ये आंसर कर दिया है। इन्वेस्टिगेशन हर एंगल से होगा, जो एविडेंस आएगा जिसके खिलाफ वो उसके खिलाफ कार्रवाई होगी, बट इन्वेस्टिगेशन का जो स्कोप है वो पूरा है। हर तरह से हम लोग उस चीज को इन्वेस्टिगेट करेंगे।
एक इम्पोर्टेंट चीज ये जानना चाहते हैं,
आप पूछ चुके हैं इनको।
कल आप घायल जवानों से मिलने के लिए गए थे और एक उनकी हालत कैसी है? क्या किसी जवान को कुछ ज्यादा भी चोट लगा इंटरनल?
जिनको गोली लगी है सब इंस्पेक्टर हैं, उनसे मैं मिलने गया था उनके घर पे और उनकी हालत ठीक है। अभी मेडिकली इंजरी तो है, उनको फ्रैक्चर है हाथ में, गन शॉट वुंड है, अदरवाइज मेंटली ही इज़ ऑल राइट, मोटिवेटेड है और उन्होंने काफ़ी अच्छा काम किया है। वो बीच में खड़े रह के पब्लिक को अलग करने का काम, वो ऑन द स्पॉट जो डिसीजन होता है ऑफिसर का, दैट रियली हेल्प्ड इन हैंडलिंग द सिचुएशन।
शोभा यात्रा के साथ
एक नारा पूछ चुके हैं।
सब शोभा यात्रा के दौरान पुलिस कर्मियों की क्या कम संख्या एक वजह बनी जो कंट्रोल नहीं कर पाए?
कम संख्या नहीं थी जनाब, बंदोबस्त पूरा था और एडिशनल मैन पावर भी इमीडिएटली पहुंच गई थी। हम लोग बंदोबस्त में कोई कमी नहीं थी।
सर, जुलूस में जो लोग हथियार लेकर चल रहे थे, सर,
अब आप एक सवाल एक आदमी पूछा
जुलूस में जो लोग हथियार लेकर चल रहे थे, क्या आप एसोसिएट करेंगे?
सब पे एक्शन होगा।
छोटा रीजन क्या था जो आप बता रहे हैं?
मैंने कहा इन्वेस्टिगेशन होने दीजिए, इन्वेस्टिगेशन में ही निकलेगा ना। मैं अभी प्रिजम्पशन पे नहीं, आपको जैसे जानकारी है वैसे मुझे भी जानकारी है। आप मैं आर्ग्यूमेंट मत कीजिए, आप सवाल पूछ रहे हैं उसका जवाब दे दिया आपको। आपका सवाल यह है कि प्रोवोकेशन किस वजह से, उस प्रोवोकेशन को किसने शुरू किया, वो इन्वेस्टिगेशन का विषय है। इस वक्त उसको मैं आपके सामने नहीं बता पाऊंगा क्योंकि अभी इन्वेस्टिगेशन पूरा नहीं हुआ है।
बट वी कैन क्लियरली राइट कि झंडा लगाने की कोशिश नहीं हुई।
नहीं, वो गलत बात है, ऐसा कुछ नहीं।
जहांगीरपुरी में पाबंदी कब तक रहेगी? क्योंकि अभी भी कई लोगों को घरों से नहीं निकलने दिया जा रहा।
जब तक सिचुएशन नॉर्मल नहीं होगी तब तक हम पाबंदी को ढीला नहीं कर सकते। और पाबंदी ऐसी नहीं कि लोग बाग रोजमर्रा के काम को नहीं कर सकें। सिक्योरिटी को ध्यान में रख के, सेंसिटिविटी को ध्यान में रख के रेस्ट्रिक्शंस लगाए गए। थैंक यू।
right, there you have the Delhi Police Commissioner, Rakesh Asthana, who's taken questions coming in from reporters on the Delhi riot case that took place on Saturday night. In fact, he says investigations are currently underway, a free and fair probe into what exactly happened, who prompted the clashes. In fact, several videos that have shown people wielding swords on both ends of the community. You had people, a bunch of them holding swords, a bunch of them holding weapons like guns. He says that all those videos are going to be thoroughly investigated, with the forensic team also on ground trying to see where the attacks took place and how was it really orchestrated. All those details given by the police commissioner, as he says, probe and investigation continues. Meanwhile, India Today speaks to the man who led the Shobha Yatra, Uma Shankar, who's critically injured in the Delhi riots. VHP worker recounts the fearsome attack. He was in fact hit on the neck and the sword with a sword. Let's take a quick look at what really happened.
उमा शंकर दुबे जी, आप बता पाएंगे हमें कि क्या हुआ था उस दिन? ये जो घटना थी, आपने बताया कि आप इस पूरे जो हनुमान जन्मोत्सव की यात्रा थी, आप उसको लीड कर रहे थे। उसके बाद अचानक कैसे पथराव शुरू हो गया दूसरे तरफ से?
यात्रा हमारी बड़ी व्यवस्थित चल रही थी। शुरुआत में ही सभी कार्यकर्ता बंधुओं को निर्देश दिया था कि कोई भी अभद्र नारेबाजी ना हो, प्रशासन के साथ सहयोग हो और एक अनुशासनात्मक रूप में यात्रा को हमें चलाना है, क्योंकि राम जी की यात्रा थी तो मर्यादित होना स्वाभाविक है। तो उसी क्रम में यात्रा आगे बढ़ रही थी, लेकिन जैसे ही सी ब्लॉक मस्जिद यात्रा लंबी तो नहीं थी लेकिन अनुशासन रूप में थी, तो इसलिए तो कुछ कार्यकर्ता आगे थे, व्यवस्थित तरीके से चल रही थी। कुछ जैसी कार्यकर्ता कुछ लोग आगे निकले मस्जिद के पास पहले से ही, क्योंकि यात्रा को लीड मैं कर रहा था।
पूरी यात्रा को लीड कर रहे थे।
वहाँ पे पहले से ही 50-60 लोग गुट बना के खड़े थे
मस्जिद पर,
कॉर्नर पे ही। मैं आगे निकल चुका था तो काफी 15-20 कार्यकर्ता पीछे आ रहे थे। कुछ पैदल थे, कुछ बाइकों पे थे। उन पे अचानक हमला शुरू हो जाता है लाठी डंडों से, उन पे मारपीट। तो जैसे इतने में भगदड़ मस्ती, कार्यकर्ता गाड़ी वाड़ी छोड़ के कुछ, तो उनको कुछ मारने, इस प्रकार से जैसे ये भगदड़ मची, मैं पीछे से आगे से पीछे की तरफ भागा, क्योंकि नेतृत्व कर रहा था, इसलिए स्वाभाविक है कि मेरा दायित्व बनता है कि पहले अपने कार्यकर्ताओं को वहां से सुरक्षित निकालना। मैं वहां से पीछे भागा तो वहां पे अंसार, जिसका नाम चल रहा है, चर्चित है।
आपने देखा अंसार को?
हाँ, मैं जानता नहीं था, लेकिन वहां पे जो आवाजें आ रही थी कि अंसार भाई, इन्हें छोड़ना नहीं है, इन्हें जान से मार देना है।
अंसार के हाथ में भी कुछ हथियार थे?
अंसार के हाथ में डंडा या कुछ ऐसा हॉकी टाइप का कुछ था। है? तो मैंने अंसार को बोला भी कि अंसार ये क्या करवा रहा, निहत्ते हैं। उससे मैंने इतनी देर में उसने मेरा हाथ छुड़ा के वो दूसरी तरफ भागा, तब तक मेरी गर्दन पे तलवार से पीछे से किसी ने वार किया।
कहाँ बता पाएंगे यदि आपको चोट कहाँ लगी थी, आप बता पाए तो?
तलवार से मेरी गर्दन पे वार हुआ था पीछे से। वो तो माला थी ये गले में, उसके कारण रक्षा हो गई और पुलिस वाले थे, उन्होंने मेरे को खींच लिया, वरना उनका उद्देश्य मेरे को जान से मारना ही था।
All right, India Today continues to track all those developments, but for now, on the other side of a short break, we're going to take you through some of the visuals coming in from Kharkiv. A missile hits Kharkiv residential area. More details up next.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com or call 9999892171.
люди действительно продолжают жить своей жизнью, и в этом принципиальное отличие Одессы от других городов. Одесса всегда умеет жить, Одесса умеет веселиться и смеяться. И это не легенда о городе смеха, это просто стиль жизни. Смеяться над врагом гораздо приятнее и более ущербно для него, чем бояться его.
Let me quickly cut across to Anjana Om Kashyap, who's currently in Jahangirpuri, where the Delhi violence broke out. Let's take a listen.
तभी ये पत्थरबाजी यहाँ पर शुरू हो गई और इस तरह के ईट ऊपर से फेंके जा रहे थे, उसका आप अंदाजा लगा सकते हैं। यहाँ पर भी हैं कुछ सीमेंट के भी टुकड़े हैं जो ऊपर से फेंके जा रहे थे। अब आरएएफ को भी वहाँ पर बुला लिया गया है, महिलाओं को बुलाया गया है क्योंकि मामला महिलाओं का है। महिलाएं यहाँ पर सबसे ज्यादा बवाल रच रही थी और आरएएफ को यहाँ पर बुलाकर सुरक्षा बल की तैनाती कर दी गई है। कुछ सेकंड्स पहले की बात है जब तक यहाँ पर शांति थी, लेकिन उसके पहले जैसे ही एक महिला को पूछताछ के लिए बुलाया गया, क्राइम ब्रांच बताया जा रहा है, क्राइम ब्रांच से वो महिला थी, उसके आने के बाद यहाँ पर बवाल हो गया और फिर यहाँ पर जो पुलिस अफसर है वो भी वरिष्ठ पुलिस अधिकारी पहुंचे हैं और वो जांच करके आगे बढ़ रहे हैं। ये हम आपको उस जगह की तस्वीरें दिखा रहे हैं जहां पर अभी भी पुलिस मशक्कत कर रही है और ये समझाने की कोशिश कर रही है। देखिए, आरएएफ को यहाँ पर बुला लिया गया है, जो महिलाएं थी आरएएफ की उनको अंदर घुसाया गया है। यहाँ थोड़ा सा साइड, हम अंदर नहीं जा रहे, साइड हो, हम नहीं जा रहे, आप चिंता ना करें। यहाँ से दिखाइए, ये बीच से दिखाइए। आरएएफ की तमाम महिलाएं आपको दिखेंगी, आरएएफ की देखिए महिलाएं अंदर घुसी हैं और अब उन घरों में जाकर उनको समझाने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं। तो नौबत ऐसी आ चुकी है और ये तो उस चौराहे से काफी दूर है, लगभग 100 मीटर दूर है जहां पर उस दिन हिंसा हुई थी। लेकिन जो साजिशकर्ता अलग अलग गलियों में जहांगीरपुरी में घुसे हुए हैं, उनको पकड़ने की फिराक में जब क्राइम ब्रांच अपनी जांच कर रही है और लोगों को आगे ले जा रही है, तब इस तरह की नौबत यहां पर पहुंची है। और उसके बाद आरएएफ की तमाम महिलाओं को हेडगियर के साथ यहां पर बुलाया गया और वो फिर अंदर गई हैं और वो वहां पर लोगों को समझाने की कोशिश कर रही हैं। जो वरिष्ठ अधिकारी हैं वो भी आ गए हैं और वो ये जानने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं कि कैसे उन्हें समझाया जाए। दरअसल जांच में अगर किसी एक व्यक्ति को भी हिरासत में लिया जाता है या गिरफ्तार किया जाता है, उसके बाद लोग तनाव में आते हैं और तमाम जो वरिष्ठ अधिकारी हैं वो अब लोगों को यहाँ से हटा रहे हैं। कुल मिलाकर थोड़ी देर का इंतजार और है और उसके बाद आप देखेंगे ये जो पूरा इलाका है, एक बार जल्दी से अगर आपने वहां से भी तस्वीरें नजर आएंगी। अब तो यहाँ पर मीडिया का भारी हुजूम हो गया, उस वक्त जब हम आए थे तो नहीं था। ये देखिए, ये घर है, यहीं पर ये ऐसे घर हैं और यहीं से पत्थरबाजी की शुरुआत हुई थी। मेन चौराहा दिखाइए, मेन चौराहा जहां पर उस दिन हिंसा हुई है वो लगभग 100 मीटर की दूरी पर यहाँ से है। लेकिन यहाँ पर जब एक महिला से पूछताछ की जा रही थी, उस महिला से पूछताछ करने के लिए जब उसे यहाँ से ले जाया गया, उसके बाद महिलाओं का पूरा हुजूम बाहर सड़क तक निकलता है, पुलिस वालों पर हमला बोलता है। जब वो नहीं सुनते हैं, उसके बाद ऊपर छतों से पत्थरबाजी होती है और उसकी लाइव तस्वीरें आपने देखी। रिजर्व आर्म फोर्सेस की तमाम ऐसी जो सुरक्षा कर्मी हैं, उन्होंने हेडगियर लगाया है और अब वो इस कॉलोनी में अंदर गई हैं लोगों को समझाने के लिए और किसी तरह से शांत करने के लिए।
दिल्ली पुलिस की क्राइम ब्रांच स्पेशल सेल और दिल्ली पुलिस की जो लोकल टीम है वो लगातार, लेकिन फिर ये वो लोकेशन है जहां पर और जिसमें एक शख्स गोली चलाकर भाग जाता है, उसका पूरा वीडियो वायरल हो गया था, जिसके बाद उसकी पहचान उसको डिटेन करके जो क्राइम
आ चुकी है।
Alright, here you have live visuals that we bring to you on India Today, where some of the women along the Jahangirpuri area who've been detained, in fact, many of their homes from the rooftops, we believe that stones were pelted at. Some women were also spotted there. Those women have been detained by the police special forces who are there, women officers who've now detained them and are questioning them as to what role they played in this entire clash. There you have it, live visuals coming in right here on India Today that we show you some of the women who've been called out of their homes and they are now being investigated and interrogated by the police to find out what role they played. In fact, stone pelting was reported from many of their homes. Some women were also spotted during the clashes. While stone pelting was taking place, they were spotted there on top of those buildings. Those women have been called down by the police and are currently interrogated. They've in fact been detained as well. These are live images as we bring to you right from the riot hit area of Delhi's northwest. Let me cut across to Anjana Om Kashyap, who's right there at the spot, bringing us all those details.
तस्वीरें जरा दिखाइए इस तरफ से, यहाँ से आइए, यहाँ से दिखेंगी तस्वीरें जहाँ पर रिजर्व आर्म फोर्स की महिलाएं हैं, हेडगेयर उन्होंने पहनी हुई है और जिन घरों में ये महिलाएं अपोज कर रही थी, जिन घरों में ये महिलाएं रोक रही थी, वहां पर जाकर वो समझा रहे हैं। कुछ देर पहले जब हम अचानक यहाँ पर पहुंचे, लगभग 50 से 100 महिलाएं एक साथ यहाँ पर पहुंच गई थी और ऊपर से घरों से पत्थरबाजी की शुरुआत हो गई थी। हालांकि कुछ ही क्योंकि भारी मौजूदगी थी, मीडिया की भी, पुलिस की भी भारी मौजूदगी थी और इसी वजह से ये कर दिया गया है। अब इस पूरे इलाके को कॉर्डन ऑफ किया जा रहा है और इलाके में पुलिस की गाड़ी को लगा दिया जा रहा है ताकि इस कॉलोनी को अलग कर दिया जाए। लेकिन आप अंदाजा लगा सकते हैं अचानक ही सिचुएशन किस तरह की बनी और जिसकी वजह से रिजर्व आर्म फोर्सेस ने यहाँ पर तैनाती की और महिलाओं को अंदर ले जाया गया है। महिलाओं को अंदर ले जाया गया है और महिलाएं अंदर फिर जो अपोज कर रही थी उनको रिजर्व आर्म फोर्सेस की महिलाएं ही समझाने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं। पुलिस की गाड़ी लगा दी गई है ताकि अंदर कोई भी जा ना सके और पूरे एरिया को कॉर्डन ऑफ कर दिया जाए। यह भारी तैनाती है इस वक्त पुलिस अफसरों की और यहाँ से आप देख सकते हैं, यहाँ से आपको अभी भी दिखेगा जो पुलिस अधिकारी हैं वरिष्ठ, वो अंदर गए हुए हैं और ये समझाने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं कि परिस्थिति पर काबू पाया जा सके। देखिए, रिजर्व आर्म फोर्सेस की जो महिलाएं हैं उन्होंने हेलमेट पहन रखी है, मेश के साथ, वायर मेश के साथ उनके हेलमेट्स हैं ताकि उनकी सुरक्षा के मद्देनजर। अचानक ही ऊपर से पत्थरबाजी की शुरुआत कर दी गई थी। ये कुछ आगे वाले हिस्से में जो पत्थर है वो तो हमने आपको दिखाए हैं, ईंट है, लेकिन कुछ सीमेंट वाले भी बड़े बड़े रोड़े थे, टुकड़े थे जो पीछे की तरफ फेंके गए थे और इसी की वजह से रिजर्व आर्म फोर्सेस की उसके बाद जितनी महिलाएं आई हैं उन सबको आर्म्ड हेडगेयर के साथ यहां पर भेजा गया है और वो अभी भी अंदर लोगों को समझाने की कोशिश कर रही हैं कि आखिर किस हालात में ऐसी परिस्थितियां बनी और अभी भी समझाने की कोशिश हो रही है कि अगर जांच की प्रक्रिया चल रही है तो उसमें अगर इस तरह से वोलेटाइल लोग होंगे या गुस्सा दिखाएंगे तो उन्हें हर हाल में रोका जाएगा। ये तस्वीरें आप इस वक्त आज तक पर देख रहे हैं, ये वही हिस्सा है जहांगीरपुरी का जहां पर पथराव हो गया था अचानक और ऊपर से घरों से लोगों ने पथरावबाजी शुरू कर दी थी। ये लगभग 100 मीटर की दूरी पर है जहां उस दिन हिंसा हुई थी, उससे लगभग 100 मीटर की दूरी पर यह जगह है और यहाँ पर अचानक एक महिला से पूछताछ की वजह से यह हिंसा की शुरुआत हुई। कुछ ऐसे भी पुलिस वाले हैं जो डंडे लेकर अंदर जा रहे हैं क्योंकि ऐसी किसी भी स्थिति को देखते हुए अचानक कोई भी परिस्थिति बिगड़े ना, इन सब के मद्देनजर पूरी तैयारी के साथ जो पुलिस वाले हैं, पुलिसकर्मी हैं, वो वहां पर पहुंच रहे हैं और सुरक्षा के इंतजाम को देख रहे हैं। आपको ये भी बता दें कि अभी इतनी देर से हम लोग यहाँ पर पूरे जहांगीरपुरी इलाके में हैं। कई ऐसे लोग भी हैं जो सादी वर्दी में हैं, चाहे क्राइम ब्रांच हो, लोकल पुलिस हो, क्राइम ब्रांच हो या फिर एफएसएल की टीम हो, अलग अलग जगहों पर लोग पहुंच रहे हैं। ये वो महिलाएं हैं ऐसे ही हेडगेयर के साथ, कई महिलाएं अंदर भी गई हैं, कुछ महिलाएं यहाँ पर इंतजार कर रही हैं बाहर सुरक्षा के लिए। लेकिन आपको बता दें कि जो यहाँ पर लोग मौजूद हैं पुलिस की तरफ से, उनमें से कई सादी वर्दी में भी मौजूद हैं। वो लगातार लोगों से बातचीत कर रहे हैं क्योंकि अगर किसी तरह की हिंसा की आशंका हो तो कम से कम फौरन उनसे जानकारी ली जा सके और बातचीत करें ताकि वो लोगों से बात कर सके इस पूरे इलाके में। तो ये यहाँ की परिस्थिति है। लगभग आधा घंटा हो गया उस घटना को। एक बार फिर से थोड़ा सा पीछे चलकर अगर पूरी तस्वीर आपको यहाँ की दिखाएं, 100 मीटर दूर है ये मेन चौराहे से और ये पूरा ऊपर का इलाका दिखाते हुए जहांगीरपुरी का ही है। भारी आप कह सकते हैं सकरी हुई गलियां हैं, भारी भीड़ और ऐसा इलाका है और यहीं पर ये वाले गेट के ठीक सामने यहाँ पर अचानक 50 से 100 महिलाएं इकट्ठा हो जाती हैं और वो 100 महिलाएं पुलिस से भिड़ जाती हैं। वो कहती हैं कि यहाँ पर से किसी को आप पूछताछ के लिए नहीं ले जाएंगे, लेकिन जब पुलिस कहती है कि क्राइम ब्रांच का काम है, वो अपना काम कर रही है, उसके बाद वो गुस्सा दिखाने लगती हैं। मीडिया को देखते ही, हमें देखते ही जोर जोर से चिल्लाने लगती हैं। वो चाह रही थी कि पूरा मीडिया में कवर हो और उसके बाद इन्हीं घरों से, जहां से आप ये लाइव देख रहे हैं, इन्हीं ऊपर के घरों से पत्थरबाजी की भी शुरुआत हो जाती है। तो ये आज आप समझ सकते हैं एक बार फिर से हल्की फुल्की बहुत, चूंकि जो आरएएफ की महिलाएं थी, दिखाइए जरा ऊपर से कैमरा दिखाइए, वो आरएएफ की महिलाएं जो थी वो बाहर निकल रही हैं, ये दिखाइए ऊपर से, उस गेट के पास से जो आरएएफ की महिलाएं थी वो लोगों से बातचीत करने के बाद अब बाहर निकल रही हैं। उन महिलाओं को समझाने की जिम्मेदारी उन्हें ही दी गई थी और अब ये लोग वहां से निकल रही हैं। आरएएफ की एक पूरी ह्यूमन चेन बना दी गई है ये दिखाइए, ये महिलाएं निकल गई हैं और ये आरएएफ की एक पूरी टीम है जिसने यहाँ पर ह्यूमन चेन बना लिया है। ये दिखाइए, ये ह्यूमन चेन है, ये ह्यूमन चेन इन्होंने यहाँ पर बना लिया है ताकि इस पूरे इलाके को कॉर्डन ऑफ कर दिया जाए और मामले को ठंडे पड़ने दिया जाए, ताकि कुछ देर तक यहाँ पर शांति बनी रहे। तो जितनी आरएएफ की महिलाएं थी जो अंदर गई थी समझाने के लिए, और आरएएफ के ये पूरे ह्यूमन चेन यहाँ पर बनाया गया है जो फिलहाल शांति के लिए यहाँ पर एक चेन बना रहे हैं ताकि पूरे इलाके में शांति की बहाली फिर से कर दी जाए। ये लाइव तस्वीरें आप इस वक्त आज तक पर देख रहे हैं, लाइव कवरेज। आज हिंसा के, आप कह सकते हैं शनिवार को ये हिंसा हुई थी, उसके बाद सोमवार को आज छिटपुट तरीके से एक कॉलोनी में फिर से बवाल मचता है, और बवाल के बाद जो ये तस्वीरें हैं वो बता रही हैं पूरी कहानी कि क्या यहाँ पर हुआ था। कुछ महिलाओं ने पहले विरोध की शुरुआत की थी और उसके फौरन बाद जब महिलाओं का विरोध खत्म किया गया, कुछ आरएएफ की महिलाएं आई थी, उन्होंने वहां पर लोगों को समझाया और उसके बाद से वहां पर समझाने के बाद आर्म्ड हेडगियर के बाद वहां से महिलाएं निकली हैं। अब
break which was.
And there you have it. India Today reporters on ground bringing us the latest from that spot where the police are currently in abundance, trying to investigate what exactly happened, who instigated the clash. And of course, stone pelting is being closely investigated upon on those women as well who allegedly were belonging to those areas where stones were pelted at the procession. Many of them have been called down for interrogation. Ashutosh also right there at the spot. Ashutosh, give us an understanding. Why are women there who have in fact been called out of their homes, been detained?
Okay, so it all started with the crime branch investigation. Since last night, multiple young boys, the local men, have been apprehended by the crime branch who is investigating the case. And that was the case even this morning. More than 8 to 9 people have been apprehended who are allegedly named by crime branch for this rioting that happened on Saturday. So clearly, you know, in multiple these gullies, these corners, since these all houses are located in extremely remote areas, and hunting down when they were knocking door to door and clearly arresting those accused who are named in the crime branch, then these women, at least particularly in this, they just came out resisting any action by the crime branch, and loudly they were saying that we will not allow arrest of any local boys from our area. So that was the one reason, well, that led to a minor scuffle between the local women and the police, the crime branch officials, and then the police called up the CRP women and also the rapid action forces, the anti-riot, this team. So they somehow, controlled over the now situations, because this action which is taking place for quite long since morning, and we have seen many boys who have been named in the FIR by the Delhi police have been apprehended, have been arrested. So clearly the women were resisting the arrest and detention by the crime branch, and that led to the scuffle between the police and the local women here.
You know, we saw a bunch of the local women there who came out arguing with the police there, but what is their grouse? Are they worried that the police would detain them with no fault of theirs, or is it that they're guilty and they know that there is a crime that's been committed and they want to protect their children no matter what?
You
can see this is a particular...
Ashutosh, if you can hear me.
Yes, Nabila, can you repeat your question?
What I asked was the women that we see who have come out in large numbers to protest and argue with the police, what is their grouse? What are they worried about? Why are they not allowing for investigation to carry on as planned?
Well, the heated argument that broke out between the protesters and the police, largely they're saying that all they're saying that our boys are innocent, and it is the police which is detaining them, arresting them for without reason, without their involvement. So that is one reason, primarily that, and even several accused that we have seen since morning have been arrested, have been resisting their detention.
They have been saying that the police is targeting only one side, that is the Muslim side. They've been accusing that there is one side being
targeted. There is one side being targeted constantly by everyone, including the police, and subsequently who are the other side, who was the provocative element, is not being even touched upon. And that is where somewhere there was anger, massive anger amongst this community, be it the men or the women. And since this morning, when all these nukkar, if you see even at this side particularly, when since morning
people, clearly their movement outside is totally restricted. And if you see the shop, what is really something to see here, that besides the barricade at the side, all shops are open, all movements are clearly open for everyone. But here this side, all these main gates that connecting to these, remote parts of Jahangirpuri is totally where the movement is restricted. Not even shops are open at the moment. So this was the crime branch team, special team, forensic team were carrying out their exercises, and crime branch team moved out making arrests of the accused, because so far there have been more than 25 arrests. And clearly this is not going to stop at 25. Clearly there will be more. And this hunt down was being carried out by crime branch. The women came out saying that it is not justified, and they are also arresting to the boys who were not even involved in the riot. And citing those reasons, they came in the confrontation with the police, and then police had to call the CRPF, they had to call the Rapid Action Force, and now they controlled over the situation. Clearly, everything now going to be calm.
Right, Ashutosh, we hear the allegations coming in from the people in the locality that just people of the Muslim community have been targeted, they have been arrested. Give us an understanding, what's the reality? Out of the 21 people who've been arrested who've been accused of this riot situation, do they all belong to one particular community only?
Well, so far there is only one information that we know, that yes, so far the arrests have been made is only from the one community. That is the major accusation. However, until the police releases the list of the names those have been arrested, those have been shown arrest, you cannot really say. So for now, it remains an accusation by the community that only their community is being targeted. But since yesterday, largely accusation comes that even in the FIR, the police continue to say more than 3 times that procession was peaceful. However, the accusation is that it was provocative, that triggered the clashes. So clearly, besides the accusations, the police already in the FIR said it was peaceful procession. That itself gives up a clean sheet to the other side, and clearly it also narrates how the investigation gonna be carried out further. But here, amidst of all the accusation, whether have to see whether police also going to investigate on the other accusations, whether they're gonna also investigate on those videos surfaced where the people in the procession were seen carrying arsenal, including pistols, and until those things come, they name people, they arrest people. Clearly, those questions will be continued to ask even by the locals, and that should be asked. But here, what has happened when the police carrying out its investigation, carrying out its arrest, which is the legal process, which is the legal and domain of the Delhi police, when the women are opposing it, restricting it, that led to the confrontation. But for now, the situation has been controlled over. The police is carrying out. In fact, the media has been asked to vacate that particular stretch because the police is continuing to making all the arrest and detention. And in the meanwhile, the forensic team we have since morning visiting one after another places where could be potentially some evidence related to what had happened on Saturday. Nabila.
No, undoubtedly, the police and the forensic teams must be allowed to investigate. This is their duty, and they've got to do it as per how they've planned it. But the question here arises is what really prompted the clashes? Ashutosh, has the police managed to get to the bottom of it? Because you did mention there were allegations of the protest march being provocative or trying to instigate some kind of violence. We also saw visuals of many of those people who were part of the protest, who were part of the procession, carrying swords. What was the reason for people to carry swords along that procession, the religious procession?
Well, eventually the outfits those carried out that procession is not clarifying anything and not coming out clean that what was the reason to carry out arsenal in a procession. Secondly, there is neither a word from Delhi police that did they allow procession legally to carry out the arsenal. Was there no vigil on that? And if there was approval, why there was no adequate arrangement of the security to avoid or to prevent any such scuffle which could potentially take place in the light that it had already happened just a couple of days ago in several other states. So clearly, the onus is on the Delhi police that they could could have easily prevented what had happened in the national capital on Saturday. But for now, since it's already happened, the incident, the probe has to be done by the Delhi police, and this is some process is underway. But even before the probe could start, from the FIR to the investigation process, the police itself is now being under question. And hence, since the detention is now being made here, already one scuffle took place. This is just third day of what had happened on Saturday. It's Monday, and we are seeing already the confrontation between the locals, particularly the women who came out in the defense of the local youth are being arrested or being named in the FIR. We have seen yesterday when several people were arrested, the women and also their family members, they gathered outside the Jahangirpuri, the local police station, which was where the case was being investigated. And now, since the case has been handed over to the crime branch, this situation could possibly may trigger further. But however, situation remains calm. This was a minor confrontation between, the police, which was, of course, the CRP was called in, but now it has been totally doused in, and the investigation process continues. Nabila.
While the question arises, like you rightly said, Ashutosh, we see bouts of violence of similar nature, very similar nature across the country that took place in several states during religious processions that were being carried out in Muslim-dominated areas. We saw similar communal clashes that unfolded into violent scenes. While we see the sensitive and charged environment, wasn't it not the responsibility of the Delhi police to ensure adequate deployment along those routes? Despite knowing that this could very well turn into a riot-like situation owing to what happened in 2020 in northeast Delhi, clearly the police were not alert enough, were not in their best presence. Is there a justification that the police has given to that? Why post-mortem reaction the police has now come out with instead of actually preventive measures?
Well, at the moment, the first priority is to control the situation, which has been controlled. When you see the CRP women, the team, the platoon which is called into control over, because it was only a verbal scuffle that led to primarily. Nothing major happened. Somehow the police was called in on time, so they prevented any untoward incident. But yes, those questions are continuing to be even at the Delhi police end, whether they're going to clarify, they're going to answer on the charges that are being asked about, being questioned, particularly the fair probe is concerned by Delhi police. But for now, situation remains calm. Of course, it was a late confrontation that happened, and now what we're seeing is the Delhi police, supported by CRP, is asking media personnel, appealing everyone to go beyond the barricade side, because this is where the investigation continues. Now, what I see also is here that I already mentioned that besides the barricade, everything is over. There is no restrictions on the people. But here at this side particularly, all these gates, if you see, are totally locked, being guarded by the CRP, the Rapid Action Force. Personnel, the RAF has been deployed here, and that's where people complaining. The other side, where also there was scuffle, everything remains open. They have, access to everything. Why the other side has been blocked, where even the local shops are not open, and they are being deprived from the basic services that they would require personally. While local police said that we're not stopping anyone. If someone wants to go out, they can go. They can use the other gate. They can go out and buy things required for their household. But here, the situation is now, of course, taking another turn when the number. And now they're defending all these accused, those who are named in the FIR, even are defending clearly at the front, and that led to the scuffle. And since the investigation process is still underway, and what is more likely that there will be more arrests soon, we'll have to see whether how it's going to unfold further here in Jahangirpuri. Nabila.
Well, let's just hope, Ashutosh, that this investigation is fair and gets to the bottom of what really led to the clashes. Those involved must be arrested. Those resisting this investigation must be detained. And that's what we see here in Jahangirpuri as the police now try to investigate as to who was behind the stone pelting, where was the stones stored in the first place, how do these people access stones, arms, ammunition to keep in their homes, how did they manage to hoard it, where did they access it from, all those details that the police is now trying to investigate in those areas which is Muslim dominated have been met with stiff resistance. India Today, of course, continues its relentless coverage right after a short break. Stay with us.
We are in the front line, not because it's just our job. It is our duty to tell you the story as it unfolds. Brave, fearlessly, relentlessly, and we'll do it at any cost. This is Mosmi Singh with video journalist Parminder Sharma reporting from war zone Mykolaiv, Ukraine for India Today.
Grounded in journalism, on the ground reporting. Only on India Today TV.
You are watching India Today.
This is Carrie Lam. She is the head of the government in Hong Kong. But not for long. She announced that she will not run for a second 5-year term in office, putting an end to her 42-year-long career in government service.
換句話說咧，我將喺今年6月30日就完成咗行政長官5年嘅任期，並且咧將會正式結束我長達42年嘅政府服務生涯。
Hong Kong isn't a usual democracy. China is not just its neighbor, but also has decisive control over the regime. Mainland China and Hong Kong complement each other economically, but have political differences. Hong Kong was once a British colony. In 1898, Britain negotiated a major land expansion of Hong Kong colony and signed a 99-year-long lease with China. The lease ended in 1997, at which time Britain returned Hong Kong to China as a special administrative region. A mini constitution called the Basic Law was enshrined. The Basic Law paves way for China and Hong Kong's one country, two systems. Under this doctrine, there would only be one China, but Hong Kong can govern itself and have an independent system where it can have its own governmental, legal, economic and financial system for a period of at least 50 years. So while China has a communist system, Hong Kong has a limited democracy. A chief executive is the head of Hong Kong but is accountable to mainland China. A chief executive has a term of 5 years and a person
We have purposely designed these sanctions to maximize the long-term impact on Russia
and to minimize the impact on the United States and our allies.
You are
Putin, listen to me. I have a very important message to you. The message is I have a very important message to you. The message is and the president of China didn't finish that. Thank you to correct me, First Lady. Thank you. Today, we're going to talk about the crisis in Spain. Yeah, we're going to talk about the crisis in Africa. Yeah, Russia. Yeah, Russia. And the president of God bless you. God bless you. We didn't finish Russia.
No, sir.
Thank you to correct me, First Lady.
Who's on the stage because of the First Lady's husband contracting COVID. But look at this room and what you see. Pardon? That's right.
In association with Vistara, fly the new feeling.
Very good afternoon. You're watching India Today with me, Nabila Jamal, taking you through the top news. First, the headlines. Delhi cops now searching for key riot accused attacked in Jahangirpuri riot zone. Pelters arrested after stones were hurled at the police personnel.
यहाँ पर ये वाली कॉलोनी है जहाँ पर बताया जा रहा है क्राइम ब्रांच एक महिला को ले गई थी पूछताछ के लिए। उसके बाद ऊपर वाले घरों से देखिए, ये ऊपर वाले जो घर है यहाँ से पथराव की शुरुआत हो गई थी।
India Today tracks down family of the absconding shooter who opened fire during Delhi riots. Forensic teams hunt for a lead at the Delhi riots horizon.
ये जो तस्वीर है ये कौन है? ये हमारा लड़का है। ऐसा धमकी दे रहा है जब बजरंग बली सब आया मानने को, तो हमारा लड़का उसको होते डर देने के लिए ऐसा बंदूक चलाया।
BJP chief JP Nadda accuses the opposition of divisive vote bank politics, says the Congress is using terror groups like the PFI to cause a rift, blasts the DMK for targeting attack on composer Ilayaraja, who's backed Narendra Modi. Maharashtra government says no loudspeakers can be used at religious places without permission. The move comes after Raj Thakkre's plan to recite Hanuman Chalisa to counter azan from mosques. KCR government in Telangana faces heat after 3 suicides in Medak and Khammam. Victims blame extortion and harassment by ruling TRS netas. Protests erupt. 8 weeks of devastation and defiance. Ukraine's Zaporizhzhia faces Russian onslaught. Putin's troops blow up houses and schools. India Today reports from ground zero.
Far are the Russian troops? Can you ask how far are the Russian troops? So here you can see that the attack is happening. We will have to move.
Repeated attempts were made by the Russians to come in from this area and move in closer to Kyiv.
Big breaking news coming in. The DCP Northwest Delhi says that family members of the absconding shooter Sonu have pelted stones at the cops while they were at the spot to try and investigate as to who really stone pelted at the procession and from where the stone pelting came from. Right after the police arrived to try and investigate the matter, here the family members of the shooter, we hear, have pelted stones at the police, and the wife of the shooter has now been arrested. She's been arrested for attacking the cops with stones. In fact, Sonu, in the visual that you see here, Sonu has fired at the procession, the crowds that were moving forward, the religious procession that was coming in, which eventually turned violent. And after violent clashes, we see that this boy has taken a gun in his hand and has fired at the crowds, while the Delhi police is now to investigate the matter at the locality to try and probe and even find this man. In fact, he's been absconding ever since this video has come out. DCP Northwest Delhi says that those family members of the man accused have been trying to attack the police when they arrived to investigate that matter within that area. Ashutosh Mishra is right there at the spot, bringing us all the details from that hot zone. Ashutosh, whose family members, in fact, we understand that the police is trying to nab that man that we see in the visuals, the man in blue wielding a gun. He's shot at the procession that was moving forward in that area. In fact, while he's now being, a manhunt has now been launched against him, family members, we hear of this man, have been trying to vehemently protect him, saying that he has been falsely framed, he's not guilty, and to counter the police, they've even attempted at stone pelting at this point.
And now there's an official statement, Nabila, from the Delhi police. In fact, yes, you rightly said, the video was doing around on social media, and then police somehow, in the forensic investigation, identified the person, and now the official statement, as sent by the Delhi police, says a video was being circulated on social media showing a man in blue kurta opening fire during a riot in Jahangirpuri area on 16th April. The police team of Northwest District had gone to his house to CD Park Road in his search for examination of his family members. The family members pelted 2 stones on them in retaliation. So the police says there was 2 stones that were pelted from the accused side, from the family members, on the police in the retaliation. Now the police is taking legal action. One person, of course, has been detained, as the police says, and now the situation is totally under control. There you see the men lined up in uniform. Of course, they're here to maintain law and order. There you see the tear cannons, everything they were carrying out. And the other side, where there is a camp being made, there the CRPF and the RAF has been deployed. And that's a huge number, particularly in the light what has happened just 5 minutes ago, stone pelting that led to after the retaliation from the family members of the accused when they resisted the arrest and the examination, the investigation by the crime branch. So clearly now the situation has been contained totally. It's calm over here, and the investigation process will continue. But for now, of course, the biggest challenge for the Delhi police that now, since they have to hunt for the accused door to door, and this will gonna really make the investigation process difficult if the resistance comes from the people like what had happened just a few minutes ago. Nabila.
Right, Ashutosh, we see that many women police officers, special force has been deployed there only to handle many of the women. The visuals that we see there of women from that locality who believe that their boys, in fact, particularly those belonging to the Muslim community, are being targeted by the police, and they've come out to protest against the police investigation, saying that our boys are innocent, you cannot enter our locality, you cannot investigate this matter further in this area. They've been detained as well. Give us some clarity on what happened to these women who were seen fighting with the police against the investigation.
One amongst the stone pelter, as the police said, there were 2 stone pelters from the accused family side. So one person has been detained, and this happened, Nabila. You know, in most of the places it happens when police carries out examination, they go and arrest accused. So regardless of caste or community, the people definitely come out in defense of their family member, their loved one. Of course, everyone has the common say that their family member is totally innocent, and this is what exactly happening here. The police has named them an FIR, and the base is the viral videos. Those surface, of course, they were submitted from various handles, and they were also viral on social medias, and of course also in the CCTV footages. So on the base of CCTV footages, so those investigation, police identified certain youth. Of course, more than 25 arrests have been made since this morning. I personally saw at least 6 to 7 youth where, the people from this locality were picked up by the police, and when they went to hunt down the another man who was identified in a blue kurta in the video, the family members not only resisted, there was confrontation between the family members and the police statement, as it says, that they pelted 2 stones, and then of course one detention has already taken place. But now this should not happen, to prevent any further such untoward incident. Now this entire area, again you see, that is being cordoned off. There is the camp being set up by the police. Of course the RAF and the CRP continue to be deployed, and at this point this is the epicenter in fact of 3 assembly constituencies, and this part where there you see another men in uniform are being briefed, and not just besides only the police jawan, some senior officials from the Delhi police, top rank officials from the adjoining districts, as ordered by the police leadership, has been placed here. They're not only monitoring the situation but also executing the investigation process, and moreover also the major responsibility is to maintain the law and order situation and to prevent any untoward incident further. So for now the situation remains calm, but yes, what had happened, that could be another lesson that how the police gonna carry out investigation, what had happened in the case of particularly on the Hanuman Jayanti, what had happened on Saturday. Nabila.
While we see, and of course while it's upsetting that these women are trying to resist probe further, the allegations need to be looked into. The women are alleging that all those people who've been arrested for these riots all belong to the Muslim community, and that their community has been particularly targeted. In fact, these are allegations coming in from the opposition parties as well, that only one particular community has been completely targeted, penalized. While the clashes happened, there were people of both communities involved. What has the police said so far in explanation to that?
Well, you heard the Delhi Police Commissioner in the press conference, Rakesh Asthana, say that the accusations of partition in the probe in the investigation is totally false, and he says there are few people who are trying on social media to instigate it further, and there could be action. But as far as the clarity and the specific answer on these accusations, clearly there is nothing at the moment. So far on the action on the one side, that's clearly visible that those who pelted stone, those who were in a clash with the procession members, so clearly that is visible. But is there any action on the other side who were carrying the procession with the arsenals, with the sword, with the knives, with the pistol that were seen in those viral videos? Those who chanted provocative slogans or also were part of the provocation. Is there any substantial action on those people? Well, that is not visible on the ground, and clearly there is also silence on the police in if you compare to the action that is being taken on the in this case that we are seeing since morning, since yesterday. So clearly these questions are being asked to the Delhi police, and hopefully they will respond to that soon.
Right, Ashu, we hear that the Delhi Police Commissioner has clarified to that, saying that there are 5 Hindus who've been arrested as well in this case. Here we're looking, right, we're looking at allegations of how many of these people during the procession held swords, how many of these men that we see managed to access guns, access stones right at the nick of time when the procession headed towards this area. It seems like on both sides they were so ready to attack with arms and ammunition, and that's why the question arises whether this was entirely pre-planned on both ends. Was it pre-planned? Is the police investigating as to how aware that on both sides that this situation would arise, that they actually came prepared with arms?
Well, the investigation and also when, this will go to court, it will, of course, will be clarified, particularly during the trial. Whether it was, a conspiracy, a premeditated conspiracy, or it was a pre-plan, or it was a spontaneous reaction between few people from the two community, and that led to the massive clash, and that has invited from 2 to 4, 4 to 16, and then 16 to 400. So clearly that is part of the probe, but for now the police believe that it could be a conspiracy, a pre-planned conspiracy, where they gathered stone on the rooftop. And remember, this is again remains only in the accusation. As far as FIR is concerned, the FIR is also an accusation, an allegation by the police that is level, because until it goes to the court and trial, the police need to also submit the evidences. Whatever charges police level in a charge sheet or the FIR, that remains an allegation until proven in the court. So clearly, to back all these charges and the accusation that police is leveling, whether do they have evidence to prove that whether it was a preempted conspiracy or it was spontaneous scuffle. Remember one thing very importantly, since yesterday we have been speaking to the members from the Muslim community particularly, none of them denied that there was no stone pelting or there was no retaliation. Everyone rather accepted that since there was provocation, it all started from the other side, those who were in the procession, particularly for the third round. Remember, there were 3 rounds of the procession which passed from in front of the Jama Masjid. They said 2 rounds went very peacefully. There was no harm. There was nothing provocationally. But only what had happened at 6 p.m. when the Muslim community in a huge number gathered for their fasting, for their Roza Iftar. And that was the third time when procession passed. That was the provocative slogans were raised. And then as they accused that there's some people tried to enter in the mosque. And that led to the scuffle, which then turned out into a community clash, a clash between 2 communities. So clearly the charges that police is leveling, that procession was peaceful. It was all pelted stone from the rooftop from the Muslim community side. All these charges need to be justified and need to be backed with the evidences by the Delhi police in the case when they submit the charge sheet, when they submit these evidences. And of course, since all the accused who are arrested, once they are sent to the judicial custody, they will also apply for the bail and they will put their contention. And then we'll have to see how Delhi police gonna back all the charges that they have leveled against each accused. So clearly, the judicial scrutiny that is still left, but for now, the investigation is being carried out by the crime branch of Delhi police.
Right, Ashutosh, thank you very much for joining us and tracking those details right from that hot spot, Jahangirpuri, where the violence broke out. Almost like another round of a Delhi riot situation that we saw that unfolded late on Saturday evening. In fact, India Today's Arvind Oja, in the meanwhile, spoke to shooter Sonu's mother just a short while ago. Here's what she said while she claims innocence.
हमारे साथ एक आरोपी सलीम चिकना की मां मौजूद है, हम उनसे बात करते हैं। सलीम चिकना को पुलिस ने अरेस्ट क्यों किया?
बिना कसूर में अरेस्ट कर दिया, कुछ नहीं करा। हमारा बच्चा पूरा गोली वाला बोलेगा ऐसा अरेस्ट कर दिया उसको।
तो क्या ये जो आप तस्वीर में दिखाइए जरा दीपक, ये जो तस्वीर है ये कौन है?
ये हमारा लड़का है।
क्या नाम है इसका?
उसका सोनू है।
पूरा नाम क्या है?
पूरा नाम सोनू है।
सोनू, बाकी उपनाम
और कुछ नहीं नाम ना।
तो आप लोग कहाँ के रहने वाले हैं?
हम लोग कोलकाता का रहने वाला, मोइसादाल हल्दिया हमारा घर है।
तो ये पुलिस ने कुछ बताया कि सलीम को क्यों अरेस्ट किया?
कुछ वाला नहीं, घुस नहीं दे रहा।
अच्छा,
घुस नहीं दे रहा। भगा रही तो सुबह गया, वहाँ से भी हम लोग को भगाया। हमारा बहू हम गया।
ये आपका बेटा क्या करता है?
कौन सा?
ये बेटा क्या करता है?
ये बेटा तो चिकन दुकान है।
अच्छा,
हाँ।
तो ये कैसे वहाँ भीड़ में पहुँच गए?
ये भीड़ में पहुँच गया, बोले हिंदू मुस्लिम में लड़ाई हो रहा, तो वो रोजा खुलने का टाइम वो गया, कोई बच्चा से वो ये छीन के वो गुस्सा में वो चलाने लग गया। तो किसी को चोट नहीं लगा, कुछ नहीं लगा। ऐसा धमकी दे रहा। जब बजरंग बली सब आया मानने को, तो हमारा लड़का उसको होते डर देने के लिए ऐसा ही बंदूक चलाया। तो वो उसमें नहीं था। काल के ऐसा ही वीडियो बना के कोई दुश्मनी करके वीडियो बना के छोड़ दिया।
अभी ये कहाँ पे है सोनू?
अभी कहाँ के डर में कहाँ भाग गया पता नहीं। पुलिस वाला आके तो हमारा ऊपर से नहीं दे, छानबीन कर रहा खाली।
आपका घर कौन सा? ये वाला घर है? ये दिखाने की कोशिश करेंगे कि सलीम, जो इनकी मां है, इनका कहना है कि सलीम बिल्कुल भी किसी तरह से किसी दंगे में शामिल
नहीं था। उसका वैसा शौक में उठाया। हाँ,
क्या भाई की वजह से तो नहीं उठाया?
नहीं,
गोली चला रहा था?
नहीं, भाई के वजह से नहीं। पहले उसका नाम दिया, पहले उसका नाम दिया, बोला सलीम था, सोनू था, चलो जो गलती करा उसके नहीं तो उठाएगा वो तो कौन।
गोली चलाया तो क्या सोनू से आपकी बातचीत हुई?
नहीं, हमारा बातचीत नहीं हुआ।
घर नहीं आया
ना, घर भी नहीं आया।
एक बड़ा सा पत्थर, you can see this is a particular stone, this is a particular brick which was.
All right, let me quickly cut across to Ashutosh Mishra, who's been tracking those developments. Ashutosh, we hear the family members of the accused. While on one hand we see compelling visuals that shows the man wielding a gun, trying to shoot at the procession that's coming towards him. On the other, you have the parents claiming innocence, saying that she says, in fact, that one boy may have had the gun, the other brother was innocent. He was inside the house when the police dragged him out. These are allegations made by quite a few of them in the locality, saying their men were inside homes and they were dragged out by the police without no reason. What is the fact on ground? All right, I'm going to quickly cut across to Anjana Kashyap. In fact, fresh violence erupted today a little earlier on the same lines, where you had women from the Muslim community who came out condemning the police investigation, saying that this is being completely targeted and directed only to one side, against one side, the Muslim community, saying that their boys, their sons, their husbands are innocent and they're being falsely implicated by the police. They, in fact, tried to resist investigation, did not allow police to come inside the localities to look for those culprits who were indulging in stone pelting. Anjana Kashyap, who was right there at the spot, took us through some of those visuals, those sites where women argued, faced off with the police in large numbers, and eventually the police were forced to bring in special women forces to try and detain those women who were trying to create a ruckus and eventually carry forward with the investigation.
यहाँ पर ये वाली कॉलोनी है जहाँ पर बताया जा रहा है क्राइम ब्रांच एक महिला को ले गई थी पूछताछ के लिए। उसके बाद ऊपर वाले घरों से, देखिए ये ऊपर वाले जो घर है यहाँ से पथराव की शुरुआत हो गई थी। ये देखिए नीचे, अगर दिखाइए अशोक, नीचे दिखाइए, ये देखिए यहाँ पर ये सारी पत्थरबाजी, यहाँ पर कुछ ही देर पहले पत्थरबाजी की गई है और ये बाद से यहाँ से तुरंत लोगों को हटना पड़ा, क्योंकि यहीं पर अभी भी आप देख रहे हैं मशक्कत कर रही है पुलिस। कुछ देर पहले की भी तस्वीरें हमने भेजी हैं जब लगभग 50 से 100 महिलाएं एक साथ यहां पर आ गई थी गेट पर, और यहीं पर अभी भी पुलिस मशक्कत कर रही है, उनको पीछे रोक रही है, समझा रही है, क्योंकि कुछ ही देर पहले यहां पर एक बार फिर से परिस्थिति थोड़ी बेकाबू हुई थी और फिर से पत्थरबाजी की शुरुआत कर दी गई थी। छतों पे खास तौर पर वो जो पीला और नीला वाला घर है वहां से 3-4 पत्थर आए थे और ये वाले घर के ऊपर से भी पत्थर, और लोग इस तरह से बालकनी के पीछे छिपकर, रेलिंग के पीछे छिपकर पत्थर फेंकते हैं कि उनको कैप्चर कर पाना मुश्किल हुआ। लेकिन आप कल्पना कीजिए, भारी तादाद में यहाँ पुलिस बल की तैनाती है, मीडिया का भारी जमावड़ा है। इस तरफ की तस्वीर दिखाइए, इस तरफ ये दिखाइए, ये रिजर्व्ड आर्म फोर्स किस तरह से यहाँ पर पहुंच चुके हैं और ये तमाम लोग इस वक्त यहाँ पर पहुंचकर सुरक्षा के इंतजाम, क्योंकि पत्थरबाजी हो गई है उसके बाद से अपना हेडगियर पहनकर ये लोग यहाँ पर पहुंचे हैं। मिनटों के अंदर जब यहाँ पर पुलिस उन्हें समझा रही थी कि जांच के लिए हम पूछताछ के लिए ले गए हैं, तभी ये पत्थरबाजी यहाँ पर शुरू हो गई और इस तरह के ईंट ऊपर से फेंके जा रहे थे, उसका आप अंदाजा लगा सकते हैं। यहाँ पर भी हैं कुछ सीमेंट के भी टुकड़े हैं, जो ऊपर से फेंके जा रहे थे। अब आरएएफ को भी वहाँ पर बुला लिया गया है, महिलाओं को बुलाया गया है, क्योंकि मामला महिलाओं का है। महिलाएं यहाँ पर सबसे ज्यादा बवाल रच रही थी और आरएएफ को यहाँ पर बुलाकर सुरक्षा बल की तैनाती कर दी गई है। आरएएफ की तमाम महिलाएं आपको दिखेंगी, आरएएफ की देखिए महिलाएं अंदर घुसी हैं और अब उन घरों में जाकर उनको समझाने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं। तो नौबत ऐसी आ चुकी है और ये तो उस चौराहे से काफी दूर है, लगभग 100 मीटर दूर है जहां पर उस दिन हिंसा हुई थी। लेकिन जो साजिशकर्ता अलग अलग गलियों में जहांगीरपुरी में घुसे हुए हैं, उनको पकड़ने की फिराक में जब क्राइम ब्रांच अपनी जांच कर रही है और लोगों को आगे ले जा रही है, तब इस तरह की नौबत यहां पर पहुंची है। और उसके बाद आरएएफ की तमाम महिलाओं को हेडगियर के साथ यहां पर बुलाया गया और वो फिर अंदर गई हैं और वो वहां पर लोगों को समझाने की कोशिश कर रही हैं। जो वरिष्ठ अधिकारी हैं वो भी आ गए हैं और वो ये जानने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं कि कैसे उन्हें समझाया जाए। दरअसल जांच में अगर किसी एक व्यक्ति को भी हिरासत में लिया जाता है या गिरफ्तार किया जाता है, उसके बाद लोग तनाव में आते हैं और तमाम जो वरिष्ठ अधिकारी हैं वो अब लोगों को यहाँ से हटा रहे हैं। कुल मिलाकर थोड़ी देर का इंतजार और है और उसके बाद आप देखेंगे ये जो पूरा इलाका, एक बार जल्दी से अगर आपने वहां से भी तस्वीरें नजर आएंगी। अब तो यहाँ पर मीडिया का भारी हुजूम हो गया, उस वक्त जब हम आए थे तो नहीं था। ये देखिए, ये घर है, यहीं पर ये ऐसे घर हैं और यहीं से पत्थरबाजी की शुरुआत हुई थी। मेन चौराहा दिखाइए, मेन चौराहा जहां पर उस दिन हिंसा हुई है वो लगभग 100 मीटर की दूरी पर यहाँ से है। लेकिन यहाँ पर जब एक महिला से पूछताछ की जा रही थी, उस महिला से पूछताछ करने के लिए जब उसे यहाँ से ले जाया गया, उसके बाद महिलाओं का पूरा हुजूम बाहर सड़क तक निकलता है, पुलिस वालों पर हमला बोलता है। जब वो नहीं सुनते हैं, उसके बाद ऊपर छतों से पत्थरबाजी होती है। और उसकी लाइव तस्वीरें आपने देखी। रिजर्व आर्म फोर्सेस की तमाम ऐसी जो सुरक्षा कर्मी है, उन्होंने हेडगियर लगाया है और अब वो इस कॉलोनी में अंदर गई हैं लोगों को समझाने के लिए और किसी तरह से शांत करने के लिए। जो आरएएफ की महिलाएं थी, दिखाइए जरा ऊपर से कैमरा दिखाइए, वो आरएएफ की महिलाएं जो थी वो बाहर निकल रही हैं। ये दिखाइए ऊपर से, उस गेट के पास से जो आरएएफ की महिलाएं थी वो लोगों से बातचीत करने के बाद अब बाहर निकल रही हैं। उन महिलाओं को समझाने की जिम्मेदारी उन्हें ही दी गई थी और अब ये लोग वहां से निकल रही हैं। आरएएफ की एक पूरी ह्यूमन चेन बना दी गई है। ये दिखाइए, ये महिलाएं निकल गई हैं और ये आरएएफ की एक पूरी टीम है जिसने यहाँ पर ह्यूमन चेन बना लिया है। ये दिखाइए, ये ह्यूमन चेन है, ये ह्यूमन चेन इन्होंने यहाँ पर बना लिया है ताकि इस पूरे इलाके को कॉर्डन ऑफ कर दिया जाए और मामले को ठंडे पड़ने दिया जाए, ताकि मामले को ठंडे पड़ने दिया जाए ताकि कुछ देर तक यहाँ पर शांति बनी रहे। तो जितनी आरएएफ की महिलाएं थी जो अंदर गई थी समझाने के लिए, और आरएएफ के ये पूरे ह्यूमन चेन यहाँ पर बनाया गया है जो फिलहाल शांति के लिए यहाँ पर एक चेन बना रहे हैं ताकि पूरे इलाके में शांति की बहाली फिर से कर दी जाए।
All right, here the Delhi police continues its investigation as they're trying to probe into who exactly is responsible for the stone pelting in several of those locality houses. Stone pelting was reported while the procession was coming, in fact, passing through that area. And while the police reached there to investigate the matter, here you had women who were upset, alleging that the police is targeting one community, and they said they will not allow the police to enter their areas and detain their sons or husbands, and therefore they try to resist by pelting stones. Many of those women too have now been detained. In fact, the Delhi police now investigating this matter thoroughly as this case. Let's slip into a short break with news and updates on the other side. Stay with us.
This is a tank turret.
Courage.
India today, in fact, is the only Indian crew to reach.
Fearlessness.
This is the third tank armored person carrier we have seen.
Putting our lives at risk.
Massive operation over here in Elianka.
We are on the ground, bringing you the facts.
A Ukrainian woman shares the horror of shelling.
So that India is better informed. Tune into India Today TV, reporting from the front line.
OLX ऑटो से
ale snažím se jim zpříjemnit jaksi ten pobyt. Jsou to děti, které pravděpodobně, nebo většina z nich mi napsala.
Державну оперу, театр і балет «Спляча красуня». І, власне, там якось в ході розмов лежали флаєри, рекламки, і ми побачили, що є така пропозиція.
Hello everyone, welcome. You're watching In the Club. My name is Aditi Nagpal Girotra. After his fairy tale wedding with Alia Bhatt on 14th April, newlywed Ranbir Kapoor is back to work. And now it looks like their work commitments have also led him and Alia to push their honeymoon plans. Here's all on what is next for the couple post their nuptials.
3 days after his wedding with Alia Bhatt, newlywed Ranbir Kapoor is back to work. The actor was spotted outside a production house in Mumbai as he has quite a few work commitments in line. Alia and Ranbir will also postpone their honeymoon plans because of their hectic work schedule. While Ranbir will be shooting for Sandeep Reddy Vanga's next Animal alongside Rashmika Mandanna,
लेकिन आजादी तुम्हें कोई देता नहीं, आजादी जीती जाती है.
and also has Yash Raj Films' Shamshera in his kitty.
शमशेरा.
Alia, on the other hand, will resume Rocky Aur Rani Ki Prem Kahani with Ranveer Singh before flying out to the US for her first Hollywood project, Heart of Stone. As far as their other projects are concerned, both Alia and Ranveer were seen in a few endorsements before they got married, and now reports suggest that they are being flooded with several offers. Meanwhile, Ayan Mukherjee's Brahmastra marks the first on-screen collaboration between real-life couple Ranbir Kapoor and Alia Bhatt. The filmmaker released this romantic tune from the film ahead of Ranbir and Alia's wedding celebrations. Earlier, the makers had unveiled the motion poster of Ranbir's character Shiva at a grand event in Delhi. While Alia's first look poster as Isha was revealed on the occasion of her birthday. Brahmastra also stars Amitabh Bachchan in key role. The story has been planned as a 3-part fantasy trilogy, and one of them, after several delays, is all set to hit theatres on September 9th, 2022.
Newlyweds Alia Bhatt and Ranbir Kapoor hosted a wedding reception for their family and industry friends on 16th of April. The party was attended by who's who of Bollywood. Here are all the highlights.
After their wedding, newlyweds Alia Bhatt and Ranbir Kapoor hosted a reception party at their residence Vastu in Mumbai. Shah Rukh Khan came after midnight and made a grand entry in his car. But among those who arrived early for the party were Alia Bhatt's sister Shaheen Bhatt and mother Soni Razdan. Ranbir's mother Neetu Kapoor and sister Ridhima also arrived after filmmaker Ayan Mukherjee made his way to the party. Filmmaker Karan Johar, who considers Alia his daughter, was also among guests who attended the reception party. Alia's best friends Anushka and Akanksha Ranjan were also part of the post-wedding celebration. Among other guests were Gauri Khan, Shweta Bachchan, Karisma Kapoor, Aditya Roy Kapoor, Malaika Arora, Arjun Kapoor and Varun Dhawan's brother Rohit Dhawan. According to India Today sources, guests were already informed not to bring any gifts, but Karan Johar got a bottle of champagne for the newlyweds. Sources suggest it was a karaoke night and all those invited were chilling at the party. Alia Bhatt and Ranbir Kapoor tied the knot on the occasion of Baisakhi on April 14th and ever since have been breaking the internet with their photos. Alia looked nothing short of a dream in her Sabyasachi ivory sari, while Ranbir complimented her in a colour-coordinated sherwani. The couple also made their first appearance after sharing pictures on social media. Their Mehndi and Sangeet ceremony was on April 13th, and Alia shared pictures from the function. Entertainment Bureau, India Today.
Alia Bhatt and Ranbir Kapoor have painted town red, quite literally, with their fun-filled Mehndi and Sangeet ceremony pictures. Ranbir wore Sabyasachi while Alia opted for a Manish Malhotra outfit for their pre-wedding functions. The Kapoor family also gave a surprise performance. Here are all the highlights for you.
This is what dreams are made of. Yes, these beautiful pictures are from Ranbir Kapoor and Alia Bhatt's Mehndi and Sangeet ceremony that took place on April 13 at their Vastu residence in Mumbai. Alia gave her fans a glimpse of her pre-wedding festivities in which she and her husband and actor Ranbir can be seen in colour-coordinated outfits, having a ball with their best friends and close family members. While Ranbir wore a Sabyasachi, Alia opted for a Manish Malhotra outfit for Mehndi and Sangeet. Alia also went on to reveal that there was a surprise performance planned for her by Ranbir Kapoor and his family. In fact, in one of the photos, one can see Neetu Kapoor showing off her moves along with her son Ranbir, daughter Ridhima Kapoor, Kareena Kapoor and Karisma Kapoor among others. Ranbir Kapoor in another photo can also be seen holding his late father Rishi Kapoor's frame as the tribute. In other photos, Alia can be seen with her bridesmaids, and one of them also has sister Shaheen and filmmaker Ayan Mukherjee showering love on the newlywed. Ranbir is equally mad and deeply in love with Alia, and it's evident from this adorable gesture by him. Yes, what one can't miss to afford is also Ranbir's Mehndi has got her name written on his hand with a heart around it. Along with these new pictures, Alia wrote, and we quote, "The Mehndi was like something out of a dream. It was the day full of love, family, our beautiful best friends, a lot of French fries, a surprise performance by the Ladkewalas, Ayan playing DJ, a big surprise organized by Mr. Kapoor, my favorite artists perform my favorite songs, all followed by some happy tears and quiet blissful moments with the love of my life. There are days, and then there are days like these," unquote. Alia Bhatt and Ranbir Kapoor tied the knot at the same venue on April 14th and have been breaking the internet with their visuals as well as their pictures.
In New Delhi, this is Dipali Patel for India Today.
And now Ranbir and Alia are finally married. The couple tied the knot at their Vastu residence in Mumbai. And before making their first public appearance as husband and wife, Alia shared dreamy photos of a big day on social media. This and much more. Here are all the highlights of the 2-day-long wedding extravaganza.
They say matches are made in heaven. But all that their fans know is that this perfect jodi surely is an outcome of manifestation. Yes, after confessing mutual admiration for one another on several occasions, Ranbir Kapoor and Alia Bhatt made their relationship official in 2018. Cut to 2022, they are now man and wife. Happily posing for the cameras as Mr. and Mrs. and how. Alia Bhatt and Ranbir Kapoor exchanged vows on the occasion of Baisakhi in a super simple and intimate ceremony at their Pali Hill residence Vastu in Mumbai. Post their wedding, Alia took to social media to share these dreamy photos that she and Ranbir got clicked on the terrace. Alia's heartwarming post read, and we quote, "Today surrounded by our family and friends at home in our favorite spot, the balcony we've spent the last 5 years of our relationship, we got married. With so much already behind us, we can't wait to build more memories together, memories that are full of love, laughter, comfortable silences, movie nights, silly fights, wine delights, and Chinese bites. Thank you for all the love and light during this very momentous time in our lives. It has made this moment all the more special. Love, Ranbir and Alia." Neetu Kapoor shared this heartwarming photo after the wedding and wrote, "This is dedicated to Kapoor Saab. Your wish has been fulfilled." Pictures from inside the wedding venue also went viral on social media. In one of the photos, Ranbir and Alia can be seen cutting a pretty 3-tier cake, while in the other one, they can be seen raising a toast to each other. Several videos from inside the ceremony also went viral. India Today got hold of one of them, in which the groom squad can be seen lifting Ranbir during the Varmala ceremony. However, soon after, he gets down and is seen kneeling in front of Alia. Wishes started pouring in for the couple soon after Alia posted these moments from her big day. Karan Johar was the first to congratulate the couple. It was followed by celebrities including Neetu Kapoor, who wrote "My World" along with the photos. Kareena Kapoor, on the other hand, welcomed Alia to the Kapoor clan. According to India Today sources, 4 pundits were present to perform fairas, and a huge photo of late actor Rishi Kapoor was placed near the mandap. For the big day, Ranbir's mother Neetu Kapoor and sister Ridhima wore Abu Jani and Sandeep Khosla. Kareena Kapoor Khan, who was accompanied by Saif Ali Khan, wore a Manish Malhotra sari. Their kids, Taimur and Jay Ali Khan, also made it to their mamu Ranbir's wedding. Snapped while arriving was also Shweta Bachchan, who was spotted with daughter Navya Naveli. Guests were welcomed personally by Neetu Kapoor and Soni Razdan, and everyone got refreshments as soon as they entered. Chefs from Delhi were invited for food preparation. Apart from the Indian delicacies, there was also fusion food. Considering Ranbir and Alia's taste buds, there was separate sushi station and a vegan burger counter. After they said their vows and greeted the media, the duo went and danced their hearts out at their post-wedding party. Twinning in red, Alia and Ranbir took over the dance floor. Before the wedding, the couple had their haldi function, which started at around 9 a.m. This was followed by a chura ceremony. The wedding festivities of Ranbir and Alia kicked off on April 13, the same day when Neetu Kapoor and Rishi Kapoor got engaged in 1980. A Ganesh Puja was performed at Vastu residence to begin the extravaganza, and it was followed by Mehndi and Sangeet ceremony. India Today got hold of these exclusive dance practice visuals where mother Neetu Kapoor and Karisma Kapoor were seen matching steps with famous choreographer Rajendra Singh, also known as Master Ji. Several photos from Mehndi also went viral, and in one of them, Neetu was seen flaunting her design that had her husband and late actor Rishi Kapoor's name written on it. Ranbir and Alia's wedding may be a low-key affair, but they gave their fans moments that they will cherish forever. In New Delhi, this is Dipali Patel for India Today.
Alia Bhatt and Ranbir Kapoor made headlines for their fairy tale wedding. The duo tied the knot on 14th April after having dated each other for 5 years. Let's take a look at how love blossomed between the two of them. Here's all you need to know.
They say matches are made in heaven. And well, that is absolutely true in Alia Bhatt and Ranbir Kapoor's case. Their love isn't a regular guy meets the girl romance. In fact, theirs is something you'll find in fairy tales. A relationship that was always meant to be. The it couple is now ridiculously in love with each other. But what's also making headlines is their relationship timeline. Yes, before something actually started brewing between the two, Alia crossed paths with Ranbir Kapoor. Their first meeting was back in 2005. He was working as an assistant director to Sanjay Leela Bhansali for his film Black, while she at the age of 11 visited the sets for an audition.
Name 3 men you'd love to have contest for you.
Ranbir? It was in 2014, Alia Bhatt appeared on Coffee with Karan and confessed her love for Ranbir.
Wouldn't mind doing a steamy scene with?
Ranbir Kapoor.
Ranbir Kapoor. Who would you kill, marry or hook up with?
Marry Ranbir.
What's more, even Ranbir was turning heads in the same year when he showed up for the promotions of Alia Bhatt's Imtiaz Ali directorial Highway. As far as who actually played Cupid for the couple is concerned, it was filmmaker Ayan Mukherjee. He roped in both Alia and Ranbir as the lead pair for his film Brahmastra in 2017 and also publicly called Alia Ranbir's girlfriend in one of the promotional videos.
Tell your girlfriend you have to stop recording. She's always recording something.
So yes, Alia and Ranbir ever since have been inseparable, and how? They made their first public appearance together in 2018 at Sonam Kapoor's reception, and this was followed by many more on several occasions including family weddings and cozy lunch or dinner parties. From sharing posts of Ranbir on social media every now and then, to going out on vacations together, supporting each other at both personal as well as professional levels, to often taking routine inspections at the construction site of their new abode with Neetu Kapoor. Alia Bhatt and Ranbir Kapoor have given major couple goals, leaving fans asking for more. Entertainment Bureau, India Today.
Time now for a teeny mini break, but we'll be back soon. Stay tuned with us.
When it's the world's biggest news story, there's only one gold standard of journalism.
You are watching India Today.
After a gap of 2 years owing to the COVID-19 pandemic, Baba Siddiqui returned to hosting an iftar party at Mumbai's Taj Lands End Hotel. This year, Shah Rukh Khan, Salman Khan, Salim Khan, Arbaz Khan and Sanjay Dutt were among Bollywood A-listers who graced the evening with their presence. Here are all the highlights.
After a gap of 2 years, Baba Siddiqui is back to hosting the annual iftar party for his friends in politics and the world of entertainment. The party at the Taj Lands End in Mumbai was graced by several A-listers from the film industry, and goes without saying the internet was flooded with pictures and videos from the bash. Renowned scriptwriter Salim Khan arrived at the party venue. Siddiqui was seen holding his hands and posing with him for a couple of clicks. His son and actor Salman Khan also arrived at the venue looking dapper as ever. Brother Arbaz and sister Arpita were also present along with husband Ayush Sharma. Shah Rukh Khan, on the other hand, arrived a little later in the evening, looking dashing in a black pathani. He also sported his new look at the iftar celebration. For the onwards, Salman Khan and Shah Rukh Khan hugged it out after burying old woes at the same event in 2014. Meanwhile, this year, Sanjay Dutt was also papped at the bash. Shilpa Shetty too was seen in a pretty pink suit for the occasion. Entertainment Bureau, India Today.
And now let's check out what is keeping our celebs busy. Here's all that's trending in Tinseltown.
Salman Khan will soon kickstart the shooting of his next project, Kabhi Eid, Kabhi Diwali. And for the same, the superstar has reportedly roped in Devi Sri Prasad to compose the music. This is going to be the third collaboration between the duo. Previously, Salman Khan and Devi Sri Prasad had come together for C.T. Ma's song From Radhe the Most Wanted Bhai, which also featured Disha Patni. They even collaborated in 2011 film Ready for Dhinka Chika song. Meanwhile, Salman Khan will also be seen in the third part of the Tiger franchise alongside Katrina Kaif.
Ready?
Tiger always ready.
He will also feature in a cameo role in Shah Rukh Khan's Pathan.
जल्दी मिलते हैं पठान से.
Backed by Sajid Nadiadwala, Kabhi Eid, Kabhi Diwali also stars Pooja Hegde opposite Salman Khan. The film is expected to release on December 30th, 2022.
आपने सब टाइप के हीरो देखे हैं, पर नहीं देखा तो एक ऐसा हीरो जो हीरोगिरी में इन सब से अलग है. नाम है उसका जयेश भाई और काम है उसका जोरदार.
Ranveer Singh took to social media to share yet another poster of his upcoming film Jayesh Bhai Jordar. In the poster, the actor looks surprised holding an unborn baby in his hand. with the umbilical cord still intact. The tagline on the poster reads, Jayesh Bhai ko ladka hoga ya ladki. Sharing the post, Ranveer wrote, Aapko kya lagta hai? Bankrolled by Yash Raj Films, Jayesh Bhai Jordar will feature Ranveer Singh in a quirky and a unique style.
नाम है उसका जयेश भाई और काम है उसका जोरदार.
The film will present a new brand of hero and heroism. Directed by Divyang Thakkar, Jayesh Bhai Jordar is all set to hit theatres on May 13, 2022. Pawan Kalyan, who is currently busy shooting for his upcoming mythology-based movie Hari Hara Viramalu, will reportedly appear in 3 different avatars. According to reports, the superstar will be seen in 30 different theme outfits. Hari Hara Viramalu, billed as a legendary heroic outlaw, will reportedly star Pawan Kalyan as a warrior. The film will also feature Nidhi Agarwal opposite Kalyan. Meanwhile, he was last seen on the big screen in Telugu action drama Bhimla Nayak, which was directed by Sagar K. Chandra. Entertainment Bureau, India Today.
And that's all we could pack in the show today. Till next time, thanks for watching and goodbye.
When it's the world's biggest news story, there's only one gold standard of journalism. When it's the world's biggest news story, there's only one gold standard of journalism. When it's the world's biggest news story, there's only one gold standard of journalism.
You are watching India Today.
Hello there, good afternoon. You're watching India Today TV. I'm Sneha Mordani. Let's get to the headlines in this edition first. Fresh violence in Delhi's Jahangirpuri. Family of absconding accused Sonu, who opened fire, pelted stones at crime branch team. Sonu's wife has been held. Mother pleads innocence. BJP chief JP Nadda accuses the opposition of divisive vote bank politics. Says Congress is using terror groups like the Popular Front of India to cause rift. Blasts the DMK for targeted attack on composer Ilaiyaraaja, who backed Prime Minister Modi. Maharashtra government says no loudspeakers can be used at religious places without permission. Move after Raj Thakre's plan to recite Hanuman Jalisa to counter azan from mosques. K. Chandrasekhar Rao government in Telangana faces heat after 3 suicides in Medak and Khammam. Victims blame extortion and harassment by ruling TRS netas. Protests have erupted. 8 weeks of devastation and defiance. Ukraine's Zaporizhzhia faces Russian onslaught. Putin's troops blow up houses and schools. India Today reports from Ground Zero.
Far are the Russian troops? Can you ask how far are the Russian troops? So here you can see that the attack is happening. We will have to move.
Repeated attempts were made by the Russians to come in from this area and move in closer to Kyiv.
Big manhunt for the man caught on camera opening fire during the riots in Delhi on Saturday. Cops looking for the shooter, identified as one Sonu, faced stone-pelting as he tried to enter his home in Jahangirpuri. After a scuffle on security forces apprehended Sonu's wife for attacking the crime branch team. Sonu's brother, Salim Chikna, was also arrested earlier for rioting and attacks. According to reports, around 50 women in the area began protesting, throwing stones at security personnel during the probe. Forces deployed in the area faced resistance from the women while they were carrying out search operations in the sensitive area. Police team of Northwest District had gone to Sonu's house in CD Park 4 for examining his family members. The police barricaded the area and women security personnel pacified other women. The incident took place 100 meters away from the spot where violence had broken out on Saturday. India Today's Arvind Oja spoke to shooter Sonu's mother a short while ago. Listen in.
हमारे साथ एक आरोपी सलीम चिकना की मां मौजूद है, हम उनसे बात करते हैं। सलीम चिकना को पुलिस ने अरेस्ट क्यों किया?
बिना कसूर में अरेस्ट कर दिया, कुछ नहीं करा। हमारा बच्चा पूरा गोली वाला बोलेगा ऐसा अरेस्ट कर दिया उसको।
तो क्या ये जो आप तस्वीर में दिखाइए जरा दीपक, ये जो तस्वीर है ये कौन है?
ये हमारा लड़का है।
क्या नाम है इसका?
उसका सोनू है।
पूरा नाम क्या है? पूरा
नाम सोनू है।
सोनू, बाकी उपनाम
और कुछ नहीं नाम ना।
तो आप लोग कहाँ के रहने वाले हैं?
हम लोग कोलकाता का रहने वाला, मोइसादाल हल्दिया हमारा घर है।
तो ये पुलिस ने कुछ बताया कि सलीम को क्यों अरेस्ट किया?
कुछ वाला नहीं, घुस नहीं दे रहा।
अच्छा,
घुस नहीं दे रहा। भगा रही तो सुबह गया, वहाँ से भी हम लोग को भगाया। हमारा बहू हम गया।
ये आपका बेटा क्या करता है?
कौन सा?
ये बेटा क्या करता है?
ये बेटा तो चिकन दुकान है।
अच्छा,
हाँ।
तो ये कैसे वहाँ भीड़ में पहुँच गए?
ये भीड़ में पहुँच गया, बोले हिंदू मुस्लिम में लड़ाई हो रहा, तो वो रोजा खुलने का टाइम वो गया, कोई बच्चा से वो ये छीन के वो गुस्सा में वो चलाने लग गया। तो किसी को चोट नहीं लगा, कुछ नहीं लगा। ऐसा धमकी दे रहा। जब बजरंगबली सब आया मानने को, तो हमारा लड़का उसको होते डर देने के लिए ऐसा ही बंदूक चलाया। तो वो उसमें नहीं था। काल के ऐसा ही वीडियो बना के कोई दुश्मनी करके वीडियो बना के छोड़ दिया।
अभी ये कहाँ पे है सोनू?
अभी कहाँ के डर में कहाँ भाग गया पता नहीं। पुलिस वाला आके तो हमारा ऊपर से नहीं दे, छानबीन कर रहा खाली।
आपका घर कौन सा? ये वाला घर है? ये दिखाने की कोशिश करेंगे कि सलीम, जो इनकी मां है, इनका कहना है कि सलीम बिल्कुल भी किसी तरह से किसी दंगे में शामिल
नहीं था। उसका वैसा शौक में उठाया। हाँ,
क्या भाई की वजह से तो नहीं उठाया? नहीं, गोली चला रहा था।
नहीं, भाई के वजह से नहीं। पहले उसका नाम दिया, पहले उसका नाम दिया, बोला सलीम था, सोनू था। चलो जो गलती करा उसका नहीं तो उठाएगा वो। तो कौन
गोली चलाया? तो क्या सोनू से आपकी बातचीत हुई?
नहीं, हमारा बातचीत नहीं हुआ।
घर नहीं आया?
ना, घर भी नहीं आया।
यहाँ पर ये वाली कॉलोनी है जहाँ पर बताया जा रहा है क्राइम ब्रांच एक महिला को ले गई थी पूछताछ के लिए। उसके बाद ऊपर वाले घरों से देखिए, ये ऊपर वाले जो घर है यहाँ से पथराव की शुरुआत हो गई थी। ये देखिए नीचे अगर दिखाइए अशोक, नीचे दिखाइए, ये देखिए यहाँ पर ये सारी पत्थरबाजी, यहाँ पर कुछ ही देर पहले पत्थरबाजी की गई है और ये बाद से यहाँ से तुरंत लोगों को हटना पड़ा क्योंकि यहीं पर अभी भी आप देख रहे हैं मशक्कत कर रही है पुलिस। कुछ देर पहले की भी तस्वीरें हमने भेजी हैं जब लगभग 50 से 100 महिलाएं एक साथ यहाँ पर आ गई थी गेट पर और यहीं पर अभी भी पुलिस मशक्कत कर रही है, उनको पीछे रोक रही है, समझा रही है क्योंकि कुछ ही देर पहले यहाँ पर एक बार फिर से परिस्थिति थोड़ी बेकाबू हुई थी और फिर से पत्थरबाजी की शुरुआत कर दी गई थी। छतों पे खास तौर पर वो जो पीला और नीला वाला घर है वहां से 3-4 पत्थर आए थे और ये वाले घर के ऊपर से भी पत्थर, और लोग इस तरह से बालकनी के पीछे छिपकर, रेलिंग के पीछे छिपकर पत्थर फेंकते हैं कि उनको कैप्चर कर पाना मुश्किल हुआ। लेकिन आप कल्पना कीजिए भारी तादाद में यहाँ पुलिस बल की तैनाती है, मीडिया का भारी जमावड़ा है। इस तरफ की तस्वीर दिखाइए, इस तरफ ये दिखाइए, ये रिजर्व्ड आर्म फोर्स किस तरह से यहाँ पर पहुंच चुके हैं और ये तमाम लोग इस वक्त यहाँ पर पहुंचकर सुरक्षा के इंतजाम, क्योंकि पत्थरबाजी हो गई है उसके बाद से अपना हेडगियर पहनकर ये लोग यहाँ पर पहुंचे हैं। मिनटों के अंदर जब यहाँ पर पुलिस उन्हें समझा रही थी कि जांच के लिए हम पूछताछ के लिए ले गए हैं, तभी ये पत्थरबाजी यहाँ पर शुरू हो गई और इस तरह के ईंट ऊपर से फेंके जा रहे थे, उसका आप अंदाजा लगा सकते हैं। यहाँ पर भी हैं कुछ सीमेंट के भी टुकड़े हैं जो ऊपर से फेंके जा रहे थे। अब आरएएफ को भी वहाँ पर बुला लिया गया है, महिलाओं को बुलाया गया है क्योंकि मामला महिलाओं का है। महिलाएं यहाँ पर सबसे ज्यादा बवाल रच रही थी और आरएएफ को यहाँ पर बुलाकर सुरक्षा बल की तैनाती कर दी गई है। आरएएफ की तमाम महिलाएं आपको दिखेंगी, आरएएफ की देखिए महिलाएं अंदर घुसी हैं और अब उन घरों में जाकर उनको समझाने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं। तो नौबत ऐसी आ चुकी है और ये तो उस चौराहे से काफी दूर है, लगभग 100 मीटर दूर है जहां पर उस दिन हिंसा हुई थी। लेकिन जो साजिशकर्ता अलग अलग गलियों में जहांगीरपुरी में घुसे हुए हैं, उनको पकड़ने की फिराक में जब क्राइम ब्रांच अपनी जांच कर रही है और लोगों को आगे ले जा रही है, तब इस तरह की नौबत यहां पर पहुंची है। और उसके बाद आरएएफ की तमाम महिलाओं को हेडगियर के साथ यहां पर बुलाया गया और वो फिर अंदर गई हैं और वो वहां पर लोगों को समझाने की कोशिश कर रही हैं। जो वरिष्ठ अधिकारी हैं वो भी आ गए हैं और वो ये जानने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं कि कैसे उन्हें समझाया जाए। दरअसल जांच में अगर किसी एक व्यक्ति को भी हिरासत में लिया जाता है या गिरफ्तार किया जाता है, उसके बाद लोग तनाव में आते हैं और तमाम जो वरिष्ठ अधिकारी हैं वो अब लोगों को यहाँ से हटा रहे हैं। कुल मिलाकर थोड़ी देर का इंतजार और है और उसके बाद आप देखेंगे ये जो पूरा इलाका है, एक बार जल्दी से अगर आपने वहां से भी तस्वीरें नजर आएंगी। अब तो यहाँ पर मीडिया का भारी हुजूम हो गया, उस वक्त जब हम आए थे तो नहीं था। ये देखिए ये घर है, यहीं पर ये ऐसे घर हैं और यहीं से पत्थरबाजी की शुरुआत हुई थी। मेन चौराहा दिखाइए, मेन चौराहा जहां पर उस दिन हिंसा हुई है वो लगभग 100 मीटर की दूरी पर यहाँ से है। लेकिन यहाँ पर जब एक महिला से पूछताछ की जा रही थी, उस महिला से पूछताछ करने के लिए जब उसे यहाँ से ले जाया गया, उसके बाद महिलाओं का पूरा हुजूम बाहर सड़क तक निकलता है, पुलिस वालों पर हमला बोलता है। जब वो नहीं सुनते हैं उसके बाद ऊपर छतों से पत्थरबाजी होती है और उसकी लाइव तस्वीरें आपने देखी। रिजर्व आर्म फोर्सेस की तमाम ऐसी जो सुरक्षा कर्मी हैं उन्होंने हेडगियर लगाया है और अब वो इस कॉलोनी में अंदर गई हैं लोगों को समझाने के लिए और किसी तरह से शांत करने के लिए। जो आरएएफ की महिलाएं थी, दिखाइए जरा ऊपर से कैमरा दिखाइए, वो आरएएफ की महिलाएं जो थी वो बाहर निकल रही हैं, ये दिखाइए ऊपर से उस गेट के पास से जो आरएएफ की महिलाएं थी वो लोगों से बातचीत करने के बाद अब बाहर निकल रही हैं। उन महिलाओं को समझाने की जिम्मेदारी उन्हें ही दी गई थी और अब ये लोग वहां से निकल रही हैं। आरएएफ की एक पूरी ह्यूमन चेन बना दी गई है, ये दिखाइए ये महिलाएं निकल गई हैं और ये आरएएफ की एक पूरी टीम है जिसने यहाँ पर ह्यूमन चेन बना लिया है। ये दिखाइए ये ह्यूमन चेन है, ये ह्यूमन चेन इन्होंने यहाँ पर बना लिया है ताकि इस पूरे इलाके को कॉर्डन ऑफ कर दिया जाए और मामले को ठंडे पड़ने दिया जाए ताकि कुछ देर तक यहाँ पर शांति बनी रहे। तो जितनी आरएएफ की महिलाएं थी जो अंदर गई थी समझाने के लिए और आरएएफ के ये पूरे ह्यूमन चेन यहाँ पर बनाया गया है जो फिलहाल शांति के लिए यहाँ पर एक चेन बना रहे हैं ताकि पूरे इलाके में शांति की बहाली फिर से कर दी जाए।
Kamaljeet is getting us more details on that story. Joining us right now from Jahangirpuri. First of all, Kamal, do give us an idea about the current situation as we speak and about the kind of police bandobast in this particular area. What really is going on?
Sneha, we are 48 hours after the first communal clash between two communities. There have been at least 23 people who've been picked up. They have been arrested both from majority and minority community. A strict message has been sent out that no culprit will be spared irrespective of community, color,
caste or any sort of credentials. And this is where Delhi police is going to be doing an investigation. This case has been transferred to crime branch, even though there have been voices as far as NIA investigation are concerned. Several of the BJP netas also talking about how there seems to be a terror angle. Now there is a talk, if we can try and show you the visuals out here. These are the paramilitary, the CRPF personnel out here. So clearly, even though there has been certain tension, it amounted because of a small stone-pelting incident which happened where Sonu Sheikh's relatives who actually picked up the stone and threw. There was obviously additional security which was brought in, but clearly at this point of time, when we talk about how things are really panning out, there is a heavy presence of Delhi police. There is additional deployment of the paramilitary. If we give you a 365 degrees from the main chalk where we are standing in Jahangirpuri, you'll see a lot of media presence. You'll see interspaced with that is Delhi police as well as the paramilitary. The blue uniform there, that is the rapid action force, and if you can see the deployment being done time and again. But what is important is that there should not be any further escalation as far as the situation is concerned. The other part is about the investigation. There are questions being raised about Delhi police, whether if in Khargon and Karoli where the incidents were happening, what about the deployment here when the incident took place? And now there is obviously a massive blame game between both sides, one blaming the other for triggering this entire communal clash. But when you talk about these particular incidents, if you look around, things at this point of time appears normal. But let me tell you, this could just be temporary because things could flare up. And that is why the presence of senior officers becomes very, very important. Just try and show you as to what really is happening on ground. The fact the stance of Delhi police, if you see, they seem more or less relaxed. It's because they feel that the situation is under control. But remember, at this point of time, when crime branch came under attack, this was specifically when they were going into question. Several of them, at least 8 of them, we've been told, are people who are history sheeters, who have a past antecedent as far as crime is concerned. There are visuals to the effect, whether they are viral videos, whether it's the CCTV, and all that is going to be scanned. But clearly, the action from Delhi police is something which people are going to be looking at. One, in northeast Delhi, there was a talk about how things really unfolded during the anti-CAA protest, which obviously turned into a riot. And then this time around, it's northwest Delhi and Jahangirpuri. It's an extremely congested area. If you'll just try and show you the houses out here, the barricades have been put up all across the chalk. So if you can just try and see, it's a very congested area.
Okay.
And this is where things at this point of time, look at the rapid action force. We'll try and आप यहीं पे रहते हैं? हाँ. Situation कैसी है? So the woman being moved away, but clearly you can try and see in the gullies itself, in different areas, and you see that siren going off is from Delhi police vehicle there. So at one point of time, they will have to ensure that there is no further flare-up. They have to control the situation, which has been controlled, but they have to ensure that there is no further flare-up, and that is where Delhi police is trying its very best. But again, as far as investigation is concerned, it has to be neutral. The other part is about how Rakesh Asthana has sent out a message, CP Delhi clearly saying nobody will be spared. And the point is, if such lumpen elements have got that courage to kind of go ahead and break law and order, that kind of speaks the volume of situation in the national capital, and that is where containing the situation becomes extremely vital.
Yes. Kamal, thanks for getting us up to speed with all of those developments. Kamal reporting under difficult circumstances in Delhi, where riots have unfortunately broken out. As probe in the Jahangirpuri violence case deepens, Delhi police has detained Salim Chikna, the brother of Sonu, one of the accused in the case where Shobha Yatra was targeted on the occasion of Hanuman Jayanti on Saturday. Sonu was also caught on camera, seen firing from a pistol at a crowd. India Today exclusively spoke to the mother of the accused, who claimed that both the accused have been framed and claimed innocence. A forensic team is at the spot where the violence took place and is gathering crucial evidence in the matter. A team of Delhi Crime Branch is also accompanying and assisting the forensic team. Both the teams also went to nearby mosques amid the probe. Delhi police is probing the conspiracy angle in the riots. Till now, 21 people have been arrested in the case and many have been detained. FIR in the case confirms that stones were indeed pelted on the Shobha Yatra. Some youth also opened fire at the religious procession. Delhi police are scanning over 100 videos of the violence that have surfaced. Cops are using these videos to identify the rioters, and manhunt has been launched to nab them.
दिल्ली पुलिस क्राइम ब्रांच ने अपनी तफ्तीश शुरू कर दी है और इन्हीं घर की छतों से पत्थरबाजी हो रही थी। आप देख पा रहे हैं क्राइम ब्रांच का एक अफसर छत के ऊपर चढ़ा हुआ है। फॉरेंसिक एक्सपर्ट की टीम भी इस छत के ऊपर मौजूद है, आपको दिखाई भी दे रहे होंगे, और यहाँ पर तफ्तीश की जा रही है। यहीं से कुछ पत्थर इकट्ठा किए गए, साथ ही साथ ये भी जांच की जा रही है कि कहीं घर की छतों पर अभी भी पत्थर तो मौजूद नहीं है जिसे एविडेंस के तौर पर कलेक्ट किया जा सके। तो क्राइम ब्रांच के जो अफसर हैं वो आपको छत पर दिखाई दे रहे होंगे, जबकि मैं आपको नीचे की तरफ भी दिखाना चाहूंगा। छत की तरफ फॉरेंसिक एक्सपर्ट और क्राइम ब्रांच के ऑफिशियल मौजूद है, जबकि नीचे की तरफ जो ये घर आपको दिखाई दे रहा है यहाँ पर क्राइम ब्रांच के अफसर वो आपको बकायदा यहाँ पर दिखाई देंगे। इस घर को कॉर्डन ऑफ कर दिया गया है और कई ऐसे वीडियो और तस्वीरें आई थी जिसमें बकायदा घरों की छतों से पत्थरबाजी हो रही थी। तो लिहाजा फॉरेंसिक एक्सपर्ट की टीम घर के नीचे मौजूद है, क्राइम ब्रांच के ऑफिशियल वो नीचे मौजूद है।
झगड़ा छोटी सी बात पे अल्टरकेशन शुरू हुआ था, वो फिर इसने ये स्वरूप ले लिया। जो लोग ये कह रहे हैं कि झंडा लगाने की कोशिश की थी, तो ऐसी बात में तथ्य नहीं है। एक मिनट लेट मी कंप्लीटली आंसर है। सेकेंड पॉइंट आपका जो एफएसएल की टीम को लेके था, एफएसएल की टीम वहाँ पे सीन ऑफ क्राइम जितना भी है सारे सीन ऑफ क्राइम को एग्जामिन करेगी, बिकॉज फायरिंग हैज टेकन प्लेस, प्राइवेट फायरिंग हैज टेकन प्लेस। केस का इन्वेस्टिगेशन काफ़ी थॉरोली किया जाएगा। जो भी प्रत्यक्ष या परोक्ष रूप से इसमें शामिल है उनके विरुद्ध कार्रवाई की जाएगी।
इसमें जो आयोजक हैं उनके खिलाफ कोई कार्रवाई की बात हो रही है क्या? क्योंकि ऐसी बातें आ रही है कि कुछ लोग मस्जिद में जिन्होंने घुसने की कोशिश की उसके बाद ये पूरा मामला बिगड़ा।
अभी ये इन्वेस्टिगेशन का विषय है, मैं बहुत क्लियरली आपको बोल रहा हूँ। इन्वेस्टिगेशन में जिसके खिलाफ एविडेंस मिलेगा उसके खिलाफ कार्रवाई की जाएगी, irrespective of class.
To be with us for more on that, Kamal also talked to us a little about the investigations. In which direction is it headed? The manner in which this violence essentially evidently was planned. What is the police really looking at? What's the conspiracy angle that they're looking at? All right, we'll just go back to Kamaljeet in a bit from now. Remember, Kamal was getting us all of those details from Jahangirpuri. We're talking about the Delhi riots, essentially violence that broke out in some parts of Delhi on Saturday. We have the main accused, Sonu, who reportedly opened fire, is what we know. These are some of the details that we've been sharing with our viewers. We'll just try and connect with Kamal once again. But the very latest, the area continues to be tense, is what we know. Clashes had broken out in the national capital. And remember, the violence that broke out on Saturday. 20 people, including the prime accused, have been arrested, is what we know. 10 teams are carrying out the investigation as crime branch has taken over the probe. Over 200 violence videos are currently being examined by the cops. Politics over the Delhi violence has exploded as a full-blown war of words between parties has erupted. Now, calling for an NIA probe into the clashes, BJP MP Hansraj Hans claimed that the Jahangirpuri incident was an international conspiracy to defame India. This as MNS Chief Raj Thackeray called for a tit-for-tat response to such violent incidents. Meanwhile, AIMIM Chief Asauddin Owaisi targeted the Union Minister Amit Shah for the violence that erupted in the national capital. He said these clashes have become more common in Delhi ever since Shah took charge of the Union Home Ministry. In the violence that broke out on Saturday, 20 people, including the prime accused, have been arrested. 10 teams are carrying out the investigation as the crime branch has taken over the probe. Of the Delhi violence are right now being examined by the crime branch. The affected areas, Jahangirpuri, continues to be tense as There are restrictions in this area. Remember, cops were present when swords were brandished and members of two communities clashed on Saturday, after which things went out of hand.
मैंने यही पाया कि पीछे कोई साजिश है, जैसे सीक्वेंस बना के पहले किसी और स्टेट में फिर कोई ना कोई हो सकता है विदेश से कोई ऐसा कोई नेगेटिव बैड एलिमेंट्स हैं जिनका काम है, उनका कोई धर्म नहीं होता, उनका कोई मजहब नहीं होता, जालिम का धर्म जुल्म होता है।
भाजपा ने अपने देश भर के कार्यकर्ताओं को एक संकेत दे दिया कि गुंडागर्दी अच्छी चीज है, तुम हिंसा करो, तुम जितनी ज्यादा गुंडागर्दी करोगे, तुम जितनी ज्यादा लफंगाई करोगे, हम तुम्हें उतना ज्यादा सम्मान देंगे, तुम्हें इतना ज्यादा आगे बढ़ाएंगे। तो ये बिल्कुल स्पष्ट हो गया है कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी गुंडों की पार्टी है, भारतीय जनता पार्टी दंगे कराती है, भारतीय जनता पार्टी हिंसा कराती है। वरना ऐसा कैसे हो गया कि आम आदमी पार्टी शोभा यात्रा कराती है तो वहां पे कोई दंगा नहीं होता, लेकिन जहां पे भाजपा खुद किसी कार्यक्रम का आयोजन कराती है वहां पे गुंडागर्दी भी हो जाती है, वहां पे हिंसा भी हो जाती है, वहां पे दंगे भी हो जाते हैं। तो साफ नजर आता है कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी खुद दंगे करवाती है, खुद हिंसा कराती है और इस गुंडागर्दी को बढ़ावा देती है।
देखिए, इसमें जुलूस वालों का ज्यादा रोल है। आप वहाँ के ग्राउंड रिपोर्ट पे जाके देखिए, वहाँ पर आपको ये पता लगेगा कि जुलूस वाले बाज़ाब्ता बाकायदा मस्जिद के आगे खड़े हो रहे थे, वहाँ पर बैनर लगाने की कोशिश कर रहे थे, वहाँ पर कुछ हथियार लहरा रहे थे, वहाँ पर गलत किस्म के डीजे बजा रहे थे। आप वहाँ से रिपोर्ट लीजिए तो उससे आपको पता लगेगा कि कुछ लोग चाह रहे थे कि झगड़ा हो। और मैं इसमें हिंदू धर्म वालों को नहीं कहूँगा, किसी धर्म वाले को नहीं कहूँगा, मैंने कहा कि ये राजनीतिक खेल है और कुछ लोगों का अपने अपने मकसद हैं, कुछ लोगों का झगड़े में फ़ायदा है, कुछ लोगों का शांति में फ़ायदा है। तो हमें तो यही चाहना है, यही करना है कि हर जगह प्यार और प्रेम रहे, सांप्रदायिक सद्भाव रहे, ये देश सबका है, सबका ही रहना चाहिए।
राजी, yesterday in Delhi procession हो रहा था हनुमान जयंती पे और स्टोन पेल्टिंग हुआ वो procession पे, उसको रास्ता
मुझे लगता है उनका ऐसी चीजों का जवाब वैसे ही देना चाहिए उन लोगों को, अदरवाइज उनको समझ में नहीं आएगा।
It's time for a break here. News continues on the other side.
You are watching India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com or call 9999892171.
Люди действительно продолжают жить своей жизнью, и в этом принципиальное отличие Одессы от других городов. Одесса всегда умеет жить, Одесса умеет веселиться и смеяться. И это не легенда о городе смеха, это просто стиль жизни. Смеяться над врагом гораздо приятнее и более ущербно для него, чем бояться его.
Говорят, в Одессе во все войны, гражданскую и Вторую мировую, Одесса всегда оставалась Одессой. Всегда она торговала, это торговый город, люди здесь зарабатывают торговлей. И в любую ситуацию, как бы, Одесса, она остается, как бы, такой, не знаю, как это сказать, не знаю, позитивной, живой. И
When it's the world's biggest news story, there's only one gold standard of journalism. When it's the world's biggest news story, there's only one gold standard of journalism.
You are watching India Today.
COVID-19, an infection that shook the world and transformed our lives. 2 years on, we have learned to live with the virus. 5 variants of concern have been in circulation, and the last reported variant of concern, Omicron, is mutating. The World Health Organization has warned about mutating variants, saying that viruses will continue to change form and also variants that will come together to form recombinants. What is a recombinant virus then? A virus that is a hybrid version of 2 strains of a previous virus is a recombinant. Recently, the United Kingdom Health Security Agency said that there are 3 recombinant strains. XD, which is a hybrid of Delta and BA1 Omicron variant. XE, which is a recombination of BA1 and BA2 variants of Omicron. And XF, another hybrid of Delta and Omicron. Let's tell you about XE first. Where in the world have recombinants been found? Well, the WHO has warned about the evolved Omicron variant or recombinant virus XE. The body says it will classify XE under the Omicron umbrella until significant differences in transmission and disease characteristics, including severity, may be reported. It was first detected in the UK in January 2022, beginning of this year. And a very limited number of cases have been found in China and Thailand. While the recombinant XE is still being studied, initial reports suggest the virus has a community growth rate advantage of 10% as compared to the BA2 strain of Omicron, which has been categorized as the most transmissible strain so far. The WHO says that some media have misreported the potential growth advantage of 10% as 10 times. This is incorrect. If the 10% increase in growth is confirmed, this variant would actually just be 1.
Hello and welcome to this special broadcast from war zone Ukraine. Amid all the devastation in the country, the world is on the brink of a nuclear holocaust. Facing serious setbacks in war theaters and slapped by punitive actions across the world, President Putin is resorting to serious nuclear blackmail. And over the next half hour, I will tell you why the world needs to be extremely cautious of what could lie ahead.
Moscow's nuclear threat gets bigger. Two nuclear warheads on sunken ship, some say. Moskva's sinking triggers huge nuclear alarm.
9, 8, 7, 6, 5.
Ominous nuclear signs for the world. President Zelensky once again says nuclear war is around the corner. Vladimir Putin goes nuclear. The world is on nuclear notice. Is the world's nuclear nightmare near?
The threat of a nuclear attack on Ukraine just gets bigger. Experts believe that the sunken Russian warship Moskva was carrying at least 2 nuclear warheads, and it is likely that it was designed to be fitted with the P-1000 carrier killer missiles. Here's a report.
The threat of Moscow using nukes in the raging Russia-Ukraine war has just got bigger. Experts say there could be 2 nuclear warheads on board the sunken Russian warship Moskva. Experts say the number could be higher as Moskva was capable of carrying nuclear weapons. On the evening of April 13th, a Ukrainian anti-ship Neptune missile hit the pride of the Russian Black Sea Fleet, Moskva, sinking it. Now experts and analysts have warned Moskva could have been carrying 2 nuclear warheads designed to be fitted to its P-1000 carrier killer missiles. Ukraine has called for an urgent probe into the incident. The US says it cannot take the Russian nuke threat lightly.
We obviously take any potential nuclear threat very, very seriously. And we noted early on in the conflict when Mr. Putin decided to offer some bellicose rhetoric with respect to nuclear capabilities, that we noted at the time that we took that seriously, and that we continue to monitor it as best we can. So with respect to any recent rhetoric, we're obviously watching that very closely too.
Moscow had warned NATO that if Sweden and Finland joined the group, it would deploy nuclear weapons and hypersonic missiles in a Russian enclave on the Baltic Sea. Moscow possesses approximately 6,000 nuclear warheads as of 2022. The largest stockpile of nuclear weapons in the world. Observers say it's highly unlikely Moscow could actually start a nuclear war. Given Putin's volatility, his threats can't be taken lightly either. Bureau Report, India Today.
It can't get more ominous for the world. There is a real fear of a nuclear holocaust. Facing back-to-back dares from Russia, now there is a real possibility on why Russia could be using its nuclear weapons. Here is a report.
An unending invasion war, weeks of savage battle, countless deaths, cities in complete ruins. But no massive win to show on the ground for Russian President Vladimir Putin. Amidst the fierce fight back by Ukraine and biting Western sanctions, ominous signs for the world have emerged. Putin has resorted to the Brahmastra in his arsenal, the massive Russian stockpile of nuclear weapons, openly threatening a no-holds-barred nuclear war, refusing to rule out the use of nuclear weapons if there is an existential threat to Russia. Russia's Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov had earlier warned that any Third World War would be nuclear and destructive. A threat repeated by the Kremlin with chilling resonance.
The outcome of the operation, of course, is not a reason for usage of a nuclear weapon. We have a security concept that very clearly states that only when there is a threat for existence of the state in our country, we can use, and we will actually use, nuclear weapons to eliminate the threat for the existence of our country.
Let me assure you, a responsible member of the international community committed to its obligations to non-proliferation of weapons of mass destruction. Russia is taking every possible measure to prevent Ukraine from getting nuclear weapons and respective technologies.
The nuclear saber rattling is one of many that Russia has openly indulged in. Just days into the Ukraine invasion, Vladimir Putin had put nuclear deterrent forces on high alert as a chilling warning to NATO and the West.
Dear colleagues, as you can see, not only Western countries take unfriendly measures against our country. In the economic dimension, I mean the illegal sanctions that everyone knows about very well. But the top officials of leading NATO countries allow themselves to make aggressive statements with regard to our country. That is why I ordered Defense Minister and Chief of General Staff to put Russian army deterrence forces on high alert.
It has now emerged that Russia had even dispatched its nuclear ballistic missile submarines into the North Atlantic as the war raged in Ukraine. After their deterrent patrol, the submarines were quietly pulled back by the Kremlin. The West fears that Russia, suffering massive reverses in Ukraine's war theatre, could resort to using tactical nuclear weapons, which are of a small yield but can devastate an entire city. In a bid to escalate the war and force Ukraine to agree to its terms on the negotiations table.
Allies agreed to supply equipment to help Ukraine protect against chemical, biological, radiological and nuclear threats. This could include detection equipment, protection and medical support, as well as training for decontamination and crisis management. We are also enhancing allies' preparedness and readiness for chemical and biological and nuclear threats.
A calculated nuclear gambit or plain brinkmanship to turn the tide in a war that has simply not gone Russia's way as expected. Whatever it may be, the Ukraine war triggering nuclear moves comes as a massive alarm bell for the entire world.
While the world faces a nuclear threat, a look at the stockpile of Russia's nuclear weapons paints a very scary picture. Here are some of the arsenal that Russia has that can destroy the world in a flash. Take a look at this report.
Debris, devastation, damage. The Ukraine war, an image of the brute power of modern militaries. But nothing comes close to the kind of doom that would become real if the threats being thrown about by the powers at play come to life. With Putin putting the world on nuclear notice by placing his strategic arsenal on war alert, you may be wondering about the strength of the world's nuclear weapons arsenal. You may not know this, but Vladimir Putin currently controls the world's largest stockpile of nuclear weapons. Russia, during this crisis, has made not one, not two, but 3 nuclear threats. They've even operationalized and put on high alert their nuclear arsenal. Here's a look at the number of nuclear warheads that each country is known to have just now, because it's all about the numbers. Russia is the country with the largest nuclear arsenal with over 6,200 nuclear warheads at this point of time. The United States has just a few, somewhat fewer warheads, no less powerful, at 5,550. And then there's China, which has 350 nuclear weapons at this time. For comparison, the only other two NATO countries in Europe that have nuclear weapons are, of course, France, which has 290. You've got UK, which has 225. Pakistan has 164. Remember, in the nuclear world, these numbers are enough to destroy the world many times over. India has 156 nuclear weapons. Israel has about 90. North Korea, we think, has between 40 and 50 nuclear weapons. Each of the nuclear powers also have formidable delivery systems to deliver their weapons of mass destruction. Starting with the most secretive and stealthy platforms, nuclear-powered ballistic missile submarines, some of which Russia had sailed into the North Atlantic at the beginning of this invasion of Ukraine. So starting with the Russian nuclear ballistic missile submarines, like we said, is the Bore class of submarine. There are 10 that are supposed to be in service, and their main weapon is the Bulava intercontinental submarine-launched ballistic missile. The Bore class is the mainstay. Moving on to the United States, they have a fleet of 14 Ohio-class SSBMs, or ballistic missile nuclear-powered submarines. The Trident ICBM is the primary nuclear weapon on those submarines. Then you've got China, which has a fleet of 6 Jin-class nuclear-powered ballistic missile submarines, which have the Julang 2 missile, which is their major primary deterrent weapon. Moving on to France, it has the Triomphant class, a fleet of 4 such submarines, nuclear ballistic missile submarines, where they've got their own weapon system on board those as well. Those also go out on strategic deterrent patrols. Moving on to India, of course, we've got 2 Arihant class nuclear-powered ballistic missile submarines. The Agni series of missiles and their derivatives, the K-15 and the K-4 missiles, are our nuclear-capable submarine-launched missiles on that particular submarine. And finally, the United Kingdom has the Vanguard class, a fleet of 4 nuclear-powered ballistic missile submarines, where the US-built Trident missiles are the primary nuclear weapon on board those submarines. So many, many nuclear-powered ballistic missile submarines already in the world. Nuclear powers also have land-launched ballistic missiles designed for intercontinental range nuclear delivery. Russia depends on its arsenal of Topol-M long-range ballistic missiles designed for nuclear strike out to ranges of 11,000 kilometers. The US has Minuteman III ballistic missiles capable of delivering nuclear warheads out to 13,000 kilometers. China's Dongfeng series of ballistic missiles have large ranges to deliver nuclear warheads, including the Dongfeng 31, capable of nuclear strike out to over 11,000 kilometers. And remember, the land leg of India's own nuclear command has the Agni 5 missile, capable of carrying out a nuclear attack out to 5,500 kilometers or more. All of these long-range missile systems are operational and ready to be deployed at short notice. And in response to Russia's nuclear signaling, are in fact on reciprocal high alert. And apart from land and sea, there's always the aerial option for nuclear bombing, very much like the first and only nuclear attack over Hiroshima and Nagasaki in 1945. The aerial option exists to this day with nuclear powers. Russia, which has been using the Kinzhal air-launched ballistic missile in Ukraine, has been fitting them with non-nuclear warheads. But the missile is capable of nuclear strike as well, and is part of Russia's strategic arsenal, with the missile deployable from MiG-31 fighters as well as Tu-22 bombers. The United States' nuclear air delivery platforms include the world's first stealth bomber, the B-2 Spirit, an enigmatic airplane capable of penetrating highly contested airspace for strategic bombing, and the monster B-52 Stratofortress, an 8-engined behemoth that's seen half a century of nuclear readiness. What we're telling you is that the world has enough nuclear weapons and delivery systems to doom us into non-existence in a flash of a second. Weapons that were developed during the Second World War and then proliferated as a method to keep the post-war peace. While they haven't stopped wars and destruction, they've certainly ensured there hasn't been another nuclear exchange after Hiroshima and Nagasaki. But with the world's biggest powers turning up the nuclear heat, it's only natural that the world is on edge. Bureau Report, India Today.
Nuclear submarines can be one of the most effective and potent carriers of nuclear weapons. These stealthy machines are underwater, hidden from the world above, and can also be a potent deterrent. Here is a look at life on board a nuclear submarine.
The winch. Soapy's coming around. Con sonar, second torpedo in the water bearing.
One of the most fertile cinema themes from the Cold War.
After the countermeasures.
The dark, lurking submarine cat and mouse between the United States and Russia. Two superpowers armed with history's most devastating weapons inside lurking submarines, locked in a terrifying embrace. Two nations that spent decades with their fingers on the nuclear trigger. As countless submarine captains spent years in the inky depths of the world's oceans, wondering when their orders would come to unleash apocalypse above the waves. The cinematic appeal is plain to see, but have you ever wondered what life is like inside a nuclear submarine? Nuclear submarines roam the world's oceans on what are called strategic deterrent patrols. Floating tubes of metal designed to stay submerged for months together in order to completely conceal their position. Tasked literally with lurking out of sight and sense, simply waiting for orders to do their devastating, singular, simple task: to unleash their primary payload, long-range weapons of mass destruction. The American nuclear submarine USS Pennsylvania holds the record for the longest submerged patrol by a ballistic missile submarine at 140 days. So what's life like on board? For starters, remember, submarines have no windows. So nuclear submariners have to be prepared for no sun, no outside communication or worldly distractions, literally for months together. So no cell phones, nothing that transmits or makes an unauthorized sound. In such a controlled and confined existence, you can imagine how much submariners look forward to their meals. Nuclear submarines have special culinary specialists capable of churning out 3 delicious meals a day, every single day, for over 100 crew. With the challenge to keep things fresh and exciting, food is sometimes the only real morale booster on board. Modern nuclear submarines like the US Ohio class and Russian Bore class have made comforts a priority for sailors, knowing that everything else on board is going to be a struggle and a fight for their mental peace. Aside from the usual operational readiness duties that take place, life on board submarines is an endless cycle of routine. While there's no shortage of company on board a nuclear submarine, the deadening sameness of each passing day can mean depression, feelings of separation, and other health issues. But as any nuclear ballistic missile submariner will tell you, a day without excitement is simply another day of existence for the world.
With every passing day of Russia not achieving its military targets in Ukraine, the threat of a nuclear war looms large over the planet. Will President Putin authorize his military to use nuclear weapons? What will be the effects of this catastrophic event? The only examples lie in what happened in Japan 77 years ago.
Within days of the start of the invasion, the Russian army had taken control of the decommissioned nuclear power plant at Chernobyl, Ukraine. War had reached Chernobyl, the site of the world's worst nuclear disaster ever. Alarm bells began to go off because there was fear of nuclear contamination. Because even decommissioned nuclear power plants house dangerous radioactive material. The fears kept mounting. On 4th of March, Ukraine announced that one of the reactors at the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant had taken a direct hit from a Russian strike, and that a reactor was on fire. The worst fears of a nuclear fallout of the war was becoming increasingly real, especially because of the sword hanging over the neck of the world. On 28th of February, Vladimir Putin had ordered Russia's military to put its nuclear weapons on special alert. He told his defense chiefs that this was because of aggressive statements by the West.
Всем понятно, что Третья мировая может быть только ядерной. Но обращаю ваше внимание, что это в голове западных политиков.
A point that no one can forget is that Russia has the world's largest stockpile of nuclear weapons, even more than the USA, the only country that had ever used it in war.
A short time ago, an American airplane dropped one bomb on Hiroshima and destroyed its usefulness to the enemy. That bomb has more power than 20,000 tons of TNT. The Japanese began the war from the air at Pearl Harbor. They have been repaid many-fold, and the end is not yet. With this bomb, we have now added a new and revolutionary increase in destruction to supplement the growing power of our armed forces. In their present form, these bombs are now in production, and even more powerful forms are in development. It is an atomic bomb.
On 6th of August 1945, the United States of America had dropped an atom bomb on Hiroshima. 80,000 people were killed by the blast and the firestorm that followed. Another 70,000 were injured. The bomb had been dropped to force Japan to end the World War in the East. But Japan did not surrender. 3 days later, it was the turn of Nagasaki. 40,000 people killed, 60,000 injured. Within a gap of 3 days, 120,000 Japanese had been obliterated from the face of the earth to force Japan out of the war. On 12th of August 1945, Japan finally surrendered. But Hiroshima and Nagasaki stood witness to the horrors that nuclear detonation can unleash. Not just in immediate deaths, but the festering radioactive fallout that can last decades, over generations. Children born disfigured, rampant prevalence of cancer and pain of those who survived the actual bombing. The survivors who had lived through a nuclear bomb.
Російські війська атакували Запорізьку атомну станцію, найбільшу в Європі. Вона одна могла бути як 6 Чорнобилів. Російські танкісти знали, що вони обстрілюють. Прямою наводкою по станції – це терор небаченого рівня.
In 1994, when Ukraine had voted independence from the disintegrating Soviet Union, it had the third biggest pile of nuclear weaponry in the world, its share of the nuclear arsenal of USSR. Ukraine had given up its entire stockpile for the sake of peace. Washington and Moscow stood guarantors to Ukraine's peace, signaling that that country would never need such weapons.
We have a concept of domestic security. And, well, it's public. You can read all the reasons for nuclear arms to be used. So if it is an existential threat for our country, then it can be used in accordance with our concept.
36 years later, the fear of a nuclear war in Eastern Europe is cause for concern for everybody. With Russian economy hurting from severe Western sanctions, with the battle plans having to be redrawn, with the invasion having bogged down, and Ukraine hitting back at Russian forces, the fear is, what will a desperate Putin do to hit back at Western forces? Will Putin go nuclear? Will Putin go ballistic? Will Vladimir Putin drag the world into a wider war? A war where nuclear weapons are used.
That's all we have from this special presentation. We are the only team standing in every part of the war zone across Ukraine. We will keep bringing to you all the updates of the war. Keep watching India Today.
We are in the front line, not because it's just our job. It is our duty to tell you the story as it unfolds, brave, fearlessly, relentlessly, and we'll do it at any cost. This is Mosmi Singh with video journalist Parminder Sharma reporting from war zone Mykolaiv, Ukraine for India Today.
Grounded in journalism, on the ground reporting. Only on India Today TV.
You are watching it.
Did you ever notice the walking style of Russian President Vladimir Putin? The way he walks with his right arm held rigid while his left arm swings freely. Technically, this kind of move is called clearly reduced right-sided arm swing. The British Medical Journal had published this study in 2015. In the study, the team of neurologists had studied his walking style and said that he dons a strange gunslinger's move. So where did he learn this style from? Researchers estimate that when Putin used to spy in the KGB of the Soviet Union, it was then that he must have learned to walk like this during weapons training. According to the researchers, Putin's walking style fits as per KGB training manual. Let's also tell you that Putin rose from the rank of a spy in KGB to the rank of a lieutenant colonel. KGB operatives are told to hang the weapon in their right hand, leaning to one side, move rapidly with the opposite leg extended. This also increases the speed of walking. Researchers also said that Prime Minister Dmitry Medvedev, former Russian defense ministers Anatoly Serdyukov, Sergei Ivanov, and a military commander have been seen in such moves. Neurologist and movement disorder specialist Bastian Bloem had led this study. In one of his interviews, he'd said that this is an unusual study, but at the same time, it's a very serious question for neurological observation.
You are watching India Today. You are watching India Today.
Fresh violence in Delhi's Jahangirpuri. Family of absconding accused Sonu opened fire, pelted stones at crime branch team. Sonu's wife held, mother pleads innocence. BJP chief Nadda accuses opposition of divisive vote bank politics. Says Congress is using terror groups like PFI to cause rift. Blasts DMK for targeted attack on composer Ilayaraja, who backed Modi. Maharashtra government says no loudspeakers can be used at religious places without permission. Move after Raj Thakre's plan to recite Hanuman Jalisa to counter azan from mosques. KCR government in Telangana faces heat after 3 suicides in Medak and Khammam. Victims blame extortion and harassment by ruling TRS netas. Protests erupt. 8 weeks of devastation and defiance. Ukraine's Zaporizhia faces Russian onslaught. Putin's troops blow up houses and schools. India Today reports from ground zero.
How far are the Russian troops? Can you ask how far are the Russian troops? So here you can see that the attack is happening. We will have to move.
Repeated attempts were made by the Russians to come in from this area and move in closer to Kyiv.
We'll kickstart this edition with some news just coming in. Delhi Police Commissioner has made a big statement. Says no permission was sought for Hanuman Jayanti procession in Jahangirpuri. The Delhi top cop says that action against those organised this procession is being taken. He spoke exclusively to India Today's Tanseem Haider.
आमतौर पे ऐसे जो केसेस होते हैं इसमें बहुत मॉब होता है, अलग अलग फुटेजेस आते हैं, ढेरों वीडियो सीसीटीवी होते हैं। इन्वेस्टिगेशन दिल्ली पुलिस किस तरह से इस पूरे मामले का करवा रही है?
हम सारे वीडियो फुटेजेस, सीसीटीवी फुटेजेस और जो भी डिजिटल एविडेंस है उनके एनालिसिस करने के बाद जिन लोगों को चिन्हित करेंगे, जिन लोगों ने इसमें आगे बढ़ के पार्टिसिपेट किया है सिचुएशन को ख़राब करने के लिए, वातावरण को बिगाड़ने के लिए, उनके खिलाफ कार्रवाई करेंगे। लेकिन ये इन्वेस्टिगेशन होने में थोड़ा वक्त लगता है और इन्वेस्टिगेशन हमेशा एविडेंस बेस्ड होता है, तभी कोर्ट के सामने हम बढ़िया से अपनी चार्जशीट रख सकते हैं। इसीलिए क्राइम ब्रांच को इन्वेस्टिगेशन सौंपा गया है और तफ्तीश बहुत अच्छे से फेयरली प्रोफेशनल मैनर में हम लोग कर रहे हैं।
इसमें अभी तक कितनी गिरफ्तारियां हुई? रिकवरीज की बात करें तो दिल्ली पुलिस क्या क्या रिकवर कर पाई है इनिशियल स्टेज पे?
21 लोगों को गिरफ्तार किया है, 3 फायर आर्म्स रिकवर हुए हैं, स्वर्ड्स रिकवर हुई हैं और बाकी अभी पूछताछ चल रही है। रिकवरी बाद आगे भी होगी और मुझे पूरी उम्मीद है इन्वेस्टिगेशन बहुत अच्छे से और फेयरली किया जाएगा।
ऐसे इल्ज़ाम लगाए गए अलग अलग सोशल मीडिया प्लेटफॉर्म्स पे कि दिल्ली पुलिस पर्टिकुलरली किसी एक समुदाय से जुड़े हुए लोगों को टारगेट करके उन्हें उठा रही है, उन्हें अरेस्ट कर रही है, इस विषय में क्या कहना चाहेंगे?
ये बिल्कुल गलत बात है। हमने जितने लोगों को अरेस्ट किया है उसमें दोनों पक्ष के लोग हैं। जिन लोगों ने वहाँ पे उड़दंग किया या कायदा अपने हाथ में लिया वो किसी भी पक्ष के नहीं हो, हम तो उनको जो आरोपी के तौर पे ट्रीट करते हैं और उसी तरह की कानूनी कार्रवाई आगे करते हैं। पक्ष हो या धर्म हो या जाति हो, इस आधार पे इन्वेस्टिगेशन नहीं होता है, एविडेंस के आधार पे इन्वेस्टिगेशन होता है।
अमूमन ऐसे मामलों में परमिशन ली जाती है किसी भी शोभा यात्रा के लिए या किसी भी जुलूस के लिए, इस मामले में क्या परमिशन ली गई थी? और दूसरी चीज़, किस तरह के SOPs फॉलो किए जाते हैं पुलिस की तरफ से, खासकर दिल्ली पुलिस की तरफ से?
SOP तो बहुत डिटेल्ड है, हम फॉलो करते हैं, तैयारी करते हैं। जिन प्रोसेशंस को परमिशन थी वो निकले, शांति से पूर्ण हुआ, बंदोबस्त भी था। इन्होंने परमिशन नहीं ली थी तो इनके खिलाफ अकॉर्डिंगली लीगल कार्रवाई की गई है और परमिशन नहीं लेने के बावजूद प्रोसेशन चूँकि निकल गया था तो पुलिस की ये ड्यूटी थी कि उसको शांति से निकालें और चूँकि इंसिडेंट हुआ है तो उसको अकॉर्डिंगली पुलिस ने उस वक्त हैंडल भी किया है।
Big manhunt for the man caught on camera opening fire during the riots in Delhi on Saturday. Cops are looking for the shooter, identified as Sonu, faced stone pelting as he tried to enter his home in Jahangirpuri. After scuffle with security forces. They apprehended Sonu's wife for attacking the crime branch team. Brother Salim Chikna was arrested as well for rioting and attacks. According to reports, around 50 women in the area began protesting and throwing stones at the security personnel. Forces deployed in the area faced resistance from the women while they were carrying out search operations in the sensitive areas. Police team of Northwest District had gone to Sonu's house in the CD Park Road for examining his family. The police barricaded the area and women's security personnel pacified the women. The incident took place 100 meters away from the spot where violence had broken out on Saturday. India Today's Arvind Oja spoke to shooter Sonu's mother a short while ago. Listen in.
हमारे साथ एक आरोपी सलीम चिकना की मां मौजूद है, हम उनसे बात करते हैं। सलीम चिकना को पुलिस ने अरेस्ट क्यों किया?
बिना कसूर में अरेस्ट कर दिया, कुछ नहीं करा। हमारा बच्चा पूरा गोली वाला बोलेगा ऐसा अरेस्ट कर दिया उसको।
तो क्या ये जो आप तस्वीर में दिखाइए जरा दीपक, ये जो तस्वीर है ये कौन है? ये
हमारा लड़का है।
क्या नाम है इसका?
उसका सोनू है।
पूरा नाम क्या है?
पूरा नाम सोनू है।
सोनू, बाकी उपनाम
और कुछ नहीं नाम ना।
तो आप लोग कहाँ के रहने वाले हैं?
हम लोग कोलकाता का रहने वाला, मोइसादाल हल्दिया हमारा घर है।
तो ये पुलिस ने कुछ बताया कि सलीम को क्यों अरेस्ट किया?
कुछ वाला नहीं, घुस नहीं दे रहा।
अच्छा,
घुस नहीं दे रहा। भगा रही तो सुबह गया, वहाँ से भी हम लोग को भगाया। हमारा बहू हम गया।
ये आपका बेटा क्या करता है?
कौन सा?
ये बेटा क्या करता है?
ये बेटा तो चिकन दुकान है।
अच्छा,
हाँ।
तो ये कैसे वहाँ भीड़ में पहुँच गए?
ये भीड़ में पहुँच गया, बोले हिंदू मुस्लिम में लड़ाई हो रहा, तो वो रोजा खुलने का टाइम वो गया, कोई बच्चा से वो ये छीन के वो गुस्सा में वो चलाने लग गया। तो किसी को चोट नहीं लगा, कुछ नहीं लगा। ऐसा धमकी दे रहा। जब बजरंग बली सब आया मानने को, तो हमारा लड़का उसको होते डर देने के लिए ऐसा ही बंदूक चलाया। तो वो उसमें नहीं था। काल के ऐसा ही वीडियो बना के कोई दुश्मनी करके वीडियो बना के छोड़ दिया।
अभी ये कहाँ पे है सोनू?
अभी कहाँ के डर में कहाँ भाग गया पता नहीं। पुलिस वाला आके तो हमारा ऊपर से नहीं दे, छानबीन कर रहा खाली।
आपका घर कौन सा? ये वाला घर है। ये दिखाने की कोशिश करेंगे कि सलीम, जो इनकी मां है, इनका कहना है कि सलीम बिल्कुल भी किसी तरह से किसी दंगे में शामिल
नहीं था। उसका वैसा शौक में उठाया। हाँ,
क्या भाई की वजह से तो नहीं उठाया?
नहीं,
गोली चला रहा?
नहीं, भाई के वजह से नहीं। पहले उसका नाम दिया, पहले उसका नाम दिया, बोला सलीम था, सोनू था। चलो जो गलती करा उसके नहीं तो उठाएगा वो। तो कौन
गोली चलाया? तो क्या सोनू से आपकी बातचीत हुई?
नहीं, हमारा बातचीत नहीं हुआ।
घर नहीं आया
ना, घर भी नहीं आया।
यहाँ पर ये वाली कॉलोनी है जहाँ पर बताया जा रहा है क्राइम ब्रांच एक महिला को ले गई थी पूछताछ के लिए। उसके बाद ऊपर वाले घरों से देखिए, ये ऊपर वाले जो घर है यहाँ से पथराव की शुरुआत हो गई थी। ये देखिए नीचे, अगर दिखाइए अशोक, नीचे दिखाइए, ये देखिए यहाँ पर ये सारी पत्थरबाजी, यहाँ पर कुछ ही देर पहले पत्थरबाजी की गई है और ये बाद से यहाँ से तुरंत लोगों को हटना पड़ा, क्योंकि यहीं पर अभी भी आप देख रहे हैं मशक्कत कर रही है पुलिस। कुछ देर पहले की भी तस्वीरें हमने भेजी हैं जब लगभग 50 से 100 महिलाएं एक साथ यहां पर आ गई थी गेट पर, और यहीं पर अभी भी पुलिस मशक्कत कर रही है, उनको पीछे रोक रही है, समझा रही है, क्योंकि कुछ ही देर पहले यहां पर एक बार फिर से परिस्थिति थोड़ी बेकाबू हुई थी और फिर से पत्थरबाजी की शुरुआत कर दी गई थी। छतों पर खास तौर पर वो जो पीला और नीला वाला घर है वहां से 3-4 पत्थर आए थे और ये वाले घर के ऊपर से भी पत्थर, और लोग इस तरह से बालकनी के पीछे छिपकर, रेलिंग के पीछे छिपकर पत्थर फेंकते हैं कि उनको कैप्चर कर पाना मुश्किल हुआ। लेकिन आप कल्पना कीजिए, भारी तादाद में यहाँ पुलिस बल की तैनाती है, मीडिया का भारी जमावड़ा है। इस तरफ की तस्वीर दिखाइए, इस तरफ ये दिखाइए, ये रिजर्व्ड आर्म फोर्स किस तरह से यहाँ पर पहुंच चुके हैं और ये तमाम लोग इस वक्त यहाँ पर पहुंचकर सुरक्षा के इंतजाम, क्योंकि पत्थरबाजी हो गई है, उसके बाद से अपना हेडगियर पहनकर ये लोग यहाँ पर पहुंचे हैं। मिनटों के अंदर जब यहाँ पर पुलिस उन्हें समझा रही थी कि जांच के लिए हम पूछताछ के लिए ले गए हैं, तभी ये पत्थरबाजी यहाँ पर शुरू हो गई और इस तरह के ईंट ऊपर से फेंके जा रहे थे, उसका आप अंदाजा लगा सकते हैं। यहाँ पर भी है कुछ सीमेंट के भी टुकड़े हैं, जो ऊपर से फेंके जा रहे थे। अब आरएएफ को भी वहाँ पर बुला लिया गया है, महिलाओं को बुलाया गया है, क्योंकि मामला महिलाओं का है। महिलाएं यहाँ पर सबसे ज्यादा बवाल रच रही थी और आरएएफ को यहाँ पर बुलाकर सुरक्षा बल की तैनाती कर दी गई है। आरएएफ की तमाम महिलाएं आपको दिखेंगी। आरएएफ की देखिए महिलाएं अंदर घुसी हैं और अब उन घरों में जाकर उनको समझाने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं। तो नौबत ऐसी आ चुकी है और ये तो उस चौराहे से काफी दूर है, लगभग 100 मीटर दूर है जहां पर उस दिन हिंसा हुई थी। लेकिन जो साजिशकर्ता अलग अलग गलियों में जहांगीरपुरी में घुसे हुए हैं, उनको पकड़ने की फिराक में जब क्राइम ब्रांच अपनी जांच कर रही है और लोगों को आगे ले जा रही है, तब इस तरह की नौबत यहां पर पहुंची है। और उसके बाद आरएएफ की तमाम महिलाओं को हेडगियर के साथ यहां पर बुलाया गया और वो फिर अंदर गई हैं और वो वहां पर लोगों को समझाने की कोशिश कर रही हैं। जो वरिष्ठ अधिकारी हैं वो भी आ गए हैं और वो ये जानने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं कि कैसे उन्हें समझाया जाए। दरअसल जांच में अगर किसी एक व्यक्ति को भी हिरासत में लिया जाता है या गिरफ्तार किया जाता है, उसके बाद लोग तनाव में आते हैं और तमाम जो वरिष्ठ अधिकारी हैं वो अब लोगों को यहाँ से हटा रहे हैं। कुल मिलाकर थोड़ी देर का इंतजार और है और उसके बाद आप देखेंगे ये जो पूरा इलाका है, एक बार जल्दी से अगर आपने वहां से भी तस्वीरें नजर आएंगी। अब तो यहाँ पर मीडिया का भारी हुजूम हो गया, उस वक्त जब हम आए थे तो नहीं था। ये देखिए ये घर है, यहीं पर ये ऐसे घर हैं और यहीं से पत्थरबाजी की शुरुआत हुई थी। मेन चौराहा दिखाइए, मेन चौराहा जहां पर उस दिन हिंसा हुई है वो लगभग 100 मीटर की दूरी पर यहाँ से है। लेकिन यहाँ पर जब एक महिला से पूछताछ की जा रही थी, उस महिला से पूछताछ करने के लिए जब उसे यहाँ से ले जाया गया, उसके बाद महिलाओं का पूरा हुजूम बाहर सड़क तक निकलता है, पुलिस वालों पर हमला बोलता है। जब वो नहीं सुनते हैं उसके बाद ऊपर छतों से पत्थरबाजी होती है और उसकी लाइव तस्वीरें आपने देखी। रिजर्व आर्म फोर्सेस की तमाम ऐसी जो सुरक्षा कर्मी हैं उन्होंने हेडगियर लगाया है और अब वो इस कॉलोनी में अंदर गई हैं लोगों को समझाने के लिए और किसी तरह से शांत करने के लिए। जो आरएएफ की महिलाएं थी, दिखाइए जरा ऊपर से कैमरा दिखाइए, वो आरएएफ की महिलाएं जो थी वो बाहर निकल रही हैं, ये दिखाइए ऊपर से उस गेट के पास से जो आरएएफ की महिलाएं थी वो लोगों से बातचीत करने के बाद अब बाहर निकल रही हैं। उन महिलाओं को समझाने की जिम्मेदारी उन्हें ही दी गई थी और अब ये लोग वहां से निकल रही हैं। आरएएफ की एक पूरी ह्यूमन चेन बना दी गई है, ये दिखाइए ये महिलाएं निकल गई हैं और ये आरएएफ की एक पूरी टीम है जिसने यहाँ पर ह्यूमन चेन बना लिया है। ये दिखाइए ये ह्यूमन चेन है, ये ह्यूमन चेन इन्होंने यहाँ पर बना लिया है ताकि इस पूरे इलाके को कॉर्डन ऑफ कर दिया जाए और मामले को ठंडे पड़ने दिया जाए ताकि कुछ देर तक यहाँ पर शांति बनी रहे। तो जितनी आरएएफ की महिलाएं थी जो अंदर गई थी समझाने के लिए और आरएएफ के ये पूरे ह्यूमन चेन यहाँ पर बनाया गया है जो फिलहाल शांति के लिए यहाँ पर एक चेन बना रहे हैं ताकि पूरे इलाके में शांति की बहाली फिर से कर दी जाए।
Probe in the Jahangirpuri violence case deepens. Delhi police has detained Salim Chikna, the brother of Sonu, one of the accused in the case where a Shobha Yatra was targeted on the occasion of Hanuman Jayanti on Saturday. Sonu was also caught on camera seen firing from a pistol at a crowd. India Today exclusively spoke to the mother of the accused, who claimed that both the accused have been framed and claimed innocence. A forensic team is at the spot where the violence took place. A team of Delhi crime branch is also accompanying and assisting this forensic team. Both these teams have gone to the nearby mosque also. Till now, 21 people have been arrested in the case. Many have been detained. FIR in the case confirms stones were pelted on the Shobha Yatra. Some youth also opened fire at the religious procession. 100 videos are being scanned by the Delhi police.
क्राइम ब्रांच ने अपनी तफ्तीश शुरू कर दी है और इन्हीं घर की छतों से पत्थरबाजी हो रही थी। आप देख पा रहे हैं क्राइम ब्रांच का एक अफसर छत के ऊपर चढ़ा हुआ है। फॉरेंसिक एक्सपर्ट की टीम भी इस छत के ऊपर मौजूद है, आपको दिखाई भी दे रहे होंगे और यहाँ पर तफ्तीश की जा रही है। यहीं से कुछ पत्थर इकट्ठा किए गए, साथ ही साथ ये भी जांच की जा रही है कि कहीं घर की छतों पर अभी भी पत्थर तो मौजूद नहीं है जिसे एविडेंस के तौर पर कलेक्ट किया जा सके। तो क्राइम ब्रांच के जो अफसर है वो आपको छत पर दिखाई दे रहे होंगे, जबकि मैं आपको नीचे की तरफ भी दिखाना चाहूंगा। छत की तरफ फॉरेंसिक एक्सपर्ट और क्राइम ब्रांच के ऑफिशियल मौजूद है, जबकि नीचे की तरफ जो ये घर आपको दिखाई दे रहा है यहाँ पर क्राइम ब्रांच के अफसर वो आपको बकायदा यहाँ पर दिखाई देंगे। इस घर को कॉर्डन ऑफ कर दिया गया है और कई ऐसे वीडियो और तस्वीरें आई थी जिसमें बकायदा घरों की छतों से पत्थरबाजी हो रही थी। तो लिहाजा फॉरेंसिक एक्सपर्ट की टीम घर के नीचे मौजूद है, क्राइम ब्रांच के ऑफिशियल वो नीचे मौजूद है।
Quick update from Kamaljeet Sandhu getting us more from Jahangirpuri. Kamal, first of all, the situation as we speak, give us an idea about what's really happening, the kind of precautions that the police has taken, the bandobast there, given the sensitivities involved.
You know, before I get you all the thing about bandobast and how and what police is doing, we have with us from Jamaat-e-Islami, we have a senior member with us. Sir, do tell us, you're the vice president, but you're here to talk about peace and talk to Delhi police. What is your grievance, sir?
See, till now we have met several people and families from where the children and boys and girls, even I was just now picked up from a house, a girl named Salma, 22 years, and she was just dragged out of her house, and she has been taken to the custody. And it's a, more than that day's terror, it is today's terror of police is much more than that. It seems that police is acting like they are in a enemy's area. They are like...
Sir, Commissioner of Police Rakesh Asthana said that they will work irrespective of any...
Will work. We want to see it to work. We want to see how many people have been arrested. We want to see that what action has been taken against those who are waving the swords, who are putting the slogans, and who are...
You are here to meet the DCP.
Yeah, yes. DCP, and we'll meet the Commissioner also. And we are planning to see the Home Minister of this Union Home Minister as well, because it's not a single incident. In 7 states it has taken place.
Not a single incident, and let me just try and show you. A lot of media persons out here, but clearly this case has been transferred to the Delhi Crime Branch. We'll just try and show you here. See the barricading all around, and there is the cyber crime cell because Delhi police have also said that the matter should not escalate, and they should monitor all sort of things, including misinformation, especially on the social media web. What is also clear is that there was a small flare-up today where when the crime branch went into Sonu's house, that is when some women pelted stones. Now remember, at this point of time, things are very precarious. There seems to be a fine balance, and there are additional security forces. The paramilitary is here, especially the CRPF and the Rapid Action Force. They're over to here to maintain law and order, to maintain peace, also to ensure that the peace committee meets, the Aman committee meets, they bring peace. Now, we've been trying to speak to several people out here. They're saying that the Hanuman Jayanti Yatra, the Shobha Yatra, has gone on for several years, but never has such an incident taken place. So clearly, at this point of time, the onus responsibility very much with Delhi police. They're saying this is going to be non-biased, unbiased investigation, and whether the culprits are from majority or minority community, they will act on it. But yes, there are several voices of concern that earlier communal violence had taken place, clashes had taken place in Northeast Delhi 2 years ago, and now again in Northwest Delhi, this has become a center point of sorts. So they have to bring the situation and have to ensure that there's no further flare-up.
What about the accused in this case? Do get us more details about Sonu, his brother, as well. Are they habitual offenders? Are they history sheeters? What are the details that you can share with us right now about how all of this was really planned? What more can you tell us? Come on.
See, Sneha, 23 persons have been arrested. 2 of them are juveniles. So clearly the pressure is on Delhi police because they have identified miscreants. At least 8 of them, including Aslam, are history sheeters. They'll have to actually go through and scan through all that footage. And that is why you see not just crime branch, but different polices out here. They're obviously there to ensure that there is no flare-up, and then the investigations do pick up pace. What we also know is that as far as Aslam is concerned, now if you see all these garbage bags which have been put all around, there has been a business which has been done on this particular area. So that person seems to have a hold out here. And the other part is, as far as Sonu is concerned, who's seen wielding a gun, that is also another point of investigation as to how he procured it and how it is being utilized. So many of them are being pinpointed as those who are history sheeters, who have a past antecedent. So that should not have been very difficult. But what is the problematic area is about how Delhi police is in center of a blame game. This is where Rakesh Asthana, the CP Delhi, has said that the investigations are completely going to be unbiased. There have been several charges, and as the Maulana Sahab was talking about how They're going to meet the Union Home Minister. There is going to be an issue which is going to be raised that this is an incident pertaining to one particular area or a state. It's been in Karoli, in Khargon, and now Jahangirpuri. And this is where the concern is that things should be okay, things should not flare up. Investigation should be taking place, but the heart should be in the right place. All this is being now said, but clearly on ground, I'll try and see if we can try and get you top officers on ground here now, trying to get a sense as to what really is happening. Clearly, at this point of time, we'll try and get a sense as to, ma'am, how are things picking up pace?
Things are under control. Please allow me to work. I'll inform you later.
There have been arrests of some women.
We'll speak later, please.
So obviously, trying to get you a sense out here, senior officers are doing the round, and this is what has been instructed by the Home Minister himself, that senior officers will be manning the ground. Situation will be brought under control. But clearly, as we saw today, a minor incident can cause a flare-up, and they have to ensure that things are in order. But clearly, once you see, and we can try and show you the policemen out there, the body language is more relaxed, so things seem normal at certain times, and obviously a certain flare-up can immediately trigger something, and that is what is being cautioned against. But right now, Shobha Yatra incident, and hopefully Delhi police is hoping that once the culprits are booked, things would be slowly back to normal.
All right, Kamal, thanks for getting us all of those details. We'll of course keep coming back to you for more on that. Now, staying with this, politics over the Delhi violence has exploded as a full-blown war of words between parties have erupted. Calling for an NIA probe into the clashes, BJP MP Hansraj Hans claimed that Jahangirpuri incident was an international conspiracy to defame India. This as MNS Chief Raj Thackeray called for a tit-for-tat response to such violent incidents. Meanwhile, AIMIM Chief Asauddin Owaisi targeted the Union Minister Amit Shah for violence that erupted in the national capital. He said clashes have become more common in Delhi ever since Shah took over as the Home Minister. In the violence that broke out on Saturday, 20 people, including the prime accused, have been arrested. 10 teams are carrying out the investigation. Over 200 videos of violence are now being scanned by the police.
मैंने यही पाया कि पीछे कोई साजिश है, जैसे सीक्वेंस बना के पहले किसी और स्टेट में फिर कोई ना कोई हो सकता है विदेश से कोई ऐसा कोई नेगेटिव बैड एलिमेंट्स हैं जिनका काम है, उनका कोई धर्म नहीं होता, उनका कोई मजहब नहीं होता, जालिम का धर्म जुल्म होता है।
भाजपा ने अपने देश भर के कार्यकर्ताओं को एक संकेत दे दिया कि गुंडागर्दी अच्छी चीज है, तुम हिंसा करो, तुम जितनी ज्यादा गुंडागर्दी करोगे, तुम जितनी ज्यादा लफंगाई करोगे, हम तुम्हें उतना ज्यादा सम्मान देंगे, तुम्हें इतना ज्यादा आगे बढ़ाएंगे। तो ये बिल्कुल स्पष्ट हो गया है कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी गुंडों की पार्टी है, भारतीय जनता पार्टी दंगे कराती है, भारतीय जनता पार्टी हिंसा कराती है। वरना ऐसा कैसे हो गया कि आम आदमी पार्टी शोभा यात्रा कराती है तो वहां पे कोई दंगा नहीं होता, लेकिन जहां पे भाजपा खुद किसी कार्यक्रम का आयोजन कराती है वहां पे गुंडागर्दी भी हो जाती है, वहां पे हिंसा भी हो जाती है, वहां पे दंगे भी हो जाते हैं। तो साफ नजर आता है कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी खुद दंगे करवाती है, खुद हिंसा कराती है और उस गुंडागर्दी को बढ़ावा देती है।
देखिए, इसमें जुलूस वालों का ज्यादा रोल है। आप वहाँ के ग्राउंड रिपोर्ट पे जाके देखिए, वहाँ पर आपको ये पता लगेगा कि जुलूस वाले बाज़ाब्ता बाकायदा मस्जिद के आगे खड़े हो रहे थे, वहाँ पर बैनर लगाने की कोशिश कर रहे थे, वहाँ पर कुछ हथियार लहरा रहे थे, वहाँ पर गलत किस्म के डीजे बजा रहे थे। आप वहाँ से रिपोर्ट लीजिए तो उससे आपको पता लगेगा कि कुछ लोग चाह रहे थे कि झगड़ा हो। और मैं इसमें हिंदू धर्म वालों को नहीं कहूँगा, किसी धर्म वाले को नहीं कहूँगा। मैंने कहा कि ये राजनीतिक खेल है और कुछ लोगों का अपने अपने मकसद हैं, कुछ लोगों का झगड़े में फ़ायदा है, कुछ लोगों का शांति में फ़ायदा है। तो हमें तो यही चाहना है, यही करना है कि हर जगह प्यार और प्रेम रहे, सांप्रदायिक सद्भाव रहे। ये देश सबका है, सबका ही रहना चाहिए।
राजी, yesterday in Delhi procession हो रहा था हनुमान जयंती पे और स्टोन पेल्टिंग हुआ वो procession पे, उसको रास्ता
मुझे लगता है उनका ऐसी चीजों का जवाब वैसे ही देना चाहिए उन लोगों को, अदरवाइज उनको समझ में नहीं आएगा।
The investigation behind the Jahangirpuri communal clash continues in full swing to catch the perpetrators of the violence. A letter petition has been moved before the Chief Justice of India, N.V. Ramana, to take suo motu cognizance of these riots. The lawyers allege that Delhi police investigation so far has been partial, communal and directly shielding perpetrators of the riots. The petition stated that this is the second time that riots have erupted in the capital city, and on both the occasions only minority community members are being blamed. Meanwhile, lawyer Vineet Jindal has filed a plea in Supreme Court seeking handing over of the investigation to the National Investigation Agency to hunt down links of involvement of ISIS, other terrorist outfits. Plea says that clashes broke out in 7 states during Hindu festivals of Ram Navami and Hanuman Jayanti.
Since past 10 days, we have seen different stone-pelting incidents. 3 persons have been died, several thousands of persons have been injured severely. So the state police has been investigating this matter, but for this kind of matter, a specific purpose NIA has been formed. That's why I have filed a PIL to hand it over the investigation. So the investigation should be taken place in a complete manner, and the investigation should be completed as soon as possible, because this is an act of sovereignty of our country, and we have not been denied, because this is not a coincidence. As Ram Navami procession and recently the Jahangirpuri incident on Hanuman Jayanti Yatra, which has happened, we have seen, and there is kind of question mark upon the timing of this incident. So in last 10 days, 7 cities have been affected and several people have been targeted. Ram Navami procession has been targeted. Hanuman Jayanti Yatra has been targeted. Yeah. So we are surely say that they are a hand of this kind of organization like PFI and IS connection should be there. So this kind of matter should be investigated by the NIA.
No end to the loudspeaker controversy in Maharashtra. The government has passed an order that it is mandatory to seek permission from local authorities to have loudspeakers at religious places. In fact, Home Minister Dilip Walse Patil will be holding a meeting with DGP today to direct all police commissioners regarding the issue. Loudspeakers have to be allowed at religious places only after due permission. The Home Minister is also set to meet Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray at noon, and the loudspeaker issue is likely to be raised in the meeting this tomorrow. Remember, the controversy began when Maharashtra Nav Nirman Sena Chief Raj Thackeray gave an ultimatum to the Maharashtra government to remove loudspeakers from mosques by the 3rd of May and threatened to chant the Hanuman Chalisa if the order was not followed. Controversy over loudspeakers refuses to die down, even as the MNS has raised this issue not only with the Maharashtra government but also with the Union Home Minister, saying that the court's orders must be followed and loudspeakers in mosques must not be allowed.
तुम्हाला जो काही नमाज पढायचा आहे, तुम्हाला जी काय अजान द्यायची घरामध्ये द्या, आणि जर सांगून जर समजा तुम्हाला समजत नसेल की हे भोंगे खाली उतरवा, तुम्ही आम्हाला विनाकारण त्रास देऊ नका, हे जर नीट सांगून समजत नसेल तर तुमच्या मशिदीच्या बाहेर आम्ही हनुमान चालीसा लावणार म्हणजे लावणार.
It's time for a break. Here on the other side, exclusive ground report from war-torn Ukraine.
You are watching India Today.
This is a tank turret.
Courage.
India Today, in fact, is the only Indian crew to reach.
Fearlessness.
This is the 3rd tank armored person carrier we have seen.
Putting our lives at risk.
Massive operation over here in Ilyanka.
We are on the ground, bringing you the facts.
A Ukrainian woman shares the horror of shelling.
So that India is better informed. Tune into India Today TV, reporting from the front line. When it's the world's biggest news story, there's only one gold standard of journalism.
You are watching
ale snažím se jim zpříjemnit jaksi ten pobyt. Jsou to děti, které pravděpodobně, nebo většina z nich mi napsala.
Відвідували державну оперу, театр і балет «Спляча красуня». І, власне, там якось в ході розмов лежали флаєри, рекламки, і ми побачили, що є така пропозиція.
When it's the world's biggest news story, there's only one gold standard of journalism. When it's the world's biggest news story, there's only one gold standard of journalism. When it's the world's biggest news story, there's only one gold standard of journalism.
You are watching India Today.
Heavy Russian shelling has led to massive destruction in the Chernihiv city. Though invaders have retreated, but residents are fearing a counterattack. The city has come to a standstill. Houses are charred, lawns are cratered, buildings have been destroyed. Many people are still in the bunkers, fearing for their lives. India Today's Abhishek Bhalla reports the horrors people are facing. Here's more.
Homes after homes completely shattered, completely destroyed. Nothing left here. In fact, the residents don't even know if their neighbors are alive, where they were living. That's been the story of several cities in Ukraine. In Chernihiv, the Russian forces made a bloody assault, carrying out missile strikes on several buildings that are completely destroyed. It's going to take a very long time for people to get back to their normal lives. And amid all of this, there is still fear that there could be another offensive launched by the Russians anytime. In Chernihiv, this is home to several people who lost their homes. In this basement, which is being used as a makeshift place to ensure that people have a roof to stay, especially at a time when it's freezing cold outside, it's snowing, it's really difficult to go about your lives. But this is what war has done. It has brought people from various walks of life, young people, children, old people, all here trying to make sure that they can go about their lives in a normal way. It's not easy. The city of Chernihiv was almost under siege for 40 days, and this is a glimpse of what life here is. There are people who are trying to keep themselves busy, and it will take a very, very long time for these people to go back to their homes and lead normal lives, because their homes were completely shattered in that bloody assault from the Russian forces that took place, and how the Russians, controlled this area for 40 days. But now, at least the Russian forces have moved back, but it's still going to take a long while for these people to get back to their homes. With camera person Lalit Joshi in Chennai, Abhishek Bhalla for India Today.
Today's Mosmi Singh also visited Zaporizhia hospital, where a heavy influx of severely injured civilians from the war was seen. Take a look at this report.
The devastation continues in Ukraine. Putin's military is targeting multiple cities in the country. Orkhiv, which is one of the cities that's faced massive destruction. Victor, a local resident India Today spoke to, shared the horrors he faced. He's lost his beautiful house to the war.
I will show you the entire house. From the road, you can see that the entire drawing room is actually been thrown open. The walls are falling. This is his living room, his bedroom, everything. He's been picking up pieces. It's a holiday today, but Victor has no option. There's no water, there's no electricity, and this is in fact where he sleeps. He sleeps and he cooks. You can see that this is his bed. He shifted his bed. An old man already ailing. This is the face of Ukraine.
They were shelling in the night. I spend the night in the kitchen of my house. It is higher than the other spaces. This is our life. You do not know whether to go to the basement or continue to lie in the kitchen. I am old. I am 73 years old. It is like this for everyone.
Tamara says she survived World War II. She claims the Germans then spared their homes, but not the Russians.
How are you feeling?
My daughter lives in Russia. She calls me and asks me to come visit her, but I have dogs and cats in my house. How can I leave my country and my home? In the Second World War, the Germans never bombed houses, but the Russians are doing just that.
The city is facing continuous shelling, but Ukrainian soldiers are putting up a fight.
Even as you hear constant bombardments that are happening on the other side, sir, what is happening?
На данный момент мы наблюдали, как начали в очередне бомбить місто Оріхів, яке немає тут.
In this town is no basic Ukrainian soldier. It's not soldier in this town, but Russian soldier attack this town, attack building people. They must live there. Oh my God! Oh my God! We must go.
We have to go very fast. There is a lot of bombardment that is happening. Plumes of smoke, bombardments, missile attacks is what we see in the backdrop.
India Today saw Russian shelling from close quarters.
How far are the Russian troops? Can you ask how far are the Russian troops? So here you can see that the attack is happening. We will have to move, and the Russian troops are very close. यहाँ से बहुत करीब है और हम लोग को यहाँ से निकलना पड़ेगा. हमारे कैमरा पर्सन परमिंदर शर्मा लगातार ये रिपोर्टिंग आपको दिखा रहे हैं और हम लोग के लिए यहाँ पे रहना खतरे से अब खाली नहीं है.
Even schools haven't been spared.
These are just the latest pictures and the first ever that you see of a school that has turned into a nightmare for the authorities, for the people who live here. Glasses all strewn around, and that's the kind of damage that these small towns are facing.
According to local residents, they used to keep a count of the strikes, but after 1,000, they stopped keeping a tally.
All right, India Today's most missing visited Zaporizhia hospital where heavy influx of severely injured civilians from the war was witnessed. Take a look at this report.
So India Today is trying to bring out the real story from the ground, and we are in a hospital in Zaporizhia that has seen a heavy influx of people injured from the war, civilians, children, women, and this story is a living nightmare that we are going to talk. Of course, we have taken permission from Lesa and Vita. Now, Lesa and Vita from Hulepole, and Vita was just her entire bandage was changed. You can see that this is the sort of injury that was caused to her. She was shot by Russian soldiers right here. The entire inflammation spread because she was also operated by apparently some Russian quack doctors who stitched her, and then the inflammation got worse. Vita will show you his bullet injury. In Hulepole, they own a big house, and the Russians, in fact, bombed it, and after they had bombed it, they went back to get their documents. They went back to get their passport, both of them, and when they were at the basement, the Russian soldiers started firing. She got the injury right in her stomach, the bullet in her stomach, and Vita has been living a night of horror. She has been recovering in this hospital. When the Russians, they didn't want her to go back to Ukraine. They kept on saying, get medicated, get treated in a Russian hospital, Russian surgeons. But her situation kept deteriorating, kept on oozing out of her body. She kept losing blood, and that's one reason that neighbors helped her to actually come to this hospital in Zaporizhia. This is not the only story. A story of horror, of killing of civilians and alleged shooting of civilians indiscriminately is what we see here in the Zaporizhia hospital.
Shifting focus now, tension prevails in Telangana after 3 people died by suicide after accusing TRS leaders of harassing them. A woman and a realtor's son, Padma and Santosh, ended their lives by immolating themselves in Medak district. A suicide note and a mobile phone video were also found in the room in which Santosh accused a former police inspector, a municipal chairman and local TRS leaders of trying to extort money from him. In another incident, a BJP activist B. Ganesh allegedly killed himself by consuming pesticide at a police station on Friday. He posted videos on social media accusing Transport Minister Ajay Kumar and local TRS leaders of corruption. BJP alleged that local police was threatening and harassing Ganesh at the behest of local MLA and State Transport Minister P. Ajay Kumar and claimed his role behind the false cases. BJP activists launched a massive protest in Khammam district demanding justice for the victims.
The people committed suicide by the harassment of the 7 people of Rama on municipal commission, chairman and other people. As per the facts, case will be finalized. If the involvement of the 7 people is there, we will go through the evidence and arrest the people who are involved in that case.
Prime Minister Modi has his eyes set on the next goal. After the thumping victory in UP and 3 other states, now the Prime Minister is focusing on winning the mega match at his home turf in Gujarat, where elections will be held later this year. Prime Minister Modi is going to be beginning his 3-day tour from Gandhinagar. He will reach the capital city at around 5 p.m. today, following which he is scheduled to visit Banaskantha, Jamnagar and Dahod. He will inaugurate several development projects worth 22,000 crores. He will also visit the Command and Control Center for schools today at around 6 p.m. The Prime Minister informed that on Tuesday, the foundation stone of the WHO Global Center for Traditional Medicine will be laid. On Wednesday, the Prime Minister will take part in the Global Ayush Investment and Innovation Summit at Mahatma Mandir in Gandhinagar. DG of the WHO, Dr. Tedros, is also going to be present during the 3-day visit. He will participate in a few events along with Prime Minister Modi. Let's talk about the pandemic now. COVID concerns return in Delhi. Cases continue to increase. Delhi has reported over 500 new cases of COVID in the last 24 hours. The positivity rate has crossed the 4% mark. Delhi has been seeing an upward trend in daily COVID cases. in the last few days. On Saturday, the number of cases crossed 461. 2 deaths were reported. The positivity rate was 5.33%. A day before, the positivity rate was 3.95%. In view of the rising cases, the government's Directorate of Education issued an advisory to all schools on the 13th of April. Meanwhile, 65 people, including 19 school students, have tested positive in Noida, Delhi suburb. Well, right now, the most horrific situation is in China, essentially. And Shanghai city, essentially, is seeing a big spike in the number of cases. It has now set a target to stop the spread of COVID-19 outside of all quarantined areas by Wednesday. Remember, China follows a zero COVID policy. The target is going to require officials to accelerate COVID testing and the transfer of positive cases to all of these isolation centers. This would allow the city to further ease its lockdown and start returning to normal life. Here's more.
has set a target to stop the spread of COVID-19 outside of quarantined areas by Wednesday, two sources close with the matter said. This would allow the city to further ease its lockdown and start returning to normal life as public frustrations grow. The city's new target of zero COVID at the community level by April 20th was communicated in a speech officially dated Saturday to the city's Communist Party and organisations such as schools, according to the sources who declined to be named as the information was not public. China's definition of zero COVID status at the community level means that no new cases emerge outside quarantined areas. The target will require officials to accelerate COVID testing and the transfer of positive cases to quarantine centres. Ending community-level transmission has been a turning point for other Chinese localities that locked down, such as Shenzhen City, which last month reopened public transport and let businesses go back to work shortly after achieving that target. A speech by the party secretary of the city's Baoshan district described it as an order that had come as the city's situation reached a critical moment, with growing public anxiety and food supply pressures. The Shanghai government and China's State Council did not immediately respond to requests for comment.
Okay, now have you ever tried cocktail of idli, sambar and coconut chutney? If not, then this report is for you. A street vendor in Delhi is offering unique dishes that includes masala dosa, ice cream roll. Take a look at this special report.
Not long ago, netizens were horrified to see idli on an ice cream stick, an innovation from Bengaluru. Now a street vendor from Delhi has taken idli to a different level altogether. This innovator serves a cocktail of idli, sambar and coconut chutney with scoops of ice cream. If you find it hard to believe, we'll tell you again. You got idli, sambar and coconut chutney in scoops of ice cream. Shared on Instagram by the great Indian foodie, this video shows the vendor making this bizarre ice cream roll. According to the caption, the street vendor had made a name among customers for making dosa ice cream rolls as well. In the video, the man starts off by mashing some idlis along with a spoonful of sambar and coconut chutney. He then adds a few scoops of vanilla ice cream and proceeds to mix the concoction thoroughly. The dish is served in a few seconds with generous helpings of sambar and chutney on top. There's no doubt that orthodox idli lovers are an angry lot. Many flooded the comments section with angry messages. If you love your idlis and don't mind experimenting, you can find this shop in Amar Colony of Lajpat Nagar. But if you don't, we suggest you stick to the Instagram comments section. Bureau Report, India Today.
All right, getting you some sporting action now. The Gujarat Titans pulled off a memorable victory against the Chennai Super Kings to stay top of the points table. In captain Hardik Pandya's absence, David Miller and stand-in skipper Rashid Khan played blinders as Gujarat chased down 170 after being 16-3 at 1 point. Check out what transpired in this last over thriller.
Having been put into bat first, CSK lost Robin Uthappa early. Moeen Ali's woeful run continued as Alzari Joseph had his number for just one. But Ruturaj Gaikwad, the orange cap winner from last season, finally found form for the men in yellow. With Ambati Raidu providing support, Gaikwad played some breathtaking strokes to complete a deserving 50. While Raidu and Gaikwad both fell less than 2 overs apart, their 92-run stand had provided CSK with the necessary impetus. While Dubey struggled to get going, Jadeja's final over flourish took CSK to 169. In reply, Gujarat lost Shubman Gill for a golden duck. Mahesh Theekshana then had Gujarat on the mat with 2 wickets in his first 2 overs.
RCB.
But Killer Miller was in the mood again. Even as wickets were tumbling at one end, Miller was looking in supreme touch at the other.
Down the ground and gets plenty of it.
The South African star completed his 50 of just 28 deliveries.
Century for David Miller. Massive gap.
Miller's sensational knock threatened to take the game away from the men in yellow.
Creamed the colour out of it. It's gone a long way. It's a long back.
There. And then Rashid Khan's otherworldly hitting against Chris Jordan made Gujarat Titans the favourites. And Rashid Khan's side, which needed just 23 runs of the final 2 overs, got over the line to stay at the top of the points table.
Lockie Ferguson was racing back. The throw needed to go to the keeper's end, I think.
Jahangirpuri.
It's time for a break here. News for the hearing impaired on the other side.
You are watching India Today.
When it's the world's biggest news story, there's only one gold standard of journalism. When it's the world's biggest news story, there's only one gold standard of journalism.
You are watching India.
We are in the front line, not because it's just our job. It is our duty to tell you the story as it unfolds. Brave, fearlessly, relentlessly. And we'll do it at any cost. This is Mosmi Singh with video journalist Parminder Sharma reporting from war zone Mykolaiv, Ukraine for India Today.
Grounded in journalism, on the ground reporting. Only on India Today TV.
Detains Alim Chitna, the brother of Sonu, one of the accused in the Jahangirpuri violence case where a Shobna Yatra was targeted on the occasion of Hanuman Jayanti. Sonu was caught on camera seen firing from a pistol at a crowd. Meanwhile, a forensic team along with the team of Delhi Crime Branch is at the spot where the violence took place and is gathering crucial evidence in this matter. After 13 opposition parties in an open letter had accused centre of stoking communal tensions, BJP President JP Nadda wrote a letter to the citizens of the country, hitting out at the opposition, calling them out for their petty politics, vote bank and divisive politics. Nadda in the letter said the instances of violence also took place in Rajasthan, Bengal, Karnataka and Kerala. He further said that Congress is rattled by BJP's recent wins in state polls. The Maharashtra government has passed an order that it is mandatory now to seek permission from local authorities to have loudspeakers at religious places. The decision comes after MNS chief Raj Thackeray gave an ultimatum to the Maharashtra government to remove loudspeakers from mosques by the 3rd of May and threatened to chant Hanuman Jalisa if the order wasn't followed. A massive protest has been launched by the BJP, their activists, in Telangana's Khammam district, demanding justice after 3 people, Padma, Hassan Santosh and BJP activist B. Ganesh, allegedly died by suicide. They accused TRS leaders of harassing them. It's time for a break. Here on the other side, Russia's relentless attacks on Ukraine. A special broadcast with my colleague, our executive editor, Shivarur, in just 2 minutes.
You are watching India Today.
Alisher Usmanov is one of the wealthiest men in the world, but sanctions by the West have left this Russian financially handicapped. His bank account is frozen, the visa restricted, and he can no longer use his dream yacht that goes by the name Dilbar after his mother. He's just one of the many powerful, wealthy men around Putin. And Putin's powerful men have been under the scanner for long now. Biden has also set up a task force to seize their assets.
Today I'm announcing that we're adding dozens of names to the list, including one of Russia's wealthiest billionaires, and I'm banning travel to America by more than 50 Russian oligarchs, their families, and their close associates.
And to add to it, a new elite group has also come under the scanner, the Silovaks. The oligarchs are super wealthy of the Russian regime. After the collapse of the Soviet Union, state assets were disbursed to businessmen and private bidders by wrongful means of corruption. The oligarchs have a deal with Putin. They can earn as much wealth as they want, given they stay out of politics. So they don't have much influence.
There's nobody closer to the battle.
Massive shelling. This entire camp was attacked. And now we'll see how fierce the fighting is at the border.
Nobody closer to the line of fire. One team has the world riveted.
Deputy Journalist Satya Rautre in Golvanaka, Geeta Mohan for India Today.
In association with LIC, हर पल आपके साथ. Trends get them talking. Sensodyne, daily sensitivity protection.
This dramatic piece of footage is the first imagery of Russia's Black Sea Fleet flagship Moskva after it was hit allegedly by 2 Ukrainian missiles, caught fire in a towering inferno, and then dramatically sank to the bottom of the Black Sea. This is a video that has broken the hearts of millions of Russians, because the ship you see on your screen is not just a military platform, but an icon of Russian heritage and military prowess. And now that ship lies at the bottom of the Black Sea. And we're going to tell you what happened to the ship. And it has been captured in these images just minutes before it sank to the bottom of the sea. The end of the Moskva has been caught on camera. Thanks so much for staying with us here on India Today. It's been nearly 2 months of the Russia-Ukraine war, and the intensity of the attacks has only increased. The Ukrainians are reveling in the victory of what they say is an act of having sunk the crown jewel of the Russian Navy in the Black Sea. This is something that hurts Putin and the Russian military. But we're going to decode for you what happened to that ship and whether what the Ukrainians claim is actually true. First, the headlines. 8 weeks of devastation and defiance. Ukraine's Zaporizhia faces Russian onslaught. It's the site of Europe's largest nuclear facility. Putin's troops blow up houses and schools. India Today, the only channel reporting from every combat zone of Ukraine.
The Russian troops, can you ask how far are the Russian troops? Ooh. So here you can see that the attack is happening. We will have to move.
Repeated attempts were made by the Russians to come in from this area and move in closer to Kyiv.
Fresh violence in Delhi's Jahangirpuri. Family of absconding accused Sonu, who opened fire, pelt stones today at the crime branch team. Sonu's wife held. Mother pleads innocence. India Today's cameras capture this sudden flare-up where the riots happened. BJP chief accuses opposition of divisive vote bank politics, says Congress is using terror groups like the PFI to cause rifts, blasts the DMK for targeted attack on composer Ilaiyaraaja, who backed Modi. Maharashtra government says no loudspeakers can be used at religious places without permission. This move after Raj Thakre's plan to recite Hanuman Chalisa to counter azan from mosques. KCR government in Telangana faces heat after 3 suicides in Medak and Khammam districts. Victims blame extortion and harassment by ruling TRS netas. Protests erupt in the state. But we're starting today's broadcast with a dramatic, disturbing video that's come out from the second largest city of Ukraine in Kharkiv. Take a close look at this video footage from the city of Kharkiv, one of the big cities of Ukraine, where a woman narrowly escapes with her life after a missile lands just a few feet away from her. A missile, a rocket or a shell cannot be known, but take a look at this video. She's walking coolly there and 2 rockets land just meters, just feet away from where she is coolly walking down that street. Kharkiv, remember, is a city that has been under incessant attack since the beginning of combat operations in February. It's Ukraine's second largest city. It's only 40 kilometers from the Russian border. It has come under devastating attack. And this new video released by Ukrainian authorities shows a resident escaping by the skin of her teeth. A really, really narrow miss for this woman who buckles down to the ground under the tremors of 2 rockets that land just a few feet away from her. Terrifying, terrifying CCTV image captures one of Ukraine's latest near misses. Remember, thousands of citizens, civilians have already lost their lives in such attacks, including in the city of Kharkiv. But while Ukraine is reeling from the damage of 54 days of devastation in their country, one hit by Ukraine on Russia just a few days ago has landed a body blow that has not only hit the Russian military, but hit the Russian mind and heart as well. I'm talking about this image you see on your screen, which is the first image. These are the first images of the Moskva, Russia's flagship in the Black Sea, that Ukraine says it hit with missiles and sank just 4 days ago. These are the first images to come out. There was complete whitewash of imagery, radio silence from the Black Sea. Nobody knew what the hit warship actually looked like. Now India Today has accessed those first videos and images of the stricken ship. Take a look at the sense we made of those first images. An unthinkable image for every Russian. A sight that will sink millions of Russian hearts. Just days after Russia's Black Sea Fleet flagship sank, the first image has emerged of the stricken vessel of war. Once an icon of Russian pride, seen in these final moments last week, listing dangerously to one side after either being hit by Ukrainian missiles or a devastating explosion on board. Let's try and decode this first dramatic image of the stricken 13,000-ton guided missile Russian cruiser. The most obvious is the smoke billowing out of the superstructure, clear signs of fires still blazing below deck. Also notice how the ship is listing dangerously to one side, confirming structural damage from the explosions. If the Moskva was indeed hit by a pair of Ukrainian Neptune missiles, then they appear to have smashed into the ship in this frontal area, just behind where the ship's own P-1000 Vulcan anti-ship missile launchers are located. Notice these gaping holes in the hull of the ship? Some of the strongest evidence that a missile strike is likely what doomed the Moskva. These appear to be impact points for the incoming Ukrainian sea-skimming missiles. There is also clear smoke damage in the rear end or the aft of the ship, suggesting that this photograph was taken after a much larger fire consumed the vessel. The picture of the doomed Moskva has clearly been taken from another Russian vessel, one of many that converged for rescue operations.
While this new image of the damaged Moskva answers many questions about where the ship was hit and where was the damage caused, several questions still remain unanswered.
While this new image of the damaged Moskva answers many questions about where the ship was hit and the kind of damage that was caused, several unanswered questions remain, questions that will hopefully be answered in the days ahead. For instance, how did just 2 anti-ship missiles sink this huge ship? Why is there total silence on the condition of the 510 crew who were reportedly evacuated? Did the Ukrainian missiles cause a fire detonating ammunition on board? If the fire was accidental, as Russia claims, why is Russia talking of retaliation? And finally, why are families of the crew on board so conspicuously unheard and unseen? With the Moskva, Russia has lost more than just any military platform. It has lost a piece of its legacy and military heritage. With Mosmi Singh in Dnipro, Ukraine, Bureau Report, India Today. This is something that really hurts Putin and the Russian military, and that's one of the reasons perhaps that Russia has been holding on to its stand that this was an accidental fire on board, because there's a great deal of pride, a great deal of humiliation that will be felt of a ship of this kind actually being attacked. This is a 13,000-ton warship. Ladies and gentlemen, it is the flagship of the Russian Black Sea Fleet. You can see the damage that has been done in this forward area, very close to where this particular cruiser's own anti-ship missiles are located. That is where the missiles appear to have struck. You can see the holes over here. That is where the entry point of the missiles probably are. The entire ship appears to be, listing to the port side, to the left side. It's listing because a great deal of structural damage has also been done to the entire ship. And you can see all of those holes where it is likely the entry points of those missiles. There's a lot of smoke damage in the rear part, the aft part of the ship. There's a lot of smoke damage. The hangar doors of the, of the helicopter hangar are open. The lifeboats are all missing, which means, the people were evacuated like the Russians said. But this image right here tells you the story of what happened on board, and it has added a great deal of weight to Ukraine's claim that this ship was targeted and blown up really by 2 Ukrainian missiles. There are unanswered questions, but there are some questions that these images, first images of the stricken cruiser, have now answered. Let's get a sense of what's the mood about the Moskva is in Russia. We'll also get India Today's defense editor, who is in Kyiv at this point of time. First of all, Elnar Bainazarov is a well-known Russian journalist. He joins me live from Moscow. Abhishek Bhalla is our defense editor. He is in the Kyiv area of Ukraine. Elnar, I'd like to come to you first. These dramatic images of the of the Moskva, just, probably minutes or hours before it went down into the Black Sea, have come out. I just want to get a sense from you, Elnar. There are many unanswered questions at this time, but, how is Russia taking this entire, the way the story is playing out? Because Russia has been holding that this was an accident. Ukraine says it was hit by missiles. Most experts and independent analysts believe that these new pictures appear to suggest that what Ukraine is saying is correct.
Yeah, hello. And in Russia, actually, we have this politics when Russian media and Russian national media outlets are trying to silence this story. And we have the Russian Pervy, or the first channel, who just gave only 11 seconds, less than 1 minute, for this report about the sinking of the ship. And we have the Russian Kremlin spokesperson, Dmitry Peskov, who told that Kremlin saw this video, allegedly, of the Moskva ship sinking, but still he has no confirmations for the information that this ship, this cruiser burning, is really Moskva. And we also have the Russian social networks and people sharing stories of their relatives who went missing on the sank ship. And at the moment, we have reports about 3 dead on the Moskva. And one of them was reported by Radio Liberty, who is recognized as by Russia as a foreign agent media. And we have Russian media, Novaya Gazeta Europe, who spoke with the mother of conscript sailor who was called up for service shortly before the war in Ukraine. And here is what this woman said. She, according to her son, who also went missing, he told that more than 40 people were dead, and that Russian Ministry of Defense told that they must be silenced and not talk with media. And he also told that there are many people who are wounded and missing. And we also have Ukrainian official, who is Alexei Arestovich. He's the advisor of the president of Ukraine. And he stated that he only saw 36 people left alive, no more, from the Moskva. But during the war, during the special military operation, we cannot clearly confirm this information. And regarding the Russian media, we have some pro-war activists, such the main Russian propagandist, Mr. Vladimir Solovyov. And he demanded an explanation from the Russian Ministry of Defense about the sunken missile cruiser Moskva. And these voices are not supported by the PRV channel or other Russian channels, although we have these voices who are asking to tell the truth.
Very, very interesting. Stay with me, Elnar. I also want to bring in India Today's defense editor, Abhishek Bhalla, who's in Kyiv. Abhishek, you know, the Ukrainians have been flaunting the sinking of the Moskva as one of the biggest military victories of any war in a really, really long time, in many, many decades. And these images, most independent experts believe, confirm the Ukrainian claim. What have you been picking up on the ground? Is the Moskva still the biggest story on everyone's minds right now?
Shiv, while there is a lot of mystery around the sinking of Moskva, but the fact remains that, you know, it's a big blow for Russia. Whether it's the Ukrainian military that has sunk it, or it's due to an accident during wartime, it clearly suggests that it's a big, big blow to the Russians. And that's the sense here in Ukraine as well. Ukraine is very clear that it was their doing and they are taking credit for it. And they are also linking it with the response that has come from the Russians. There has been a huge escalation in the military response from Russia over the last couple of days. And in Ukraine, that's been seen as a direct link, as a direct response to the sinking of Moskva by the Ukrainians. And in fact, the kind of response that has come, it's not just limited to a few facilities, near the borders, but just today we've heard of some military facilities being hit as far as Lviv, which is on the western front of Ukraine, close to the Polish border. So this kind of a response in Ukraine is being seen as a direct retaliation because Ukraine has sunk the Moskva.
I'm just going to ask you about that retaliation in a moment. But Elnar, coming back to you, you know, one of the contradictions that have been coming out of Russia since the Moskva sinking, has been Russia persisting with the claim that this was an accidental explosion on board that destroyed the ship and ultimately sank it. At the same time, Russia is also talking about a retaliation for what has happened. So there is a sense of, why would there be a retaliation if this was an accident? It seems like, talking about a retaliation appears to confirm what the Ukrainians are saying, that this was a combat loss.
Yes, and that's actually the policy of the Russian Ministry of Defense. When we have a lot of versions and none of them really confirmed, but these versions make people to talk and stating that nothing can be confirmed. So this is why we have just not clear appearance, but we have a lot of versions. And this is why Russian, it's media strategy. They're trying to divide people to versions. And we also have the Oryx, who is the military think tank. And they also have a lot of versions. And one of their versions is that the cruiser might be hit by the Bayraktar drone. But this version still needs to be confirmed. So the main version for now is that the cruiser was hit by two shore-launched Neptune anti-ship missiles. Actually, it was also interesting that Moscow might be holding the nuclear weapons, but we still have no confirmation of this information from the Russian Ministry of Defense. So we're waiting, were there any nuclear weapons on Moscow?
Yeah, that's another scary element that we had reported last week. Abhishek, final question to you. All this talk about a retaliatory strikes in the Kyiv area and elsewhere, what is your sense? You're in the Ukrainian capital. You've been reporting from areas where the Russians have pulled back from. But in the wake of what has happened with the Moskva, it appears that all bets are off. There could be fresh attacks in many of these places again.
Yes, Shiv, and that's the sense, and that's the fear amongst people that, it could be all back to square one from where it started. And, there has been a lot of consolidation of the Russian forces north of Kyiv. I traveled to some of those places, from where the initial advancement had taken place from the Belarus border. And there is a lot of talk of the Russian forces getting together once again and a possible counterattack, because from all these places, the Russians had retreated. I visited Chernihiv yesterday, which is about 156 kilometers north of Kyiv, close to the Belarusian border. And The city had been under siege for nearly 40 days. It's only about a fortnight back that, Russians have retreated. And it's a human catastrophe that has been witnessed over there. People have lost their homes, but they still don't want to go back to their homes. Many of them staying in basements because the fear is that the Russians could be back. And, till that fear is there, things are not going to be back on track the way people in Ukraine want. And they are living with this anxiety day after day.
Abhishek, stay safe to you and Lalit, and thanks very much also to Elnar for being with us on that very valuable perspective on a story that is still very much shrouded in the fog of war that has become so typical of the claims and counterclaims happening between Russia and Ukraine. Meanwhile, as we are about to mark 2 months of this combat, this Russian invasion of Ukraine, India Today's Mosmi Singh is in the Orehov town of Ukraine. She's been reporting from all the areas in the southern and eastern stretches of Ukraine, parts which have seen the most intense fighting and the worst damage. Here's the latest ground report that she sent us. Once again, from the combat zone, you'll see what I'm talking about.
The devastation continues in Ukraine. Putin's military is targeting multiple cities in the country. Orkhiv, which is one of the cities that's faced massive destruction. Victor, a local resident India Today spoke to, shared the horrors he faced. He's lost his beautiful house to the war.
I will show you the entire house. From the road, you can see that the entire drawing room is actually been thrown open. The walls are falling. This is his living room, his bedroom, everything. He's been picking up pieces. It's a holiday today, but Victor has no option. There's no water, there's no electricity, and this is in fact where he sleeps. He sleeps and he cooks. You can see that this is his bed. He shifted his bed. An old man already ailing. This is the face of Ukraine.
They were shelling in the night. I spend the night in the kitchen of my house. It is higher than the other spaces. This is our life. You do not know whether to go to the basement or continue to lie in the kitchen. I'm old. I'm 73 years old. It is like this for everyone.
Tamara says she survived World War II. She claims the Germans then spared their homes, but not the Russians.
How are you feeling?
My daughter lives in Russia. She calls me and asks me to come visit her, but I have dogs and cats in my house. How can I leave my country and my home? In the Second World War, the Germans never bombed houses, but the Russians are doing just that.
The city is facing continuous shelling, but Ukrainian soldiers are putting up a fight.
Even as you hear constant bombardments that are happening on the other side, sir, what is happening?
На данный момент мы наблюдали, как начали в очередне бомбить місто Оріхів, яке не має тут.
In this town is no basic Ukrainian soldier. It's not soldier in this town, but Russian soldier attack this town, attack building people. They must live there. Oh my God! Oh my God! We must go.
We have to go very fast. There is a lot of bombardment that is happening. Plumes of smoke, bombardments, missile attacks is what we see in this in the backdrop.
India Today saw Russian shelling from close quarters.
How far are the Russian troops? Can you ask how far are the Russian troops? So here you can see that the attack is happening. We will have to move, and the Russian troops are very close. यहाँ से बहुत करीब है और हम लोग को यहाँ से निकलना पड़ेगा. हमारे कैमरा पर्सन परमिंदर शर्मा लगातार ये रिपोर्टिंग आपको दिखा रहे हैं और हम लोग के लिए यहाँ पे रहना खतरे से अब खाली नहीं है.
Even schools haven't been spared.
These are just the latest pictures and the first ever that you see of a school that has turned into a nightmare for the authorities, for the people who live here. Glasses all strewn around, and that's the kind of damage that these small towns are facing.
According to local residents, they used to keep a count of the strikes, but after 1,000, they stopped keeping a tally.
Heavy Russian shelling has also led to widespread devastation in the northern Ukrainian city of Chernihiv. For almost 54 days now, this urban center, big metropolitan city, has been under near incessant Russian attack. In India Today's defense editor Abhishek Bhalla is the first Indian journalist team in that city. Take a look. These are the first images you'll be seeing on India Today's cameras.
Homes after homes completely shattered, completely destroyed. Nothing left here. In fact, the residents don't even know if their neighbors are alive, where they were living. That's been the story of several cities in Ukraine. In Chernihiv, the Russian forces made a bloody assault, carrying out missile strikes on several buildings that are completely destroyed. It's going to take a very long time for people to get back to their normal lives. And amid all of this, there is still fear that there could be another offensive launched by the Russians anytime. In Chernihiv, this is home to several people who lost their homes. In this basement, which is being used as a makeshift place to ensure that people have a roof to stay, especially at a time when it's freezing cold outside, it's snowing, it's really difficult to go about your lives. But this is what war has done. It has brought people from various walks of life, young people, children, old people, all here trying to make sure that they can go about their lives in a normal way. It's not easy. The city of Chernihiv was almost under siege for 40 days, and this is a glimpse of what life here is. There are people who are trying to keep themselves busy, and it will take a very, very long time for these people to go back to their homes and lead normal lives, because their homes were completely shattered in that bloody assault from the Russian forces that took place, and how the Russians, controlled this area for 40 days. But now, at least the Russian forces have moved back, but it's still going to take a long while for these people to get back to their homes. With camera person Lalit Joshi in Chernihiv, Abhishek Bhalla for India Today.
And here's a report that I must warn you is unsettling, but images of war are just that. They're disturbing, they're horrifying, and I urge our viewers not to look away. People who've had their homes destroyed, walking past the people they've loved in their hundreds in the city of Mariupol in the southern eastern part of Ukraine. Take a look at this report.
Ukrainian soldiers resisted a Russian ultimatum to lay down arms on Sunday in the port city of Mariupol. Moscow said its forces had almost completely seized the city in what would be its biggest strategic prize of the nearly 2-month war. On the streets of Mariupol, residents walked past rubble and burnt buildings, bodies covered in blankets, as they evacuated their destroyed homes. One woman who gave her first name, Irina, was one of the residents fleeing.
We came to get stuff out. Nationalists tried to break in. Looks like they failed. So we can get at least some of our stuff. We left our apartment wearing winter clothes. This was all we could get.
Some Ukrainian fighters remained in the Azovstal steelworks, one of Europe's biggest steel plants, a maze of rail tracks, tunnels and blast furnaces. It has become the last stand for the city's outnumbered defending forces. Reuters has not been able to verify whether there are significant numbers of civilians still at the plant. Mariupol is the main port in the Donbass region and connects territory held by pro-Russian separatists in the east with the Crimea region that Moscow annexed in 2014. In other parts of the country, Russia continued its attacks in what it calls a special military operation to demilitarize Ukraine. Kiev has accused Putin of unprovoked aggression. In an Easter Mass service in the northern town of Bucha, mourners prayed for their loved ones, where a mass graveyard was found. 63-year-old Galina Bonda lost her son Alexander when fighting Russian soldiers.
3 days ago, we buried him. My Sasha was 32 years old, a wonderful man, a patriot, wonderful son.
Russia denies targeting civilians. Also on Sunday, shellings in Ukraine's second biggest city, Kharkiv, hit a residential building and a nearby hospital. Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky said late night Sunday that 18 people had been killed and more than 100 wounded in shelling in the past 4 days in Kharkiv. And in St. Peter's Square, Pope Francis pleaded for an end to the bloodshed and lamented the Easter of war during his address.
And the human devastation and suffering within the combat zone is perhaps no more manifest than the city of Trostyanov, where a mined cemetery is not out of bounds for those who've been there to mourn for their loved ones. Take a look at this shattering report.
Signs on the gates of this cemetery in Ukraine's Trostyanets carry a warning. Inside, there are landmines. But that doesn't stop Natalia Evdokimova from visiting her son. 23-year-old Dmytro was killed while serving for the Ukrainian military near Kharkiv on March 29th.
We were afraid, thinking maybe some of the Russian fascists are still here and will blow up the grave. We put a photo of him there, how he always was, always smiling, always cheerful, always positive. He had many friends who came, who responded to us, who phoned him from all over Ukraine.
Trostyanets is only around 20 miles drive from the Russian border and was occupied by Russian forces for around a month. The area was retaken by Ukrainian soldiers in late March, but still suffers shelling. Cemetery manager Olena Matvienko says the Russians laid mines sporadically across graves. It has been partially demined, she says, but there are areas that are too dangerous to access, and they are unsure as to how many mines remain.
We're bringing you some breaking news now from the Delhi riot zone. A case has been registered now by the Delhi police against the Bajrang Dal. That's the latest information that we're getting right now here on India Today. It's the first big action against the organizers of the Shobha Yatra on Saturday. The Vishwa Hindu Parishad and the Bajrang Dal have been booked by the Delhi police on the grounds that they did not have permission. They did not have permission for the Shobha Yatra in Jahangirpuri area of Delhi that saw a fearsome clash between the Hindu and Muslim community in that area. VHP and Bajrang Dal have been booked by the Delhi police on the grounds that they did not have permission for this particular Shobha Yatra. A case has been registered against the organizers of Vishwa Hindu Parishad and Bajrang Dal Delhi Prant Mukherjee Nagar for carrying out this procession without any permission. And one accused person, namely Prem Sharma, who is the Zilla Pramukh of the Vishwa Hindu Parishad, has been arrested. Further investigation is currently in progress. Big breaking story right now. Big breaking story. First action that is being reported so far in this case first action against the Shobha Yatra organizers. Let's put images of the actual Yatra on our screens instead of these images which are from today. The images of the actual Yatra on your screen depict the VHP and the Bajrang Dal organizers who've now been booked by the Delhi police for what they say is irresponsible action without taking permission for this particular Yatra. A person called Prem Sharma, who's the Zilla Seva Pramukh of the Vishwa Hindu Parishad, has also been arrested by the Delhi police. First major action against the Shobha Yatra organizers has just been taken by the Delhi police. And we will have more information on this in just a moment from now. Remember, the stone pelters, Sonu, the main accused who fired a pistol, are still absconding. Many arrests have been made, but now will arrests be made among those who organized the Shobha Yatra as well? That is the information that's awaited. We'll have a reporter live with us in just a short moment from now to get us the latest on this big action by the Delhi police. First major action, booking the VHP and the Bajrang Dal for organizing a Shobha Yatra without permission in Delhi's Jahangirpuri. Let's listen into the Delhi Police Commissioner.
आमतौर पे ऐसे जो केसेस होते हैं इसमें बहुत मॉब होता है, अलग अलग फुटेजेस आते हैं, ढेरों वीडियो सीसीटीवी होते हैं। इन्वेस्टिगेशन दिल्ली पुलिस किस तरह से इस पूरे मामले का करवा रही है?
हम सारे वीडियो फुटेजेस, सीसीटीवी फुटेजेस और जो भी डिजिटल एविडेंस है उनके एनालिसिस करने के बाद जिन लोगों को चिन्हित करेंगे, जिन लोगों ने इसमें आगे बढ़ के पार्टिसिपेट किया है सिचुएशन को ख़राब करने के लिए, वातावरण को बिगाड़ने के लिए, उनके खिलाफ कार्रवाई करेंगे। लेकिन ये इन्वेस्टिगेशन होने में थोड़ा वक्त लगता है और इन्वेस्टिगेशन हमेशा एविडेंस बेस्ड होता है, तभी कोर्ट के सामने हम बढ़िया से अपनी चार्जशीट रख सकते हैं। इसीलिए क्राइम ब्रांच को इन्वेस्टिगेशन सौंपा गया है और तफ्तीश बहुत अच्छे से फेयरली प्रोफेशनल मैनर में हम लोग कर रहे हैं।
इसमें अभी तक कितनी गिरफ्तारियां हुई? रिकवरीज की बात करें तो दिल्ली पुलिस क्या क्या रिकवर कर पाई है इनिशियल स्टेज पे?
21 लोगों को गिरफ्तार किया है, 3 फायर आर्म्स रिकवर हुए हैं, स्वर्ड्स रिकवर हुई हैं और बाकी अभी पूछताछ चल रही है। रिकवरी बाद आगे भी होगी और मुझे पूरी उम्मीद है इन्वेस्टिगेशन बहुत अच्छे से और फेयरली किया जाएगा।
ऐसे इल्ज़ाम लगाए गए अलग अलग सोशल मीडिया प्लेटफॉर्म्स पे कि दिल्ली पुलिस पर्टिकुलरली किसी एक समुदाय से जुड़े हुए लोगों को टारगेट करके उन्हें उठा रही है, उन्हें अरेस्ट कर रही है, इस विषय में क्या कहना चाहेंगे?
ये बिल्कुल गलत बात है। हमने जितने लोगों को अरेस्ट किया है उसमें दोनों पक्ष के लोग हैं। जिन लोगों ने वहाँ पे उड़दंग किया या कायदा अपने हाथ में लिया वो किसी भी पक्ष के नहीं हो, हम तो उनको जो आरोपी के तौर पे ट्रीट करते हैं और उसी तरह की कानूनी कार्रवाई आगे करते हैं। पक्ष हो या धर्म हो या जाति हो, इस आधार पे इन्वेस्टिगेशन नहीं होता है, एविडेंस के आधार पे इन्वेस्टिगेशन होता है।
अमूमन ऐसे मामलों में परमिशन ली जाती है किसी भी शोभा यात्रा के लिए या किसी भी जुलूस के लिए, इस मामले में क्या परमिशन ली गई थी? और दूसरी चीज़, किस तरह के SOPs फॉलो किए जाते हैं पुलिस की तरफ से, खासकर दिल्ली पुलिस की तरफ से?
SOP तो बहुत डिटेल्ड है, हम फॉलो करते हैं, तैयारी करते हैं। जिन प्रोसेशंस को परमिशन थी वो निकले, शांति से पूर्ण हुआ, बंदोबस्त भी था। इन्होंने परमिशन नहीं ली थी तो इनके खिलाफ अकॉर्डिंगली लीगल कार्रवाई की गई है और परमिशन नहीं लेने के बावजूद प्रोसेशन चूँकि निकल गया था तो पुलिस की ये ड्यूटी थी कि उसको शांति से निकालें और चूँकि इंसिडेंट हुआ है तो उसको अकॉर्डिंगली पुलिस ने उस वक्त हैंडल भी किया है।
Let's bring in India Today's Kamaljeet Sandhu, who's been tracking the fallout of this very unsettling incident in Delhi. Kamal, big first action by the Delhi police. Many arrests have been taken so far, but big first action against the organizers. They've booked the VHP and the Bajrang Dal. They've arrested one member we hear called Prem Sharma of the VHP. Tell us more, Kamal.
Well, 48 hours after the first communal clash,
there has been a crackdown by Delhi police, and as told and as you were talking about, this is Prem Sharma, who's the Zilla Seva Pramukh of the Vishwa Hindu Parishad, who's now been arrested. This is an FIR 44/22 on the 17th. This is for Jahangirpuri and organizing this particular procession. And remember, we've been told by the locals that the procession took place thrice. The earlier ones had permission, but the evening one did not. And this is where we've seen a massive blame game come in from both the communities. One group blaming the other one for instigating and what turned into a communal clash. This is where several arrests have been made, at least 23 of them. And with this addition, there will be 24 arrests which have been now made in total. 2 of them are juveniles. Clearly the pressure very much on Delhi police as well. Questions being arising now as to why there wasn't stringent action which was taken, especially in the wake of Khargon and Karoli, where tensions had been building up in other places. We've also seen several community leaders now come out and speak and saying that there should not be one-sided action by Delhi police. So yes, a huge question mark also coming in. But Delhi police saying they will go after culprits, whether they're from majority or the minority community. Anybody who's behind this action would be taken to task. There will be a case and obviously arrest taking place. But yes, what we know is there's a crackdown by Delhi police. Now where we are, we'll just try and give you a sense of 365 degrees as to what is really happening. Barricading being done, a lot of people are being restricted now, not being allowed to move. There is obviously a lot of media presence also there. But Delhi police here, you will see the body language at this point of time is relaxed. This means that the tensions are abating. But as you know, Shiv, early this afternoon, there was a small flare-up when Delhi Crime Branch went in to catch hold of the family of the accused, and that is where a small stone pelting incident took place. So Delhi police being careful, they don't want any further flare-up of a situation, but the pressure also mounting as to whether it is via videos, whether it's the CCTV, so a whole lot of measures being put in place. But the question is that after 2 years in Northeast Delhi, when communal tensions happened, a lot of blame game to Delhi police. This is second time around, and this time in Northwest Delhi, questions being arising. But remember, it is Rakis Astana who's at the helm of affairs, and he's promising strict action, saying irrespective of caste, community, communal issues, they will be cracking down as far as culprits are concerned. So they'll have to live up to the words. There, if you can, we'll try and show you. The tents have been put up, and that is where there have been community leaders coming in. There's been a talk about the Hanuman Jayanti committee, and that is where the elders have been roped in. There was examination which was taking place in a nearby school. There were parents who came with kids, some of them tense, but they were saying they generally appeal for calm and saying this area is not generally known to be communally tense. But again, somebody is definitely at fault because of the flare-up, and that is where they need what is called unbiased investigation, and saying the onus responsibility clearly lying on Delhi police. The Home Ministry swung into action. The Home Minister has spoken to CP Delhi. There is obviously the case which has been transferred to Crime Branch, and investigation is already underway.
Kamal, you know, the situation clearly is still very tense in that particular area, given that our cameras actually captured stone pelting that happened today as well. There was a flare-up today as well. So, you know, all ground investigations that are happening are going to have to take place, like you rightly pointed out, in a very, very careful manner, because tempers are still extremely high, Kamal, where you are.
Well, things can be very volatile. They seem calm at this point of time. But remember, at this point of time, both the communities wanting action to be taken place. They want this responsibility to be fixed. Now, there was stone pelting incident which has taken place. We've been told there's Jamaat-e-Islami Hind which came to the fore. They said they will be speaking to the Union Home Minister. This is not a one-off incident. There have been several incidents across not just one state, but several of the states. They want that sort of an action to take place. On the other hand, Delhi police has now swung into action. They have booked the VHP and the Bajrang Dal. Yes, so what people now really want is that things should come to a normal, things should go back to normal, but perhaps it will not be the case if investigations is not done in the right way. This is where responsibility coming on to Delhi Police and the crime branch. Now, if we can try and show you, just see the number of barricades which have come up. There is this cyber cell vehicle which is standing here. See a lot of media also present here. So clearly they want to see that as far as misinformation, that is not spread through social media. And this is where we'll see the cyber crime cell, which is also here. They've been investigating, going into the gullies. This is a huge task because this is a very congested area. If you can just pan around, and the camera person Sanjeev will show you the area, very congested area, and this is where the crime branch going in, carefully scanning. Now, out of the 23, at least 8 of them are history sheeters, and this is where they have cracked down on all those people who are known lumpen elements. But clearly, one point is of investigation, whether this was a planned conspiracy, as several of the BJP netas are pointing out. Was it spur of the moment, which was just then and there, and thereafter, where did the stones and the swords really come in from? All these are questions which now need to be answered. All this will come out in investigation. But as the Lok Sabha MP from the area, Hansraj Hans, told India Today, no community can be blamed. This is a matter of investigation now as to who is behind this. And if there are those people who are at fault from both the sides, they will be booked, they will be arrested and action taken against.
Kamal, thanks very much. Big action taken finally under pressure by the Delhi police. They have booked the VHP and the Bajrang Dal for organizing the Shobha Yatra without permission. One person from the VHP has already been arrested, and things are extremely volatile, as Kamal just pointed out. In fact, India Today's Anjana Om Kashyap, who was on the ground just a few hours ago in Jahangirpuri, happened to see this firsthand, as you're about to see. Her camera captured a fresh eruption of stone pelting when the police arrived there to question the family of the man accused of firing a shot during the violence. Take a look at this dramatic sequence.
यहाँ पर ये वाली कॉलोनी है जहाँ पर बताया जा रहा है क्राइम ब्रांच एक महिला को ले गई थी पूछताछ के लिए। उसके बाद ऊपर वाले घरों से देखिए, ये ऊपर वाले जो घर है यहाँ से पथराव की शुरुआत हो गई थी। ये देखिए नीचे, अगर दिखाइए अशोक, नीचे दिखाइए, ये देखिए यहाँ पर ये सारी पत्थरबाजी, यहाँ पर कुछ ही देर पहले पत्थरबाजी की गई है और ये बाद से यहाँ से तुरंत लोगों को हटना पड़ा, क्योंकि यहीं पर अभी भी आप देख रहे हैं मशक्कत कर रही है पुलिस। कुछ देर पहले की भी तस्वीरें हमने भेजी हैं जब लगभग 50 से 100 महिलाएं एक साथ यहां पर आ गई थी गेट पर, और यहीं पर अभी भी पुलिस मशक्कत कर रही है, उनको पीछे रोक रही है, समझा रही है, क्योंकि कुछ ही देर पहले यहां पर एक बार फिर से परिस्थिति थोड़ी बेकाबू हुई थी और फिर से पत्थरबाजी की शुरुआत कर दी गई थी। छतों पे खास तौर पर वो जो पीला और नीला वाला घर है वहां से 3-4 पत्थर आए थे और ये वाले घर के ऊपर से भी पत्थर, और लोग इस तरह से बालकनी के पीछे छिपकर, रेलिंग के पीछे छिपकर पत्थर फेंकते हैं कि उनको कैप्चर कर पाना मुश्किल हुआ। लेकिन आप कल्पना कीजिए, भारी तादाद में यहाँ पुलिस बल की तैनाती है, मीडिया का भारी जमावड़ा है। इस तरफ की तस्वीर दिखाइए, इस तरफ ये दिखाइए, ये रिजर्व्ड आर्म फोर्स किस तरह से यहाँ पर पहुंच चुके हैं और ये तमाम लोग इस वक्त यहाँ पर पहुंचकर सुरक्षा के इंतजाम, क्योंकि पत्थरबाजी हो गई है उसके बाद से अपना हेडगियर पहनकर ये लोग यहाँ पर पहुंचे हैं। मिनटों के अंदर जब यहाँ पर पुलिस उन्हें समझा रही थी कि जांच के लिए हम पूछताछ के लिए ले गए हैं, तभी ये पत्थरबाजी यहाँ पर शुरू हो गई और इस तरह के ईंट ऊपर से फेंके जा रहे थे, उसका आप अंदाजा लगा सकते हैं। यहाँ पर भी है कुछ सीमेंट के भी टुकड़े हैं, कुछ सीमेंट के भी टुकड़े हैं जो ऊपर से फेंके जा रहे थे। अब आरएएफ को भी वहाँ पर बुला लिया गया है, महिलाओं को बुलाया गया है, क्योंकि मामला महिलाओं का है। महिलाएं यहाँ पर सबसे ज्यादा बवाल रच रही थी और आरएएफ को यहाँ पर बुलाकर सुरक्षा बल की तैनाती कर दी गई है। आरएएफ की तमाम महिलाएं आपको दिखेंगी, आरएएफ की देखिए महिलाएं अंदर घुसी हैं और अब उन घरों में जाकर उनको समझाने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं। तो नौबत ऐसी आ चुकी है और ये तो उस चौराहे से काफी दूर है, लगभग 100 मीटर दूर है जहां पर उस दिन हिंसा हुई थी। लेकिन जो साजिशकर्ता अलग अलग गलियों में जहांगीरपुरी में घुसे हुए हैं, उनको पकड़ने की फिराक में जब क्राइम ब्रांच अपनी जांच कर रही है और लोगों को आगे ले जा रही है, तब इस तरह की नौबत यहां पर पहुंची है। और उसके बाद आरएएफ की तमाम महिलाओं को हेडगियर के साथ यहां पर बुलाया गया और वो फिर अंदर गई हैं और वो वहां पर लोगों को समझाने की कोशिश कर रही हैं। जो वरिष्ठ अधिकारी हैं वो भी आ गए हैं और वो ये जानने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं कि कैसे उन्हें समझाया जाए। दरअसल जांच में अगर किसी एक व्यक्ति को भी हिरासत में लिया जाता है या गिरफ्तार किया जाता है, उसके बाद लोग तनाव में आते हैं। और तमाम जो वरिष्ठ अधिकारी हैं वो अब लोगों को यहाँ से हटा रहे हैं। कुल मिलाकर थोड़ी देर का इंतजार और है और उसके बाद आप देखेंगे ये जो पूरा इलाका है, एक बार जल्दी से अगर आपने यहाँ से भी तस्वीरें नजर आएंगी। अब तो यहाँ पर मीडिया का भारी हुजूम हो गया, उस वक्त जब हम आए थे तो नहीं था। ये देखिए ये घर है, यहीं पर ये ऐसे घर हैं और यहीं से पत्थरबाजी की शुरुआत हुई थी। मेन चौराहा दिखाइए, मेन चौराहा जहाँ पर उस दिन हिंसा हुई है वो लगभग 100 मीटर की दूरी पर यहाँ से है। लेकिन यहाँ पर जब एक महिला से पूछताछ की जा रही थी, उस महिला से पूछताछ करने के लिए जब उसे यहाँ से ले जाया गया, उसके बाद महिलाओं का पूरा हुजूम बाहर सड़क तक निकलता है, पुलिस वालों पर हमला बोलता है। जब वो नहीं सुनते हैं उसके बाद ऊपर छतों से पत्थरबाजी होती है और उसकी लाइव तस्वीरें आपने देखी। रिजर्व आर्म फोर्सेस की तमाम ऐसी जो सुरक्षा कर्मी हैं उन्होंने हेडगियर लगाया है और अब वो इस कॉलोनी में अंदर गई हैं लोगों को समझाने के लिए और किसी तरह से शांत करने के लिए। जो आरएएफ की महिलाएं थी, दिखाइए जरा ऊपर से कैमरा दिखाइए, वो आरएएफ की महिलाएं जो थी वो बाहर निकल रही हैं, ये दिखाइए ऊपर से उस गेट के पास से जो आरएएफ की महिलाएं थी वो लोगों से बातचीत करने के बाद अब बाहर निकल रही हैं। उन महिलाओं को समझाने की जिम्मेदारी उन्हें ही दी गई थी और अब ये लोग वहां से निकल रही हैं। आरएएफ की एक पूरी ह्यूमन चेन बना दी गई है, ये दिखाइए ये महिलाएं निकल गई हैं और ये आरएएफ की एक पूरी टीम है जिसने यहाँ पर ह्यूमन चेन बना लिया है। ये दिखाइए ये ह्यूमन चेन है, ये ह्यूमन चेन इन्होंने यहाँ पर बना लिया है ताकि इस पूरे इलाके को कॉर्डन ऑफ कर दिया जाए और मामले को ठंडे पड़ने दिया जाए ताकि कुछ देर तक यहाँ पर शांति बनी रहे। तो जितनी आरएएफ की महिलाएं थी जो अंदर गई थी समझाने के लिए और आरएएफ के ये पूरे ह्यूमन चेन यहाँ पर बनाया गया है जो फिलहाल शांति के लिए यहाँ पर एक चेन बना रहे हैं ताकि पूरे इलाके में शांति की बहाली फिर से कर दी जाए।
And on the other side of this break, we're staying with the big India Today news break on action with the police booking VHP and Bajrang Dal for this Shobha Yatra that was the center of violence on Saturday. Full report coming up from Jahangirpuri. We're staying with the big story here on India Today. Thanks for watching. Pooja on the other side with the Jahangirpuri special.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com or call 9999892171.
Did you ever notice the walking style of Russian President Vladimir Putin? The way he walks with his right arm held rigid while his left arm swings freely. Technically, this kind of move is called clearly reduced right-sided arm swing. The British Medical Journal had published this study in 2015. In the study, the team of neurologists had studied his walking style and said that he dons a strange gunslinger's move. So where did he learn this style from? Researchers estimate that when Putin used to spy in the KGB of the Soviet Union, it was then that he must have learned to walk like this during weapons training. According to the researchers, Putin's walking style fits as per KGB training manual. Let's also tell you that Putin rose from the rank of a spy in KGB to the rank of a lieutenant colonel. KGB operatives are told to hang the weapon in their right hand, leaning to one side, move rapidly with the opposite leg extended. This also increases the speed of walking. Researchers also said that Prime Minister Dmitry Medvedev, former Russian defense ministers Anatoly Serdyukov, Sergei Ivanov, and a military commander have been seen in such moves. Neurologist and movement disorder specialist Bastian Bloem had led this study. In one of his interviews, he'd said that this is an unusual study, but at the same time, it's a very serious question for neurological observation.
You are watching India Today.
This is Carrie Lam. She is the head of the government in Hong Kong, but not for long. She announced that she will not run for a second 5-year term in office, putting an end to her 42-year-long career in government service.
換句話說咧，我將喺今年6月30日就完成咗行政長官5年嘅任期，並且咧將會正式結束我長達42年嘅政府服務生涯。
Hong Kong isn't a usual democracy. China is not just its neighbor, but also has decisive control over the regime. Mainland China and Hong Kong complement each other economically, but have political differences. Hong Kong was once a British colony. In 1898, Britain negotiated a major land expansion of Hong Kong colony and signed a 99-year-long lease with China. The lease ended in 1997, at which time Britain returned Hong Kong to China as a special administrative region. A mini constitution called the Basic Law was enshrined. The Basic Law paves way for China and Hong Kong's one country, two systems. Under this doctrine, there would only be one China, but Hong Kong can govern itself and have an independent system where it can have its own governmental, legal, economic and financial system for a period of at least 50 years. So while China has a communist system, Hong Kong has a limited democracy. A chief executive is the head of Hong Kong but is accountable to mainland China. A chief executive has a term of 5 years and a person can serve a maximum of 2 consecutive terms here. Since 1997, when the Chinese retook control of that region, there have been 4 chief executive officers. Even though they have elections, the 7.4 million people of the city have no say in choosing their heads. In fact, an election committee that majorly consists of pro-Beijing supporters elect the head. Fed up with the farce of democracy, citizens had taken to the
Putin, listen to me. I have a very important message to you. The message is I have a very important message to you. The message is and the president of China didn't finish right. Thank you to correct me, First Lady. Thank you. Today, we're going to talk about the crisis in Spain. Yeah, we're going to talk about the crisis in Africa. Yeah, Russia. Yeah, Russia. And the president of God bless you. God bless you. We didn't finish Russia.
No, sir.
Thank you to correct me, First Lady.
Who's on the stage because of the First Lady's husband contracting COVID. But look at this room and what you see. Pardon? That's right.
Thank you very much. God bless you. And God bless.
Thank you all. Hallelujah. Clap to your president. Clap to your president right now.
Islam.
Co-presented by PolicyBazaar.com. In association with LIC हर पल आपके साथ, Castrol Magnatech, Oh So Smooth,
This is how the weekend looked like in northeastern part of Delhi. 10 defining images of horror. A Hanuman Jayanti Shobha Yatra was targeted and turned violent. On one side, as you can see, some in the procession were seen brandishing swords. While on the other, you can also see shots being fired and weapons used. The mob went on a rampage, destroying properties. But notice that man in the corner of your screen, fifth image. Prime accused Ansar, a known notorious criminal, when being picked up by the police, has the audacity to pose and show a slit neck pose in truly filmy style. He's a gangster accused of indulging in communal violence. These 10 images tell you what Saturday evening, Sunday and now Monday was, where the situation is presently calm, but of course, it's only because there's deployment of the forces. Good evening and welcome. You're watching 6 p.m. Prime and I'm Pooja Shali. What happened in Jahangirpuri and what is the current status? I'm going to take you through all the latest. First, the headlines. Delhi police cracked down on the procession organizers, the Vishwa Hindu Parishad and the Bajrang Dal, the Hindu right-wing outfits that have been booked by the Delhi cops for holding one of the processions without permission. One VHP-related member has also been arrested. Bharatiya Janata Party Chief JP Nadda accuses the opposition of divisive vote bank politics, says Congress is using terror groups like the PFI to cause a rift. Blasts the Dravida Munnetra Karagam for a targeted attack on composer Ilayaraja, who backed Narendra Modi. Maharashtra government says no loudspeaker can be used at religious places without permission. Move after Raj Thakre's plan to recite the Hanuman Chalisa on the loudspeaker to counter the azan from mosques. Supreme Court cancels the bail granted to Lakhimpur violence main accused Ashish Misra, asking him to surrender now within the next 1 week. Top Court also said the High Court exceeded its jurisdiction and denied victims their right to participate in proceedings. KCR government in Telangana faces heat after 3 suicides in the Medak and Khammam. Victims blaming extortion and harassment by the ruling TRS Netas. Protests erupt. 8 weeks of devastation and defiance. Ukraine's Zaporizhia faces Russian onslaught. Putin's troops blow up houses and schools. India Today reports from ground zero. How far are the Russian troops? Can you ask how far are the Russian troops? So here you can see that the attack is happening. We will have to move.
Repeated attempts were made by the Russians to come in from this area and move in closer to Kyiv.
In the Jahangirpuri violence case, Delhi police registers a case against the Hindu right-wing outfits, the Vishwa Hindu Parishad and the Bajrang Dal. That in Delhi for carrying out a procession without permission. The procession with regard to the Hanuman Jayanti. Now, Vishwa Hindu Parishad member Prem Sharma has already now been taken into arrest by the Delhi police. So complete crackdown happening by the police to ensure that the situation stays under control. Remember, there were multiple processions that had been taken out in Jahangirpuri area. It was the final in the evening of procession where that eventually turned violent and led to clashes, communal clashes. And now the situation appears to be under control, and Delhi police tracking all the latest on this. Now take a look at those visuals coming in from the day when it happened, 16th of April evening.
there is a procession that is taken out from that area, multiple processions in fact, but what happens by evening is there is suddenly stone pelting that starts on this procession and then becomes a full-blown communal crash. There are swords that are brandished, as you can see on visuals on your screen, in the procession, while there are bullet shots fired from the other side. Kamaljeet Sandhu is right now in Jahangirpuri, where this violence broke out. She's now joining me on this live telecast. Kamaljeet, why has the Delhi police decided to file a case against the VHP and the Bajrang Dal? How are they planning to take the investigation forward from here on?
A lot of police forces is still being deployed here from this side also.
Well, I'm in the heart of C block of Jahangirpuri, and behind me you can see that particular masjid. This is where the first incident took place. Now there have been two groups which have blamed each other. Now Delhi Police Commissioner has vowed neutrality, and this is what he had said. And following that, there has been an FIR done on the VHP and the Bajrang Dal. There were 3 processions as per the locals also which were carried out. The third one, which is around 6 o'clock, that's the one in the evening, which was near the iftar time, did not have the permission, and that is why that FIR has now been booked. One man called Prem Sharma is the one who has been arrested by Delhi police. Investigation is underway. Remember, interrogation will be done. This makes for the 24th arrest. 23 others were arrested earlier. 8 of them are history sheeters or people with past antecedents. So if you can actually, Sanjeev will show you a 365-degree view of what is really happening out here. What is very clear is this is an area which is thick in action. The area itself is very congested. Now people have been telling us that as far as this entire area is concerned, processions have been taking place, whether it's of the Hindus or the Muslims, and things have been largely peaceful. However, what really instigated that? Now there have been accusations coming in from one side that somebody was trying to raise slogans, trying to actually hoist a flag. That obviously has now been one of the portions which have been denied by CP Delhi, saying there was no attempt to hoist a flag. The other part is about whether there was permission for the procession. 2 processions had been carried out by 2 different groups. The third procession was not allowed. However, that is where the trigger really happened and the communal clash took place. Now the priority is obviously the investigations which is being done by the crime branch, and today a small flare-up really happened when crime branch went in there. There were at least 2 stones which were thrown by women. The other part is about how the other part will happen, which is to ensure that there is no further flare-up. So at this point of time, this is a priority because we can see there was rapid action force. There has been additional deployment of Delhi police. Senior cops have been here. The priority is to bring the situation down to normal. The other is to bring pace to the investigation. Third, to ensure that there's no further flare-up. All this is now going to be there. Now, the Aman committee has been meeting. This is to ensure that the elders from the entire area come through and bring the situation to the normal. But clearly the onus and responsibility with Delhi police, because remember, there have been previous accusations that there has been a bias. This time around, Rakesh Astana, who's at the helm of affairs, has said whether it is community or caste or anything, investigations will be unbiased. And going by that, we've seen earlier people have been picked up, and now an FIR against the VHP and the Bajrang Dal has taken place.
That's very important, and that's good. If that's what the Delhi police is saying.
Why this really happened?
They have to ensure that this does not escalate. Remember, this is the national capital, and even though Jahangirpuri has been an area which has reported clashes and scuffles earlier, this could have actually become and turned much worse. So Kamaljeet Sandhu is telling us 23 have been already arrested, out of which 8 are history sheeters, known criminals, and clearly indulging and using this violence to make matters worse for Delhi. Kamaljeet, please stay on with me because you're there on location, and I'll come back to you shortly. What happened in the past 2 days is clearly about horrifying images from a section of national capital Delhi. This is the northeast region. Now there are a round of fresh clashes that took place today. So there was deployment, and yet there were clashes reported. Take a look now of what happened. What are these images that are coming in that are becoming evidence for the investigating agencies to really figure out what happened on April 16th? Take a look at this report. 2020 anti-CAA riots and mass killings. Red Fort swoop by the violent farm law protesters. And now, Delhi witnessing fresh violence with communal clashes in northwest Delhi's Jahangirpuri area on Saturday. It all started on the occasion of Hanuman Jayanti on Saturday, when a religious procession or Shobha Yatra was organized by the Hindu groups. The Yatra was stopped by prime accused Ansar near a mosque in the area. Soon the face-off turned into a free-for-all. Street brawls ensued, giving way to large-scale rioting, arson, stone-pelting and even firing. Stones were pelted by both groups. The participants of the Yatra displayed swords. Swords were also brandished by the Muslim protesters. Several homes, shops were destroyed in the clashes. Vehicles were torched by mobs chanting religious slogans. One Muslim man identified as Sonu whipped out a pistol and was seen opening fire on the Shobha Yatra participants. Cops struggling to control the mob till reinforcements were rushed. The prime accused Ansar, a notorious criminal of the area, has now been arrested. He was caught on camera sporting a swag and even imitating a pose from the Telugu movie Pushpa while being escorted for medical examination. Several Delhi police personnel were injured and one sub-inspector getting bullet injuries. The area had turned a trouble spot during the 2020 Delhi riots. The fresh spate of fearsome clashes and violence in Delhi's trouble spot exposes the communal fault lines of the national capital. Bureau Report, India Today. So the hunt is now on for one of the shooters in the Delhi danga. His name is Sonu. This man, as you just saw, was caught on camera opening fire during the riots and opening fire at the crowd in Delhi. Take a look at that visual on your screen. This happened on Saturday. But fresh violence also erupted when some of the cops went to look for this man and had to face stones that were pelted at the team. My colleague Anjana Kashyap was on the ground when this happened. Take a look at what our reporters saw.
This is the moment when a man boldly walks forward, pulls out a pistol, fires around, and then flees. A glimpse of the horror that unfolded on Hanuman Jayanti in Delhi's Jahangirpuri. This man on your screens is Sonu. He's been absconding since the riots broke out over the weekend, and the police have launched a massive manhunt. And it wasn't just Sonu. His family members are also under the scanner for their role in the violence on Saturday. Sonu's brother has been held, and when the police reached his house to take the shooter's wife into custody, this is what happened.
रिजर्व्ड आर्म फोर्स किस तरह से यहाँ पर पहुंच चुके हैं और ये तमाम लोग इस वक्त यहाँ पर पहुंचकर सुरक्षा के इंतजाम, क्योंकि पत्थरबाजी हो गई है उसके बाद से अपना हेडगियर पहनकर ये लोग यहाँ पर पहुंचे हैं। मिनटों के अंदर जब यहाँ पर पुलिस उन्हें समझा रही थी कि जांच के लिए हम पूछताछ के लिए ले गए हैं, तभी ये पत्थरबाजी यहाँ पर शुरू हो गई और इस तरह के ईंट ऊपर से फेंके जा रहे थे।
Women refusing to allow the police to enter the locality resorted to pelting stones at the policemen. But soon enough, Sonu's wife was detained for questioning.
आरएएफ की एक पूरी ह्यूमन चेन बना दी गई है। ये महिलाएं निकल गई हैं और ये आरएएफ की एक पूरी टीम है जिसने यहाँ पर ह्यूमन चेन बना लिया है। ये ह्यूमन चेन है।
Just moments before this fresh bout of stone pelting broke out, India Today spoke to the shooter Sonu's family.
हिंदू मुस्लिम में लड़ाई हो रहा तो वो रोजा खुलने का टाइम हो गया, कोई बच्चा से वो ये छीन के वो गुस्सा में वो चलाने लग गया, तो किसी को चोट नहीं लगा। डर देने के लिए ऐसा ही बंदूक चलाया, तो वो उसमें नहीं था। काल के ऐसा ही वीडियो बना के कोई दुश्मनी करके बुढ़िया बना के छोड़ दिया।
The Delhi police have also made it clear that no accused will be spared and every person involved in the violence in Jahangirpuri will be nabbed.
इन्होंने परमिशन नहीं ली थी तो इनके खिलाफ अकॉर्डिंगली लीगल कार्रवाई की गई है और परमिशन नहीं लेने के बावजूद प्रोसेशन चूँकि निकल गया था तो पुलिस की ये ड्यूटी थी कि उसको शांति से निकालें और चूँकि इंसिडेंट हुआ है तो उसको अकॉर्डिंगली पुलिस ने उस वक्त हैंडल भी किया।
The videos emerged of the riots show how quickly it was escalated, and Sonu, whose family member is now under scanner for shooting at the crowds amid the riots. In Jahangirpuri with Anjana Kashyap and Arvind Ocha, I'm Ashutosh Mishra for India Today.
Let's go across now to Kamaljeet because Kamaljeet is tracking all the latest on that from the ground. Presently, is there enough police deployment, Kamaljeet, and how are they looking at how will they possibly nab the accused? The videos are everywhere and you are telling us 23 accused, 8 of them are known criminals. One appears to have been the main one, Ansar, main accused who has been arrested. We can see young men, even boys in these visuals. So right now, what is the situation there? Tell us all the details.
Well, the situation seems under control. There is enough police deployment. We know that rapid action force has been brought in. There is deployment of the CRPF. At least 200 personnel of rapid action force are here. So they have been camping here for the past 48 hours or so since the first communal clashes took place. Now, what is also important and significant is that these kind of barricading have been brought up. And if you can see, there's a tarpaulin right behind. This is where the police and the cops have been camping here. It's going to be long days for them since they've been camping here. Some of them now resting because of a long day of duty. But what is also important and significant is the crime branch and its investigation cracking down on all those people who are the culprits, who are behind this. Now, there has been a statement which is coming from CP Rakesh Asthana saying irrespective of caste, community, ideology, people will be picked up, especially those who have been behind this particular act. The messaging has to be right.
You know, from the visuals that I see here, and I'll just interrupt you there for a second, we see swords being brandished by the group here that's taking out the procession. On the other side, we see stones being pelted. We see bullets being fired.
To bring the situation down to the normal.
That's right. Kamaljeet, if you can hear me, we see weapons so openly being used, and how easily are they available? Swords from the procession, bullets and pistols and stones being pelted as if stones are available so easily. You know, clearly, are they going to look at the angle of pre-planned violence? Are they going to look at how easily weapons are available from either side?
Well, that's an important point that you brought out, Pooja, because a lot of people questioning that swords were out, there were stones which were pelted, were they collected? The other part is the procession took place not just once but thrice. So all that is now a matter of investigation as to how things broke out spontaneously, and whether there was any sort of provocation, that is also being seen. And remember, the videos clearly show that there was action back and forth from both sides. So it's not just one side, but both sides which is shown exchanging stones. So all this is going to be a matter of investigation. Again, what is worrying is the weapons, and we've seen the pistol being brandished, a gunshot there. We also saw they were brandishing of swords. So all that is going to be a matter of investigation, whether there would be raids carried out. And we saw how Delhi police faced a wrath, especially when they went to
Kamaljeet, I request you to stay on. We have some big news coming in about the main accused who has been taken into arrest. Let's take a look at what is being about the new detail of the prime accused in the Delhi violence. According to the investigating agencies, one prime accused, remember, was taken into arrest. Ansar, who was there heading to the police station, smiling and posing. Our reporters are now telling us that this Ansar has been involved with, listen to this, a left front in Bengal. But not just that, he's not just a local criminal. This man owns a BMW luxury vehicle, is seen very influential in political circles, at least from Jahangirpuri area. Kamaljeet, can we quickly get an update from you on that? The visuals that we are running on the screen, he's wearing a political topi, he's flaunting in front of a BMW luxury car, he clearly looks influential. So this was not just perhaps a local criminal, so to say, even that wouldn't be less, but this looks like a full-fledged criminal with likely, possibly, political control. Where is this left front Bengal angle also coming in? Well, all this is a matter of investigation. It would not be right to prejudge as to who really is behind this and whether there is any sort of... Because remember, as far as ideology is concerned, as far as allegations are concerned, there have been links coming in as far as BJP netas who are alleging that there is a PFI link, whether there is an ISIS ideology link. All that is now being brought to the fore. So this is one of the angles which have been brought in. The other part is this is still a matter of investigation. Till one of the agencies says it, till Delhi police says it, there are obviously photographs which have come to the fore. That is a matter of investigation now. But clearly, it does seem that there is, as far as attitude is concerned, not much of a scare as far as law and order is concerned. Now that speaks volume of Delhi police as to why there are lumpen elements who have that sort of wherewithal. And even if there are swords as well as guns being brought onto the streets of Delhi, the question mark is, how did this really happen? And right under the nose of Delhi police, all this again has to be dealt with very, very seriously. And again, it is Delhi police who's answerable to the people of people of Delhi. That's a very important point. While we are looking at these criminals who are also accused, who could have been a part of the violence and they're currently under arrest, what was the Delhi police doing? What was the intelligence agencies doing? And these known gangsters, criminals with likely influence, political or otherwise. Take a look at that, flaunting in front of a luxury vehicle, going around and attacking people, taking out processions. But at this time, Delhi police will also have to answer, how could this communal clash take place in an area if it was already known to be sensitive? Now remember, we are trying to get you as many eyewitness accounts from the location as possible. Delhi police has now detained one Salim Chikna. He's the brother of Sonu, one of the accused in the case who's currently absconding. India Today spoke to the mother of the accused, who claims that both these men are being framed, and she's claiming from her part innocence about these men. Both the teams also went to nearby mosques amid the probe. Delhi police is also probing the conspiracy angle in this riot. Till now, more than 20 people have been taken into arrest. Many have been detained. FIR in the case confirms. Stones were pelted on the Shobha Yatra. Some youth also opened fire at the religious procession. Delhi police are actually scanning, let me tell you this, about 100 videos, if not more, of the violence that have surfaced, trying to verify the time and location. Cops are using these videos as evidence to identify one, the rioters, arsonists, and the manhunt has been launched to nab them now.
अमूमन ऐसे मामलों में परमिशन ली जाती है किसी भी शोभा यात्रा के लिए या किसी भी जुलूस के लिए। इस मामले में क्या परमिशन ली गई थी, और दूसरी चीज़ किस तरह के एसओपीज फॉलो किए जाते हैं पुलिस की तरफ से, खासकर दिल्ली पुलिस की तरफ से?
एसओपी तो बहुत डिटेल्ड है, हम फॉलो करते हैं, तैयारी करते हैं। जिन प्रोसेशंस को परमिशन थी वो निकले, शांति से पूर्ण हुआ, बंदोबस्त भी था। इन्होंने परमिशन नहीं ली थी तो इनके खिलाफ अकॉर्डिंगली लीगल कार्रवाई की गई है, और परमिशन नहीं लेने के बावजूद प्रोसेशन चूँकि निकल गया था तो पुलिस की ये ड्यूटी थी कि उसको शांति से निकालें, और चूँकि इंसिडेंट हुआ है तो उसको अकॉर्डिंगली पुलिस ने उस वक्त हैंडल भी किया है।
So remember, on one side will be the investigation angle and what was the Delhi police and the intelligence agencies doing when they knew that the area could be communally sensitive, especially given some of the incidents in the past in this area. On the other side, politics has expectedly exploded. It's a full-blown war of words between our netas, calling for now an NIA probe into these clashes. On one side, Bharatiya Janata Party's Member of Parliament from this location, Hansraj Hans, claimed that the Jahangirpuri incident was an international conspiracy to defame India. This, as the MNS chief Raj Thackeray calls for a tit-for-tat response to such violent incidents. Meanwhile, AIMIM chief Asaduddin Owaisi has also targeted Union Home Minister Amit Shah for the violence that erupted in Delhi. He said clashes have become more common in Delhi after Amit Shah took charge of the Home Ministry. Now remember, in the violence that broke out on Saturday evening, 20 people already have been taken into arrest. More arrests are constantly taking place. 10 teams are carrying out the investigation as crime branch takes over. 200 videos are currently being scanned.
मैंने यही पाया कि पीछे कोई साजिश है, जैसे सीक्वेंस बना के पहले किसी और स्टेट में फिर कोई ना कोई हो सकता है विदेश से कोई ऐसा कोई नेगेटिव बैड एलिमेंट्स हैं जिनका काम है, उनका कोई धर्म नहीं होता, उनका कोई मजहब नहीं होता, जालिम का धर्म जुल्म होता है।
भाजपा ने अपने देश भर के कार्यकर्ताओं को एक संकेत दे दिया कि गुंडागर्दी अच्छी चीज है, तुम हिंसा करो, तुम जितनी ज्यादा गुंडागर्दी करोगे, तुम जितनी ज्यादा लफंगाई करोगे, हम तुम्हें उतना ज्यादा सम्मान देंगे, तुम्हें इतना ज्यादा आगे बढ़ाएंगे। तो ये बिल्कुल स्पष्ट हो गया है कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी गुंडों की पार्टी है, भारतीय जनता पार्टी दंगे कराती है, भारतीय जनता पार्टी हिंसा कराती है। वरना ऐसा कैसे हो गया कि आम आदमी पार्टी शोभा यात्रा कराती है तो वहां पे कोई दंगा नहीं होता, लेकिन जहां पे भाजपा खुद किसी कार्यक्रम का आयोजन कराती है वहां पे गुंडागर्दी भी हो जाती है, वहां पे हिंसा भी हो जाती है, वहां पे दंगे भी हो जाते हैं। तो साफ नजर आता है कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी खुद दंगे करवाती है, खुद हिंसा कराती है और इस गुंडागर्दी को बढ़ावा देती है।
राजी, yesterday in Delhi प्रोसेशन हो रहा था हनुमान जयंती पे और स्टोन पेल्टिंग हुआ वो प्रोसेशन पे, उसको रास्ता
मुझे लगता है उनका ऐसी चीजों का जवाब वैसे ही देना चाहिए उन लोगों को, अदरवाइज उनको समझ में नहीं आएगा।
Now, in fact, it is important that at this point, all the rioters and arsonists need to be taken to task so these conflicts and these clashes do not continue. We'll be tracking all the latest from this story. I'm heading into a very short break. When I return, communal tensions are brewing in Sweden. The country's on the edge. We get you the details after a break on that as well. What happened in Sweden, and more news after a short break.
This is a tank turret.
Courage.
India today, in fact, is the only Indian crew to reach.
Fearlessness.
This is the third tank armored person carrier we have seen.
Putting our lives at risk.
Massive operation over here in Ilianka.
We are on the ground, bringing you the facts.
A Ukrainian woman shares the horror of shelling.
So that India is better informed. Tune into India Today TV, reporting from the front line.
Russia
Russia is trying to fight? Russia is focusing on Donbas, the previously disrupted area known for harboring pro-Russian separatists. However, experts say that the East Ukrainian terrain will pose a threat to the Russian attackers but will work in favor of the Ukrainian defenders. The terrain there is not crowded with wooded trees and the open area will work in favor of Ukrainians. While Russia shifted its focus to eastern Ukraine from Kiev, they did learn that Russians were not welcomed with open arms. Similar fierceness is what they would expect from the east as well, but the trail of casualties is bumping up. In East Ukraine, reports of schools and residential buildings being shelled have come in. According to the study of war, Slovyansk is probably the next pivotal battle area. If the Russians advance from Izium and capture the town, they can either choose to advance east and encircle a small group of soldiers, or they can go further south to target a larger Ukrainian force. If Russians also capture Mariupol, then they will also push towards Donetsk. Russia is likely to rain heavily with their artilleries and break down Ukraine's air defense. Self-propelled artilleries, which the Russian army is known for, will also be used. Although they look like tanks, they're easier to take down as those armored vehicles are heavily protected. Here you can see Ukrainian artillery unit preparing to fight in the Luhansk region in eastern Ukraine. Ukrainian armored vehicles and other equipment are positioned in revetments. UK's Prime Minister Boris Johnson offered Ukraine armored vehicles and anti-ship missiles, and he said that this will help the country to never be invaded again. With thousands killed in the fighting and more than 11 million fleeing their homes or the country, Ukrainian President called on the West to follow Britain's example on military aid. With the show of stiff resistance that Ukraine showed, it's obvious that Ukraine is armed to its teeth.
When it's the world's biggest news story, there's only one gold standard of journalism. When it's the world's biggest news story, there's only one gold standard of journalism.
You are watching India Today.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi has his eyes set on the next goal. After the thumping victory in Uttar Pradesh and 3 other states, now the Prime Minister is focused on winning possibly the mega match of his home turf in Gujarat, where elections are to be held later this year. Prime Minister begins his 3-day tour from Gandhinagar, following which he is scheduled to visit Banaskantha, Jamnagar and Dahod. He will be inaugurating several development projects worth 22,000 crore rupees. Will also visit the Command and Control Center for schools. Prime Minister has already informed that the foundation stone of the WHO Global Center for Traditional Medicine will be laid. So it is, of course, a long and a packed itinerary for Prime Minister Narendra Modi, and he will be participating in a few events alongside there with the other leaders. Now remember, it could be the highlight that Prime Minister will be taking part in the Global Ayush Investment and Innovation Summit at the Mahatma Mandir in Gandhinagar, and Director General of the WHO, Dr. Tedros, could possibly be present during this 3-day visit. Let's quickly go across to my colleague Saurav Akhtania in Gujarat, tracking all the latest. Clearly, all of these meetings, Saurav, will be focused primarily on elections coming in, and which state could be more important for Narendra Modi than his home state?
Well, absolutely, Pooja. And the 3-day tour of Prime Minister Narendra Modi in Gujarat begins. Right now, he's currently inside the Control and Command Center for Schools in Gandhinagar. And let me tell you, it is going to be a 1-hour program inside this command center. What this command center is basically that the data of over 1 crore students in Gujarat is collected at this particular command center. It has assets of over hundreds of crores. And now this is very crucial, Pooja, let me tell you, because recently we have seen that how it has been Gujarat government versus the Delhi government in terms of education, and clearly the BJP and the state government clearly wants to give a message, and the message is given directly by the Prime Minister Narendra Modi, saying that look at the education system of Gujarat, that how control and command center for schools is there, which is organizing, which is collecting lifetime the monitoring of all the students, the teachers and the principals, the teachers and the non-teaching staff. So this is going to be very important.
Okay.
After the visit to this particular control and command center, Prime Minister Narendra Modi will be heading to Rajbhan. He'll be spending night there. It is very likely that he can meet his mother as well. Tomorrow is again a very important day. Now at the Banaskatha in the Diodar, Banas Dairy inauguration will be done. Now let me tell you, 30 lakh litre of milk will be produced daily. So inauguration of this particular dairy is very important. It is also has a potato processing plant. Several of the gobar grass plants will also be inaugurated by Prime Minister Narendra Modi.
Clearly,
in the afternoon,
Saurabh,
again, there is
what
an
you're
event
telling
in
me,
Jamnagar.
because this
From Deodar, he will
appears to
moving
be
Jamnagar.
a never-ending plan of a list, which means there are definitely there's a planned event on what really will benefit Gujarat, and of course we'll see how other parties also join in on that. For now, Prime Minister Narendra Modi in Gujarat, and Saurabh Vakhtania will be tracking all the latest of this 3-day visit. Saurabh, thank you so much for now. Now, after 13 opposition parties in an open letter accused the government and the centre, and specifically the Bharatiya Janata Party, of stoking communal tension and questioned Prime Minister Narendra Modi of being silent over this issue, BJP President JP Nadda has written a letter to the citizens of the country, hitting out at the opposition, calling them out for their petty politics, vote bank and also divisive politics. Nadda in the letter said, the instances of violence also took place in Rajasthan, Bengal, Karnataka and Kerala, and added that Congress is rattled by BJP's recent victory in state elections. Nadda has alleged that many riots also took place when Congress was at the centre. He then took a dig at the Congress party, specifically saying Siddaramaiah government in Karnataka released the PFI members when it was in power. On the other hand, BJP takes strict action against culprits. So he's basically condemning social media attack also on Ilayaraja over praising Prime Minister Modi and blamed DMK for the verbal assault.
कुछ लोग राजनीति में बौखला गए हैं और उनकी बौखलाहट कहीं न कहीं समाज को विघटित करने के षड्यंत्रों के साथ जुड़ जाती है। इसीलिए आपने देखा होगा कहीं रामनवमी के शोभा यात्रा पर अटैक, कहीं कुछ। यही बोमई साहब का विषय है। ही इज द चीफ मिनिस्टर, ही इज द होम मिनिस्टर. He will certainly investigate into the details of it. But on the face of it, I can say कि ये डिजाइंड तरीके से समाज को खंडित करने की कोशिश हो रही है. मुझे दुख के साथ कहना पड़ता है कि आज कांग्रेस पार्टी इज बिहेविंग इन द मोस्ट इररिस्पॉन्सिबल मैनर. और मैं ये पूछना चाहूंगा कि क्या पीएफआई के लोगों को जो ऑन बुक्स लाए गए थे उनको छुड़ाने का काम सिद्धारमैया ने किया था कि नहीं किया था, इसकी जनता, कर्नाटक की जनता जवाब चाहती है. आतंकवाद के खिलाफ बोलते हो और आतंकवादियों को छोड़ते हो, अंदर से दोस्ती रखते हो और बाहर मुखौटा लेकर के चलते हो.
The bail time is over for Lakhimpur Kheri accused. The Supreme Court has cancelled the bail of the Lakhimpur Kheri violence accused Ashish Misra and has ordered him to surrender within the next 1 week. Now, the top court, this means, set aside Allahabad High Court order that had granted bail to Ashish Misra. Apex Court even said, and I quote the court here, the High Court exceeded its jurisdiction, denied victims their right to participate in the proceedings, unquote. Remember, Ashish Misra is the son of Union Minister Ajay Misra and was a key accused in the case pertaining to the violence that erupted in Uttar Pradesh, Lakhimpur Kheri region in October last year. He was also arrested on 9th of October but was granted bail in February this year. 8 people, including 4 farmers, had died in this incident where a car belonging to Misra allegedly ran over the farmers who were protesting against the centre's 3 farm laws. Let's go across quickly to my colleague Abhishek Mishra on the same. Abhishek, this is big news because he may have expected perhaps this was going to be a free time for him, but the Supreme Court immediately setting aside the High Court order and given him 1 week, am I correct, to surrender for Mishra?
Well, absolutely, Pooja. The Supreme Court had taken this case very seriously. The Apex Court was hearing the petition filed, and at the same time, it is very important how the High Court has already given the bail, but this time Supreme Court had made objection on the proceedings and has asked that Ashish Mishra to surrender within a week. There has been a lot of discussion, lot of questions over his bail earlier also, but when this bail was granted, it was very much clear that Ashish Mishra has got some kind of relief. But this time it's going to be very important because the Supreme Court has taken the cognizance, and after which now 1 week time has
Abhishek, this is very important. It is a big development, and as you can see the visuals of that day in October where the car allegedly belonging to Mishra had run over these farmers and had led even to lynching of some other men. We have some big breaking news coming in. Let's take a look at that. In Jahangirpuri's communal violence and clash, remember the man in blue kurta who was seen firing at the crowd? Shooter Sonu has now been arrested by Delhi police. Remember, he'd opened fire and was caught on video, this during the Saturday evening clash. He was absconding. We were told his wife for now had been taken into custody as well. But the big news is that at this point, while he was absconding, when there were forces that tried to go and look for Sonu, they were pelted stones at. Take a look at that visual. The man in the blue kurta with a weapon in his hand opens fire at the procession, at the crowd, and then flees. He was nowhere to be found, but now after that visual also has gone viral, the police has taken some action, and we have now confirmation coming in that shooter Sonu has now been arrested by the Delhi police. So one more after Ansar. This Sonu also has now been taken into custody. So in total, we can now say that at least 23 people have been taken into custody and 8 of them are known criminals and there are juveniles as well. Shreya Chatterjee gets us that big breaking news. Shreya, because you were there on the ground tracking the latest there about the Jahangirpuri clash, this is big because he was seen clearly not only brandishing a weapon but also firing and then fleeing. What are you picking up from the Delhi police on this?
Well, Pooja, this person whose full name is, Sonu, he's been arrested finally by the Delhi police. This is almost after 48 hours of the fact that when he shot at those people who had gathered over there at Kushal Chowk in Jahangirpuri, moments after a Delhi police vehicle had left the spot, he's finally been arrested. Today we know that when the Delhi police's crime branch officials had visited his place to detain his wife and question him, there were stones that were also pelted at the crime branch officials. Finally, he has been arrested by Delhi police. This is a big arrest because remember, his visuals had gone viral. Since yesterday, he had opened fire at the mob during that very protest when the clashes had begun after the Hanuman Jayanti Yatra at Jahangirpuri's Kushal Chowk.
All right, I also want to know, Shreya, that at this point, how many can we say have now been taken into arrest? What is on agenda for the investigative agencies and Delhi police to ensure that all arsonists, all rioters, anyone who incited violence from either side will be taken action against? Only then we'll have some examples set.
Well, Pooja, we can say that a total of 24 arrests have been made. Earlier, we did get an information that one of the person who was also the organizer of the Shobha Yatra was arrested, but Delhi police corrected that, saying that he has joined investigation himself. Case under IPC 188 had been registered against the Bajrang Dal and the BHP Mukherjee Nagar unit, and the person has joined investigation is now that Delhi police cleared. So we can say the total 24 arrests have been made, the latest being that of Yunus Sonu, whose visuals had gone viral.
So clearly criminals trying to use this opportunity to create further communal rift and trouble, but they are getting nabbed by the police. The question is, what was the police doing in the first place to avoid such a clash? Shreya Chatterjee, thank you so much for all the latest on that. So Sonu, the man seen firing in the air in that blue kurta and then had fled, has now been nabbed by the Delhi police. It's time for a quick commercial break. Don't go anywhere. Lots more on the other side. We'll specifically get to you about the COVID pandemic and the concerns that are returning, not only with the numbers, but there are many parents who are asking for the examination center to be retained as the home center for boards. We'll get you all of that and more after a break.
Alisher Usmanov is one of the wealthiest men in the world, but sanctions by the West have left this Russian financially handicapped. His bank account is frozen, the visa restricted, and he can no longer use his dream yacht that goes by the name Dilbar after his mother. He's just one of the many powerful, wealthy men around Putin. And Putin's powerful men have been under the scanner for long now. Biden has also set up a task force to seize their assets.
Today I'm announcing that we're adding dozens of names to the list, including one of Russia's wealthiest billionaires, and I'm banning travel to America by more than 50 Russian oligarchs, their families, and their close associates.
Add to it, a new elite group has also come under the scanner, the Silovaks. The oligarchs are super wealthy of the Russian regime. After the collapse of the Soviet Union, state assets were disbursed to businessmen and private bidders by wrongful means of corruption. The oligarchs have a deal with Putin. They can earn as much wealth as they want, given they stay out of politics. So they don't have much influence on Putin. On the other hand, a military elite group called Silovaks have a heavy influence on politics. Silovaks come from Siloviki, men of force and oligarchs. They used to carry military positions in the military and security services before the collapse of the USSR. When the USSR disintegrated, they lost all their power. But Putin helped them restore their position. Putin is said to have accumulated wealth for them. They also control important companies through not just money, but also important positions in the management. Take, for instance, Alexei Miller. However, despite not coming from a security background, is a Silovark due to energy supplier Gazprom, for which he is the CEO, belonging to the Silovark empire. While oligarchs wanted a weak political system so their wealth grew, the Silovarks wanted hierarchical loyalty, national interest, and self-restraint. They can deploy intelligence networks, state prosecutors, and armed forces to intimidate or expropriate business rivals. Researchers of Silovarks have said that essentially it's very narrow, small decision-making group around the president that's ultimately the source of power. But since the war has broken out, oligarchs were the first ones to be caught by their heels. Silovarks are part of Putin's regime and involved in decision-makings. So as the war progresses, sanctions on Silovarks could prove to be more beneficial.
Еще раз повторю, текущая ситуация – это, безусловно, испытание для всех нас. Уверен, мы пройдем его достойно. Упорным трудом, совместной работой и взаимной поддержкой преодолеем все трудности и станем еще сильнее. Как это всегда было в истории тысячелетней России.
When it's the world's biggest news story, there's only one gold standard of journalism. When it's the world's biggest news story, there's only one gold standard of journalism.
You are
After a whirlwind romance for 5 years, Alia Bhatt and Ranbir Kapoor finally got married.
The couple made sure their wedding was straight out of a dream. The duo picked Bollywood's go-to wedding designer, Sabyasachi, for their wedding outfits and sealed the deal with a kiss on a balcony in front of close friends and family. It was quite a long wait until Alia finally shared pictures from their wedding on social media. She also revealed how special their wedding was. With so much already behind us, we can't wait to build more memories together. Memories that are full of love, laughter, comfortable silences, movie nights, silly fights, wine delights and Chinese bites. Well, their pictures unleashed quite some frenzy among fans and followers. From their wedding outfits to the jewelry they wore, everything was a point of discussion online. Ranbir looked dapper in a Bangala silk sherwani, which he amped up with a multi-layered pearl statement necklace. He layered the look with a silk organza safa and a shawl that came with Zari Morari embroidery. He accessorized his attire with a kilanji that featured uncut diamonds, emeralds and pearls. Rather than going for a clean-shaven look, the groom Ranbir Kapoor opted to sport a day or two old stubble, and oh boy, we're crushing on him. Alia wasn't the quintessential bride in a red lehenga. In fact, she wore an ivory-colored organza sari. Unlike every other bride, this stunner kept her locks open and completed her hairdo with a headband matha patti. Freckles as well as her wrinkles were all on full display. Not just this, but the new bride opted for minimal chuda and mehendi. Even her kaliras were very unique. Her custom-made kaliras featured clouds, birds and stars to the famous infinity, Ranbir's favorite number 8 symbol. Hidden amidst Alia's statement necklace, her dainty Mangal Sutra also caught the attention. Ranbir Kapoor and Alia Bhatt's wedding was held in Vastu, the apartment complex where the couple live. The wedding was attended by Kareena Kapoor, Saif Ali Khan, Karishma Kapoor, Akash Ambani, Shloka Mehta, Reema Jain, Randhir Kapoor and other members of the Kapoor and Bhatt family. The couple walked out hand in hand to meet the paparazzi waiting outside. Fans couldn't stop gushing at the couple's all-white look as well as the rock on Alia's finger. As they posed for pictures, Ranbir lifted Alia in his arms and walked back to the building as fans broke into a cheerful applause.
When it's the world's biggest news story, there's only one gold standard of journalism. When it's the world's biggest news story, there's only one gold standard of journalism.
You are watching India Today.
Presented by Aditya Birla Group, Big in Your Life. Co-powered by Panasonic Smart AC, AC for healthier homes. In association with Tata Altroz DCA.
You are watching India Today.
The next 1 hour, we are going to be reporting from Jahangirpuri. What you hear right behind me is the azan. It's for iftar right now. Rozas are going on. It's the time of Ramzan. What you see right behind me, viewers, is the masjid. Right behind that is a temple. This has been the flashpoint where communal clashes took place just 2 days ago. Over the last 1 hour, we're going to get you the latest on what happened, the aftermath of the riot from Jahangirpuri and Preeti Chaudhary. These are the headlines. Delhi police crackdown on procession organisers. VHP and Bajrang Dal booked by Delhi cops for holding procession without permission. One VHP member arrested. Supreme Court cancels bail granted to Lakhimpur violence main accused Ashish Mishra, asks him to surrender within a week. Top court also said that the High Court exceeded its jurisdiction, denied victims their right to participate in proceedings. Terrorist kills 2 Jammu's Kakpora area. Area cordoned off as hunt for terrorists launched. Lieutenant General Manoj Pandey, named India's next Chief of the Army Staff, will take over at the end of this month with the retirement of General Narawane. Lieutenant General Pandey is the first engineer to become an Army Chief. Eight weeks after devastation and defiance, Ukraine's Zaporizhzhia faces Russia's onslaught. Putin's troops blow up houses and schools. India Today reports from ground zero.
Are the Russian troops? Can you ask how far are the Russian troops? So here you can see that the attack is happening. We will have to move.
Repeated attempts were made by the Russians to come in from this area and move in closer to Kyiv.
All right, viewers, once again, I want to establish where we are. I'll ask my camera person, Hitesh, to close in. What you see right behind me is the masjid. Of course, it's cordoned off. There's heavy security, RAF personnel as well, an entire riot gear. That was the masjid. Right behind that is the temple. You can see the faint facade of a temple as well. And this was the flashpoint, Block C, Jahangirpuri, where communal clashes took place on the evening of 16th April at the Shobha Yatra, which was taken out on Hanuman Jayanti. What really happened, viewers, is there were 3 Shobha Yatras taken out on that day, 3 of them. The evening one is which erupted in clashes. The police says that there were instigations from both sides. But having said that, all of that transpired right behind me here. The Shobha Yatra came from here. And I'll ask my camera person, Hitesh, to actually show you and get you a larger understanding on how the stone pelting started. This is where the yatra kept coming in. You can see a lot of police right now as we speak. Hansraj Hans, who's the MP from the Bharatiya Janata Party of this area, is also here with the cops. But I'll show you and we'll go where the shooting took place, because there was one individual who till now was at large. There was a manhunt on for him. You see right behind this barricade, viewers, right behind this barricade is where Sonu Salman, alias Sonu, was the one who fired in the crowds. There is a police personnel who's also had bullet injuries. 8 police personnel are injured. And this is where the shooting took place. I'm going to quickly dip into the latest news break that we are getting in right now, which concerns the man at large, Sonu, who shot in the crowds on the 16th of April. The latest coming in is that the shooter in question, Sonu, has been arrested by the Delhi police. The accused Sonu opened fire during the Saturday clashes. Once again, this is where he opened fire. Hitesh will show you right behind me in this barricade, right behind me, if you can see, there's a little chopal that's been created because the presence of security forces is at the maximum. There's rapid action force as well. They've totally cordoned down off the crime scene, especially where a weapon was used. He now has been arrested. We've been speaking to his family as well. His family says he's a juvenile. Still no corroborating evidence to prove such, because on paper, where the Delhi police is in question, he's 22 years of age, but right now he's been arrested. I want to cut across to my colleague Shreya Chatterjee, who's joining us for more. Shreya, what's the latest? Sonu has now been arrested. Can you take us through the sequence of events?
Well, yes, Preeti. Sonu has been arrested. His full name, Yunus, who is of 28 years old, has finally been arrested by the Delhi police. They have actually launched an investigation to arrest him since yesterday. His video going viral where we can see him shooting at that mob. Now, that video was from Kushal Chowk in Jahangirpuri on the very day of the Hanuman Jayanti Yatra. This takes the total arrests to 23. The other big update is that the Delhi police had also filed an FIR under sections 188 against those who organized the Shobha Yatra for not taking permission. One person has joined investigation, is what the Delhi police maintains. So total 23 arrests right now in the Jahangirpuri case. An action also initiated against those who carried out the Shobha Yatra without a permission.
Shreya, so Sonu has also been arrested, big question mark whether he's juvenile or not, but I'm going to come to that in a short while. I want to ask you, Shreya, you've spoken about the Delhi police. The other big development has been that the organizer, there was an FIR against him, but there's a lot of confusion. And why is it happening, Shreya? Because earlier on, even the Delhi police commissioner first said that there was no permission, then he said, I stand corrected. Then the DCP Northwest, gave out a statement saying that the person in charge of the VHP personnel who organized the Shobha Yatra in the evening has been arrested, and now suddenly he's not arrested but he's joined the probe.
Well, Preeti, these are use of words that the Delhi police will have to clarify why suddenly they are in a need to reframe their statement, because very categorically there was an official message that was put out by the organizer, by the Delhi police, that there was an arrest in the case. They had mentioned the name. The name was that of Prem Sharma. Then they reframed the statement saying that there has been a person who's joined the investigation. So they reframed the statement. Why did they find the need to reframe a statement is something that only the Delhi police will be able to better answer.
Right. Shreya, any indication that suggests, do we have a fix on what is the actual age of Sonu, the shooter in this particular, case? The shooting took place right behind me. Of course, the masjid is there where the Shobha Yatra came. The stone pelting happened to my right-hand side.
Well,
is he a
they
juvenile?
maintain that Sonu is an adult. Delhi police maintains that he is 28 years old, and obviously if the family claims otherwise, then they will have to furnish a document that supports their claims. So that is something that is an allegation and counter-allegation. Delhi police clearly maintains that he is not a minor.
All right. Okay. Shreya, stay with me. Would you stay with me? I'm going to come right back to you, because I want to once again just establish where we are. It's a sea of police presence. What you see all around you are just cops. There's rapid action force. I won't say there's uneasy calm. There's tension. The tension at Jahangirpuri is palpable. There were 3 Shobha Yatras which were taken out. One in the morning, viewers. The one which took place in the morning, they say went off very peacefully. There's never been any communal clash ever reported from Jahangirpuri. I'll give you an understanding of the kind of demography that stays in Jahangirpuri. I'm right now in Block C. Block C of Jahangirpuri is mostly, run in terms of what they do are scrap dealers. It's right behind me. They are Muslims, which reside right behind me. On the other hand, there's a huge concentration of population when it comes down to the SC/ST community. So demography-wise, these are the people that reside in Jahangirpuri. However, there's never been a major communal flare-up which took place. The first one is what at least local residents tell me, which took place on the Saturday evening. There were 3 Shobha Yatras which were taken out right in front of that mosque and the temple. They're both right there. The first one went off peacefully. We've heard locals, they say, the minority community the Muslims offered sharbat to the Shobha Yatra that went down. The second took place in the afternoon. It was the one at 5 o'clock, which they say, caused a lot of issues. The reason, there are 2 sides of the story. We still don't know. Only a proper investigation can entail what really went down. But one claim is, and that is what the minority community, the Muslims who reside here, claim, that members from, who were taking out the Shobha Yatra stopped the Yatra in front of the masjid and started chanting provocative slogans. And that is what instigated them. And there was an argument which later led to stone pelting. One thing that is seemingly getting established right now, that the first stone flew from the side of the minority community. They say they were, aggravated by the kind of sloganeering they heard. Now, the Shobha Yatra people say that never quite happened. We were actually going to the temple right next to it. So if you see, there's a temple as well right next to the masjid. And that is where the Shobha Yatra was going there, and they started pelting stones at us from the masjid. So 2 sides to the story. We do not know which one is true right now, because viewers, a lot of hearsay, there are a lot of subjective opinion. We'll only know the crime branch has taken over the case when a proper investigation takes place. Right here on the right-hand side is where the DCP North, she's camped herself on the left-hand side of me. That's where even Hansraj Hans, who's the MP of this area, he's also, stationed right there. there's a lot of politics involved in all of this, viewers. A lot of politics. The Aam Aadmi Party, the Bharatiya Janata Party, are at each other on this account. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to go into the latest news break. There is news break coming in. And let's play this video out. Now, this is not the video, and I will say it right before we play the video. It is not the video of 16th April. It's a video of 17th April morning after the communal clashes. This happened in the midst of heavy police presence. Let's play that video for our viewers.
अब कहाँ है पुलिस प्रशासन? देख नहीं रही क्या अब? पुलिस कहाँ है? पुलिस अब पुलिस प्रशासन कहाँ है? ये जय श्री राम का नारा लगा रहा है मस्जिद के सामने। अब लोग शांत बैठे, इनको अच्छा नहीं लग रहा है। अब लोगों को अच्छा नहीं लग रहा, शांत है लोग यहाँ पर। ये फिर से दंगे कराने के लिए आए हैं ना, और इसी तरह ही इन्होंने करा था। मजा आ रहा है बहुत। इन्होंने इसी तरह ही दंगे करे थे यहाँ पर। ये पुलिस की साजिश और कुछ नहीं है। इस तरह के लोगों को पुलिस यहाँ पर लाके बात करवा रही, इसका मतलब क्या है? ये लड़ाई दंगे फसादी चाहती है।
Viewers, this video is of the 17th April. This is a day after the communal clashes which took place in Jahangiri. The mosque is the same. It's the same temple, same mosque, same road, which is right behind me. And this is a video where certain members clearly chanting, provocative slogans outside the mosque. This happened on 17th morning. The police was there. Did the police act is the big question. There's also a war of information. There's a fog right now. It's just been about 48 hours, viewers, since, this incident took place. But this particular video, provocative enough to raise questions why the police did not act. It happened after, what went down on the 16th evening. It happened on the 17th morning. There were provocative slogans that were raised. And I want to cut across to Shreya. Shreya, a big question that is being raised as of now is, why didn't the police take action? Because these, slogans are clearly provocative. They are trying to instigate. You can pick up the tension. The police was right here.
Well, Preeti, it's interesting to point out the timeline of this event because this happened moments after the Aman Committee meeting that was organized by the DCP at the Kushal Chowk. These were the members who were also a part of that Aman Committee meeting. The moment that meeting ended, what required them to come near the mosque and raise religious slogans is a question that they will also have to answer, as well as the Delhi police, because this happened under the eyes of the Delhi police, and that raises a question that whether adequate police presence being there also, something like this could again be a trigger, because we saw that there were sentiments from both the communities, anti-sentiments, which was evident on the ground, and that is why it was really required for the police to act quickly. That did not happen. It went on for quite a long time, and it's only at least after 25 minutes did we see that the Delhi police come back to that location and they moved this crowd away. But interesting timeline is this happened after the Aman Committee meeting that was organized by the Delhi police.
Me, Sushant, what we're going to do is we're going to play that video again. My colleague Sushant, who reports for my sister concern Aaj Tak, has been tracking the story. Sushant, 2 दिन से आप यहीं जमे हुए हैं, यही स्टोरी ट्रैक कर रहे हैं. आप मुझे एक चीज बताइए, ये बहुत सारे वीडियोस आ रहे हैं, आपने भी बहुत सारे देखे, हमने भी बहुत सारे देखे. बहुत मुश्किल है कि ऑथेंटिसिटी बताना कि कौन सा करेक्ट है, कौन सा नहीं है. ये जो वीडियो आया है, जो हम दिखा रहे हैं अभी, के बिल्कुल मस्जिद के सामने प्रोवोकेटिव अगर हम बोलें नारेबाजी की जा रही है, तो पुलिस तो यही थी, वहां पर कुछ नहीं करी.
देखिए, जाहिर सी बात है, कल ये जिस तरीके का इंसिडेंट हुआ है, कल कुछ लोग यहाँ पर इकट्ठा हुए, उसके बाद मस्जिद के बाहर इस तरीके की नारेबाजी हुई, पुलिस की मौजूदगी के अंदर हुई, कई सारे कैमरेज से वहाँ पर लगे हुए थे. लेकिन जिस तरीके की ये वीडियो सामने आई है कि इस पूरे इलाके के अंदर भारी पुलिस बल है, यहाँ पर सिर्फ मीडिया वालों को इजाजत है, बाकी आसपास जितने भी लोग रह रहे हैं उनको तक यहाँ पर इजाजत नहीं है. आखिर ये लोग कहाँ से आए, कैसे आकर के यहाँ पर नारेबाजी जो है करी, ये एक बड़ा सवाल है कि पुलिस आखिरकार उन लोगों पर कार्रवाई कैसे और कब क्यों करेगी. क्योंकि जाहिर तौर पर जिस तरीके के इंसिडेंट हुआ उसके बाद से ये पूरा इलाका काफी सेंसिटिव है, लोगों को आने जाने की इजाजत नहीं है। क्यों इस तरीके के लोग आकर के यहाँ पर प्रोवोक कर रहे हैं, क्यों बार बार इस तरीके की चीज हो रही है, दिल्ली पुलिस की क्या कार्रवाई है, ये एक बड़ा सवाल है।
सुशांत, एक चीज और नहीं समझ में आ रही, आप दिल्ली पुलिस से लगातार जुड़े हुए हैं, आप उनसे बात कर रहे हैं, ये इतने सारे अलग अलग बयान कैसे आ रहे हैं? क्योंकि पहला एक बयान आया कि परमिशन थी, नहीं थी, फिर परमिशन थी जो दिल्ली सीपी ने कहा, फिर अभी बयान आया है जो नॉर्थ वेस्ट डीसीपी की हैं कि अरेस्ट हो गए हैं जो जिन्होंने शोभा यात्रा निकाली है क्योंकि उनके पास परमिशन नहीं थी। अब कह रहे हैं अरेस्ट नहीं हुए, उन्होंने तो प्रोब ज्वाइन कर ली है। कि मुद्दा क्या है? देखिए,
मैं आपको बता दूं कि 16 तारीख का ये इंसिडेंट था। जब हम यहाँ पे लोगों से बातचीत कर रहे हैं तो यहाँ पर 3 अलग अलग तरीके की शोभा यात्राएं निकली, अलग अलग टाइमिंग्स की। एक का टाइमिंग सुबह 11 बजे से दोपहर 1 बजे तक का था, फिर उसके बाद 1:30 बजे के आसपास फिर एक शोभा यात्रा जो है वो निकली, वो तकरीबन 3:30 बजे के आसपास निकली। इसके बाद एक शोभा यात्रा जो थी वो 5 बजे के आसपास निकली, जो कि बी और सी ब्लॉक से होती हुई निकली, और ये पूरा इसके पीछे ये पूरा है, तीनों शोभा यात्राएं जो है वो यहाँ से निकली हैं। और उसके बाद से ये शोभा यात्रा इस पूरे रूट से होते हुए लेफ्ट, आप राइट की तरफ देखेंगे, इस रूट पे जा रही थी, और यहीं पर जो है प्रोवोक जो है वो हुआ है, दोनों की तरफ से क्लैश जो है वो हुआ है। लगातार पथराव हुए, पहले एक पक्ष की तरफ से, फिर दूसरे पक्ष की तरफ से, दोनों ने एक दूसरे की तरफ से पथराव जो है वो लगातार देखने को मिला। और इसके बाद ये जो पूरा एरिया है वो काफी ज्यादा जो है सेंसिटिव।
जो तीसरी शोभा यात्रा में थी, कितने लोग थे उस यात्रा?
देखिए, दोनों शोभा यात्रा जो सुबह के वक्त हुई थी उसके अंदर तकरीबन 1000 से 1500 के आसपास थी, और जब शाम के वक्त हुई तो उसके अंदर 2000 के आसपास, जो लोग बता रहे हैं कि 2000 का मॉब था, उसको कंट्रोल करना,
बहुत सारे बच्चे भी।
और इसमें सबसे बड़ी बात है, ये पूरा जो ये रूट देखेंगे ये तकरीबन 500 मीटर के आसपास की दूरी है। और इस शोभा यात्रा के लिए पुलिस ने अगर सुबह के टाइम पे 2 परमिशंस दी और तीसरी परमिशंस कैसे नहीं दी, और इस पूरी शोभा यात्रा के दौरान जब 2-2.5 हजार लोग निकल रहे, सेंसिटिव इलाका है, तो पुलिस ने वहाँ पर परमिशन के साथ साथ कांस्टेबल क्यों नहीं लगाए? आप कदम से भी चलेंगे 500 मीटर पर, ये पुलिस चौकी है, यहाँ पर पुलिस चौकी पे कांस्टेबल्स के होना बहुत जरा जरूरी था जब इस पूरे इलाके में निकले। क्यों पुलिस कांस्टेबल नहीं थे? दिल्ली पुलिस पे भी जाहिर तौर पर सवाल खड़े होते हैं कि आखिरकार इस तरीके की जो रैलियां निकल रही थी कि क्यों नहीं आपने इस पे पूरी सुरक्षा जो है वो दी, ये सवाल जरूर है।
सुशांत, बहुत शुक्रिया हमसे जुड़ने का। माय कॉलीग सुशांत, he's been tracking the incident ever since it happened on the 16th of April. What I'm going to do is, viewers, I'm going to go into a break, but I will once again amp up the latest video that we have shown you, because somewhere down the line we still don't know what has happened. One thing that is getting established, that the first stone flew from the side of the minority, but the minority here, the Muslims who live in C block, and this is where it all took place, say that they were instigated. This video seems to suggest that there was an instigation, but having said that, only a final probe by the crime branch would be able to determine it. Here, we're going to ask, our producers in the PCR to once again amp up the volume. Going into a quick break, we'll see you on the other side.
are watching India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com or call 9999892171.
COVID-19, an infection that shook the world and transformed our lives. 2 years on, we have learned to live with the virus. 5 variants of concern have been in circulation, and the last reported variant of concern, Omicron, is mutating. The World Health Organization has warned about mutating variants, saying that viruses will continue to change form, and also variants that will come together to form recombinants. What is a recombinant virus then? A virus that is a hybrid version of 2 strains of a previous virus is a recombinant. Recently, the United Kingdom Health Security Agency said that there are 3 recombinant strains. XD, which is a hybrid of Delta and BA1 Omicron variant, XE, which is a recombination of BA1 and BA2 variants of Omicron, and XF, another hybrid of Delta and Omicron. Let's tell you about XE first. Where in the world have recombinants been found? Well, the WHO has warned about the evolved Omicron variant of recombinant virus XE. The body says it will classify XE under the Omicron umbrella until significant differences in transmission and disease characteristics, including severity, may be reported. It was first detected in the UK in January 2022, beginning of this year, and a very limited number of cases have been found in China and Thailand. While the recombinant XE is still being studied, initial reports suggest the virus has a community growth rate advantage of 10% as compared to the BA2 strain of Omicron, which has been categorized as the most transmissible strain so far. The WHO says that some media have misreported the potential growth advantage of 10% as 10 times. This is incorrect. If the 10% increase in growth is confirmed, this variant would actually just be 1.1 times more transmissible, not 10 times. Well, since it's a genetic mutation of 2 strains of existing variant, the symptoms remain the same: fever, scratchy and sore throat, skin irritation and discoloration, gastrointestinal distress, palpitation, etc.
When it's the world's biggest news story, there's only one gold standard of journalism.
You are watching India Today.
Люди действительно продолжают жить своей жизнью, и в этом принципиальное отличие Одессы от других городов. Одесса всегда умеет жить, Одесса умеет веселиться и смеяться. И это не легенда о городе смеха, это просто стиль жизни. Смеяться над врагом гораздо приятнее и более ущербно для него, чем бояться его.
Говорят, в Одессе во все войны, гражданскую и Вторую мировую, Одесса всегда оставалась Одессой. Всегда она торговала, это торговый город, люди здесь зарабатывают торговлей. И в любую ситуацию, Одесса, она остается такой, не знаю, как это сказать, не знаю, позитивной, живой. И
it was so exciting. You never know. You make something in such a bubble and you can be so proud of it and never know if it'll have that kind of reach. But it's just continued to grow, and especially during the last couple of years when everyone's been inside, I think there was a new opportunity to find an even bigger audience.
Indian friends, we always we use the term Hind Jew, that there is a Jewish Indian connection, that it is this familial, the same pressures, the same cultural expectations, just this very heavy hand put on education, very heavy hand put on family and children, and almost arranging marriages in some way and wanting to find a family within, there's such similarities that I'm not that surprised that it's a huge hit in India.
You are watching India Today.
in association with Fujitsu General, the Extreme Machine.
Warm welcome, viewers. You're watching To The Point. I'm Preeti Chaudhary. We roll out of what is right now a highly communally sensitive area in Delhi, Jahangirpuri. One would say there's an uneasy calm, but no, it's palpable tension is what we're witnessing right now in Jahangirpuri. The latest, or what we can add in midst of heavy security deployment, is that the shooter in this question, who was at large, Sonu, has been arrested. That's the latest update, as well as videos are now emerging which bolster both trains of thought. One, that instigation happened from both sides. We're going to continue to play both out for our viewers, and the latest news on the sidelines of it all, viewers. What's erupted is a massive political slugfest. Politics over the Delhi violence has exploded as a full-blown war of words between parties, both the Aam Aadmi Party and the BJP, calling now for an NIA probe into the clashes. BJP MP Hansraj Hans claims that the Jahangirpuri incident was an international conspiracy to defame India. All of this as MNS chief Raj Thackeray calls for a tit-for-tat response in such violent acts. Meanwhile, AIMIM chief Asauddin Owaisi targeted the Union Home Minister Amit Shah for the violence that erupted in the national capital. He said that the clashes have become more common in Delhi after Shah took charge of the Home Ministry. In the violence that broke out on Saturday 20th, people, including the 23 people now, that's the latest, including the prime accused, have been arrested. 10 teams are carrying out the investigation as the crime branch has taken over the case. Over 200 violence videos are currently being examined by the cops. Multiple of them now authenticated, some of them that we've played out for our viewers as well. But ultimately, it's now an all-out where the incumbent government of Delhi, the Aam Aadmi Party, which says the Delhi police is not in our control, that these acts of violence are possibly instigated by the Bharatiya Janata Party. It's a party of rioters. On the other hand, the BJP says that the prime accused in this case, Ansar, is connected to the Aam Aadmi Party itself, and it's a redux of what happened in 2020. I want to cut across right now to our guests this evening. Joining me live is Atishi Singh, national spokesperson, Aam Aadmi Party. I have Praveen Shankar Kapoor, spokesperson, the Delhi BJP unit. I also have Ellen Rao, former DCP. I want to connect before we go to our political panelists to Ellen Rao, who's the former DCP of Delhi. Mr. Rao, appreciate you joining us. I want to ask you at this juncture, because we'll get down to the politics of it later. A lot of questions being raised whether Delhi police, his actions are concerned, and I'll tell you exactly how. Primarily, in the last 24 hours, right from the Delhi Police Commissioner to the DCP Northwest of Delhi, who's sitting right here and she's camping here, have changed statements on whether there was permission, there was no permission, is there an FIR, there is no FIR. Questions are being raised how the Delhi police is actually handling this situation.
I think that the Delhi police has handled this situation very well, because it's a very short time they could control this routier situation, and I think there could not be any serious damage for that. No doubt, it's a very serious matter that such type of incident has occurred on the day when the religious the function was being carried out. But whether this procession was given permission or not given permission, this is a matter of inquiry. And appropriate action will, as I could see that Commissioner of Police has stated that there was no permission in that, and the appropriate action is being taken against the persons who are responsible for carrying out this procession. So that is another thing. But important thing is that how it happened, why it happened, because any person who is responsible for this serious crime, because the security of our nation as well as the residents of Jahangirpuri is at stake right now, and it was at stake. But on timely action by the police, I appreciate that the timely action taken by the police, that situation could be contained and no serious damage could be done. But still, we think that such type of incident it was because of some persons are living here in C block market, C block area of Jahangirpuri, and they are said to be from Bangladesh and Rohingyas, all these things, and they are carrying weapons seriously. And these are the intelligence inputs that they are having. There are a lot of weapons are stored with them, and these.
Rao, I want to ask you, sir. You talk about members of the community from Bangladesh and Rohingyas, who you call them, are living here with weapons. But sir, yes, you will also admit, which is documented right now, that the Shobha Yatra, which was carried out they were wielding weapons as well, guns, swords. Weapons were carried by them. There were stones that were pelted from this side, and there was a firearm that was fired.
That is the serious situation, and unfortunately, whenever police take any action against these people, then the political bosses of these persons, they come into their rescue, and they say that the blame to the police, that the police is communal, and police is taking action only against the Muslims. That is not correct. Police is taking action against the persons who are responsible for such type of crime. And the maximum criminals are living in this Jahangirpuri area, and the police takes action, appropriate action against the persons.
Sir, okay, I appreciate you joining us. We don't know, sir. You know, to use blanket statements as maximum criminals are living in this area, I would reckon, you know, we don't have that kind of documentary evidence to prove it. We must refrain from using statements maximum criminals live here. I appreciate you joining us, Mr. Rao. Thank you, sir. I appreciate you joining us, taking the time out and joining us. Thank you. Appreciate it. I want to move on right now to my colleague Kamaljeet Sandhu, who's joining us live with the very latest. Kamal, big developments that have taken place in the last 1 hour. You know, you've had the primary shooter, Sonu, who has been arrested. Multiple videos also coming out suggesting, which even the Delhi police has accepted, is, you know, clashes which erupted from both sides.
Well, absolutely, Preeti. There has been onus and responsibility put on Delhi police, not only for their inaction, but also in the sense of crackdown. Now, much of the investigation is taking place by Delhi Crime Branch. Several of them saying it's one-sided. However, Delhi CP Rakesh Asthana has clearly said this is going to be an investigation which is going to be completely unbiased. But we've seen a certain sort of flip-flop done by Delhi police, first issuing a statement that the prime accused, the VHP leader, he did not have permission and was arrested. Eventually, it was turned out that the permission was sought but was not granted, and the person has now joined investigation, has not been arrested, is what we believe to understand. So a certain flip-flop already coming out there, especially in a case where two communities are involved. Sensitivity and clarity should be shown by authorities, especially Delhi police in this particular case. But clearly the instructions have come in from Home Ministry that strict action should happen against the culprits. The message out was very clear. That whether it's from minority or majority community, those who are behind this will not be spared. There's also another attempt being made to solicit peace. This is by bringing in the Aman committee, and they want the peace between both communities. And we saw a certain sort of situation, though there was a minor flare-up this morning when Crime Branch went in at Sonu's residence. That is where a minor incident of stone pelting did take place. So yes, the situation continues to be challenging. Meanwhile, Rapid Action Force, the CRPF, additional deployment of Delhi police has already been done there. But one has to really see how things really unravel because there has to be a case of unbiased investigation. But meanwhile, pressure continues to mount on Delhi police.
Okay. Appreciate you joining us, Kamaljeet. We're going to come back to you for more updates. I want to cut across right now to Atishri Singh. She's the spokesperson for the Aam Aadmi Party. And today, Atishri, the Aam Aadmi Party is under fire primarily because the BJP accuses you of harboring a criminal, Ansar, who is one of the primary accused in this case. Said he's a member of the Aam Aadmi Party.
Preeti, actually, it is BJP that stands in the dock for the violence that has happened in Delhi. 2 days ago, before the violence broke out in Jahangirpuri, Adesh Gupta, Delhi president of the BJP, garlanded 8 people who were accused of violence, gundaism outside the residence of the Delhi chief minister. What did that do? that gave a message to the entire BJP cadre that the more violence you engage in, the more Gundaism you engage in, the more respect you will get in the BJP and the higher up you will move in the organization. 2 days later, what do we see? We see violence breaking out in Jahangirpuri. There is a direct connection between two of them because Aam Aadmi Party also organized programs on Hanuman Jayanti. We did a Shobha Yatra in Greater Kailash, no violence happened. We did a massive Sundarkand program in Gol Market attended both by the Chief Minister, Mr. Arvind Kejriwal, and the Deputy Chief Minister, Mr. Manish Sisodia. No violence of any kind happened. You have the BJP that organizes a Shobha Yatra and all of a sudden violence breaks out. How? Because the BJP themselves is orchestrating this violence. BJP themselves are garlanding people who are engaged in violence. BJP themselves is encouraging Gundaism. In fact, I believe the BJP should change their name from Bharatiya Janata Party to Bharatiya Gunda Party because all they do is engage in lumpenism, violence and gundagardi all across Delhi and all across the country.
I'm going to cut across right now to a Bharatiya Janata Party spokesperson, Praveen Shankar Kapoor. Mr. Kapoor, you know, the fact is, do you have any documentary evidence that seems to suggest that Ansar is a part of the Aam Aadmi Party? Because these are charges that you have made. All right, we don't have the Bharatiya Janata Party spokesperson. I'm going to cut across to him in a short while. But Atishi, the BJP is very clear about the fact that Ansar is from your party. Now, are you saying he has nothing to do with the Aam Aadmi Party?
Preeti, they are showing some photoshopped photographs claiming he's wearing an Aam Aadmi Party cap. Photoshopped photographs have been circulating of him standing next to Adesh Gupta also. When I shared some of those photographs to some BJP spokesperson, he said, "No, ye photograph to photoshopped hai." What proof do you have that any other photograph that you are showing is accurate? It is BJP that has garlanded these gundas. It is BJP that has promoted this gundaism and violence. And that is the reason why you see this kind of violence breaking out 2 days after Adesh Gupta garlands those who are out on bail in the Chief Minister attack case.
All right, do we have a BJP spokesperson? If we have him, I want to cut across to Praveen Shankar Kapoor once again. Okay, we don't have him. What I'm going to do is, Atishi, stay on with me. We're going to cut across to the latest ground report that is coming in. Kamaljeet Sandhu, my colleague, right where I'm standing, this is where the entire fracas took place. This is where the shooting took place. On the right-hand side is Block C. That is where the entire sloganeering, stone-pelting took place. Right here. On the left-hand side is a school. Kids were giving their examination this morning. My colleague Kamaljeet Sandhu spoke with them.
Couple of meters away from where I'm standing, there have communal clashes which have taken place. But right here, we are outside the Sarvodaya Kanya Vidyalaya. We'll just speak to a few of the students who are here. आप लोग पढ़ने आए हैं, communal classes भी हुए हैं, तो डर नहीं है आप लोगों को?
नो, पढ़ाई के लिए क्या डर है?
पढ़ाई के लिए नहीं। आप हंस रहे हैं, मुस्कुरा रहे हैं, कोई टेंशन तो नहीं है?
नहीं।
तो दिखाएं यहाँ से गेट से, अगर आपको विजुअल दिखाने के लिए तो एक नॉर्मल आपको लिखा है जैसे कि एक स्कूल से निकलते हैं वैसे माहौल है। जो बच्चे हैं अब वो बाहर आ रहे हैं और कई बच्चे अब एग्जामिनेशन के लिए भी आए हैं, कुछ पढ़ने के लिए आए हैं। तो खास तौर पे आप देख सकते हैं यहाँ पे माता पिता है। आप लोगों को टेंशन है? अब बच्चों को लेने आए हैं? टेंशन है?
जब तो आए हैं अपने बच्चों को लेने।
स्कूल में कोई टेंशन का माहौल तो नहीं है?
नहीं यार, नहीं था, टेंशन का माहौल नहीं था। बाकी सब यहाँ पे सभी धर्म के बच्चे पढ़ते हैं, हम सब एक समान है।
यहाँ पे डिप्लॉयमेंट है पुलिस की और यहाँ पे नॉर्मल स्कूल चल रहा है और एक इंडिकेशन यही है कि सब कुछ सामान्य रहना चाहिए। कैमरा पर्सन संजीव के साथ कमलजीत संधू, दिल्ली आज तक।
All right, I want to cut across right now to Praveen Shankar Kapoor, who's with us finally from the Bharatiya Janata Party. Mr. Kapoor, these are very strong allegations that you've made that one of the prime accused in this case, Ansar, is in bed with the Aam Aadmi Party while he's being pictured with your own party men standing beside them getting pictures taken. Pictures can't corroborate allegiance, can it?
Hello? Hello?
Mr. Kapoor, can you hear me, sir?
Please come again. Now I can hear you.
Sir, finally, 10 minutes too late in the debate, but let me ask you again. Very strong statements being made by the Bharatiya Janata Party, where you are saying that the primary accused in this case, Ansar, is in bed with the Aam Aadmi Party. What proof do you have? He's been standing with the BJP leaders as well and getting pictures taken. Pictures can't be evidence of allegiance.
See, what we have said, Aam Aadmi Party should come out and deny it.
They've denied it, sir.
The picture is there on the screen. The picture is there on your screen.
There are multiple pictures that have been taken with your own leaders as well.
Now let them provide some to us also.
Sir, you want a picture of your own party man Atishi? He's asking you to give proof of the primary accuser's picture with the BJP leaders you were talking about.
So the thing is, I cannot verify the veracity of this photo, but just as I received the other photograph on WhatsApp, I received this photograph also on WhatsApp. That shows one of the accused standing next to Mr. Adesh Gupta. Now, what does this mean? Does this mean that he is from Bharatiya Janata Party? Does this mean that this photo is photoshopped? Does this mean that the photo Mr. Praveen Shankar Kapoor is showing is photoshopped? All we know for sure is that Mr. Adesh Gupta garlanded 8 gundas, 8 people engaged in violence 2 days ago in the BJP party office, and then 2 days later, rioting breaks out in Delhi. What does this mean? It means that Bharatiya Janata Party is a party of gundas, a party that promotes violence, that organizes programs where violence breaks out. Clearly, all fingers point towards Bharatiya Janata Party. They are the ones who have been promoting Gundaism. And when the investigation is done, it will be found out that all the accused in this rioting matter are part of the Bharatiya Janata Party and associated organizations.
Mr. Kapoor, response, sir.
No. The association of Tahir Hussain with your party, the main culprit of Delhi Riots 2020. Be mature. If something is wrong, admit it. Let's move ahead. Let all parties, I appeal to you also and my party also, let us all work to ensure peace in the city.
Praveen ji, when someone associated with Aam Aadmi Party was associated, when you talk about Mr. Tahir Hussain, when there was evidence of violence or any involvement by Mr. Tahir Hussain was expelled from Aam Aadmi Party. When your party people engaged in violence, they were garlanded in your party office. They were garlanded by Mr. Adesh Gupta, the state president. What message does that give? It gives the message that you promote violence, that you promote gundagardi. The more violence you engage, here are 8 people who attacked the chief minister's residence, attempted to attack the chief minister's family, and you called them and garlanded them. 2 days after that, riots break out in Delhi. It just goes to show that you are promoting violence, you are causing violence, you are supporting gundas.
Please don't try to confuse the viewers.
It is exactly the same thing, Praveen ji.
No, these are not two same things. Rioting and political demonstration are two different things.
Altogether is being done by the BJP. It is being promoted by the BJP. When
BJP never promotes violence.
BJP never promotes carries out a Shobha Yatra. Aam Aadmi Party has a Sundarkand program on Hanuman Jayanti. Nothing happens. But when BJP and its volunteers organize programs on the same Hanuman Jayanti, then riots happen. It is very clear. The riots are being propagated, are being incited, are being carried out by BJP and its associated organizations, and this is exactly what the investigation will show.
BJP is not promoting any rioting. Why would BJP?
100% you are.
We are
Why did you garland? Why did you garland 8 people?
Let him answer, Atishi. Please let him answer.
Initiate violence in
Why did you garland?
Atishi, let him answer. You made that charge. Let him answer.
Do you think the viewers listening to you are fools?
Can I just get Mr. Kapoor?
Yeah.
Mr. Kapoor, make your point.
See, Atishi ji is saying that BJP is instigating violence. Everybody knows that Home Ministry is responsible for law and order in Delhi. Does she want the viewers to believe that BJP leaders want a bad name for their own party by instigating riots in Delhi? What does she want us to believe?
Ministers, how...
Atashi, do we have Atashi with us?
Yes, I'm here.
Respond, Atashi.
Sorry, what was the question, Preeti?
All right, we seem to be having some technical glitches. I appreciate both of you for joining us. You know, there's a technical glitch, where our BJP guest is concerned. I'm going to come back to the both of you. Appreciate both of you for joining us. What I'm going to do right now is I'm going to cut across to the many questions that are being raised where the Delhi police probe is concerned. Take a look.
The Delhi police has registered a case against the Vishwa Hindu Parishad and Bajrang Dal, Delhi, for carrying out a Shobha Yatra procession without permission on Saturday, the 16th of April. One of the leaders of the VHP, Prem Sharma, has been arrested.
21 लोगों को गिरफ्तार किया है, 3 फायरआर्म्स रिकवर हुए हैं, स्वर्ड्स रिकवर हुई हैं और बाकी अभी पूछताछ चल रही है.
The Delhi police are investigating a larger conspiracy angle in the Saturday Jahangirpuri riot case. 2 prime suspects, Ansar and Aslam, were produced in court and were sent to police custody. The Delhi police, meanwhile, has been accused of being partial in their investigation by a petition made by a lawyer in court. The letter petition moved before the Chief Justice of India, N.V. Ramana, to take up suo motu cognizance of the riots and alleged that the Delhi police investigation so far had been partial, communal and directly shielding perpetrators of the riots.
ये बिल्कुल गलत बात है. हमने जितने लोगों को अरेस्ट किया है उसमें दोनों पक्ष के लोग हैं. जिन लोगों ने वहाँ पे उड़दंग किया या कायदा अपने हाथ में लिया वो किसी भी पक्ष के नहीं हो. हम तो उनको जो आरोपी के तौर पे ट्रीट करते हैं और उसी तरह की कानूनी कार्रवाई आगे करते हैं.
Delhi police went to Jahangirpuri on Monday for further investigation. One of the prime suspects, as per the crime branch investigation, Sonu, who shot from a pistol, has since been arrested. Sonu was caught on camera firing from a pistol at a crowd. The Delhi police apprehended his wife on Monday.
हिंदू मुस्लिम में लड़ाई हो रहा तो वो रोजा खुलने का टाइम वो गया, कोई बच्चा से वो ये छीन के वो गुस्सा में वो चलाने लग गया. तो किसी को चोट नहीं लगा, कुछ नहीं लगा. ऐसे धमकी दे रहा. जब बजरंग बली सब आया मानने को तो हमारा लड़का उसको होते डर देने के लिए ऐसा बंदूक चलाया.
Riots broke out on the eve of Ram Navami and Hanuman Jayanti on the 16th of April. The Delhi Police Crime Branch took over the investigation. More than 20 people have been arrested, including 2 juveniles. 10 teams of sleuths are scanning through more than 200 videos of the clashes and all evidence collected so far. The northeastern part of Delhi had last witnessed a major riot in March 2020. Bureau Report, India Today.
All right, viewers, we'll only know exactly what went down when that final investigative report comes in from the crime branch. 10 teams of the crime branch are investigating the matter. Right now, with what you see, the police presence, the RAF personnel, the presence has increased. There's a shift change and there is a preparation for another flag march where Jahangirpuri is concerned. We're going to get you the very latest coming in. What we do know right now in terms of the latest is that Sonu, the shooter, has been arrested. On the other hand, multiple videos are coming to the fore which seem to suggest there were provocation from both sides. What is seemingly now being confirmed is that even though there could have been provocation by the people who were in the Shobha Yatra right behind me outside the masjid, the first stone flew from the side of the minorities, what the sense that we are picking up from ground. But having said that, we will only know what exactly went down on the evening of April 16th after the entire probe is completed by the crime branch. Reporting with camera person Hitesh in Jahangirpuri, Preeti Chaudhary. We're going to continue to get you the latest. That's it. Up next is my colleague Shivarur.
We are in the front
front line, not because it's just our job. It is our duty to tell you the story as it unfolds, brave, fearlessly, relentlessly, and we'll do it at any cost. This is Mosmi Singh with video journalist Parminder Sharma reporting from war zone Mykolaiv, Ukraine for India Today.
Grounded in journalism, on the ground reporting, only on India Today TV.
Putin, listen to me. I have a very important message to you. The message is message to you. The message is, and the president of China, oh, I didn't finish that. Thank you to correct me, First Lady. Thank you. Today, we're going to talk about the crisis in Spain. Yeah, we're going to talk about the crisis in Africa. Yeah, Russia. Yeah, Russia. The president of God bless you. God bless. Oh, I didn't finish Russia?
No, sir.
Thank you to correct me, First Lady.
Who's on the stage because of the First Lady's husband contracting COVID. But look at this room and what you see. Pardon? That's right.
Thank you very much. God bless you. And God bless.
Thank you all. Hallelujah. Clap to your president. Clap to your president right now.
You are watching
This is Carrie Lam. She is the head of the government in Hong Kong. But not for long. She announced that she will not run for a second 5-year term in office, putting an end to her 42-year-long career in government service.
換句話說咧，我將喺今年6月30日就完成咗行政長官5年嘅任期，並且咧將會正式結束我長達42年嘅政府服務生涯。
Hong Kong isn't a usual democracy. China is not just its neighbor, but also has decisive control over the regime. Mainland China and Hong Kong complement each other economically, but have political differences. Hong Kong was once a British colony. In 1898, Britain negotiated a major land expansion of Hong Kong colony and signed a 99-year-long lease with China. The lease ended in 1997, at which time Britain returned Hong Kong to China as a special administrative region. A mini constitution called the Basic Law was enshrined. The Basic Law paves way for China and Hong Kong's one country, two systems. Under this doctrine, there would only be one China, but Hong Kong can govern itself and have an independent system where it can have its own governmental, legal, economic and financial system for a period of at least 50 years. So while China has a communist system, Hong Kong has a limited democracy. A chief executive is the head of Hong Kong but is accountable to mainland China. A chief executive has a term of 5 years and a person can serve a maximum of 2 consecutive terms here. Since 1997, when the Chinese retook control of that region, there have been 4 chief executive officers. Even though they have elections, the 7.4 million people of the city have no say in choosing their heads. In fact, an election committee that majorly consists of pro-Beijing supporters elect the head. Fed up with the farce of democracy, citizens had taken to the streets in pro-democracy protests, also commonly known as the Umbrella Revolution, in 2014, again in 2019. The Hong Kong elections were scheduled for March, but owing to the pandemic, are now pushed to May 8th. Lam had been sworn in by President Xi Jinping in 2017, marking the 20th anniversary of Hong Kong's return to China. Lam has left behind a legacy of divisive leaders. She didn't let
Presented by RP Sanjeev Goenka Group. Growing Legacies. Co-presented by Sensodyne. Co-powered by Apollo 24/7. Download now. In association with Panasonic Smart AC. AC for healthier homes.
15 days, 7 states. Violence, stone-pelting, arson. Is this divisive devilry planned? Is there a national pattern to the hate politics? Who's trying to disrupt India's peace? The big focus on Newstrack. Since the beginning of this month, there have been a series of communal, divisive incidents, whether it is processions being attacked, whether it is politics being played, whether it is divisive comments being made, whether it is big flare-ups in communally sensitive parts of the country. Over 15 days in 7 states, there have been a large spate of these incidents, forcing us to ask, are these all isolated incidents? Or is there a national pattern to the divisive devilry that we're seeing on a near daily basis in this country? That's the question we're asking on Newstrack. I'm Shiv Arur. These are the headlines. Delhi police crackdown on procession organizers. VHP and Bajrang Dal booked by Delhi police for holding procession without permission. Maharashtra government restricts use of loudspeakers at religious places without permission. Move comes days after Raj Thakre's ultimatum of reciting Hanuman Chalisa to counter azan from mosques. Supreme Court cancels bail granted to Lakhimpur violence accused Ashish Mishra Teni, asks him to surrender within a week. Supreme Court says the High Court exceeded its jurisdiction, denied victims their right to participate in proceedings. Terrorists killed 2 Jammu and Kashmir police personnel in Pulwama's Kakapora area. Area cordoned off as hunt for terrorists is launched. India's next Chief of the Army Staff will be Lieutenant General Manoj Pandey. He will be the first officer from the Corps of Engineers to be an Indian Army Chief. He replaces General Manoj Naravane, who retires at the end of this month. We're starting with our breaking news on the Jahangirpuri files. You've seen the claims and the counterclaims, and now On the Delhi riots of 2022, India Today reveals the Jahangirpuri files. Who fueled the communal fire in Delhi this past Saturday? Shocking testimonies on India Today's covert cameras reveal what may have really happened, because the sequence of events is shrouded in a storm of claims versus counterclaims. On the Jahangirpuri files that you're about to see here on India Today, you will be hearing voices that don't know that they're being filmed. Listen to them and make up your own mind about what happened in one of the most shameful episodes to stain the national capital. Communal violence in 2 years.
नहीं भाई साहब, आज इनका टारगेट बहुत बड़ा था, वरना हमने इतनी इनकी हनुमान जयंती देखी। हनुमान जयंती में मैंने आज तक हथियार नहीं देखे। 4 से 5-5 फुट की तलवारें थीं, पूरे हथियार तैयार होके आए थे लोग।
यहाँ जो जुलूस की शक्ल थी, वो पहले कोई काली मंदिर है, वहाँ लोग जमा हुए और जमा होने के बाद फिर वो जुलूस यहाँ पहुँचा, फिर यहाँ से वापस गया, फिर दोबारा आया और फिर दोबारा आ करके मस्जिद के गेट के सामने वो डीजे रोक दी गई और मस्जिद में घुसने की भी कोशिश करी। उन्होंने मुझे झंडा दिखाया अभी,
तो वो आप
जो अंदर पड़े, जब मस्जिद में घुसने की कोशिश की गई तो तब ये सारा मामलात ख़राब हो गए।
नहीं तो वो झंडा लेके मस्जिद में क्यों घुस रहे थे?
वो तो वो जाने, मैं इसको इसके का कोई वो नहीं हूँ कि क्यों घुस रहे थे, क्या मकसद था, क्या नहीं था।
लेकिन जो तस्वीरें आ रही हैं
जी,
उसमें एक तरफा तो जुलूस के अंदर वो लोग झंडा, डंडा, तलवार लेके जा रहे हैं
जी,
लेकिन दूसरी तरफ जब ये झगड़ा हो गया तो आपके तरफ से भी लोगों को देखा गया है कि वो तलवारें, पत्थर।
नहीं, मेरी तरफ तो दोनों है। अच्छा। आपका ये कहना गलत है।
ठीक है।
We've shown you one side. In a moment, we'll also show you the other. These are the right epicenter of the claim versus counterclaim wars that have erupted in the heart of Jahangirpuri just hours after some of the worst violence and rioting was seen in that particular area. Swords brandished, guns fired, lathis used, all kinds of weapons deployed in an area that is extremely congested and in a place where the Delhi police has now made several arrests. But the pressure is rising on who sparked and who initiated the actual communal violence. Listen in to more voices coming in as part of India Today's special investigation, the Jahangirpuri files.
जैसे मस्जिद के पास में अगर रुक भी गए, ब्रेक ले लिए, ठीक, अगर जय श्री राम के नारे लग गए तो कोई ऑब्जेक्शन नहीं होता इसके अंदर, तो कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं है कहीं से कहीं तक की भी। पत्थर फेंकने का मतलब क्या बनता है? बैठ जाओ सर। नहीं बैठो बैठो सर, बैठ जाओ सर। प्रॉब्लम क्या होती है इस चीज़ से? उसके बाद में पत्थर मारने के बाद में भारी तकाज से इधर से भी और उधर से भी पत्थर चल रहे हैं। पत्थर चलने के बाद में सी ब्लॉक से और मस्जिद की साइड से भी पत्थर चल रहे हैं। पत्थर चलने के बाद में जितने पब्लिक थे सारे हो गए। ये सब 4 से 5 लोग लेकर चले गए। बोतल, पत्थर, सर पेट्रोल भी फेंका है, पेट्रोल वाली उनमें भी आग लगाई है, उनसे भी। ये तो सर पहले से ही प्लानिंग थी, सपा दिख गया, खुद पथराव करा इसी बात से। जब यहाँ तक लेकर के आ गए ना, हनुमान जी की मूर्ति पे गोबर लगा हुआ, पत्थर फेंके हुए, सर खून उबाल मारता है चीज़ को देख करके कि आज तक हमारा साथ में आज तक नहीं हुआ, लेकिन जो एक दम पे तख्ता पलटा है ना, उसको देख के अजीब सा लगा मुझे, और कुछ बात नहीं।
I want to bring Abhishek Anand, who's been reporting from Jahangirpuri since violence broke out on Saturday. He's with me live now. Abhishek, a huge war of claims versus counterclaims, has been recorded. It's being seen off camera, it's being seen on camera as well. The investigation has peaked at this time with several people arrested. A short while ago, Sonu Chikna, the man who fired a gun during those violent incidents, has also been arrested. But is there any clarity, Abhishek, at this time over the genesis of the actual violence? A lot of claims versus counterclaims still going on. We'll get you Abhishek Anand in just a moment. There seems to be an audio problem there. But the last 15 days, ladies and gentlemen, have witnessed a spate of incidents of violence in the country. But what we are showing you right now about what has happened in Delhi is the first incident of violence in nearly 2 years. Our viewers will remember the horrifying Delhi riots of 2020. And now you're seeing the riots that are taking place in 2022. Thankfully, it wasn't an expanded incident. It was an isolated incident that happened only in Jahangirpuri. Thankfully, no casualties, no deaths, but it was a violent incident and the situation is still volatile. The problem is, what happened in Delhi was only the latest in what appears to be a daily stream of incidents. Across 15 days, across 7 states, including the national capital, stone-pelting, arson, firing of weapons, hate-fueled communal divisions coming to the fore, politicians jumping in and making a big meal out of polarizing issues. The question we're asking here on India Today, while we bring out the facts and ask the questions, is there a pattern to what's going on? Are these isolated incidents, or is there a larger pattern with someone pulling the strings?
Violence, stone-pelting and arson. Across states, unrest and disturbance in the last 15 days. Clashes reported during Hindu religious processions. It started on April the 2nd in Karoli after stones were allegedly pelted at a rally on the occasion of the Hindu New Year. Over 42 people were injured. 8 days later, on Ram Navami, violence erupted in Madhya Pradesh, Gujarat, Jharkhand and Bengal. Processions were allegedly pelted with stones, resulting in clashes between 2 religious communities. The situation rapidly spiraled out of control. Local shops and vehicles were torched. In Madhya Pradesh, fingers were pointed at the radical Islamist outfit, the Popular Front of India.
जिन लोगों ने शांतिपूर्वक रामनवमी के पर्व पर उस जुलूस पर पथराव किया, बहन बेटियों पर आक्रमण करने का प्रयास किया, लोगों ने आगजनी की योजनाबद्ध तरीके से, तो क्या दिग्विजय सिंह को कांग्रेस इनका समर्थन करती है?
The same evening, 2 groups of students clashed at the Jawaharlal Nehru University in Delhi, allegedly over serving non-vegetarian food in the hostel on Ram Navami. On the 16th of April, communal clashes broke out during a Hanuman Jayanti procession in northwest Delhi. Swords, pistols were brandished, stones were pelted as the rally neared a mosque.
जितने लोगों को अरेस्ट किया है, उसमें दोनों पक्ष के लोग हैं. जिन लोगों ने वहाँ पे उर्दंग किया या कायदा अपने हाथ में लिया, वो किसी भी पक्ष के नहीं हो. हम तो उनको जो आरोपी के तौर पे ट्रीट करते हैं और उसी तरह की कानूनी कार्रवाई आगे करते हैं.
Hanuman Jayanti clashes were also reported from Hubli in Karnataka, Kurnool in Andhra Pradesh and Haridwar in Uttarakhand. The question is there a pattern to all of these clashes? How are rioters prepared with all these weapons? Are stones collected and hoarded? Is a flare-up always pre-planned? And how is it that they're happening all over the country? Is there a deliberate attempt to provoke? What's the intent? What's the objective? And why is India being divided? Bureau Report, India Today.
We don't know if these are isolated incidents. That's the question we're asking. But just take a look at how many places these incidents have been happening in. It all started in Karoli in Rajasthan a few days ago, earlier this month, when the Hindu New Year procession was allegedly targeted there. That's where it started. There was a great deal of attention paid there. Then you saw what happened in Khargon in Madhya Pradesh, where a Ram Navami procession was also pelted with stones that flared up to a large extent. A person, many people were grievously injured. Then you saw a Ram Navami rally that was targeted in Gujarat. That also became a pretty violent incident. From Gujarat, it appeared to spread. We don't know if these are all connected, but stones were pelted at a Ram Navami procession in Jharkhand. In at least 2 places in Jharkhand, you saw stone pelting taking place in Jharkhand. You also saw clashes during Ram Navami processions in West Bengal. That became the 5th state where pelting took place during a Ram Navami procession. Then there were clashes on Ram Navami finally in the national capital of Delhi. This was on the Jawaharlal Nehru University campus as well. This was over meat being served in the hostels during Ram Navami. So the number of incidents, we've just picked out just the most prominent ones, and it really shows you how it's happened in different parts of the country. It's not isolated to just one area. Of course, if you look at other parts of the country, there have been incidents of hijab and halal and azan. Those are in other parts of the country, but we've picked out just only the violent incidents that have taken place. Here are the big questions, meanwhile, ladies and gentlemen, that we are asking as we wonder whether there is a national pattern going on. How are rioters always appearing to be prepared with weapons, whether it is swords or stones or pistols? How are they always prepared? Are these stones being collected and stored in a premeditated manner before any kind of flare-up? Are these flare-ups therefore pre-planned? I mean, this is almost a rhetorical question because it appears as soon as there is a flare-up, you can see those weapons coming out. Is there a deliberate attempt to disturb harmony? And once again, are all these incidents interconnected? Is there a larger pattern to what is going on? So that's the big question we're going to put to our panel here on News Track. Remember, hijab, halal, azan, Ram Navami processions, Hanuman Jayanti processions. The BJP says the Congress and the Popular Front of India are responsible. The Congress says the VHP, RSS, the Sangh Parivar is responsible. You've got the left that says the RSS and VHP are responsible. Everyone sees a conspiracy. There is not a single political formation in this country that does not see a national pattern. But the question is that true? Who is responsible? And who's pulling the strings that unites all of these incidents? What's the common thread that connects all of them? Joining me live on News Track this evening, Dr. Ajay Kumar is national spokesperson of the Congress Party, Tom Badakan, spokesperson of the BJP, and Dr. Vikram Singh is former Director General of Police of Uttar Pradesh. Gentlemen, welcome. Very, very serious issue here on the table at this point of time. I'd like to start with the non-politician, Vikram Singh. Sir, it is difficult to ignore. It's difficult to ignore, as I'm sure you will agree, that there is a nearly daily, almost like, you can always expect that every single day this last month, there will be one communally charged incident or the other. And for the most part of this year, it has begun with politically charged issues like hijab, halal, azan. It has spilled over into Ram Navami and Hanuman Jayanti processions. In your view, are these all isolated, or is there some kind of divisive pattern going on, sir? Is there a common thread to all of them, in your view?
Good evening, Shiv, and my respected esteemed panelists. I would say from my experience, they are all closely intertwined. In the language of the intelligence department, there is something known as communal flashpoint. If the communal feelings are well under control, the communal threshold is always under control, and nothing can vitiate the atmosphere of trust and mutual trust. But when the communal flashpoint is low, as in the case today, because of rhetoric, because of extraneous consideration, because of irresponsible statements here and there, the communal flashpoint seems to be at an all-time low in the last 20 years. And therefore, even the smallest incident has the potential of triggering a full-scale communal riot. And when you have an action, there is a consequential reaction, and it has happened all over the country in every such situation that people prepare themselves for a worst-case scenario. That is, unfortunately, stockpiling of brickbats, stockpiling of Molotov cocktails, doing what is not permissible within the ambit of law, taking out processions, defying the police, and coming with allegations and counter-allegations. This is all on a set pattern. Now, the thing to do, Mr. Shiv, is again bring back the trust. put the irresponsible people behind bars. Yes. Give exemplary punishment to those who started the fire and those who
Dr.
are
Singh,
fishing in troubled waters.
Not to interrupt you, sir, with the greatest of respect, I'll come to that solution part in the second part of this discussion. Let's just get our opening comments on the premise of this discussion. Dr. Ajay Kumar, the Congress has pointed fingers at the BJP Sangh Parivar, but I'd like to hear you enunciate it, sir. Are you seeing a national pattern? Are we going too far in suggesting that there may be linkages between all these incidents happening? The BJP says it is the Popular Front of India, the pseudo-secular forces, the appeasement forces that are doing this to polarize. Your party blames the BJP, the Sangh Parivar, but my question to you is, are these all isolated incidents or are they linked?
No, Shiv, sorry, I think Mr. Vikram Singh put the points very well. Look, the incidences which are happening, the environment which is getting vitiated, has got considerable effect from the Prime Minister in terms of from the BJP and the government and the people in power right now and the RSS and everybody else, for the simple reason being, if you look at the rhetoric, whether it is chief ministers, whether it is silence of the Prime Minister, whether if you look at the speeches of the BJP and RSS camouflaged in whatever way you want to say it, it creates an environment. Now, whenever you create, and if you indulge me for a couple of seconds as a former police officer, whenever you create such flashpoints, the government and people in power created them, if you create flashpoints, there will be mischievous elements. And I rate whether it's PFI, again, a mischievous, extremely mischievous element, who would be, fishing in troubled waters for sure. So there is no debate that there will be unsavory elements taking advantage of the situation. But you need to look at it. Look at that Udasin Muniji in Sitapur. You look at one of your journalists, so-called journalist colleagues of the TV channels who propagates hate even on passing the UPSC exam. You'll see the Dharam Sansad, which this one particular priest continues to do so much of hate. And you see the likes of the AIMM, the Akbaruddin Ovaisis and all that. So those, so they are, no, I'll just complete. So the issue is, I'll just take 30 seconds now. The fact is that the Prime Minister will tell Ukraine must stop and Russia must have peace. But there is nobody in this government who continuously calls it out because they're complicit. And if you look at what happened in Madhya Pradesh, you're bulldozing houses, you say you've done a great job. No law, tomorrow they bulldoze my house and your house. But if inefficiency was a barometer, they should bulldoze the DM and house. No?
Okay. Let's get the counterpoint. Dr. Ajay Kumar, your point is made. Let's just get the counterpoint so we can spread this around. Tom Vadakan, two sharp points that have been made. A, that the threshold of reaction has been brought down to a very dangerous level because the atmosphere has been vitiated, says Vikram Singh, with communally charged comments by politicians. He didn't name any particular party. I am assuming, since he is independent, he means politicians of all hues. But the Congress says that it is the BJP that has made this entire situation possible and basically dog whistled, if I may use that phrase, for communally charged incidents of this kind to happen so that polarization takes place. Tom Vadakan, your response. They're saying that all these incidents are linked and the BJP is responsible, is what Dr. Ajay Kumar says.
Dr. Ajay Kumar is a dear friend. He has a better understanding as a police officer. But today he's on the other side. So, there's nothing much I can speak on that issue. But let me tell you something. The fallout of this whole thing is a toolkit that is in full play. And I've said this, choreographed by the PFI. Now, how you want, there are mischievous elements, Dr. Ajay was perfectly correct, but who's using them? Now, here is the other indicator. Dr. Ajay Kumar's former president, Mr. Rahul Gandhi, on a public domain when he was releasing a book, you know what he said? He said, well, if somebody thrashes my sister or brother, I will take a knife from the kitchen, stab him, kill him. Now, for God's sake, has he become the investigator, the jury, and the executioner? If this is the kind of hate speech the great Gandhian with the surname of Gandhi goes around saying, now who is to blame for all this violence? He keeps saying that, well, we are with the Dalits, but when something happens to Dalits, he's nowhere around. He and his sister are missing in action. Now today, somewhere in Europe, the country is burning. No comments coming from him. He's talking about the COVID cases based on some international publication, which we have contradicted. Somebody has to be on the ground. There are people like Ajay who are brilliant people. They should be used, but no, they won't use him.
But Tom, you haven't answered the question that Dr. Ajay Kumar is saying. He's saying that it is the BJP that is complicit in this mood. It's not accidental. The Congress accuses the BJP of being complicit in engendering an atmosphere where such incidents are possible.
But why? We are just won and come out of elections. We are on a development mode. What do we gain out of this? Tell me some gain that is there. I mean, what is the advantage? There's nothing. Polarization has already been done. Polarization is the process that the Congress party is trying to bring in to avoid that ballot defeat that they're trying to come through the back door. Now, backdoor entry, Dr. Ajay, you know how it is. It's not acceptable by the people. Point here is, let's be very clear and candid. We have nothing to gain. If you think we have instigated this hate campaign, forget it. Look at the speakers. Sitaramaya was the person who released PFI accused when they burned up a police station in Karnataka.
Yeah.
Now there is another threat coming in on the Amarnath Yatra. They're saying that, well, you have it 75 days, we'll take care of you. Point here is, there's a pattern.
Yeah.
Shiv, you're right, there's a pattern, but who is drawing? And who are the mentors to this whole scheme?
Tom, point made. Let's get Dr. Ajay Kumar to respond to that. Dr. Ajay Kumar, the same way that you are seeing a BHP Sangh Parivar pattern in what's going on, the BJP has a blanket response on this. You know, we've had multiple debates on this where the BJP says every single one of these incidents is a kind of escalating pattern of the PFI weaponized by the Congress, whether it is Karnataka, whether it is the hijab issue, whether it is certain other issues, and polarization is what the Congress wants to use to try and claw its way back to relevance. Respond to that specific point, Dr. Ajay Kumar.
So Tom is a nice guy and a dear friend, but I don't know, this flights of fantasy of BJP people. The fact is that once they say that the Congress is not strong enough to do anything, and then the other end they think that we are going to create. First of all, let me put it very clear that we are against all communal forces, whether it is in the minority, whether it's represented by Islamic kind of fundamental anti-India forces and terrorist forces, and terrorist forces or right-wing forces who want to destroy the social fabric of the country. So we are against both. The second issue is, it's very rich when they keep pulling out names. I mean, all the major terrorists from Azhar, Mahmoud Azhar, and all these guys, Zargar, who were released during their time. So my terrorist, your terrorist is a ridiculous thing. But the important point is, I mean, can't anybody see this pattern? There's a Ramnavami procession in Kodarma. Children are abusing the mothers and fathers of a particular community. There are guys climbing on mosques and putting flags. You are going to a certain route, and the police has got adequate powers. I mean, if there's a miss to decide on the passage on the route to de-weaponize the procession. One second.
I get what you're saying.
I know. I'll tell you one second. You just need to give. Look, I used to be a Supreme Police of a district called Jamshedpur, which used to be highly communally sensitive, extremely communally sensitive. We had the Ramnavami and Muharram processions and all. And I'm not saying good or bad. It's the first chapter in the playbook of any self-respecting IPS officer or any police officer.
No, I also want to make an observation. I want to make an observation since you are also a police officer, sir. Dr. Vikram Singh, you know, it's not the first year that Ram Navami is being celebrated. We've seen Ram Navami being celebrated. We are seeing Ramzan being observed. You know, this year appears to specifically see, you know, this spate of flare-ups. You know, what is your sense of this, sir? You know, the larger picture, of course, is you've got the Gujarat elections coming, you've got the Karnataka elections coming. Both of those states are, you know, seen to have a polity where polarization plays a very important role in the electorate. Do you see a link between that, sir? That all of this is pointed towards elections? You know, it might sound cynical, but that's what polarization is usually pointed at.
Shiv, I'll come out with 3 quick points. Number one, I'm very disappointed by the performance of the administration and the police. The police are not supposed to be mute spectators of what is happening, allowing grass to grow underneath their feet. They're supposed to be proactive hunters and hunt down everybody, whosoever he may be, of the ruling party, the BJP, the Congress, the PFI. If the PFI is so insidious and so malicious, then why not ban them and put the cadres behind bars? Why has not a single arrest, a single preventive arrest been made? What surprises and shocks me, not a single preventive arrest made, not a single country-made weapon recovered, not a single preventive detention after the thing. This means hunt with the hound and run with the sow. These may be very high sound, these may be very cynical, and these may be very, I have no sarcasm, but as a professional ex-police officer, I would raise a loud question to the police leadership, why not? And then whether the leadership, it is Yati, you said I did not mention, now I'll tell you. Irrespective of the party affiliation, the color of the clothes, whether it is Yatishwaranand or whether the sadhu who said he will rape Muslim women, I take the strongest exception to anyone who is a loose cannon, whatever be the political outfit and whatever the political party trying to fish in troubled waters and indulging in vote bank politics. Let them all be put behind bars. Let us at least retain our sanity, the whole lot of us, and ensure that the constitution is supreme and not the manifesto of any political party. Now the backdrop of the election, there will always be some who will try to obey every dishonorable, illegal, immoral orders of the political masters. But by and large, the police and the administration are independent. But the very fact, the manner in which these incidents have unfolded goes to show that they have not been very professional and have not abided by the instructions in the internal security scheme. That is, my question is, please be true to your conscience and to the constitution. Ensure that is total peace. Our political friends are there only to give you a guidance, not to tell you what to do and what not to do.
I'm going to let that be the last word because we're out of time. But thank you to all of you for joining me. There certainly appears to be a pattern, but we hope that state administrations and politicians will recognize that this is not something that is going to be sustainable for a country like ours. And we really hope, in an isolated sense, that justice is served and that a message is sent out that India needs to move beyond this impulse for polarization with each passing festival. Thank you very much, Dr. Ajay Kumar Tombadakan and Dr. Vikram Singh for being with me here. We had a conversation with Dipendra Pathak, Special Commissioner of Police of the Delhi Police, on the latest in this spate of communally charged incidents, the one that happened just last Saturday in Delhi's Jahangirpuri. Take a look.
जहांगीरपुरी मामले में एक बड़ी गिरफ्तारी हुई है। किसकी गिरफ्तारी हुई है, इसका क्या क्रिमिनल रिकॉर्ड सामने आ रहा है?
वो 2 दिनों से एक फोटोग्राफ और एक वीडियो जो वायरल हो रहा था, जिसमें एक ब्लू कुर्ता पहनकर एक शख्स गोली चला रहा है। इसकी सबसे पहले हमने इसको आइडेंटिफाई किया बेस्ड ऑन इलेक्ट्रॉनिक और ह्यूमन इंटेलिजेंस और लोगों से पूछताछ करके। उसके बाद आज हमारी नॉर्थ वेस्ट डिस्ट्रिक्ट की स्पेशल स्टाफ टीम और उसके साथ और भी कई टीम लगी हुई थी, हमने इसे पकड़ लिया है और इससे पूछताछ कर रहे हैं। ये इसका नाम सोनू शेख एलियास यूनुस एलियास इमाम है और बाकी जो और तमाम डिटेल हैं, ये किस तरह के केसेस में इन्वॉल्व रहा है और इसके क्या क्रियाकलाप हैं, कुल मिलाकर ये जो दंगे की घटना हुई है शनिवार के शाम में, उसका अब तक का सबसे दुर्दांत अपराधी के रूप में सामने ये आया है। ये एक बड़ी सफलता है नॉर्थ वेस्ट डिस्ट्रिक्ट की और इसको पकड़ के इसके आगे की पूछताछ हो रही है।
परमिशन को लेके बड़ा एक उहापोह सी स्थिति सामने आई। दिल्ली पुलिस ने कहा कि परमिशन कुछ की दी हुई थी, कुछ की नहीं दी हुई थी। तो ये क्लियर कर दीजिए किस जुलूस की परमिशन दी गई थी और किसकी नहीं दी गई थी।
देखिए, जहांगीरपुरी थाने के इलाके में चूंकि लोकलाइज्ड इलाका है और पिछले 2 वर्षों में चूंकि कोविड का प्रकरण था, उससे पहले भी जब कभी भी ये हनुमान जयंती के अवसर पर ये जो लोकल शोभा यात्राएं निकलती थी, तो कुल मिलाकर 16 तारीख को 3 शोभा यात्रा निकली थी, जिसमें 2 शोभा यात्रा को जो 11 बजे और 1 बजे का था उसको परमिशन मिली थी। वो 25 तारीख मार्च को और 31 मार्च को उनके एप्लीकेशंस आए थे। जो तीसरी शोभा यात्रा थी वो 1 दिन पहले शाम को उनका एप्लीकेशन आया था और इनको परमिशन नहीं मिल पाई थी।
Quick break here on News Track. On the other side, the story that has sunk 1 million Russian hearts. The sinking of their flagship in the Black Sea has been captured on camera for the first time. That dramatic on-camera moment, first and exclusive here on India Today. We're going to decode it for you next.
This is a tank turret.
Courage.
India Today, in fact, is the only Indian crew to reach.
Fearlessness.
This is the 3rd tank armored personnel carrier we have seen.
Putting our lives at risk.
Massive operation over here in Ilianka.
We are on the ground, bringing you the facts.
A Ukrainian woman shares the horror of shelling.
So that India is better informed. Tune into India Today TV, reporting from the front line. You
Російські війська перейдуть до ще більш масштабних дій на сході нашої держави.
Kremlin again attacks Ukrainian citizens, and this time a crowded train station in eastern Ukraine. At least 50 people were killed. Most of them were waiting to evacuate the city, anticipating Russian attacks. Kremlin's real estate of warfare took a toll when they failed to capture Kiev, and now they have reassessed their strategies and shifted to Plan B with a new army general, Alexander Dvornikov. Although one thing still remains constant in all their strategies, that is heavy civilian casualties. As Russia moves to attack the east, it's important to note that Ukrainian forces are battle-hardened there, so clearly they are very well prepared. What are those key areas of battle Russia is trying to fight? Russia is focusing on Donbas, the previously disrupted area known for harboring pro-Russian separatists. However, experts say that the East Ukrainian terrain will pose a threat to the Russian attackers but will work in favor of the Ukrainian defenders. The terrain there is not crowded with wooded trees, and the open area will work in favor of Ukrainians. While Russia shifted its focus to eastern Ukraine from Kiev, they did learn that Russians were not welcomed with open arms. Similar fierceness is what they would expect from the east as well, but the trail of casualties is bumping up. In East Ukraine, reports of schools and residential buildings being shelled have come in. According to the study of war, Slovyansk is probably the next pivotal battle area. If the Russians advance from Izium and capture the town, they can either choose to advance east and encircle a small group of soldiers, or they can go further south to target a larger Ukrainian force. If Russians also capture Mariupol, then they will also push towards Donetsk. Russia is likely to rain heavily with their artilleries and break down Ukraine's air defense. Self-propelled artilleries, which the Russian army is known for, will also be used. Although they look like tanks, they're easier to take down as those armored vehicles are heavily protected. Here you can see Ukrainian artillery unit preparing to fight in the Luhansk region in eastern Ukraine. Ukrainian armored vehicles and other equipment are positioned in revetments. UK's Prime Minister Boris Johnson offered Ukraine armoured vehicles and anti-ship missiles, and he said that this will help the country to never be invaded again. With thousands killed in the fighting and more than 11 million fleeing their homes or the country, Ukrainian President called on the West to follow Britain's example on military aid. With the show of stiff resistance that Ukraine showed, it's obvious that Ukraine is armed to its teeth.
You are watching India Today.
Four days after Ukraine claimed it had smashed 2 missiles into Russia's flagship in the Black Sea Fleet, the Moskva, this huge 13,000-ton cruiser. These are the images of that ship for the first time emerging today, accessed by India Today, just moments before it dramatically sank and sinking 1 million Russian hearts in the process. Take a look as we decode what happened to that ship.
An unthinkable image for every Russian. A sight that will sink millions of Russian hearts. Just days after Russia's Black Sea Fleet flagship sank, the first image has emerged of the stricken vessel of war. Once an icon of Russian pride, seen in these final moments last week, listing dangerously to one side after either being hit by Ukrainian missiles or a devastating explosion on board. Let's try and decode this first dramatic image of the stricken 13,000-ton guided missile Russian cruiser. The most obvious is the smoke billowing out of the superstructure, clear signs of fires still blazing below deck. Also notice how the ship is listing dangerously to one side, confirming structural damage from the explosions. If the Moskva was indeed hit by a pair of Ukrainian Neptune missiles, then they appear to have smashed into the ship in this frontal area, just behind where the ship's own P-1000 Vulcan anti-ship missile launchers are located. Notice these gaping holes in the hull of the ship? Some of the strongest evidence that a missile strike is likely what doomed the Moskva. These appear to be impact points for the incoming Ukrainian sea-skimming missiles. There is also clear smoke damage in the rear end or the aft of the ship, suggesting that this photograph was taken after a much larger fire consumed the vessel. The picture of the doomed Moskva has clearly been taken from another Russian vessel, one of many that converged for rescue operations.
While this new image of the damaged Moskva answers many questions about where the ship was hit and where was the damage caused, several questions still remain unanswered.
While this new image of the damaged Moskva answers many questions about where the ship was hit and the kind of damage that was caused, several unanswered questions remain, questions that will hopefully be answered in the days ahead. For instance, how did just 2 anti-ship missiles sink this huge ship? Why is there total silence on the condition of the 510 crew who were reportedly evacuated? Did the Ukrainian missiles cause a fire detonating ammunition on board? If the fire was accidental as Russia claims, why is Russia talking of retaliation? And finally, why are families of the crew on board so conspicuously unheard and unseen? With the Moskva, Russia has lost more than just any military platform. It has lost a piece of its legacy and military heritage. With Mosmi Singh in Dnipro, Ukraine, Bureau Report, India Today.
So far, since the beginning of the invasion of Ukraine, you've heard the Russian president's top team talk about nuclear warfare more than once. But for the first time now, a Ukrainian politician has called for nuclear warfare against his own country. But it isn't just any ordinary Ukrainian politician. This guy is a troublemaker, a man who is wanted in his own country for saying violent pro-Russian things. He's now called for a nuclear attack on his own motherland.
Over nearly 2 months of his invasion of Ukraine, Putin has consistently amplified the nuclear threat, placing the world's biggest nuclear weapons arsenal on operational alert and putting the world on nuclear notice. The threat of nuclear war has been repeated endlessly by his top team.
Everybody understands that World War III can only be nuclear.
And now, a call for nuclear war has gone out from a Ukrainian politician. This telegram post by Ukrainian MP Ilya Kiva has triggered a fresh storm during the conflict. Ilya Kiva, to be sure, is a controversial figure who was elected as a member of Ukraine's parliament from a pro-Russian opposition party. After the invasion of his country, his continuing pro-Russian rants got him sacked as member of Ukraine's parliament.
No one wants to understand. The Ukrainian government consists of buffoons, screenwriters and video clip editors.
With things heating up, he's reported to have fled across the border into Russia. Kiva is seen as a villain and a monster in Ukraine now, but his fresh, alleged calls for a nuclear attack on his own country may just be the last straw. The ex-member of parliament is already in trouble with his country, with Ukraine's prosecutor general declaring that he is to be placed on an international wanted list for his violent comments against his own country. On March the 6th, in fact, Ukraine's prosecutor general accused this motor-mouth former MP of causing enormous damage to the state of Ukraine with actions and statements and doing everything in his power to invite the Russian aggressor into Ukraine. The tone, tenor and comments of pro-Russian politicians in Ukraine has become an exploding issue in the war-torn nation, with no mercy likely to be shown. And Ilya Kiva's alleged calls for nuclear war on his own motherland appear to reflect just how desperate things have become. Bureau Report, India Today.
Well, that's an ex-Ukrainian MP sitting somewhere in Russia and wanted in his own country calling for nuclear warfare. But what's happening inside Ukraine? Well, India Today's team of reporters are still in the country. On day 54, India Today's Mosmi Singh sent us this report from Orehov.
The devastation continues in Ukraine. Putin's military is targeting multiple cities in the country. Orehov, which is one of the cities that's faced massive destruction. Victor, a local resident India Today spoke to, shared the horrors he faced. He's lost his beautiful house to the war.
I will show you the entire house. From the road, you can see that the entire drawing room is actually been thrown open. The walls are falling. This is his living room, his bedroom, everything. He's been picking up pieces. It's a holiday today, but Victor has no option. There's no water, there's no electricity, and this is in fact where he sleeps. He sleeps and he cooks. You can see that this is his bed. He shifted his bed. An old man already ailing. This is the face of Ukraine.
They were shelling in the night. I spent the night in the kitchen of my house. It is higher than the other spaces. This is our life. You do not know whether to go to the basement or continue to lie in the kitchen. I am old. I am 73 years old. It is like this for everyone.
Tamara says she survived World War II. She claims the Germans then spared their homes, but not the Russians.
How are you feeling?
My daughter lives in Russia.
She calls me and asks me to come visit her, but I have dogs and cats in my house. How can I leave my country and my home? In the Second World War, the Germans never bombed houses, but the Russians are doing just that.
The city is facing continuous shelling, but Ukrainian soldiers are putting up a fight.
Even as you hear constant bombardments that are happening on the other side, sir, what is happening?
На данный момент мы наблюдали, как начали в очередне бомбить місто Оріхів, яке немає тут.
In this town is no basic Ukrainian soldier. It's not soldier in this town, but Russian soldier attack this town, attack building people. They must live there. Oh my God! Oh my God! We must go.
We have to go very fast. There is a lot of bombardment that is happening. Plumes of smoke, bombardments, missile attacks is what we see in this in the backdrop.
India today saw Russian shelling from close quarters.
How far are the Russian troops? Can you ask how far are the Russian troops? So here you can see that the attack is happening. We will have to move and the Russian troops are very close. यहाँ से बहुत करीब है और हम लोग को यहाँ से निकलना पड़ेगा. हमारे कैमरा पर्सन परमिंदर शर्मा लगातार ये रिपोर्टिंग आपको दिखा रहे हैं और हम लोग के लिए यहाँ पे रहना खतरे से अब खाली नहीं है.
Even schools haven't been spared.
These are just the latest pictures and the first ever that you see of a school that has turned into a nightmare for the authorities, for the people who live here. Glasses all strewn around, and that's the kind of damage that these small towns are facing.
According to local residents, they used to keep a count of the strikes, but after 1,000, they stopped keeping a tally.
It's the city where India Today started its coverage of the Ukraine war, and it's the city that's now in the epicenter of some of the fiercest fighting. Mariupol, the Russians claim, has fallen. Has it? Take a look.
Ukrainian soldiers resisted a Russian ultimatum to lay down arms on Sunday in the port city of Mariupol. Moscow said its forces had almost completely seized the city in what would be its biggest strategic prize of the nearly 2-month war. On the streets of Mariupol, residents walked past rubble and burnt buildings, bodies covered in blankets, as they evacuated their destroyed homes. One woman who gave her first name, Irina, was one of the residents fleeing.
We came to get stuff out. Nationalists tried to break in. Looks like they failed. So we can get at least some of our stuff. We left our apartment wearing winter clothes. This was all we could get.
Some Ukrainian fighters remained in the Azovstal steelworks, one of Europe's biggest steel plants, a maze of rail tracks, tunnels and blast furnaces. It has become the last stand for the city's outnumbered defending forces. Reuters has not been able to verify whether there are significant numbers of civilians still at the plant. Mariupol is the main port in the Donbass region and connects territory held by pro-Russian separatists in the east with the Crimea region that Moscow annexed in 2014. In other parts of the country, Russia continued its attacks in what it calls a special military operation to demilitarize Ukraine. Kiev has accused Putin of unprovoked aggression. In an Easter Mass service in the northern town of Bucha, mourners prayed for their loved ones, where a mass graveyard was found. 63-year-old Galina Bonda lost her son Alexander when fighting Russian soldiers.
3 days ago, we buried him. My Sasha was 32 years old, a wonderful man, a patriot, wonderful son.
Russia denies targeting civilians. Also on Sunday, shellings in Ukraine's second biggest city, Kharkiv, hit a residential building and a nearby hospital. Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky said late night Sunday that 18 people had been killed and more than 100 wounded in shelling in the past 4 days in Kharkiv. And in St. Peter's Square, Pope Francis pleaded for an end to the bloodshed and lamented the Easter of war during his address.
And the human devastation that continues nearly 2 months into this entire invasion of Ukraine emerges and presents itself in city after city. The latest is Trostianets, where the civilians who've lost literally everything face leaving the town while walking past the bodies of their loved ones. Take a look.
Signs on the gates of this cemetery in Ukraine's Trostianets carry a warning. Inside, there are landmines. But that doesn't stop Natalia Evdokimova from visiting her son. 23-year-old Dmytro was killed while serving for the Ukrainian military near Kharkiv on March 29th.
We were afraid, thinking maybe some of the Russian fascists are still here and will blow up the grave. We put a photo of him there, how he always was, always smiling, always cheerful, always positive. He had many friends who came, who responded to us, who phoned him from all over Ukraine.
Trostianets is only around 20 miles drive from the Russian border and was occupied by Russian forces for around a month. The area was retaken by Ukrainian soldiers in late March, but still suffers shelling. Cemetery manager Olena Matvienko says the Russians laid mines sporadically across graves. It has been partially demined, she says, but there are areas that are too dangerous to access, and they are unsure as to how many mines remain.
Well, that's it on News Track. Thanks so much for watching. I'll see you at the same time tomorrow. Up next, it's Rajdeep with News Today.
Russia has declared war on Ukraine with the intention to invade it. While Ukraine stands up to Russia's aggression to maintain its independent identity, let's take a look at Ukraine's rich history. Ukraine is a relatively young state, but its rich history dates back thousands of years. The country became independent in 1991 with the dissolution of the Soviet Union, following centuries of Russian and Austrian dominance. But early on, roots of conflict were already taking hold in this new nation, with pro-Europeans in the west and pro-Russians in the east. The pro-Russians also live in Crimea, although most of the rest of the Ukraine now supports better relations with the United States and the European Union. Crimea was attached to Ukraine in 1954 and annexed by Russia in March 2014 in a move that was condemned by the West as illegal. Shortly after, armed separatists loyal to Moscow declared people's republics in the two southeastern regions. Effects of the Ukraine-Russia conflict have been felt across Europe. Moscow and Kiev have had repeated gas price disputes, which at times saw parts of the European Union not receive their Russian fuel shipments, which mostly go through Ukraine. And the European Union and the United States have imposed economic sanctions on Russia over its takeover of Crimea and backing for the eastern resurgence, with Moscow issuing a tit-for-tat response that's been unpopular with some European farmers and producers. Civilians have also been caught up in the fighting. In July 2014, a passenger plane flying from Amsterdam to Kuala Lumpur was shot down over rebel-held territory in eastern Ukraine, killing all 298 people on board. International investigators say the plane was shot down from rebel territory by a missile brought in from Russia, but Moscow and the insurgents deny responsibility. Nearly 10,000 people have been killed in fighting since April 2014, and some 1.7 million Ukrainians have been internally displaced.
watching India Today.
Climate change is real. The long-term shifts in temperatures and weather patterns are constantly taking place, and it will affect you. If you are still not bothered about it, here are some facts which you should know. The world's polar ice caps are shrinking little by little. The Arctic is heating up twice as fast as the rest of the planet, with Greenland's glaciers receding particularly quickly. This process is speeding up all by itself. Melting snow exposes ice underneath, which then absorbs the sun's rays and increases thawing. At the opposite end of the Earth, 90% of the ice shelves on the Antarctic Peninsula are starting to disintegrate. Ice melt is also being observed in mountain ranges like the Himalayas, Kilimanjaro, the Alps, and Pyrenees. In the Andes, glaciers are retreating and risk disappearing altogether. Ocean levels are rising due to the combination of melting ice and warmer sea temperatures, as warm water has a greater volume than cold water. At the current rate, it is predicted that by the year 2100, sea levels will rise between 26 centimeters and a meter. Islands in the Pacific or Indian Oceans like the Maldives will be submerged. Densely populated, low-lying coastal areas like Bangladesh, Vietnam, the Netherlands, and the east coast of the United States are all under threat.
We are in the front line, not because it's just our job. It is our duty to tell you the story as it unfolds, brave, fearlessly, relentlessly, and we'll do it at any cost. This is Mosmi Singh with video journalist Parminder Sharma reporting from war zone Mykolaiv, Ukraine for India Today.
Grounded in journalism, on the ground reporting. Only on India Today TV.
There's nobody closer to the battle.
Massive shelling. This entire camp was attacked. And now we'll see how fierce the fighting is at the border.
Nobody closer to the line of fire. One team has the world riveted.
Visiting journalist Satya Rautre in Volvanaka, Geeta Mohan for India Today.
After Ukraine's most brutal battle, they're the first team on site.
From the cradle to the grave, Mriya AN-225, the biggest aircraft ever to fly.
In the shadow of an unspeakable tragedy and the death of Ukraine's giant dream.
You can actually feel the pain when you look at this aircraft literally cut into half by a massive missile strike.
One team has the world riveted.
With cameraman Lalit Mohan Joshi at Hostumel, Gaurav Sawant for India Today.
A new standard for global war reporting. Gaurav and Lalit, fearless on the front line.
Presented by Aditya Birla Group, Big in Your Life. Co-presented by Star Health Insurance, the health insurance specialist. Co-presented by JK Panchargad Tire, Ab Hawa Nahi Niklegi. Co-presented by Fujitsu General, the extreme machine.
Hello and welcome. You're with the news today, your primetime destination. News, newsmakers, talking points. Tonight, our big focus on the spiral of communal violence that has spread across the country, touched the national capital over the weekend. We'll have a comprehensive roundtable with some of the country's most distinguished police officers. All that and much more on the news today. But first, the 9 headlines at 9. The shooter, Sonu, who was caught on camera opening fire on the crowd during the Hanuman Jayanti clashes in Delhi, is arrested. A total of 22 people accused, while 2 juveniles are taken into custody for flaring tensions. The police say no one will be spared. The Home Ministry wants stern, swift action. The Delhi police cracked down on the Shobha Yatra organizers as well. A case is filed for holding the procession without permission. Swords and pistols were brandished during the Yatra. The question remains, why was the Yatra allowed to go ahead if no permission had been granted? The VHP Bajrang Dal were the organizers but are not named in the FIR. Maharashtra government restricts the use of loudspeakers at religious places without permission. Move comes days after Raj Thakre's ultimatum of reciting Hanuman Chalisa to counter azan from mosques. BJP chief JP Nadda accuses the opposition of divisive vote bank politics, says Congress is using terror groups like the PFI to cause a rift, blast the DMK for the targeted attack on a composer Ilya Raja who backed Modi. Supreme Court cancels bail granted to Lakhimpur violence accused Ashish Mishra, asks him to surrender within a week. Supreme Court says the High Court exceeded its jurisdiction, denied victims their right to participate in proceedings. Mishra is the son of Union Minister and he was allowed to get away just before the UP elections. Terrorists killed 2 Jammu and Kashmir police personnel in Pulwama's Kakpora area cordoned off as hunt for terrorists is launched. Lieutenant General Manoj Pandey, named India's next Chief of the Army Staff, will take over in April end after General Naravne retires. Lieutenant General Pandey is the first engineer to become an Army Chief. KCR government in Telangana faces heat after 3 farm suicides. 3 suicides. Victims blame extortion and harassment by ruling TRS netas. Protests erupt in the state. An IPL franchise, Delhi Capitals, rocked by COVID. Australian all-rounder Mitchell Marsh among those who test positive. Team members currently isolating in Mumbai. Another round of testing tomorrow. But tonight we want to start right at the very top with the latest on an India Today special investigation. Amidst all the allegations that have been doing the rounds over the rioting that took place in Delhi, in the national capital in Jahangirpuri, our reporters have tracked down the people who were there in Jahangirpuri when the riot started. Our team has caught on camera people who took part in the Hanuman Jayanti Shobha Yatra and those who were in the mosque nearby. The reporters spoke to both sides and have got both their versions. Our exclusive report of what exactly happened, the chronology of events, is our top story tonight. Take a careful look.
Delhi's worst communal violence in 2 years. Clashes during a Hanuman Jayanti procession in the national capital. as police swing into action, conduct searches and make arrests. India Today carried out a discreet probe on hidden camera. We captured candid revelations about how it might have started at Jahangirpuri on Saturday.